On the other side, before leaving the banquet hall, Su Fan nodded slightly towards the hosting platform not far away, bidding farewell to Lin Zhuan. TSK. Is that Musha Wan? Indeed, she's entangled with the CEO, even having his child. Oh, Uncle Dai, bear with it. To live comfortably, one must have some connections, Lin Zhuan thought with a smirk as he watched Su Fan lead Musha Wan away. With the departure of the main figures, the grand drama was coming to a close. Lin Zhuan dropped the melon seeds in his hand, stood up, and clapped. Everyone, thank you for attending the Su family celebration. Although there were some small incidents tonight, the following 10,000 words are omitted. After an inspiring speech, Lin Zhuan pushed his wheelchair and left the hotel. The banquet officially concluded. Guests started to leave gradually. But everything that happened tonight, as it spread through their fascinating whispers, quickly circulated. This banquet was worth attending. It was like watching a good movie, full of twists and turns. One could almost mistake it for a film. Su Kinj chose to cut ties with her own aunt. A bit surprising, but it's a relief. If that love-crazed person was my daughter, I would have beaten her to death already. Haha, the Wong family messed up this time, losing Su Yan, their pawn. Will Wong Fugui dare to be arrogant in front of me now? The Wong family relied on sucking the life out of the Su group for their development. Now that the ties are cut off, I predict bankruptcy within a month. Oh no, I still have unpaid debts. Do I need to resort to dirty tricks? No, I'm going to ask Wong Fugui for money right now. Goodbye. And me, Wang Xiaofa just borrowed tens of millions from me last week to buy a flashy car. If he doesn't pay up, I'll kill him. Count me in, one more debt collector. Plus 110. Huo Kean got what he deserved this time. Seeing him being slapped like a dead dog, I regret not capturing it on film. I'm starting to doubt if Hu Sha is overdosing on overbearing CEO novels. Has his brain gone bad? But would the Huo family let it go so easily? After all, their heir was beaten so miserably. The person who beat him seemed like a master of internal energy. Unless the Huo family wants to go down in flames, they won't dare to retaliate. A martial artist. So envious. I wish I could become one too, smacking anyone I don't like with a big comparison. I'm more concerned about Su Qing's condition. She actually woke up from a coma. It's a medical miracle. If only I knew the beauty would wake up, I would have fought harder to be the son-in-law. Oh well, that boy got lucky, forget it. After the beautiful Su Qing wakes up, many young talents will vie for her. Lin Zhuan will become their common enemy. I don't think so, as Lin Sha seems to have a good relationship with that martial artist. Just based on that, many will back off. Chapter 219, Su Yan and the Wong family part ways, regretting their initial association with the Wong family. A dense group of people crowded in front of the Wong family small villa, shouting and cursing. Pay back the money. Wong Fugui, don't think you can hide at home and stay silent. I know you're inside, come out. Debts must be repaid, it's only right. Master Wong, don't act like a turtle hiding, don't force me to break in. Boss Wong, I beg you, quickly settle my payment. I have elderly and children to support, don't play with me. Don't think you can keep stalling, the money must be repaid today. If the Wong family goes bankrupt in a few days, won't all my money go down the drain? Inside the villa, the three generations of the Wong family all had extremely ugly expressions, sitting silently on the sofa. They listened to the debt collectors outside, not daring to say a word, afraid that the people outside would break in. It's nothing. Kinj is just trying to scare me. She respects me so much. How could she possibly sever ties with me? On the side, Su Yan, disheveled, still hadn't fully recovered from the unexpected events of tonight, muttering to herself continuously. Shut up, you damnby asterisk tch. Smack. Wong Fugui, who had been suppressing his anger, slapped Su Yan across the face. He was no fool. The Su family had made it clear that they wanted to completely abandon Su Yan. This woman in front of him had now lost all her utility value. Keeping her around would only be a waste. You hit me. The burning pain on her right cheek left Su Yan completely stunned, her face a mix of disbelief. From childhood, her family had pampered her like a princess, and nobody had ever raised a hand against her. Combined with the frustration she was already feeling today, Su-Yen immediately became angry and raised her hand to strike back. "You beast, I'm your moth." Su-Yan's wrist was grabbed before she could finish her sentence. Wong Fugi's eyes cold as he struck her across the face again. Smack! Blood trickled from the corner of Su-Yan's lips as she held her left cheek, pushed back by the force of the blow. She looked at the middle-aged man in front of her, her eyes filled with confusion. The way he used to eagerly please her, calling her endearing names left and right, and how he was glaring at her fiercely now, it felt like they were two different people. "I'm your mother. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for my previous efforts to exploit you and take over the Su family's business, would I even call you mother? Disgusting! Get out of the Wong family immediately, you wench!" Wong Fugui folded his arms, sneering continuously. Since Su-Yen had lost all her utility value, he didn't mind turning against her, seized the opportunity to drive her away. On the side, Wang Xiaofa and Zhu Shuman, mother and daughter, had also dropped their pretense, revealing their true selves. "Little b****, I called you mother before, and you actually responded. You shameless hussy. Get out now. Damn it, just thinking about calling you grandmother before makes me sick. Who do you think you are? Want to be my grandmother?" Su-Yen widened her eyes, her face pale. Completely taken aback by the sudden venomous curses, she didn't know how to react. She had truly treated these three people as her own children, wanting to take care of them well and play the role of a good stepmother. But now her dreams were shattered completely. Apparently, in the eyes of this family, her image was so despicable. And the reason they had worked so hard to please her was just to exploit her for the Su group. Just for these animals, I angered my father and broke off from my family. Learning about the ambitions of Wong Fugui and the others, Su-Yan's regret grew stronger, especially when she remembered Su Shengshan's earnest advice at the beginning. Instead of being grateful, she always thought her father couldn't stand to see her happy and was obstructing her pursuit of true love. In a fit of pique, she never even visited him when he was hospitalized in critical condition. How unfilial of her! Thinking about this, tears welled up in Su-Yan's eyes. She suddenly turned her head, the disappointed gaze directed at Wong Defa. This old man had been silent from the start, allowing his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson to attack her. Knowing she had reached a point where she was isolated by everyone was all because of him, just to be with him. So anyone else could remain indifferent, but he couldn't. "Husband, say something!" Su-Yen rarely raised her voice in anger towards Wong Defa. It was the first time she was hoping he wouldn't disappoint her, firm in standing up for her. That way. At least she could convince herself that true love was undefeated. Unfortunately, Wong Defa remained expressionless, giving her a cold look before propping up his cane and picking up his phone to walk into a nearby room. To save the Wong family now, he had to seek help from the Huo family. After all, poisoning Songkinj was all under Huo Kean's orders, and now he couldn't stay out of it. Watching Wong Defa's heartless departure, Su-Yan's heart sank to the bottom, almost grinding her teeth to pieces. His actions made it clear that he was also using her and had no real love for her. This whole family of hypocrites. They were all the same. How ridiculous that her deep affection had all been wasted. Su-Yan, full of despair, stood helplessly wiping tears in place. "Stop crying, you little b****. The more I look at you, the more annoying you are. Get out immediately. Oh, before you leave the jewelry on you behind. Consider it compensation for acting with us for so long." After completely tearing off the pretense, Zhu Shuman returned to her former self, full of sarcasm and meanness. She immediately went to remove Su-Yan's precious jewelry. These things could be sold for some money, and now that the Wong family might go bankrupt, she couldn't bear to let Su-Yan take a single penny. For a moment, the two women started fighting with each other, pulling hair, tearing clothes. "No, you animals! I got my dad hospitalized for you, and you can't just treat me like this." Su-Yen struggled desperately, her face covered in tears and snot, continuously recounting the family's atrocities. Suddenly, she felt like her stomach was kicked by Zhu Shuman, quickly protecting her abdomen and screaming loudly. "Don't hurt the child! That's Phage's child! This child has your Wong family's bloodline! How can you be so heartless?" Seeing this, Zhu Shuman sneered disdainfully, fixing her eerie gaze on Su Yan. Little b asterisk tch, who told you that child is my dad's? Do you know my dad's condition? He's at that age where his reproductive organs are soft, he can't even get hard. Under these circumstances, how could he have a child with you? With these words, Su Yan was completely dumbfounded, standing still with a bewildered expression. If the child wasn't Wong Defa's, then whose was it? Chapter 220, Su Yan's collapse. The child in her belly is not Wong Defa's. Speaking nonsense with a bloody mouth. The child in my belly, if not Brother Fa's, then whose could it be? Do not use your suspicious eyes to insult my noble character. Su Yan regained her senses, her face full of anger, pointing at Zhu Shuman and cursing loudly. Since being with Wong Defa, she has never had any contact with other men. If the child in her belly is not his, then whose could it be? Oh ... really? Then do you remember the details of making love with my dad? Zhu Shuman's face was full of cold laughter, a strange look flashing in her pupils. Behind her, Wang Fugui and his son also looked strange, a hint of regret flashing in their eyes. For the beautiful woman Su Yan. In fact, they had some fantasies at one point, but ultimately it never came to fruition. Nonsense, of course I remember ... that day. That day ... Su Yan's demeanor shifted from confident and firm to perplexed, confused, and doubtful. She knew that because of his physical condition, age, and other factors, Wong Defa had long been impotent and unable to have a normal sex life. So between her and him, it was a platonic love, also known as spiritual love. Su Yan didn't mind this. She felt that what they pursued was a spiritual connection, transcending base desires, a love of purity on a spiritual level. Except for the recent incident when she had too much to drink on Wong Defa's birthday, waking up naked next to her beloved Fage. At that time, Fage explained that he acted out of drunkenness and suddenly had a physiological reaction ... Later, when I tried to have intercourse with Fage again, he couldn't get aroused anymore. Before long, I discovered that I was pregnant ... and the only one I had relations with was Fage. So it naturally followed that he was the father of the child. Could it be that day ... The more Su Yan thought about it, the paler her face became, trembling all over, with a hidden guess. She raised her head, staring intently at the aloof Zhu Shuman, wanting to hear an answer with her own ears. She still couldn't believe that Wong Defa would treat her like this ... Oh, it seems like you have guessed something? Since you have lost your usefulness now, I am not afraid to tell you ... After all, my dad's age is there. No matter how infatuated you are with him now, who can guarantee how long this infatuation will last? Maybe one day you will have a romantic awakening. What will the Wong family do when they can't control you anymore then? So we discussed for a long time. In the end, we came up with a solution. That is, you must bear the bloodline of the Wong family. As long as there is a child, as a bond of kinship, you will never be able to escape the control of my Wong family for the rest of your life ... It's a pity that the idea was beautiful, but reality is stark. My dad's body can no longer produce enough sperm to impregnate ... As Zhu Shuman narrated, Su Yan's complexion became increasingly pale, until full of despair. She never imagined ... Her deep affection had been fed to the dogs, falling in love with such a beastly man. Having no way out, we could only seek outside help ... That day after getting you drunk, under the guidance of a doctor, we bought a syringe and injected the sperm into your body ... We were prepared for one failure, so we tried again several times until you got pregnant. But we never expected that you have such a propensity to conceive, and you succeeded in one go. Truly a divine assistance to our Wong family. Ha. Watching Su Yan collapse in devastation upon learning the truth, collapsing on the ground, crying and holding her head, Zhu Shuman smirked, feeling a great sense of relief. She had always been jealous of Su Yan. Why was everyone a woman? And why should she, nearly the same age as herself, enjoy so much luxury and wealth that she had never experienced and have such a seductive appearance? In front of the beautiful Su Yan, Zhu Shuman felt like a mother pig, which made her even more envious and wanting to go mad. So, she came up with the poisonous plan of borrowing sperm to have a child, just to completely ruin Su Yan. Finally, she chose to spend some money, found some beggars from the lower class, bought some sperm, wanting Su Yan to give birth to the child of the lowest scum. No, no, no. This can't be true. You must be making up stories to deceive me in order to get rid of me. Learning the cruel truth, Su Yan's faith collapsed after many years, and she completely fell apart. She covered her ears, murmuring to herself incessantly, Fage loves me so much. How could he be so cruel to me? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. In extreme anger and despair, Su Yan shed 2 lines of bright red tears. She became hysterical, screaming madly, her voice both desperate and full of pain. Not only did it startle the Wong family, but even the debt collectors who were banging on the door outside were temporarily silenced by the outburst. But soon after, a more intense knocking on the door began. Bang, bang, bang. Bastard, open the door. You think pretending to be a ghost will scare us away? Wong Fugui, you guys are indeed at home. Pay up quickly, I can hear you inside. If you dare play dead again, we will break in. Damn it. You don't pick up the debt, we'll come smash this door open. Hearing the commotion outside, the Wong family was startled, and they quickly tried to cover Su Yan's mouth. But when a person is collapsing, the power that bursts out is immense. The 3 of them were in chaos, unable to suppress Su Yan. Helpless, Wong Fugui's expression turned cold, and he punched Su Yan in the face. Her nosebleed sprayed out, finally silencing her cries. Following in her footsteps, Wang Xiaofa and his mother also followed, delivering a swift beating if Su Yan showed any signs of resistance. A once loving family now turned into enemies. I want to see Wong Defa. I want to ask him why he did this to me. Su Yan gritted her teeth, paying no attention to the beating from the Wong family, forgetting her pain in anger. Don't think about it. Stay put quietly for me. Once those people outside leave, you will immediately leave the Wong family. Ju Shuman somehow got a rope, slipping it over Su Yan's body, menacingly warning her. You bunch of bastards, beasts. I will kill you. I will definitely get revenge. I will kill. SMA. Chapter 221. Su Fan shares the secret of first love without crying. Handstand. 10 p.m. A quiet night sky bathed in moonlight, stars twinkling faintly. The whole city seemed to be asleep, with only a gentle breeze blowing, bringing a slight chill. In a rundown apartment complex, Su Fan and Musha Wan walked silently under the moonlight. Suddenly, Musha Wan's timid voice broke the silence. Junior, I'm home. Thank you for escorting me back. Well, do you want to come up for tea? Musha Wan was just being polite at first. Her head was spinning now, wanting to get home quickly to sort out the events of the day and decide if she should move out of the city. But to her surprise, the plain-looking junior didn't notice her perfunctory tone or the awkwardness of being alone with a man, and nodded without hesitation. Sure, let's go. Great, come in. Please come in. Have some tea to rest first? Musha Wan's face froze, awkwardly leading the way. After all, the junior was her benefactor. If it weren't for him, she might still be under the control of that lunatic bully general, so she felt bad about sending him away in the middle of the night. 2.5 minutes later, Musha Wan pushed open a door, turned on the lights, and led Su Fan inside. Sorry, it's been a while since I cleaned up. It's a bit messy. Please don't mind. Looking at the scattered clothes all over the room, Musha Wan felt embarrassed and just wanted to disappear. She realized that she was usually messy and hadn't cleaned the room much, especially after being confined to the Huo family's house for several days. There was a strange smell in the room. It's okay, please don't mind, senior. Su Fan smiled and waved his hand. However, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. In his memory, Musha Wan was very neat. You rest first, junior. Let me clean up a bit. Musha Wan hurried Su Fan to sit on the sofa and quickly hid her personal items, such as underwear and bras, under the bed. She opened all the windows for ventilation, gradually dissipating the smell. Musha Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief, made some poor tea, and brought it to Su Fan. Junior, have some tea. Thank you. Su Fan took a sip. It was so awkward. What should I say? Seeing the situation suddenly become awkward, Musha Wan couldn't help fidgeting under the table, feeling embarrassed. She suppressed the urge to run away from the strange atmosphere. "Senior, where are your parents? Why are you living alone?" Su Fan casually asked about Musha Wan's situation. He remembered that Musha Wan was an only child, and her parents cherished her as if she were the apple of their eye. How could they allow her to live alone in such a remote area? And when he asked about Musha Wan's job earlier, she said she was selling hand-grabbing cakes on the roadside. Clearly, she was a graduate of a prestigious school with top grades. How could she have fallen to this state? Su Fan felt sour in his heart, unable to explain the mix of feelings, only sighing at the changes in life. "My parents, they passed away in a car accident 3 years ago." Mentioning her parents, Musha Wan's beautiful eyes dimmed instantly. One of the reasons she led such a mediocre life was her parents' death. Her world collapsed, leaving her alone. As for those greedy relatives who took her parents' inheritance and kicked her out, after wandering outside for a while, she finally picked herself up and learned some skills from a good-hearted auntie, starting to set up her roadside stall. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up. Listening to Musha Wan's experience over the years, Su Fan felt a tinge of heartache, unsure of how to comfort her. "It's okay, it's been so many years. I've come to terms with it." Musha Wan took a deep breath, forcing a smile. But the smile, to Su Fan's eyes, was so sad. "If you're sad, you can cry it out. It's not good to keep it inside. I can lend you my shoulder to lean on." "Huh? No need, thank you." Watching Musha Wan's somewhat strange and embarrassed expression, Su Fan suddenly realized how inappropriate he was. In her eyes, he was a stranger she had just met, and his somewhat intimate words were clearly not right. Seeing Su Fan's flustered attempts to explain, Musha Wan couldn't help but laugh, feeling a lot lighter. She couldn't help but think of Su Fan's martial arts prowess despite his current awkward demeanor. Previously, she had subconsciously felt intimidated by him. But now, she realized he might not be as difficult to get along with as she had thought. Seeing Musha Wan entertained, Su Fan, although puzzled, felt relieved. Ignoring Musha Wan's bewildered gaze, he placed his hands on the ground and did a handstand on the sofa. "What are you doing?" Faced with the question, Su Fan explained seriously, "My master once told me, men don't cry, especially warriors. Crying is the weakest expression. If you ever can't control your emotions and want to cry, just handstand. Tears won't fall that way. So whenever I feel the urge to cry, I do a handstand right there. I want to teach you this move, so you don't have to pretend to be strong anymore." Musha Wan was petrified at Su Fan's upside-down face. "You want my delicate sister to do a handstand like you? And isn't this some cheesy scene from a TV drama? Is your master really a serious person?" Musha Wan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. She was certain of one thing. The guy in front of her must be a genuine 8-4K steel straight man. Chapter 222. Su Yang is already dead. There's only Su Fan at night in the apartment. Looking at Su Fan, who is upside down on the sofa, Musha Wan awkwardly forces a smile. "Heh, I really should thank you." "No need to thank me, as long as it's helpful to you." Su Fan, being a straightforward man, smiles and waves his hand, completely unaware of the helplessness in Musha Wan's tone. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, Musha Wan suddenly felt nauseous and rushed into the bathroom, covering her mouth. Watching her stumbling figure, Su Fan stood frozen in place. Only then did he recall. Musha Wan is pregnant with Huo Kean's child in her belly, and his emotions instantly became complex. At the same time, he was eager to understand the ins and outs of it. After all, the performance of Huo Kean, and do they really seem like a genuine couple? Additionally, the difference in their status and identities is quite significant. What really happened to bring two people of different backgrounds together, to the extent of having a child together? Clatter clatter to 1 minute later. The sound of the toilet flushing came from the bathroom. "Sorry, Mr. Sunai. I couldn't hold it just now, felt a bit uncomfortable." Musha Wan came out of the toilet and saw Su Fan staring at her in a daze. Her face turned red, feeling increasingly embarrassed. "Oh, it's all right. It's a normal pregnancy reaction. Just rest for a while." Su Fan remained calm, called Musha Wan over to sit down, and subtly brought up the topic of the child. "May I ask, what is the relationship between you and Huo Kean? It seems like you really want to get away from him." "Don't worry, If you need help, you can tell me anytime. You've seen it yourself, I have the ability to help you. As for the reason I help you, to be honest, you resemble my ex-girlfriend a bit, but her and I, well, what's done is done. Su Fan had no intention of revealing his identity. However, he was worried that being overly friendly might make Musha Wan misunderstand his intentions, thinking that he had ulterior motives towards her. So he quickly came up with a vague and absurd reason. A. Resembling his ex-girlfriend? Is his reason for helping her really that far-fetched? Musha Wan couldn't help but feel extremely surprised. Initially, she was indeed skeptical, not understanding why a person of Su Fan's stature would repeatedly help her, especially since they were meeting for the first time. Now, despite his explanation being absurd, she couldn't find a better one. After all, as a person even the Huo family feared, what could Su Fan possibly want from her? Feeling a bit self-deprecating, Musha Wan realized that she might be overthinking things. With Su Fan's status, what kind of woman couldn't he get? Leaving that aside, the woman who was with Su Fan tonight made Musha Wan feel a bit inferior. So his reason actually seemed plausible, and in order to prevent Huo Kean from pursuing her again, she needed to be on good terms with Su Fan and benefit from his intimidating presence to free herself from the control of the Huo family. Mr. Su is outstanding. You deserve a better woman than me. As for your ex-girlfriend, no matter the reason she broke up with you, I believe she will regret it in the future. Listening to Musha Wan's compliments, Su Fan's eyes showed a complex expression as he murmured, perhaps. For a moment, Musha Wan herself was stunned. From Su Fan's demeanor, she could faintly see the shadow of that scumbag ex-boyfriend. Mr. Su, honestly, you kinda resemble my ex-boyfriend too. But me and that scumbag, the past is better left behind. Upon hearing this, Su Fan's pupils suddenly constricted, causing a shiver in his heart. Could it be that she was referring to? That scumbag was my first love, my university classmate, named Su Yang. Back then, I truly loved him dearly. But he was a beast, hypocritically making vows of love to me, pretending to be deeply affectionate. Behind my back, he was a despicable scumbag, after deceiving my body. He also said to wait for him to come back and marry me with a surprise. Who knew he never returned, that scoundrel, beast, contemporary Chen Jimei. I believed him so earnestly, all in vain. I gave my deep affection to a dog. Men with the surname Su are no good. Musha Wan remembered her unforgettable first love, and the pain still felt fresh. Unable to control her emotions, she ranted and cursed her ex-boyfriend Su Yang. I'm sorry. A strong sense of guilt arose in Su Fan's heart. He wasn't angry at Musha Wan's outburst, as he truly hadn't kept his promise. He was a deceiver who vanished after deceiving the girl's body. Even if there were hidden truths, it couldn't change the fact that he hurt Musha Wan. He was the one in the wrong, not his past white moonlight. Therefore, upon encountering her now, he would do his best to make amends for the girl and help her achieve her desires. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Musha Wan finished her tirade and felt relieved. However, as she calmed down, she realized her own foolishness. What was she doing just now? Even if I were to find myself in a situation with a titan of the marital arts like Su Fan, I should have tried to maintain my composure. Instead, I flat out insulted men with the last name Su. What have I done? At this moment, Musha Wan felt extremely flustered. Su Fan, noticing her sudden silence, felt a wave of embarrassment. Realizing she might misunderstand him and think he was angry, he couldn't help a forced laugh. He then adopted a serious expression, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'm not upset. It's not your fault, it's that Su Yang's fault. You were right to curse him. If it helps you find closure, go ahead and curse him more. He's the one you should blame, not yourself." What? Give birth to him? Musha Wan found it hard to believe her ears. Su Fan actually didn't oppose her decision to keep the child. She thought anyone else in such an unexpected situation would insist on an abortion. She chuckled and shook her head, saying, "This child shouldn't be born. I can't afford to raise him. If you want to give birth, I'll do good to the end, providing you with enough fortune to ensure you and the child have a worrying-free life forever." Musha Wan widened her eyes, thinking she misheard. Was Su Fan really offering to support her in raising the child? No way. Was he interested in her? Apart from that reason, There wasn't another explanation for his actions. However, Musha Wan remained rational, knowing that if the child were to come into the world, she would be tied down for the rest of her life. She could not possibly find happiness with that burden. I'm still young, and once I have a child, I won't be able to remarry. Blood ties are what binds a parent and child. After having a child, not many men would be interested in me, especially since I'm basically a withered flower at this point. Besides, raising another man's child. Hearing Musha Wan's concerns, Su Fan didn't overthink it. Realizing that she seemed inclined to keep the child, he tried to comfort her with lines he had recently picked up from the internet. Actually, blood ties aren't that important. As long as the child looks somewhat like you, it's not your fault, you're just a poor victim. And considering all the suffering you've been through, someone who truly loves you would understand you, and not just care if the child is biologically yours. If he truly cares about that, it shows he doesn't love you enough, and is a scumbag. Something doesn't feel right here. Su Fan suddenly felt awkward after his speech. He realized he had spent too much time in the mountains and wilderness to grasp modern relationships properly. On the other hand, Musha Wan looked bewildered. If a woman had said those words, she would have been branded as insincere. Although she appeared indifferent, the words coming from a man were quite shocking. Ahem. Sorry, there might have been some problems with what I just said. Please ignore it. Anyway, whatever decision you make, I'll support you. Realizing the odd look in Musha Wan's eyes, Su Fan felt exceptionally embarrassed and hurriedly clarified himself. It's okay. I'm just looking out for you. Thank you, but this child can't stay. His existence is a mistake. Musha Wan became serious. She touched her still unswollen belly, took a deep breath, and made a decision. Tomorrow, I'm going to the hospital to terminate the pregnancy. Alright, I need to go to the hospital tomorrow as well. I'll accompany you then. Seeing Musha Wan's resolve, Su Fan didn't waste any more words. As he had mentioned earlier, he would support her regardless of her decision. Chapter 223 Lin Zhuan exchanged system items the day after Su Yan urgently returned to the Su family. Early morning. Sunlight pierced through the thin clouds, sprinkling warmth and light onto the earth, bringing warmth and light to everything. Su family manor. Lin Zhuan hummed a tune, holding violets and breakfast in his hands, and returned to familiar room. Kinj, good morning. Just as he pushed open the door, he was stunned by the beautiful scene before him. Golden morning light streamed through the curtains, gently sprinkling into the room and onto the beautiful girl sitting on the bed. The girl was like a blooming flower, exuding a charming aura. She quietly leaned against the headboard, hands lightly resting on her knees, head slightly bowed, as if in contemplation. Her fair skin glistened like snow under the sunlight, shimmering with a crystal-clear glow, resembling a transparent jade sculpture. Her silky hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying gently with the breeze from outside, portraying a fairy-like beauty. Her eyes were deep like a serene lake, clear and bright. The pupils glittered with light, sparkling like stars, exuding an otherworldly charm. Her lips curved slightly upwards, revealing a faint smile like the first ray of sunshine in the morning, warm and gentle. Her figure was flawless, graceful, and full of vitality, every curve filled with strength and vitality. The sunlight bathed the girl, outlining her slender figure like a masterpiece, every detail so perfect. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, the entire room immersed in her beauty. Her presence made one feel the world was so beautiful and peaceful, like a beautiful dream, intoxicating and reluctant to wake up. Sensing the movement as Lin Zhuan entered, the girl turned her head, giving Lin Zhuan a beautiful smile. Kinj, can you sit up by yourself now? Can you speak? Lin Zhuan's face lit up with joy as he quickly approached the bed. After waking up this morning, I found that my upper body has regained mobility. Although my limbs are still slightly stiff, familiarization for a few days should make movements more flexible. However, my vocal cords are still recovering, so I cannot speak normally at the moment. As for my lower body, it is still paralyzed and temporarily dependent on a wheelchair. I can feel my body recovering quickly, not far from complete recovery. Su Kinj pointed to her legs, then her throat, making ah-ah sounds. Seeing her body recovering rapidly, she was filled with excitement, gesturing animatedly. Okay, don't get too excited, I understand. Lin Zhuan smiled and sat by the bedside, looking indulgent. Even though they couldn't communicate through words yet, that instinctual understanding still allowed him to grasp the girl's meaning in an instant. "By the way, I brought breakfast for you. Let me feed you first." Lin Zhuan picked up a bowl of steaming rice porridge and brought a spoonful of it to the girl's lips, coaxing her softly like a child. "Here, open up." Before, when Huo Kean was still in a vegetative state. Due to the inability to chew and swallow food on her own, doctors had decided to help her by providing water and food through nasal feeding in order to sustain her metabolism, weight, and nutrition. They inserted a long transparent tube into her nostril, passing it through the nasal cavity into the esophagus. The food was ground into liquid form in a blender and fed through a syringe connected to the feeding port of the tube. Ensuring the connection was secure, they manually pressed the plunger to continue feeding water and food into Huo Kean's stomach. This somewhat painful feeding method continued until Huo Kean woke up. Following the doctor's guidance, they gradually stopped nasal feeding and switched to feeding easily digestible, nutrient-rich foods to help Huo Kean regain strength. So during this period, the immobilized girl could only rely on Lin Zhuan's patient feeding, chicken and duck soup, vegetable and fruit juices, or feeding her porridge and rice gruel, just to avoid feeding newly awakened patients hard-to-digest foods that could burden their stomachs. "Why aren't you opening your mouth? Do you not like the rice porridge? If you want your body to recover quickly, you cannot be picky about food." Even with the spoon at her lips, Huo Kean, still red-faced and indifferent, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but lecture her in a fatherly tone. "Oh, it's like this again. I've been wanting to say, could you please not treat me like a child? I'm an adult. Really. It's so cringy, so awkward. Goosebumps everywhere. I can move now. I'll feed myself. Give me the bowl and chopsticks." Huo Kean couldn't stand the tone, reaching out to grab the rice porridge on her own. At the same time, she murmured incoherently, "Wo Jiji, Chi. No, I want to feed you. It's the duty of a husband to take care of his wife. If you don't let me do even these little things, do you dislike me that much?" Lin Zhuan shook his head repeatedly, using a pitiful look to try and manipulate Huo Kean. Hearing Lin Zhuan identifying as her husband, Huo Kean blushed and eventually compromised. "That's right." Lin Zhuan blew on the hot food before feeding it to Huo Kean's inviting lips, watching her eat with a satisfied heart. TSK. This is the joy of feeding a beautiful girl. Huo Kean looked helpless, accepting the feeding while listening to Lin Zhuan recount the aftermath of the celebratory banquet last night. "I heard that the Wong family was surrounded by a large number of debt collectors last night, and it escalated to the point where they even broke in and beat up the people in the Wong family. I've instructed Hu Zheng to start sending legal summonses to the Wong family using the evidence on hand. However, the hearts of the Wong family's employees are in turmoil, with a large number resigning and shareholders frantically selling their stocks. If there's no external interference, they probably won't last till we can sue them. The Wong family is done for on their own." Lin Zhuan chuckled with schadenfreude. According to his estimate, in about 2 to 3 days, the Wong company would likely declare bankruptcy. The only variable was the Huo family. If the Huo family intervened, the Wong family could still survive. But based on Lin Zhuan's understanding of the Huo family style, they would most likely detach themselves from the Wong family without any value. How could they help them? "I wonder how Auntie is doing. Were the people in the Wong family kind to her?" After listening to Lin Zhuan, Huo Kean furrowed her brow, feeling a bit worried. She didn't care about the fate of the Wong family, but the only concern she had was for her aunt. Even though they had severed ties, she was still her family. Despite pretending to be indifferent, Huo Kean couldn't help but pay attention to Su Yan's situation. Lin Zhuan seemed to have noticed this and narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. He didn't want Su Yan to have any further involvement with the Su family, as she was a troublemaker with no brains, only bringing trouble to her own family. After all, that was her character. Of course, there were some things he couldn't proactively tell Huo Kean, as it would seem too cold-hearted. But regarding how to deal with Su Yan, he had some ideas already. Since he couldn't kill her, he decided to send her to a place she couldn't escape from. "By the way, Kean, your aunt is fine. Those debt collectors have some scruples about her. In any case, your aunt has the Su surname, so they won't dare to do anything to her. But I heard that Su Yan seems to have completely fallen out with the Wong family. The two sides have broken ties. Lin Zhuan didn't beat around the bush and mention the most crucial thing Su Qinj wanted to know. Upon hearing that her aunt was fine, the girl appeared cold on the surface, but deep down, she felt relieved, her smile becoming more relaxed. Lin Zhuan observed this and furrowed his brows. Indeed, Qinj couldn't let go of this family relationship. But that wasn't surprising, given her character of being emotionally attached. In fact, it was a good thing, as he liked this aspect of her. If Qinj couldn't even show care for her family, then to him, to others, wouldn't she be more cold-hearted and ruthless? Lin Zhuan was well aware. The current Su Qinj was no longer the previously darkened girl from the original storyline. Therefore, in handling the matter with Su Yan, she couldn't be completely ruthless and indifferent. In this situation, he could only help her out. If my prediction is correct, after being kicked out of the Wong family, Su Yan will most likely cry, make a scene, or even attempt suicide out of desperation, begging to return to the Su family. No, maybe she's already on her way now. Given King's current attitude, it's hard to say how she handles Su Yan. For this reason, I need to eradicate the possibility of a reconciliation between them. And that's simple. I just need to let Qinj know that one of the masterminds behind her becoming comatose is her own aunt. At that time, even if she values family ties, Su Yan won't be able to return to the Su family, likely ending up disappointed and getting sent to prison by the disappointed Su Qinj. So, how to make Su Qinj aware of the truth? She probably suspects something, but lacks evidence and subconsciously avoids thinking about it. Actually, I could gather evidence of Su Yan's crimes. It's just too troublesome and time-consuming. System, open the point store. In order to quickly resolve the issue with Su Yan, Lin Zhuan reluctantly spent some points to exchange for a practical item. Finally, after some searching, Lin Zhuan found an item in the system store that satisfied him. Item, Truth-Telling Charm. Price, 500 points. Effect, suitable for interrogation, investigation, and gathering information, can influence the speech and actions of the person marked by the charm, causing them to speak the truth or divulge information. Without saying anything else, he made his decision. Lin Zhuan reluctantly chose to exchange for the truth-telling charm. Everything was now ready, only waiting for the winds of change to come knocking on the door. Amidst the bustling streets of the magical city, Su Yan, disheveled and lacking her former elegance, had been expelled from the Wong family overnight and was now pacing through her contact list, making a series of phone calls. Chapter 224. Su Yan reveals the truth of being in a vegetative state. True words charm shows power. Due to lack of money for a car ride, starving Su Yan relied on her legs and finally rushed back to the familiar Su family manor at noon. Before she could enter with joy, she was stopped by the security personnel at the door. "Get out! Beggars are not allowed in. What do you think this place is? If you want to beg, go somewhere else." "Beggar, are you talking about me?" Su Yan couldn't believe what she was hearing and stood there in shock. She used her phone screen to take a look at herself. She realized that her once elegant black hair was now messy, her glamorous cheongsam was ragged and stained with dirt, as if it had weathered countless storms. Her face looked extremely pale, her eyes hollow, with dark circles, completely devoid of her former vibrant spirit. This miserable appearance completely overturned people's previous impression of her elegance and nobility. No trace of her former grace and nobility remained on her. No wonder the security guards looked at her with such unfamiliar and disgusted eyes, treating her as a beggar asking for alms. "What are you standing there for? You hurry and leave. If you stay here any longer, I'll lose my temper." Seeing the security personnel driving her away again, their disgusted faces deeply wounded Su Yan's self-esteem. When did she ever encounter such humiliation? Slap. "You servant with dog eyes, open your dog eyes wide and look clearly. Am I your mistress? Have you grown a bear heart and leopard gall? A mere security guard dares to defy the master. ... Su Yan landed a heavy slap on the security guard's face, pointing at his nose and berating him. You are Miss Su Yan." The security head was about to lose his temper, but the familiar tone and the somewhat familiar face made him instantly recognize the visitor's identity. "Servant, do you know who I am? Move aside, you worthless thing." Faced with the insults, the head security guard's face turned unsightly, but soon a cold smile appeared on his face. In the past, he would have been helpless against Su Yan, but now, Heh, I'm sorry, Miss Su Yan. No, Su Yan. You have been expelled from the Su family. The chairman ordered not to allow you to set foot on the estate. Please leave immediately. You are not welcome here. Finally finding the opportunity to vent, the head security guard felt a sense of relief as he held his head high, looking at Su Yan with disdain. The expression of disdain on the security guard's face left Su Yan dumbfounded. How could she have never expected that even a mere servant would dare to defy her now, feeling like a tiger being bullied by a dog? Su Yan held to the sky, wanting to use her remaining influence to suppress the guards and make them remember the fear of being dominated by her. She then disregarded everything and rushed towards the manor. In Su Yan's heart, as long as she could see her niece again, she was confident that she could rely on selling her tragic story, playing the emotional card to soften her niece's heart and return to the Su family. But now she couldn't even enter the gate. All her fantasies were shattered, and even if she could use sweet words, it would be useless. Miss Su Yan has arrived. Everyone get lost. Su Yan shouted as she ran, underestimating the strength of her own security forces. If even an ordinary woman could easily break through the gate, then all the security guards could resign and be fired. Before she could take a few steps, Su Yan was lifted up by the security guards and thrown out of the gate once again. Damn it, what am I going to do now? I must see Kinj, that little girl. But I can't get in at all. These damn servants are reluctant to report to her. I know, I can pretend to commit suicide. I bet Kinj won't remain indifferent. Su Yan climbed up from the ground in a sorry state, glaring fiercely at the security guards, and with a sneer in her eyes, she came up with a plan. As the saying goes, to succeed, first go crazy, rush forward regardless of the consequences. In order to gain King's forgiveness, restore her noble identity, and live a life of luxury. Su Yan gritted her teeth, made up her mind, tilted her head, and fiercely rammed into the nearby utility pole. The performance of this tragedy had to be realistic, and she put in real effort, resulting in a bruised lump on her forehead. Go inside and report to my niece. I have important things to tell her. If she doesn't see her aunt, I'll die here in front of the gate. What's this? The security guards, scared by Su Yan's determination, dared not to further offend her and sent someone inside to report. Regardless, this person in front of them was the chairman's daughter. Even though their relationship seemed severed, blood relations were a tricky thing. One never knew when the chairman's heart might soften and welcome Su Yan back into the family. Now that she wanted to commit suicide, the security guards dared not drive her away, and could only report to their superiors for a decision. Inside the villa, Liu Huan hurriedly entered and briefed the situation to Su Kinj and another person. Suicide. Lin Zhuan narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. As expected. She's here. She's using her familiar pity-selling skills. In the original plot, Su Yan constantly used crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide to garner sympathy and manipulate the Su siblings' emotions. But this time, with me as a variable. I'm sorry, I apologize, Aunt. If my niece's husband slaps you and pins you down. Let's see each other, Kinj. Let's see what Aunt wants to say. Sensing the girl's conflicted expression, Lin Zhuan directly made a choice for her under the pressure. Cut the Gordian knot, letting chaos ensue. Instead of dragging it out endlessly, it was better to resolve this trouble right away. At Lin Zhuan's persuasion, Su Kinj fell silent for a moment and finally agreed to meet her aunt again. Having heard about Su Yan's distress, she couldn't help but feel worried. Even if the other party was in the wrong, she was still a close family member who had watched her grow up. Now that Grandpa had fallen ill, Aunt was the closest relative she had in blood. The situation had escalated, and she felt uncomfortable seeing her aunt kneeling before her. Without further ado, Su Yan was brought into the room, standing before them with disheveled hair, her clothes intentionally dirtied, and her makeup smeared all over her face. Looking like a mad woman, she appeared as miserable as she could be. Song. My song. Wah. Aunt's life is so miserable. Wah. I encountered an old scumbag who misguided me and harmed the closest family members. I really know my wrongs, turning over a new leaf. Do you think I still have a chance? Loud sobbing. Seeing her niece, Su Yan immediately transformed into a drama queen. With tears rolling down, she rushed to the edge of the bed, pleading for forgiveness. She knew her niece too well, starting with a wave of pity. Then a scene of the elder kneeling to the junior, not getting up until forgiven, hoping to stir her niece's sympathy. TSK. Am I truly a genius? And just as Suyin expected, seeing her aunt's miserable state, which was so different from her memory of an elegant lady, Sukinj couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. Especially when she saw her aunt kneeling in front of her, she felt a sense of turmoil within. After all, her aunt, who had raised her since she was little, kneeling before her was not something she could easily dismiss. She was about to extend her hand to lift her aunt up when Lin Juan quickly signaled Liu Huan to help lift her aunt from both sides, expressing concern. "Aunt, are you okay? Why are you walking so carelessly and falling down? We have cut off our relationship. Do you expect me to curse Kinj? Or were you actually doing it on purpose? Counting on King's closer ties to you. So to arouse King's sympathy, to soften her heart towards you, you deliberately used such despicable means of selling pity. Could it be true, really? Aunt, you seem so innocent and kind. Would you really use such nefarious means to deceive Kinj? Lin Juan was in shock, expressing disbelief with his tone, and the room fell into an eerie silence, everyone displaying bizarre expressions. Initially struggling against the situation, Suyan's tearful expression froze as she didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Deep down, she had already cursed Lin Juan in her heart for his meddling. Damn this meddler! Deliberately going against me. My plan was going smoothly, but now that he's exposed it, kneeling down just seems contrived. Suyan had to stand up straight, awkwardly explaining, "Ahem. How could I possibly kneel down on purpose? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. The main issue is that I haven't eaten breakfast all morning, starving and a bit hypoglycemic. Just now, my emotions were a bit unstable, my sight went black, and I felt a bit dizzy, so I fainted. But I'm fine now. Facing Suyan's reasons, Lin Juan slapped his forehead, appearing to suddenly understand. Then he let go of Suyan and motioned for the servants to help her. And in that moment of physical contact, Lin Juan put the effects of the truth charm on Suyan. The effect of the truth charm is only 15 minutes, but it's enough. Kinj is very smart. With my interference just now, I'm sure with her intelligence, she must have realized her aunt's deception. Task accomplished, Lin Juan quietly retreated behind the others to watch the show. And as he suspected, Sukinj was no fool. She just cared too much about family. And after the recent incident, she quickly regained her composure, her eyes lowered, lost in thought. Then she took out her Huawei phone, entered text, which was converted to AI voice. "Why are you here? We have cut off our relationship. Damn, it's all because of that damn bastard." Witnessing her niece's return to her cold attitude, Suyan realized Plana had failed and was upset enough to consider Lin Juan's heart for the slaughter. Helpless, Plan B was activated. Aunt, I'm so unfortunate. Wah, you have no idea what that scum Wong Defa did to me. Wiping away her tears, Suyan talked about the ambitions of the Wong family. At first, she mixed in some acting, but as she thought about her tragic fate, she became more and more sorrowful, crying in utter despair. Ing injector? Borrow semen for impregnation? The child isn't actually Wong Defa's? Coward! The Wong family is truly eccentric, resorting to such means. As Suyan narrated her story, everyone present was shocked, even Lin Juan was taken aback. The story of Suyan's child was mentioned in the original plot. But the author didn't delve too deeply into it as they were minor roles, never imagining the hidden script would be so convoluted and strange. But thinking about it, it made sense. Wong Defa at his age would have trouble fathering a child. After this realization, well, Suyan indeed had it rough. She no longer needed to sell pity because she was truly pitiful. Wong family, I'll never forgive you. Despite any dissatisfaction she felt due to her aunt's scheming, hearing about the harm the Wong family had inflicted, Sukinj couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Kinj, Aunt truly knows her wrongs. Can you give Aunt another chance? Now Aunt is at the end of her rope. With you as my only family, if you to drive me away, Aunt can only go and apologize by jumping into the sea. Musha Wan raised her head in a daze, somewhat surprised as she looked at Su Fan. His warm and encouraging smile resolute gaze, and unrestrained yet aloof demeanor. Asterisk thump, thump, thump asterisk. For no apparent reason, her cheeks flushed red, and she awkwardly turned her eyes away. She couldn't understand why her heart skipped a beat for a moment. Su Fan's looks were plain and entirely not her type, far from the image of the handsome man she fancied. Calm down, calm down. He and I are people from two different worlds. Don't let yourself indulge in foolish fantasies, she told herself firmly. Besides, after what happened with that scumbag Su Yang, I've already given up on love and vowed never to fall for any man again. Even if Su Fan is 1,000 times better than Su Yang, I will lock my heart away. Quickly regaining her composure, Musha Wan adjusted her expression, putting on a serious face as she got to the main point. Mr. Su, regarding the matter of Huo Kean, I hope you can help me. Asterisk details omitted for brevity asterisk. As he listened to Musha Wan's recounting, Su Fan's expression changed repeatedly. He never expected her experiences to be so utterly cliché. Wrong room, wrong bed, accidental encounter with an overbearing CEO, falling in love, unexpected pregnancy, marriage before love. This is straight out of the kind of soap opera novels I read as a kid. Asterisk asterisk, although the story was ridiculous, Su Fan felt a sense of relief deep down. As long as Musha Wan had no direct ties to the Huo family, he wouldn't be caught in a dilemma between the two sides. Now that he knew she even disliked the Huo family, he could act without hesitation. I understand the general situation now. I promise you, the Huo family won't trouble you again, Su Fan said concisely, his tone filled with absolute confidence. After all, the Huo family had already been destroyed by him. How could they cause her any more trouble? Dealing with the Huo family is simple enough. The real issue is the child in your womb. Hearing Su Fan's unfinished sentence, Musha Wan lowered her head and gently touched her still flat belly, her expression complex. Now, there was a new life growing inside her. But this child wasn't supposed to exist in this world, was it? Should she abort it? But her body, if it had been before, Musha Wan wouldn't have hesitated to choose abortion. But as time passed, perhaps due to the inexplicable connection between mother and child, she began to sense the small life within her. At night, she even dreamed of laughing and playing with the child. If you don't want to abort the child, then have it, Su Fan said, his voice calm. Of course, if you choose to end the pregnancy, I'll support you. As long as you don't regret your decision, that's what matters. Perhaps seeing the conflict in Musha Wan's heart, Su Fan fell silent for a moment before suppressing his emotions to say these words. At this moment, his feelings for Musha Wan were more rooted in guilt and regret over their shared past. As for love, to be honest, time erodes everything, including promises of eternal love. 5 years. No one knew what he had endured during those 5 years. He had already decided to sever ties with the past. The person known as Su Yang was long dead. He was now Su Fan. Once he avenged the blood feud and ensured his younger sister's lifelong happiness and safety, Su Fan planned to quietly leave, embarking on a solitary pursuit of martial arts mastery. As for Musha Wan, Su Fan intended to offer her as much compensation as possible. But rekindling their relationship? That had never crossed his mind. Perhaps Musha Wan was right to scold him. He really was just a scumbag, a modern-day Chen Qimei. Tears silently streaming down, Su Yan's face was full of pain and helplessness, tightly grasping Su Qing's hand, seeming to seek her forgiveness. Do you know why I became a vegetable? Faced with her niece's question, Su Yan panicked, knowing her answer was critical. If Su Qing found out the coma was connected to her, she might lose her chance to return to the Su family. Thankful that she had erased all the evidence completely, and that time had passed so long. As long as she didn't admit it, no one could touch her. Thinking this, Su Yan was about to deny her involvement in the coma. But what came out was, of course I didn't know. Isn't it strange? Those pills were made by me, but unfortunately, they were too weak. You woke up so quickly. Otherwise, why would I need to please you like this? If you just kept sleeping. Chapter 225. Su Yan collapses and goes mad. The fiery dragon armor of betrayal appears, the power of betrayal's touch. Inside the room, facing her niece's questioning, Su Yan coldly smiled and spoke confidently. I am your elder. How dare you try to kick me out of the Su family? If that's the case, then you might as well be a vegetable forever. This way, The Su family will become my dictatorship. ... As her words fell, Su Yan's expression suddenly changed, hastily covering her mouth, cold sweat forming on her forehead. R-A-W. What is going on? Have I been possessed? How did I let the words in my heart slip out like that? Hush, Tilda, because of Su Yan's shocking confession, the room fell into a deathly silence. Liu Huan and the other servants were all incredulous, suspecting they were hearing things. We didn't hear wrong, right? So the reason why Su Qinj became a vegetable was because of a medicine her aunt personally administered. What a earth-shattering revelation. So my suspicions were right. The things I've been through recently, there was indeed my aunt's involvement. At this moment, the person most impacted was the involved party, Su Qinj. As she gazed at her aunt in panic, her eyes filled with disappointment, heartache, anger, sadness, confusion, incomprehension. Originally, she never expected to get an answer when she asked. After all, which normal person would willingly speak the truth and admit they were the culprit? But unfortunately, the other party admitted on the spot. This move truly left Su Qinj unable to cope. Despite her initial suspicions, in the absence of evidence, speaking up was simply seeking peace of mind. But who would have thought? Su Yan just openly confessed. Even if she valued her family relationships, she couldn't just easily let the culprit who nearly ruined her life get away so easily. Recalling the fear and despair when she became a vegetable, imprisoned in a dark conscious cage, Su Qinj felt desolate and hopeless. I look at her aunt's eyes, which were filled with panic. She became even more cold. Aunt, are you joking? Qinj is your niece. How could you do this? Could someone be manipulating you from behind? If you have reasons, speak up quickly. Oh, say it already. I'm getting impatient. Seeing the effectiveness of the truth-telling symbol, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but feel it was worth it. Then, pretending to be completely shocked, he inquired about Su Yan's situation. I have not. Don't make things up. Su Yan, in a panic, first denied 3 times, intending to continue sophistry, but her words once again proved uncontrollable. I did this for love. Brother Fa once said. As long as Qinj falls, I will be the only heir. Father will have to agree to Brother Fa and my marriage and leave all the family property to us. That way, I can be with my loved one forever in prosperity. And Brother Fa assured me that this medicine would not endanger life. At most, it would send the person into a deep sleep. When the time is right, Qinj will naturally awaken. It's not my fault. You see how displeasing Qinj is. As a Su family woman, I envy her so much. She's the only one everyone thinks of when they mention a woman surnamed Su, forgetting that there is also a Su Yan in the Su family. When Su Yan realized what she had exposed, revealing shocking secrets, it caused murmurs of shock throughout the room. Especially Su Qinj, she stared at her aunt as if she was seeing her for the first time. In my aunt's heart, am I really that detestable? Heh, this is truly pitiful. I never would have imagined that the original reason for becoming a vegetable was such a ridiculous one. And until now, my aunt hasn't shown any remorse or regret. Not endanger life. Just send someone into a deep sleep? Doesn't she know that conscious slumber is the most terrifying torture for a person? Can't move, totally dependent on others for basic needs, living in despair until death. Living like that, it really is better just to take some rat poison and end it all. Just as expected. Severing ties with my aunt is the most correct choice. Su Qing's gaze turned icy, no longer holding any expectations towards her aunt. Seeing this, Su Yan panicked in her heart and tried to defend herself. But as she was about to speak, her words uncontrollably shifted into another language. What's with that expression? What's wrong with your eyes? Nobody's perfect. I just made the mistake any girl could make. Now that I know I was wrong, I've apologized. What else do you want? I've only put a bit of medicine in your cup while you weren't looking. It's your fault for being careless. It's your destiny. And you're awake and unharmed now. Why are you making a big deal out of this small mistake? After all, I'm still your aunt. Even if you broke a bone, I'm still here. At worst, I won't drug you anymore. Are you satisfied now? Listening to Su Yan's overturning arguments, the people present were wide-eyed, their worldview shattered. Even Lin Zhuan was slightly surprised. He thought he had thick skin. Well, there's always someone tougher. He had never seen someone so shameless before. But he knew that the situation had reached this point. His goal had been achieved. Regardless, Su Kean could no longer forgive her and ... Because when patience reaches a limit, no matter how strong the emotional relationship is, it cannot mend the infinite crack that has expanded beyond repair. For Su Qingge ... The mastermind behind her becoming a vegetable, almost leading to her breakdown and corruption, was someone she could never forgive no matter what happened. Aunt, I am really too disappointed in you. If Su Yan weren't her aunt, Su Kean would definitely try to kill her. Unfortunately, blood is thicker than water ... Even though the other person has hurt her so much, Su Kean couldn't bring herself to harm her, let alone take her life. But to let Su Yan go like this is impossible ... The crime she committed, let the law punish her. Su Kean raised her Huawei in her hand, its recording function showing that it was far ahead. Aunt, I have recorded the criminal facts you confessed. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you say will become evidence in court. Aunt Liu, B.W. Call the police. I believe the law will give you, my aunt, a fair judgment. For the rest of your life, you will repent for your mistakes in prison. Don't worry, the Wong family can't escape either. They are the main culprits. I will make sure they rot in jail as well. Hearing the cold AI mechanical voice, Su Yan's face turned white, her heart instantly freezing halfway. Jail? How can this be? My life has just begun. How can I go to jail? If I really go to such a place, my life will be completely ruined. A high-quality woman like me. How can I stain my life with such a blot? No ... In a state of despair, Su Yan even felt like she was having auditory hallucinations. Snowflakes flutter, the north wind howls ... The world seems vast. Just thinking about the miserable state she would be in if she went to jail. Su Yan felt like she was about to pee herself, desperately grabbing her niece's hand, begging for mercy. No, I can't go to jail. Kinj, I am your aunt. Can you bear to do this to me? I really know my mistake. Can you forgive me just this once? As long as you let me off this once, I won't do it again in the future. I'll listen to whatever you say. If you find me obnoxious, alright? I'll just disappear from your sight forever. Just give me a few billion for living expenses. I can immigrate to a beautiful country tomorrow, never to return. But please give me one last chance. If you send me to jail, it's better to let me die, isn't it? I apologize to you. I will even kneel to you. Seeing Aunt Liu go out to report to the police, Su Yan was in a panic, desperate, trying to play on emotions and coax her niece into pitying her like before. But unfortunately, this time Su Kean had made up her mind. She couldn't forgive her aunt's actions and had to make her pay the price for her behavior. If apologies worked, why call the police? Su Kean's face was cold. She silently pulled her hand back and turned away, not wanting to look at Su Yan again. Seeing that the other party seemed truly serious, Su Yan completely lost it, collapsing emotionally, screaming, and shouting frantically. You heartless brat, are you really that cruel? I am your blood relative. You want to send me to jail. Once my father wakes up, how will you explain it to him? When you sleep at night, how will you explain to my big brother, sister-in-law, you little beast? You trash. You shouldn't have been born in the first place. I was the only darling of the Su family. Su Yan was furious, totally losing her mind, and her words were vile. On the other side, Lin Zhuan frowned. Especially seeing his wife's teary eyes, he felt extremely pained. Before he could even stop her, Su Yan was no longer satisfied with verbal attacks. She raised her hand, ready to pull Su Kean's hair like a mad woman in a street fight. You despicable wretch, you really want to send me to jail. Watch me tear you apart, you little bastard. At that moment, Suyin had completely lost her grace and elegance. She resembled a crazy woman, hysterically screaming insults and waving sharp nails toward Su King's face. How dare you? Lin Zhuan's eyes widened, shouting in fury. My wife's beauty. If this lunatic disfigures her, I won't rest until she's dead 1,000 times. In that moment, Lin Zhuan's demeanor turned austere. He stopped pretending, revealed his true identity, secretly reciting Fiery Dragon Armor of Betrayal, combine. Death Blow, Betrayal's Touch. When he opened his eyes again, a faint echo appeared in his ears, Armor Combinator. And in his mind, an exciting battle tune started to play for the armored hero. No retreat, wearing armor. I face attacks, no surrender. The armored warrior can traverse light and shadow, for justice. Not giving enemies a single breath of relief. For victory. Delivering a head-on strike to evil. In a critical moment, in order to hit the target with 100% accuracy, Lin Zhuan used his stickiness skill, roaring to the sky, Betrayal's Touch. The next moment, the guaranteed hit effect was activated. In the horrified gaze of Su Yan, unable to control herself, she brought her face closer, attempting to use it to block Lin Zhuan's great betrayal. Smack! In the incredulous eyes of everyone present, Su Yan successfully used her face to block the deadly blow. The cost, however. The world spun around her, her face red and swollen, as she started spinning around on the spot. Su Kinj. Everyone in the room? Ding. 100% empty-handed betrayal. Accurately hits the target. Ding. Activates a 1-minute daze effect. 10 times critical hit effect. Faced with his gallant act of saving the damsel, Lin Zhuan felt very satisfied. He turned to Su Kinj, a faux heroic smirk on his face. Darling, are you okay? Don't worry, I'm here. Even the emperor himself couldn't lay a finger on you. Su Kinj. There are too many absurdities. Where do I even start? But one thing's for sure. I must reduce the time Lin Zhuan spends with Zhuan. That kid with too much chunabu is really too terrifying. Look, now there are signs of spreading nonsense from person to person. Next, Su Kinj instructed the servants to keep an eye on her aunt and wait for the police to arrive. Upon hearing that she would soon be arrested by the police, Su Yan's dazed mind instantly cleared up, staggering to her feet from the ground. Wait, Kinj, before that. I want to go to the hospital to get rid of the child in my stomach first. The existence of this child is a mistake. Please, at least let me get rid of this shameful child first. At this point, to avoid being caught by the police, Su Yan decided to seize an opportunity to escape while on the way. =3=3=3. All right. I was going to the hospital to see Grandpa. Come with us. We'll arrange for an abortion for you. After a moment of silence, Su Kinj nodded. No matter from what angle, this child certainly shouldn't be kept, as it would have been a tragedy from the moment it was born. Soon after, the group didn't delay any further, heading to the hospital at full tilt. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Mo City Hospital, the figure of Su Fan appeared. Beside him, with her stomach clenched and whirring, was Mu Xiaowan. Chapter 226. The recent situation of the Lin Group, Lin Zhuan, who is about to become a billionaire, the First People's Hospital of Mo City. Under Lin Zhuan's arrangement, the hospital director personally arranged for a surgical procedure. Soon, Su Yan confusedly lay down on the operating table, with Lin Zhuan and the doctors by her side, getting ready to push her into the elevator and head to the operating room on the 3rd floor. Damn it! Does this bastard really have to follow me so closely? How am I supposed to find a chance to escape now? =3=3=3. Su Yan felt hopeless and resigned. On her way to the hospital, she had tried many ways, but could not shake off Lin Zhuan's entanglement. It seemed like this jerk had seen through her intentions, staring at her intently. Even if she wanted to go to the bathroom, he would have a female bodyguard follow her. Now about to go under the knife, Su Yan could only resign to accept the abortion. Ever since she found out that the child in her belly was a carefully fabricated scam by the Wong family, she had been filled with disgust towards the unborn child. It was a good opportunity to get rid of him and then figure out a way to escape. But touching her stomach, Su-Yan's heart was filled with various complex emotions. There was a time when she had considered this child as the fruit of love. However, in less than a day, this nightmare made up of lies was revealed. Ding dong! When the elevator door opened, Lin Juan and the others walked in, coincidentally meeting an old acquaintance, Brother Su Fan. What are you doing here too? Lin Juan's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting to run into his elder cousin here. Then his gaze fell on the operating table in front of Su Fan, where another woman lay. Musha Wan. Lin Juan suddenly realized, instantly guessing the purpose of the two coming to the hospital: abortion. It seems like the plot is starting to deviate indeed. In my memory, Musha Wan didn't have her child aborted. Out of maternal love, she chose to give birth to the child, only to eventually die in childbirth on the operating table. And Su Fan, feeling endless guilt for his first love, chose to raise the child as his own, enduring hardships to nurture him. Recalling the original storyline from the book, Lin Juan felt sorry for his elder cousin. Originally, this plot had caused many readers to abandon the book. Now, due to various butterfly effects, his elder cousin finally managed to escape the fate of being a scapegoat. At this moment, Su Fan pondered for a moment and briefly summarized the situation. Oh, I see. Lin Juan pretended to comprehend. He then greeted Musha Wan, who was sneakily peeking at him, and offered some words of comfort. Do you two know each other? Su Fan raised an eyebrow, looking slightly surprised. We've met a few times. The boss lady's pan-fried pastries are delicious. On the operating table, Musha Wan's eyes brightened. She was worried that someone like Lin Juan wouldn't remember her, right? Back then, she had even fantasized about something happening between her and Lin Juan. However, those thoughts were long gone now. After all, she had witnessed Su Qing's unparalleled beauty last night and had a clear understanding of her own worth. With such an outstanding woman by the man's side, it was better not to make a fool of herself. Especially now, being caught at the abortion scene, it was incredibly embarrassing. Hi. Musha Wan quietly greeted and fell silent, turning her head to look at the woman lying on the bed next to her. Was she also here for an abortion? Had she, like me, also encountered a scumbag? At the same time, Su-Yan turned her head with similar thoughts. Jai Mai, we're in a completely speechless situation. We just have bad luck running into lousy men. We're in the same boat. Jai Mai, don't be sad, life is still long. Keep your eyes open next time. For a moment, the two unlucky women exchanged looks, sympathizing with each other and lamenting the unfairness of fate. Meanwhile, Su Fan, upon recognizing the woman on the operating table as his own aunt, couldn't help but feel worried and anxious. When he heard the truth about why his sister had become a vegetable, he was incredulous. Looking at Su-Yan, a mix of anger and disappointment was visible in his eyes. After removing that child that shouldn't exist, Kinj has decided to report it directly to the police and let the law handle this matter. Does my sister want to send my aunt to jail? Upon learning the truth, surely she must also feel bad about this decision. After learning everything, Su Fan felt a tug at his heart. He didn't want to see his family members in conflict, especially seeing his aunt ending up in such a tragic situation. But those who sow the wind must reap the whirlwind. His aunt had gone too far, and she had to pay the price for it, or else it would be unfair to his sister. Despite feeling reluctant, Su Fan wasn't naive. He trusted his sister's judgment. If she had made this decision, it must have been well thought out, and he needed to accept and trust her. On the side, Musha Wan, who had learned the details, looked strange. She couldn't understand Su-Yan's actions. To poison her own niece for an old man, this was simply inhumane. Family should come first, not some man. Where was true love in this world? This foolish idea had tarnished the dignity of the women involved. Musha Wan's expression turned cold, as she had a complete change of heart towards Su-Yan. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened, and both operating tables were wheeled out, heading towards different operating rooms. Brother Su Fan, I'll take my leave now. Farewell, see you later. Lin Juan bid goodbye to his elder cousin and followed Su-Yan nervously, arriving in front of an operating room. Watching the nurses push the operating table inside, he then turned to the bodyguards and instructed, "You guys stay here, keep watch. Notify me immediately after the operation is complete." "Understood, boss." The bodyguards assured in unison. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Juan arrived at a VIP ward and entered. Inside, Ma Yingzhi, dressed sharply, was chatting with his wife, Chen Mei. Seeing their boss, they quickly welcomed him. "Boss, you're here, hum." Lin Juan nodded with a smile. Then he looked at Chen Mei in bed, noticing her visibly improved complexion. He smiled and asked with concern, "Mei, how's your health been these days?" "Very good. With good nutrition and care in all aspects, I feel better than ever. Thank you, boss, for everything. If it weren't for you, I might still be struggling in pain and suffering. Once I fully recover, I'll repay you by working like a horse and giving my all. I'll work 996 every day, no rest till the job's done." Chen Mei nodded repeatedly, expressing her gratitude towards Lin Juan. She knew that without his help, she might still be suffering from uremia and could have died. Chapter 227 Lin Juan's Cousin. The True Rich Girl Chuling. Chapter 227 Lin Juan's Cousin. The true rich girl Chuling saw the company developing well, everything gradually falling into place as expected. Lin Juan nodded in satisfaction. After a few words with Huo Kean, he was ready to leave. Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something. Checking the time. Shouldn't my unlucky cousin be making an appearance soon? Lin Juan paused, turned back to instruct Huo Kean, "Lao Ma, keep an eye on the hospital. Recently, there may be a girl named Chuling coming in, suffering from stomach cancer. If you happen to see her, inform me immediately." Chuling. Stomach cancer. Huo Kean was stunned for a moment, unable to hold back his curiosity, asked, "Boss, is this Chuling your friend, her?" "Well, let's just say she's my never-met-before cousin." "Huh? Boss's cousin? But her surname, Chu. I remember boss's mother's surname is Tang. Shouldn't his relatives also have the surname Tang?" In order to better understand their boss's preferences, Huo Kean privately investigated the family background. Naturally, he knew that the Tang family was Lin Juan's maternal family, and knew that the relationship between the two families had soured, probably not in contact for several years. Although he was puzzled, seeing Lin Juan not explaining, Huo Kean dared not ask again. After all, whatever the boss said, he would do. This was the basic principle of a qualified employee. Thus, with respectful farewells from Huo Kean, Lin Juan left the hospital room and walked the hospital corridor. Lin Juan took out his phone, opened his contact list, and found that most of his family and friends were all placed on the blacklist by his predecessor. Among them was his mother Tang Yue's family, the Tang Corporation. The Tang family was a top-tier powerhouse in the City of Magic, with influence comparable to the current Huo family, if not slightly stronger. And Tang Yue, in her time, was the beloved daughter of the Tang family, adored by all. However, with a rebellious nature, she refused to accept the family's arranged marriage targets, fleeing on her engagement day in public. Later on the run, she encountered the young Lin Jianjun, who came to her rescue in a cliché knight in shining armor moment, and they fell in love at first sight. Of course, the Tang family definitely opposed this mismatched romance, expressing strong disapproval. However, despite the objections, Tang Yue, deeply in love, turned a deaf ear to all advice, choosing to sever ties with her family, leaving the Tang household. She married Lin Jianjun, and little Lin Juan was born. Later on, using the knowledge and skills gained from her family, Tang Yue created the rapidly growing Lin Group. However, 3 years ago, while on a business trip to Europe, she was fatally injured in a truck accident and passed away. By the time she returned to her home country, only her remains remained. Thinking of his never-met-before mother, Lin Juan felt overwhelmed with absurdity at this bizarre backstory, unable to comment on these melodramatic developments. He then removed the Tang family members from the blacklist that his predecessor had put them in. This predecessor, being foolish all these years, believed Lin Jianjun and Lin Hao's mother-son duo, blaming my mother's death on the Tang family. Due to his choleric disorder, he got into conflicts and disagreements with the Tang family, resulting in alienation. In recent years, he blacklisted all the Tang family members. The other side has completely cooled off, and the old Tang master chose to give up on this predecessor's grandson and cut ties. Rubbing his temples, Lin Zhuan pondered the way out. The Tang family's power was not to be underestimated, and if he wanted to rise to the top of the City of Magic, he would need their assistance, especially for the bankruptcy plan against the Huo family. Lin Zhuan already had an idea, with the Tang family being a key piece in his plans. What a mess this predecessor left me. But fortunately, the one who will turn things around is about to appear. Chuling, cousin will rely on you. As the true rich girl mistaken within the Tang family, cousin will change your fate of dying from stomach cancer. In the original plot, Chuling was the only one in the Tang family who showed goodwill towards him. The reason maybe because both had experienced similar neglect and harm by their own relatives. After all, in the world of true and fake rich girls, they all seemed the same. The true one was deceived by the fake one upon returning, with the family favoring the imposter. As Lin Zhuan reminisced about the plot, he made notes on each member of the Tang family. When he came to the name Tangro, he paused for a moment, then smiled as he made a note, fake green tea rich girl. At that moment, he arrived at Su Shengshan's ward. Pushing the door open, Su Qinj was standing guard by her grandfather's bed. I'm back, Lin Zhuan greeted, squatting down by the wheelchair. Don't worry, Auntie is in surgery. The bodyguards will come to notify you after the surgery ends. After speaking, Lin Zhuan glanced at the hospital bed, where Su Fan was using the massage technique taught by himself to help his grandfather with rehabilitation. The scene was a bit awkward, but after experiencing Horse Yingzhe's gratitude dance, Lin Zhuan felt immune to such scenes. He was already thick-skinned. Su Fan, do you need to guard the boss lady's surgery room entrance? Hearing this, Su Fan shook his head, explaining, no need. It's a waste of time to stay at the surgery room entrance. The boss's condition can't be delayed. I need to finish his massage process first, and the time doesn't conflict. After speaking, Su Fan also took a glance at the girl on the wheelchair, seeing no major problems on the surface, which put his mind at ease. In fact, the reason he rushed here was for one more unspoken reason. He was worried about his sister, afraid that she was too saddened by her auntie's situation. Fortunately, Su Qinj was stronger than he thought, not easily defeated by grief. As for Mu Xiaowan, he had many ways to help her avoid harm. But given their past relationship, he subconsciously didn't want to get involved and chose to let the hospital handle it. Who's the boss lady? What surgery? Since Su Fan displayed his power last night, Su Qing's attitude towards him underwent a significant change, with a hint of apprehension in her eyes. Fortunately, their current relationship was good, so she didn't need to worry about him causing trouble for the Su family. However, she was curious about Su Fan's background. If it checked out, Su Qinj also wanted to recruit him. After all, more friends meant more paths, especially if the friend was a powerful martial artist. Listening to the conversation between Lin Zhuan and Su Qinj, Horse Yingzhe couldn't contain his curiosity. Oh, the auntie who was selling fried pancakes at the hospital entrance. I tried her pancakes, they were pretty good. Su Qinj, huh? That lady you're talking about. She was the woman by Huo Kean's side last night. Don't you remember? Last night. The woman by Huo Kean's side? With Lin Zhuan's prompt, Su Qinj instantly recalled Mishao Wan's face. So it was her. Remember, she was forcefully taken away by Su Fan last night. I wonder what the relationship between that woman and Su Fan is. But it's clear, it's a deep relationship, considering Su Fan's insistence on taking her away for that reason. Why is she in the hospital today? Will she undergo surgery? In Su Qing's puzzled thoughts, Lin Zhuan didn't beat around the bush, summarizing the situation for her. Absurd. After listening to it, Su Qing's initial reaction mirrored Lin Zhuan's, feeling overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. How could someone like Huo Kean fall in love with an ordinary woman selling fried pancakes? And she was going to have his child. This felt like a scene from a drama. A domineering CEO falling for a Cinderella version? And it seemed that Su Fan had feelings for that woman, which was why he stood up to Huo Kean. A love triangle. It was starting to sound more like a soap opera love triangle between the leading and supporting male characters. But for me, This might be a good thing. Maybe I can use this to create conflict between Su Fan and the Huo family. If the plan goes well, I might even be able to use this to eliminate Huo Kean while also extricating myself from the situation. Su Qing's mind was racing with thoughts. She was now confident that the reason she became a vegetable had to do with the Huo family and perhaps the whole situation involved the Tang family too. With such a large family, she couldn't believe that none of the elder members noticed Huo Kean's private actions. They may have all been thinking of using this as an opportunity to take over the Su group and reap the benefits for themselves. It was likely that the Wong family, fearing to expose Huo Kean, did not dare reveal his actions. Even if they did, it would have been useless. Currently, Huo Kean was the heir to the Huo family, so they would do everything to protect him, especially since there may be a suspicion that Huo Kean had a hand in her current state. The best solution now was to use Su Fan's force to provoke a conflict between him and Huo Kean, manipulate it to kill two birds with one stone, and deal with Huo Kean while keeping herself out of the fray. Musha Wan could be the breakthrough point. In the domain of gentleness lies the hero's grave. Throughout history, many men have fought over women, often leading to mutual destruction. It seems I need to plan well and use Su Fan's power for my advantage. Given his strength, he may not completely eliminate the Huo family. But with the right moves, at least severely crippling the Huo family will be an easy task. As long as the Huo family is severely weakened, I can take advantage of the situation and plan my moves. As for Su Fan's fate, it's not crucial. As Su Qing pondered deeply, she was unaware that Su Fan was already contemplating the downfall of the Huo family. If it hadn't been for meeting Musha Wan, he likely would have attacked the Huo family last night, setting himself on a path of enmity with the authorities. To prevent such a repetition of his past and avoid affecting his plans, Linjuan took the initiative to speak up. Qing, regarding the reason for you becoming a vegetable. I feel that whether it's your aunt or the Wong family, perhaps they are just pawns in someone else's game. Hearing this, Su Fan and his sister were shocked, looking at Linjuan with disbelief. What do you mean? Staggered Su Fan, his voice trembling, his emotions evident, forgetting his facade. He thought his auntie was framed in the drugging incident, innocent of any wrongdoing. But Linjuan's words quickly dashed his remaining illusions. No. The drug was indeed administered by your auntie, but the source of this rare drug may not be something the Wong family could produce. I privately investigated and found that this drug is extremely rare, recently developed by the beautiful country government by accident. Due to an experimental mistake, the quantity of the drug is limited, and normal forces rarely have access to it, let alone obtain it. So how could the Wong family of this level bring it out? All of this can only mean that behind the scenes, there's a powerful force at play. And according to my investigations, the only parties recently exposed to this drug were the Huo family, and last night. With Huo Kean's personality, how could he possibly come forward for the Wong family without good reason? It's highly irregular. Furthermore, I checked international flight records, and shortly before the incident with Qing, Huo Kean personally boarded a plane to the beautiful country. Linjuan analyzed many aspects, practically stating. The Huo family was responsible for Su Qing's vegetative state. And the reason for him revealing these truths was mainly for Su's siblings to hear. This way, he could justify taking action against the Huo family, absorbing their power alongside helping Su Fan and Su Qing execute their plan against the Huo family, avoiding any unilateral actions and ensuing complications. Especially Su Fan, with his audacious nature and the penchant for using force. In the original plot, due to discovering Su Qing's coma was connected to Huo Kean, he stormed into the Huo house, exterminating them. The news of such a large top-tier family being silently wiped out stirred fear and caution, leading to numerous factions fearing the power of the strong martial artist. To maintain stability, authorities had to act against Su Fan. But as the chosen one, he had been unyielding against any form of restraint. Anything that didn't sit right with him led to death. This deepened the conflict and ultimately propelled Su Fan into becoming an enemy of the world. To prevent this scenario from unfolding, Linjuan decided to preemptively declare the Huo family his prey, halting Big Brother from descending further into the path of alienation. Chapter 228. The abortion surgery ended. Su-Yen welcomes the judgment of justice. Indeed, my previous speculation was correct. Huo Kean is the mastermind of everything. That bastard, he made me suffer so much. I must get my revenge. I will make Huo Kean pay 100, 1,000 times over. I will make the entire Huo family feel pain. After listening to Lin Zhuan's words, Su Qinj affirmed her previous speculation and came to a definite conclusion. The reason she turned into a vegetable was all because of Huo Kean. Remembering the despair when she became a vegetable, Su Qing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but be filled with raging anger. She decided to add another target for revenge, the Huo family. Just at this moment, a warmth passed through the palm of the girl, and she looked up in surprise. It turned out that Lin Zhuan suddenly squatted down, holding her hand. Qinj, trust me. I won't let anyone who hurts you get away. Within half a month, the Huo family will definitely go bankrupt. I will make Huo Kean lose everything he prides himself on, regretting for a lifetime. Lin Zhuan's tone was gentle and firm, as if he was talking about something as simple as eating and drinking water. Within half a month, make the Huo family go bankrupt. Su Qinj widened her eyes, doubting if she heard correctly. Although she had confidence in Lin Zhuan's abilities and felt his sincere care for her, the idea of bankrupting the Huo family within half a month still seemed unbelievably difficult. The Huo family had deep roots in the City of Magic. It was not easy to shake its position, let alone cause it to go bankrupt. Even the plan Su Qinj had thought of before was just to use Su Fan as a pawn to slowly weaken the Huo family in a bloodless manner over the course of several years. But Lin Zhuan was saying he could do it in half a month. Do you trust me? Faced with Lin Zhuan's sincere gaze, Su Qinj opened her mouth and eventually nodded in silence. For some reason, even though this sounded absurd, Su Qinj couldn't help but choose to believe the man in front of her. Setting aside everything else, he had spent so much time investigating the truth behind her turning into a vegetable without her knowledge. Just based on that, Su Qinj was already filled with gratitude, feeling warm all over. Anyway, it was just half a month. What reason did she have not to trust Lin Zhuan? In the hospital room, hearing the boastful words of his brother-in-law, Su Fan's face was full of disbelief. Hearing that his sister's illness was caused by Huo Kean, it ignited his anger instantly. Huo family! Why is it that cursed Huo family again? The fact that they had repeatedly crossed him, as well as the matter with Musha Wan, had already made him decide to eliminate the Huo family. And now with his little sister added to the list, considering both old and new grievances, it was as if he could slaughter the Huo family 100 times over and still not feel satisfied. Originally, Su Fan had made up his mind that he would make the Huo family bleed to the last drop today. But who would have thought? Lin Zhuan proposed a truce with his little sister for half a month. Was this guy trying to deceive his little sister? He knew well the situation of the Huo family, and causing them to go bankrupt was beyond belief, making him think it would be better to charge into the Huo family and start a slaughter. Brother Su Fan, I have a favor to ask. Don't hesitate to ask. Surprised by Lin Zhuan's voice interrupting his thoughts, Su Fan raised his eyebrows in confusion. I know that Huo Kean has offended Brother Su Fan before. With your character, you are probably already planning revenge. But now finding out that he dared to lay hands on my wife. Unforgivable. So I want to destroy the Huo family myself to make Huo Kean experience the pain of losing everything. So I hope that within half a month, Brother Su Fan can remain still, giving me a chance to seek revenge on the Huo family. I want to avenge Qinj personally. So everything Lin Zhuan did was to avenge me. Su Qinj couldn't help but feel her nose tingle. A part of her heart that was soft was deeply touched again. Previously, whenever she thought about revenge, she only considered how to make the enemy pay with her own strength. But now there was a man smiling and assuring her not to worry, that he will take care of seeking justice on her behalf. Was this the feeling of safety that was talked about in legends? Unlike her sister, who was moved by emotions, Su Fan frowned slightly and was still skeptical of Lin Zhuan's abilities. But fortunately, he finally agreed with a nod. I understand. But if you fail to do so in half a month, I will make the Huo family suffer from my anger in my own way. Su Fan remained expressionless, not hiding his disgust for the Huo family in his tone. The main reason he agreed to Lin Zhuan's proposal was mainly to test the man's true abilities, to see if this brother-in-law of his was just showing off, or if he truly had skills. If he could really destroy the Huo family on his own, it would also prove Lin Zhuan's strength. And even if he was no longer around in the future, he could trust him to take care of his little sister. I hope you don't disappoint me. Throughout this time, through observation, Su Fan had also noticed that his little sister seemed to have developed real feelings for Lin Zhuan. So reluctantly, he somewhat approved of Lin Zhuan as his brother-in-law. The only thing that he couldn't let go of was whether Lin Zhuan had the ability to protect his little sister. What are your plans? Do you need my help? Su Fan curiously asked. His master had warned him to avoid conflicts with the authorities. If Lin Zhuan had a better way to deal with the Huo family, he would naturally cooperate to reduce the likelihood of conflict with the officials. No need, I am enough on my own. Facing the inquiry, Lin Zhuan shook his head indicating he didn't need help, while also revealing some information. I obtained the news through a special channel that the province is about to issue a notice, selecting a location in the suburbs as the site for a university city and developing commercial streets and residential areas around it. As you know without me saying, the rise of a new area, due to its future terrifying development potential, the value of the land is simply immeasurable. Of course, this news is currently top secret, and I plan to use this information gap to trap the Huo family alive. Being a giant in the real estate industry, the Huo family will definitely try to obtain specific information through their connections. I will use this to leave a deadly trap for the Huo family. After Lin Zhuan finished speaking, the Su siblings were already shocked, especially Su Kean, who had spent a long time in the business world and had a keen sense for such huge business opportunities. Even though their main business was not in construction, she understood the potential value of Lin Zhuan's information. If it was true, this could be considered a shockingly great secret, representing an immense wealth opportunity. I wonder where Lin Zhuan got this information from. Under normal circumstances, to prevent premature malicious competition from real estate developers, the government wouldn't easily leak such news until the last moment. Isn't that right? Oh well, this doesn't matter. Since Lin Zhuan revealed it, it proves his reliability and certainty about the information. Everyone has their own secrets, don't I have mine? Unless Lin Zhuan voluntarily reveals it, I shouldn't worry about the source of the information. After all, Lin Zhuan could tell me such highly confidential information, which already signifies a great deal of trust he placed in me. This piece of information alone is worth its weight in gold, enough to make many businessmen in the outside world fight to the death. The only thing is, Lin Zhuan doesn't know how to use this information to deal a fatal blow to the Huo family. Su King's eyes lowered, digesting the earth-shattering secret revealed by Lin Zhuan. If the province was really planning to settle the university city project, as he said, the unimaginable tremendous benefits involved were mind-boggling. By her current estimations, it would involve at least hundreds of billions in real estate development. Such a huge cake would make not just the Huo family, but even Su Kean herself eager to try for it, enough to make countless powers in and around the city green with envy. Seeing the astonishment of the Su siblings, Lin Zhuan seemed pleased. He then smiled broadly and revealed his next step. The Huo family is a giant in the real estate industry, with connections in the province, which is why they have received some rumors in advance. But the details are not clear. But my uncle Tang Guowen is a director at the Ministry of Land and Resources, responsible for implementing the decisions and policies of the higher authorities. The Huo family will definitely try to gain specific information from him. I will use this as leverage to set a deadly trap for the Huo family. Tang family. Tang Guowen. Hearing this familiar name, Su Kean remembered the man's position and his relationship with Lin Zhuan. At the same time, she was aware of the feud between the Tang family and Lin Zhuan. They had hardly been in contact for years, right? If Lin Zhuan wanted to make use of Tang Guowen, he couldn't avoid contact with the members of the Tang family, and would probably be met with their disdain and ridicule. Is Lin Zhuan willing to endure this for my revenge? Just thinking about it, Su Kean felt a little tightness in her chest, a kind of unspoken heartache. She was determined that if Lin Zhuan suffered because of this, She would intervene no matter what, even if it meant using a different method to deal with the Huo family. She wouldn't allow this injustice to happen. On the other hand, upon hearing about the Tang family from Lin Zhuan, Su Fan instinctively froze. He remembered that his master had arranged for him to marry the third-generation daughter of the Tang family, Tang Rou. It's really a coincidence. From the looks of it, the Tang family and Lin Zhuan are still relatives. Is Tang Rou his cousin? Although he found it surprising, Su Fan didn't react too much. All he wanted was to get the other half of the marriage certificate from Tang Rou's parents. Everything else didn't matter to him at all. Just as the group was conversing, the door of the hospital room was suddenly pushed open, and a few bodyguards walked in, informing Su Yan of the successful surgery. Now call the police. Upon learning that her aunt's abortion surgery was successful, Su Qinj looked at her grandfather sleeping on the hospital bed, bit her lip, and made a decision. She was determined to separate herself from her aunt, no matter what. Even if her grandfather woke up, he would understand her decision. On the hospital bed, Su Shengshan was still asleep. While Su Fan held him in his arms, he solidly watched everything, sighing inwardly. The return of the king this time, he never expected his little sister would end up severing all ties with their aunt. Originally, the relationship between the aunt and niece was close. How did it turn out this way? It was all the fault of the Huo family. If it wasn't for Huo Kean using despicable means, influencing his aunt and causing harm to his little sister, how could she have become so estranged and eventually fallen out with her aunt? Su Fan unconsciously ignored all the issues and placed all the blame on the Huo family. He made up his mind that if the Huo family was not brought to bankruptcy by Lin Zhuan in half a month, he didn't mind personally destroying the Huo family. Comparison. At Su King's command, the police quickly arrived at the hospital. With the sound evidence provided by Lin Zhuan, they were solemn and swiftly headed towards the hospital room where Su Yan was. I'm so tired. It hurts so much. No, I have to escape now, or I might never have the chance to get away. No, I can't be caught by the police. I can't go to jail, or my life is over. I must escape. In an empty hospital room, Su Yan, who had just undergone surgery, had a pale complexion and felt fatigue and pain all over her body. But she knew she didn't have time to rest. If she didn't escape now, she might never have another chance. Su Yan's face contorted with pain, but she still held on, knowing that she had no time to waste. Seeing the stern-faced police in front of her, Su Yan's face grew paler, and her heart suddenly turned cold. Chapter 229. Su Yan is arrested. Wong Defa's death. This is the main suspect. Take her away. Once Su Yan's identity was confirmed, the police captain gave the order. In an instant, people surrounded her, trying to put handcuffs on Su Yan's hands. =3=3=3. Get away. Don't touch me. I can't go to jail. I absolutely refuse to go to jail. I am also a victim. Everything was forced upon me by Wong Defa. It has nothing to do with me. Help me. Niece, Kinj, save me. I am your aunt. Do you really want to be so heartless? Washington AAH. Su Yan was terrified, trying to escape. But she had just undergone surgery. Her body was already weak, and the people trying to arrest her were all strong men. Where could she escape to? In the end, Su Yan was pinned down by several police officers, shouting and calling out for her niece's name in despair, trying to awaken the little remaining affection in Su King's heart. Her helpless and desperate cries were heart-wrenching, bringing tears to those who heard them. The commotion caused a stir, and screams echoed through the hospital corridor. Many patients and their families came out to see what was happening, pointing and gossiping. On the other side, in the VIP ward where Lin Zhuan was situated, it was quiet. The only sound in everyone's ears was the struggle and pleading from outside. I'm sorry, Aunt. You are inside, working hard to reform. Su King's eye showed a hint of reluctance, but it was quickly replaced by determination. She knew that for the sake of everyone around her, sending Su Yan to prison was the best solution. Even if it seemed too cold and heartless to outsiders, Su Kinj knew that she was doing the right thing, and she had no regrets. On the hospital bed, Su Fan was holding the old man in his arms. Listening to the cries from outside, he felt restless and had the urge to rush out to help. But ultimately, he suppressed that thought. After all, It was his younger sister's decision, and he understood the family dynamics clearly. Darn it. Sukinj, is this how a niece treats her aunt? To cut off ties with your own flesh and blood. I hate you. When my father wakes up and finds out about your betrayal, you'll surely be the death of him. Oh heavens! Open your eyes. Strike down these despicable creatures that are worse than pigs and dogs. Why is my life so bitter? Wah! First I encountered that scumbag. Now I have a disloyal and unfilial relative. ... Outside, the panicked Su Yan had been handcuffed. Two policemen lifted her up and dragged her outside the hospital. Seeing that pleading and screaming were futile, Su Yan's expression gradually turned fierce, and her words turned into curses and insults. Her mental state was nearing collapse, and she didn't understand what sins she had committed in her past life to deserve such misfortune, being ruthlessly betrayed by her own family. Inside the ward, listening to her aunt's vicious curses, Sukinj lowered her eyes, feeling extremely uncomfortable. At that moment, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her ears, and looking up, she saw Lin Zhuan gazing at her encouragingly, with his hands on either side of her ears, as if trying to shield her from the hateful curses. All right, Tilda Kinj, close your eyes when it gets dark. For some reason, after locking eyes with Lin Zhuan, most of the frustration in Su Qing's heart dissipated. She couldn't help but smile slightly and responded with a somewhat unclear voice. ... W what? What's that? I can't understand. Imitating the tone of a young girl, Lin Zhuan responded in a teasing manner with a stuttering voice. ... Su Qingj blushed and shot Lin Zhuan a reproachful look. Annoyed and embarrassed, she lightly pinched his arm. TSK. Family is family. Scolding is love. Come on. Kinj, hit me hard. Pinch me. Torment me. Let me feel your love. Let the storm rage even more fiercely. ... Realizing that the girl's attacks were ineffective, Lin Zhuan returned to his mischievous grin, using a tone that begged for punishment. Seeing this, Su Qingj raised an eyebrow and increased the pressure in her grip. The next moment, exaggerated cries for help echoed in the ward. Murdering her own husband. ... On the bed, Su Fan was still cuddling the old man. Hearing the commotion, he turned to see Lin Zhuan and the others fooling around, feeling annoyed deep down. It was like watching a cabbage that had grown up from all the hard work at home, only to be taken away by a pig. ###. With Lin Zhuan's interruption, none of them noticed that. The curses from outside gradually faded and disappeared without them realizing it. Wang's residence. After a night of mental torment, Wang Fugui and his family, with tearful pleas and countless promises, finally managed to escape the entanglement of their creditors. Quick, let's go. While those debt collectors haven't returned yet, we must leave immediately. I've already asked a friend to buy plane tickets. We are immigrating to a beautiful country. With the money we have earned over the years, we have enough to start a new life. Oh, damn it. If only we had taken the opportunity to extort more money from the Su family earlier. All right, enough talk. Grandpa, you are in your prime. After immigrating to the beautiful country, maybe you can immediately charm a rich lady, and we can continue to suck the blood of foreigners for wealth. That's right, Dad. You are the hope of our entire family. Whether the Wong family can shine depends on your future performance. I heard there's a Princess Elizabeth in the beautiful country with royal lineage. Grandpa, maybe you can conquer her, and we can become members of the royal family, adding glory to our ancestors. ... Looking at his daughter-in-law and grandchildren with hopeful eyes, Wong Defa's wrinkled face darkened even more. He knew that the main reason he was able to capture Su Yan initially was that she was mentally vulnerable, coupled with his expertise in psychology and a few staged hero saves damsel scenarios designed by the Huo family, slowly turning her into a lovesick fool. But such circumstances were rare and unpredictable, requiring a perfect alignment of factors that were hard to replicate. Once in the beautiful country, he had little confidence in his ability to charm a similar lovesick soul as Su Yan. However, he carried the hopes of his entire family on his shoulders. For the sake of the Wong family's prosperity, he was willing to sacrifice even his own life so he could secure a bright future for his children and grandchildren. Oh, These descendants were hard to handle. If it weren't for his old bones, this family would soon fall apart. Wong Defa's face was filled with a tragic resolve, determined to use his remaining life to woo wealthy women and bring glory to the Wong family. As the Wong family, with their bags in hand, dreaming of a life of luxury in the beautiful country, rushed out the door, they were met with a surprise. Are you the 3 generations of the Wong family? You are all suspected of involvement in the seduction of Ms. Su Yan, the murder of Ms. Su Kean, as well as corruption and embezzlement, using illegal means to defraud money from the Su Corporation, and other charges. We are arresting your entire family according to the law. Please cooperate with us, don't resist unnecessarily. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can, and will be used against you in court. ... Facing a dozen imposing police officers, Wong Defa's family was dumbfounded. They never expected the retaliation from the Su Corporation to come so swiftly. They were just a step away from immigrating to the beautiful country, stepping into the pinnacle of their lives, weren't they? Stop standing there, run in different directions, whoever can escape is on their own. Dad, stop them, fight for our chance to escape. Yes, grandfather, with your age, they won't dare to harm you. You can rely on your age. ... When Wang's family members realized the situation, they immediately scattered, trying to flee in panic. Wong Defa, relying on his old age, stood in front of the door with a cane. He wanted to create an opportunity for his descendants to escape, displaying a determined and defiant spirit. In the past, whenever a young person dared to confront him, he would drop his cane and lie on the ground, ready to take advantage of any situation, expecting to cheat his way out. But this time was different. Wong Defa had forgotten that he was now facing the police. His status as a criminal had stripped him of his former privileges. Prepared police officers swiftly pressed Wong Defa to the ground and then rushed into the house to apprehend Wang Xiaofa and the others. Modu Police Station. As the pale-faced Wong family members were escorted out of the vehicle, they came face to face with Su Yan, who was also wearing handcuffs and disheveled. Wong Defa. Meeting their enemy, they were consumed with jealousy. The love they once had for this old man now turned into deep-seated hatred upon their awakening, especially when they thought about the grim future awaiting them, all because of this man in front of them. Su Yan was so infuriated that veins popped on her forehead, and she charged like a mad dog. She fiercely latched onto Wong Defa's ear, tearing and tearing with all her might. Officers, help! Murder! Ah! Wong Defa desperately cried for help, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Dad! Grandpa! Crazy woman! Let go of my grandpa! Wang Fugui and his family rushed forward, trying to force Su Yan to release their grandfather. But the enraged woman had completely lost her senses, ignoring the intervening bodies and refusing to let go. After some time, when the police finally managed to pry the two apart, Su Yan's face was covered in blood, still clenching an ear. On the other hand, Wong Defa was in tears, his left ear missing without a trace, only a bloody hole losing blood. How could an elderly and frail body withstand such torment? In a moment of excruciating pain and terror, Wong Defa's eyes went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. Someone, call for an ambulance, take him to the hospital. A young police officer quickly made an emergency call, but was soon stopped by his colleague. When he turned back with a puzzled expression, he saw his colleague pull his finger back from the old man's nose, shaking his head and saying, "He's dead." Hearing the news of Wong Defa's death, Su Yan first froze, then slowly lifted her head, tears streaming down her face as she let out a bitter smile, a laugh filled with sorrow. Hey ... serves him right for dying. Heaven has opened its eyes. Finally he's dead. Ha ha ha. Stay tuned for the continuation up to 40,000 characters. Apologies for the inconsistent updates in the past few days, but I'll make sure to catch up with at least 4,000 characters daily. I'll try to stabilize the updates starting tomorrow, and as a gesture of apology, here's a photo of my wife to cheer you up. Costs a lot. Got it just today. Expensive. Oh, picture of my wife clipped for review. Reason for review. Gift list can enter the top 10, risking reposting. Now, guess who's my soon-to-be wife? The one in black or the one in white? The answer will be revealed tomorrow. Feel free to send some gifts. I'm broke ... I've been spending money like water recently. always buying this and that whenever I go out. The expenses keep adding up. I borrowed money to marry my wife. Can't let her know. After reading everyone's guesses, most of you said it's the one in white. Actually, at first, this photo was sent to me by my fiancée, and she asked me which one was her. I couldn't tell at first, thinking it was the one in white, as the person who took the photo was standing in front. I even specifically asked my mom, and she also thought it was the white one. But never did we imagine. The final answer was the one in black, who turned out to be my future sister-in-law, my fiancée. The one in front is her younger sister, who just loves taking photos and dragged her into it. To those who guessed wrong, voluntarily send a for love electricity punishment. As for that red bridal gown, I initially thought they were all rented. After all, you only wear it once in a lifetime, so spending so much money to buy one for a single occasion felt wasteful. But seems like everyone is buying, so there's no choice but to follow the trend #. I've seen in movies they have weddings at fancy hotels. We can't afford to go to such places in our village. So we'll probably have it at a place similar to a big food stall, just inviting a few tables of relatives to eat. Seems like one table costs over 1,000, 6 or 7 tables should be enough. I'll take a picture for you all on January 2nd. The wedding feast. This haircut cost $369, a bit expensive. Some said it's a grandma's haircut, not good looking. E=O**. Ring costs over 2,000, and it's adjustable. First time I'm hearing that rings can be adjusted. Chapter 230. Huo Kean was paralyzed, planning for revenge. Originally carried back home, Huo Kean slept deeply for the entire night before waking up slowly. As his mind gradually cleared, he recalled the great humiliation he suffered last night at the banquet. Instantly gritting his teeth, his eyes flashing with immense rage like the calm before a volcano eruption. But Huo Kean knew clearly that he must endure at this moment. Su Fan was a martial artist with profound inner strength, and unless absolutely necessary, the family would not easily become sworn enemies with such a person. After all, most members of the clan were ordinary people, and they also feared Su Fan's disregard for martial ethics, making an assassination virtually unstoppable. And this is the intimidating power of a strong martial artist? Even Master He, who possessed peak inner strength cultivation in the clan, would not intervene in trivial matters on his behalf. He festus for 30 years, and 30 years for the east of the river. No one can stand at the peak forever. Su Fan, just you wait. One day, I will definitely wipe out your entire family to avenge the humiliation you inflicted upon me. Huo Kean's face turned iron blue, his lips tightly pursed, as if he was trying hard to control his emotions. Ding ding. Just then, a phone notification sounded. Huo Kean checked and saw a message from his subordinate informing him that Musha Wan was currently in the hospital preparing for an abortion. What? That treacherous woman. How dare she? Even being so cruel to her own child. Does she want to climb into Su Fan's bed so urgently? Is she even willing to kill her own child to please her adulterer? Damn it! This despicable person. That child is mine, without my consent. Who is she to abort the child? Huo Kean cursed loudly, completely losing his composure. The sudden incident made him completely forget his earlier decision to endure. No way! How can I remain calm when my child is about to be murdered by the adulterer? In this situation, how can I keep my calm? Huo Kean's expression turned furious, quickly throwing off the covers and trying to get out of bed, summoning people to rush to the hospital to save his bloodline. However, as soon as his feet touched the floor, the sensation felt like stepping on thick cotton. The next moment, Huo Kean, in confusion, fell to the ground on his knees. What's going on? Why do my legs feel so numb, completely devoid of sensation? Huo Kean slapped his thighs a few times, no feeling. Tried to control his feet to move, still no sensation. He felt as if his lower body's nerve connection had been severed, unable to establish contact with his legs. Gradually, after several unsuccessful attempts, fear appeared on Huo Kean's face. He began to shout frantically, "Help! Help! My legs can't move! Quick, call a doctor! Get the doctor here immediately!" 5 minutes later, a doctor in a white coat rushed over, conducting a comprehensive examination on Huo Kean. But the more he examined, the more cold sweat appeared on his forehead. With his medical skills, he couldn't find any issue, finally coming to a ridiculous conclusion. Huo, are you pretending to be ill? Your body is fine. What? Huo Kean was dumbfounded. He never expected the doctor to come to such a ludicrous conclusion. Pretending to be sick. Was he so bored? What's the point of pretending to be disabled for no reason? Worthless, you useless waste. You can't even diagnose an illness. What's the use for you? Huo Kean, in a fit of rage, grabbed a vase from the bedside and smashed it forcefully on the doctor's head, creating a deafening explosion. Bang! The vase shattered into pieces in an instant. The doctor, holding his bleeding head, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! The room fell into shocked silence. Everyone was stunned, but Huo Kean, indifferent, shouted for the butler to drag the doctor out and arrange for other doctors to treat him. Damn it! I can't become a cripple. Absolutely not. Feeling his numb legs, Huo Kean was filled with anger and despair, unable to accept the fact of being disabled. Ding ding, it never rains, but it pours. As if fate was against Huo Kean, he received another text from his subordinate, informing him of the success of Musha Wan's abortion surgery. His heir, gone. Huo Kean wailed in despair, even experiencing auditory hallucinations. Snowflakes fluttering, the north wind whistling, the world vast and boundless ... Remembering his child who perished before birth, Huo Kean burst into tears, heartbroken and in pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. He thought last night was the most miserable day of his life. Now he realized it could get even worse. In this moment of successive setbacks, losing his sanity, Huo Kean envisioned washing away the shame and avenging his unborn child. The culprit of all these was Su Fan. Initially, he planned to endure silently, like a venomous snake for 30 years and strike Su Fan with a fatal blow once fully prepared. But now, he couldn't wait any longer, seeing Su Fan as his archenemy already. As long as Su Fan lives, he would have no peace, and accomplishing anything in the future would be difficult. Master He, who has reached the pinnacle of inner strength, only he can ensure Su Fan's demise. But he always follows Grandpa's orders. I don't know if I can persuade him for this. Regardless, I must try. Not only Master He, I will have to find other powerful martial artists to surround Su Fan. Only then will the plan be guaranteed. Even if it costs a lot, securing Su Fan in an inescapable net is worth it. While Huo Kean contemplated on how to deal with Su Fan, his phone rang, showing his father calling. Hello, father. What's up? Huo Kean frowned, answering the call. I heard that you had a conflict with a martial artist with profound inner strength at the Su family's celebration dinner last night. Not only that, you even threatened the Su family in public? On the other end of the phone, a cold and stern voice sounded. But there's a reason for all that. Before Huo Kean could explain, his father's scolding came through. Shut up! You brat! Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Are you still not over that girl from the Su family? Now that the Su family is doing well and has a close relationship with that martial artist, why did you provoke them for no reason? Don't forget, your cousins are eyeing your position, hoping for you to make mistakes, aren't they? By inviting trouble to the family for no reason, you're making your grandfather disappointed. If he's not happy, your position as the heir will be replaced. You've caught rumors. The province seems to be making a big move, planning something in the city. Specific details are still unclear. I remember you were quite close to the Tang family kid, right? If you can obtain specific information about the project from him and secure substantial benefits for the Huo family, maybe your grandfather will completely recognize you as the successor for the family. After hanging up the phone, Huo Kean, lost in thought, pondered over the new situation. It seems I must gain my grandfather's approval first. Only then will he use Master He's power for my revenge. Even though he felt reluctantly, Huo Kean decided to follow his father's advice, looking to obtain project details from Tang Chuan first before considering revenge against Su Fan. But even though he had made up his mind, the pent-up frustration that couldn't be released immediately made Huo Kean feel extremely uncomfortable. Since I can't take revenge on Su Fan for now, I have to change my target for the time being. With that in mind, Huo Kean suddenly thought of Lin Zhuan's punchable face. It's always best to pick the soft persimmon, especially since the relationship between Lin Zhuan and Su Fan seemed good. Unable to act against Su Fan for now, he decided to target those around him. Xiaobo, find a chance to secretly deal with that bastard Lin Zhuan. Make sure he doesn't discover your identity, and don't kill him, just disable him by breaking his limbs. As for Su Qinj, don't touch her for now. I will deal with her myself later. Heh. Chapter 231, Equity Transfer, Su Group's Major Cleanup. In Huo Kean's eyes, both Lin Zhuan and Su Fan were equally detestable. Since he couldn't make a move on Su Fan for now, he had no choice but to target Lin Zhuan, who was easier to deal with, to vent out a small portion of his anger. Of course, he wouldn't take the other person's life. On one hand, considering the risk of causing casualties was too high, and the Su Group's reputation was growing, if the heir were assassinated, it would create a huge sensation. On the other hand, sometimes causing the other person pain while alive was true revenge to him. Yes, young Master Huo, an elderly man in front of a sick bed replied with a flash of light in his eyes. There was a thick white bandage wrapped around his forehead. Apart from Huo Kean, perhaps no one hated Su Fan more than this elderly man, Zhou Bo. Last night, his head was slapped by the other party onto the floor, unable to figure it out. If not for considering the power gap between the two sides, he even had the idea of perishing together with Su Fan. However, what puzzled him somewhat was, even now, he still couldn't see through Su Fan's realm. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be possible, right? Unless the other person's cultivation was far superior to him, reaching the realm of a master of returning to simplicity, he might not even be able to perceive a trace of the other party's realm. It couldn't be that Su Fan was the legendary martial master, right? Just as this absurd thought arose in Zhou Bo's mind, he quickly laughed at himself, amused by his own thoughts. Unless Su Fan were a rarely seen extraordinary genius. Otherwise, even if he started cultivating from the womb, he would never be able to reach the level of a martial master. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had worked hard and spent most of his life just to barely reach the level of mastering internal energy. Su Fan, at a young age, being able to master internal energy completely was already a miracle. As for a martial master, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Bo kept denying in his mind, out of instinct, unwilling to think about this absurd possibility, because realizing the gap between people would be even greater than the gap between humans and dogs. This would instantly extinguish his fighting spirit, giving birth to demons, having no progress in this life, living under the shadow created by Su Fan. It seems I am truly old. My courage has become small. How could I have such unrealistic fantasies? Zhou Bo chuckled bitterly, deciding to put aside distracting thoughts and fulfill Huo Kean's orders first. He couldn't deal with Su Fan, but dealing with an ordinary person wouldn't be a piece of cake. At that moment, in his eyes, Lin Zhuan had already become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In the afternoon, under the scorching sun, in the Magic City Hospital, Lin Zhuan was showing a relaxed expression, accompanying the silent Su Qinj and the old master. Click! He looked up to see Su Fan entering through the door. Brother Su Fan, how is the boss lady's health? Was the surgery smooth? Yes? It's not a big problem. It's just after the surgery, her body is a bit weak now. She just needs to rest for a while. Having just returned from Musha Wan's ward, Su Fan answered with a smile upon seeing the silent Su Qinj in a wheelchair, who seemed very low-spirited, showing signs of worrying. Miss Su, are you all right? You seem a bit down. Could it be, still worried about Miss Su Yan's situation? Lin Zhuan sighed, not hiding anything. We just received a call from the police station. Wong Defa passed away, and the reason is that Miss Su Yan bit off his ear, causing Su Fan to be shocked. In his memory, Hurry has always been elegant and gentle. How could she do such a horrifying thing now? It's obvious how much hatred and resentment she held towards the scumbag who ruined her life. What should we do now? Miss Su Yan is also a victim. Su Fan softened his tone, showing concern that he wasn't aware of. Fortunately, Su Qinj was feeling down, so she didn't find it strange. Lin Zhuan shrugged helplessly and sighed. Aunt Hurry resisted law enforcement at the police station and even caused casualties, which adds up to her crimes. Her sentence might increase by several years. Clear Song's intention is to strictly enforce the law and not interfere, leaving everything to be judged by the laws of the country. Listening to Lin Zhuan's thoughts, Su Qinj actually agreed in her heart. She had thought of the same thing before, but she knew the greedy nature of the shareholders in the company, so she had to give up. With the increasing market value of the Su Group today, shareholders would definitely not easily sell their shares. Even if they agreed to sell, the amount would be significantly inflated to an unbearable figure. But Lin Zhuan claimed he had a way to resolve this, so out of curiosity, Su Qinj called for a shareholders meeting. Su Group. Because of the recent major personnel cleanup, the spies of the Wong family and all factions were replaced, and the company was rejuvenated. In the meeting room at this time, the shareholders were whispering and discussing. Does anyone know what's going on? Why did the boss lady gather us so suddenly again? Don't scare me. Last time at the group meeting, the boss lady showed her power and removed all my trusted aides. Could it be that she's planning something again? She dares. Even a cornered dog will jump over the wall. Hopefully, as a woman, she won't overstep her boundaries. It seems like Miss Su Yan was arrested, and the Wong family members are also the same. I heard it was reported to the police by the big boss lady herself. She's disowning her own family. So scary. Not only does she cut ties with her aunt, but she also sent her to prison to avoid any disputes over the family property. The boss lady is still so ruthless. Wong Defa seems to have died. The whole Wong family was caught, and they were all taken down. TSK. The shareholders were filled with fear, exchanging information. They were genuinely afraid of the young couple, not knowing what mischief Lin Zhuan and his wife were up to in private. Among them, an elderly man of Mediterranean descent seemed unaffected, looking calm and completely unworried. Fang Yangyao, the third largest shareholder of the company, owned 10% of the shares. He was one of the elders who had been with Su Shengshan since the beginning, with extensive experience and could even be said to have watched Su Qinj grow up. Relying on these merits from earlier times, he believed that no matter what, the granddaughter of the big boss would still consider the elder's feelings and not act against him, right? But he was also curious about what Lin Zhuan and his wife were up to, so he turned to the nearby Hu Zheng, dressed in a suit and glasses, and smiled with narrowed eyes, asking, "Little Hu, can you share some news? What is the main purpose of today's shareholders meeting?" Hearing the boss's question, the other shareholders chimed in, pressuring Hu Zheng to extract some useful information. After thinking for a moment, Hu Zheng didn't see any need to hide it. Since these people would know soon, he humorously replied, "Miss Su asked me to prepare an equity transfer agreement this morning." An equity transfer agreement? Is Miss Su planning to acquire our shares and kick us out of the group? The shareholders realized what was happening just from Hu Zheng's words. It seemed that this shareholders meeting might not be good news. They've gone too far. These two youngsters have gone too far. They actually want to uproot us. This is the very foundation we rely on to live. If they want to kick us out, they can forget it. That's right. We must unite. As long as everyone works together, resolutely refuse to sell our shares, what can these two youngsters do to us? We are all like ants on a rope now. We must unite against a common enemy. We can't let the other party's plot succeed. Now that the popularity of Beauty Pill is obvious to everyone, the future prospects of the group will only get better and better. Now, sell our shares, it's like treating us like fools. Exactly. While the shares are in hand, they are like hens laying eggs, continuously delivering benefits to us. If we really sell, it's like drinking poison to quench thirst. It's not worth it. The shareholders present were all cunning foxes, each with their keen intellect. How could they not see the choice that maximized their benefits? They had made up their minds not to let Lin Zhuan and his wife's schemes and plots succeed. Watching dozens of small and large shareholders united against them with unwavering determination, Hu Zheng wasn't surprised. This reaction was completely within his expectations. I wonder what means the boss has planned to make these shareholders sign the contract, he thought to himself. If the means are too common, these people probably won't easily compromise. At that moment, Hu Zheng received a directive. After glancing at it, he left the meeting room and returned 2 minutes later with a stack of contracts in hand. Mr. Lin and others have arrived. These contracts are prepared for you. Take a look first. If there are no objections, then sign the contract. Tensions rose among the shareholders as they protested loudly that they wouldn't sign. But amidst the noise, some out of curiosity opened the contract to read through it carefully, only to be outraged. Damn it! Are those two youngsters crazy? My shares are worth at least several billion, and they want to buy them off for a few million. Haha. My situation is similar to yours. Damn it. I'm almost being made fun of. Only a fool would sell at this price. This is outrageous. Their offer is at least 10 times lower than the current market value. Are they taking us for fools? The shareholders were already filled with opinions on the matter of equity transfer. Now, knowing that the two were trying to use extremely low prices to deceitfully acquire their shares, anger engulfed them, and their faces contorted with rage. Even the typically stable Fang Yangyao couldn't help but show a displeased expression. He also received the customized equity transfer agreement for his shares. HMPH. With the current soaring market value of the Su Group, my 10% stake is worth at least over 2 billion. Yet, these two juniors want to dismiss me for a couple of 100 million, truly taking me for a fool. Fang Yangyao touched his Mediterranean forehead, finding the move by Lin Zhuan amusing. Even if the other party offered a premium to buy, he still wouldn't sell. But with such a low price, it was something only a madman would offer, right? Unless someone was insane, who would sign such a contract? Seeing that none of the contracts were signed, Hu Zheng wasn't surprised. Following instructions, he approached Fang Yangyao. Director Fang, Mr. Lin is in the next room, and he requests your presence. HMPH, is this the prelude to targeting me? To make an example out of me? Fang Yangyao sneered coldly. Chapter 232. Reclaiming 10% of the shares. Any evil will eventually be brought to justice. HMPH, are you targeting me first? Setting an example by punishing one to warn the others? Fang Yangyao sneered. He was the third largest shareholder in the company, considered the leader of this group of shareholders. It was not surprising for Lin Zhuan to target him, but experience comes with age. Hadn't he been through all sorts of storms in his lifetime? Did these younger ones think they could manipulate him? It's a joke. Fang Yangyao made up his mind that no matter what means the other party used, he would not agree to sell his shares. Director Fang, you are our last hope. We must not compromise under any circumstances. Old Fang, we must remain unyielding. Let those juniors know they can't manipulate us at will. Brother Fang, if they use force against you, immediately call us. We'll come to your aid at the first sign of trouble. When the old chairman was around, he didn't dare to insult us like this. These two youngsters are really going too far. Director Fang, teach them a lesson later. With the encouragement of colleagues, Fang Yangyao looked solemn, bearing the hopes of many, and left the conference room to go to the adjacent room. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Zhuan pushing a wheelchair with a young girl standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the view from above. I'm here. Speak up if you have something to say. Don't hold back. First of all, if you want me to sell my shares, you better think twice. I will never agree. Watching the two juniors, who were both younger than him, Fang Yangyao looked disdainful. He sat down arrogantly on the sofa, crossed his legs, lit a cigar, and exhaled smoke. His arrogant attitude made Su Qing's eyes twitch. She had always disapproved of some shareholders in the company who relied on their seniority to coast along, but her grandfather valued personal relationships, so she couldn't say much. But now these useless old guys had become pests in the company and needed to be dealt with. Sensing Su Qing's cold gaze, Fang Yangyao swallowed hard, feeling a sudden pressure rise in his heart, and unconsciously put his legs back down. For some reason, whenever he faced Su Shengshan, he felt relaxed and at ease, but when facing the big brother's granddaughter, he always felt constrained and pressured. Perhaps it was because the big brother valued brotherhood, while he, as a junior, often lacked respect. When he heard that Su Shengshan was hospitalized, these shareholders were gleeful, thinking they could do whatever they wanted next. Little did they know. The little devil Su woke up. Rather than that, wouldn't it be better to let Su Shengshan continue to lead the group? At this moment, Fang Yangyao really wished for the big brother to wake up quickly, so he could complain to him about his ungrateful good granddaughter. While lost in thought, Lin Zhuan had already wheeled over to the front of the sofa, raised his hand in greeting as if they were old friends. Uncle Fang, have you read the contract I sent you? Why haven't you signed it yet? Sign it. Thinking of the unequal ownership transfer contract, Fang Yangyao's face turned pale with anger, roaring, "Ridiculous. You want to take away shares worth billions from me with just 200 million? Do you think it's a joke? Let me tell you, no matter what means you use, I will never compromise. Want me to sign? Humph, wait for the next life. Faced with Fang Yangyao's frustration, Lin Zhuan still smiled, suddenly bringing up an unrelated topic. Uncle Fang, I've sent you numerous messages before. Why haven't you replied to any of them? Are you threatening me? If you don't reply, I'll expose everything. Remembering what Lin Zhuan had sent him, Fang Yangyao felt a hint of fear in his eyes, but still tried to resist with a show of strength. Do you think you can make me submit by using evidence of my tax evasion and corruption over the years? Forget it. If you push me too far, I'll sell my shares to a rival company. I believe many people would be interested. Don't make me expose everything. Fang Yangyao's face reddened, slamming the table in front of him and threatening fiercely. To his surprise, Lin Zhuan ignored his desperate outburst and checked his phone instead. Then, with a sudden realization, he smirked. So that's why you were shouting so loudly. You haven't read the message I sent you at noon, have you? I suggest you read it before making a decision. This strange scene left Fang Yangyao in shock, and he quickly checked his messages. The moment he looked, he was alarmed. His face turned ashen, and he stared at Lin Zhuan as if seeing a demon. Uncle Fang, your tax evasion may be a minor issue, considering your contributions to the company. How could the company blame you for this? But as a junior, I still have to tell you. Aren't you afraid of going to jail? What about your family back home? They are all involved in crimes. Your wife and your in-laws were involved in fraud in Myanmar and engaged in shady deals. Oh my! I'm so scared. I feel like calling the police for help. Given the severity of these crimes, a life sentence should be normal, right? Oh, your little daughter has leadership qualities. While so young but forming cliques in school, bullying classmates to the point of suicide. It's such a tragic scene. But you did well. You paid off someone to take the blame, used connections to bribe officials, and sent your daughter to study abroad. You managed to sweep this under the rug. Impressive. But your son is even worse. He drugged and raped his own tutor. He even drove a car to kill a man seeking revenge for his girlfriend, then buried the body in your garden. Really? Did you dig the grave yourself, or do you have that kind of stamina? Digging all night long. If I hand over this evidence to the police, I wonder if your family members will receive longer sentences than you. Uncle Fang, you don't look too good. Are you sick? Look at how good I am to you, worrying that you'll get sick and have no one to take care of you. That's why I'm considering sending your whole family to jail, so you have company inside. A loving family should stick together, right? Family that logs wood together, stays together forever. Uncle Fang, I'll make sure your family stays together in prison. Don't worry. Watching Lin Zhuan talk confidently, Fang Yangyao no longer felt the initial anger, but instead a mix of fear and despair. He saw a devilish expression in Lin Zhuan's eyes. How do you know all of this? Some things can't be leaked. Even if they are, outsiders wouldn't know the details like this, as if they witnessed it with their own eyes. Ignoring Fang Yangyao's terrified face, Lin Zhuan sat back on the sofa, a playful smile on his face, making him seem mysterious. Even Su Qinj, sitting in the wheelchair, was surprised by Lin Zhuan's constant air of superiority. She finally understood why he always seemed to have the upper hand, possessing the secrets of everyone's families. How could he not have them at his mercy? After some time spent together, Su Qinj had vaguely sensed that Lin Zhuan was hiding a big secret. Otherwise, how could he explain his possession of the beauty pill prescription, mysterious massaging techniques, and his ability to obtain various information beforehand? Su Qinj couldn't help but be curious about his true identity. But everyone has their own privacy, and Su Qinj wouldn't pry. She would wait for the day when Lin Zhuan would reveal the truth himself. As expected, with the system's intervention, the world is mine, though I feel sorry for my hard-earned loyalty points. Feeling his wife's curious and shocked glance, Lin Zhuan was secretly proud, assuming a confident pose and showing off his qualities. The information wasn't actually gathered by him or mentioned in the original script. After all, Fang Yangyao and other minor characters were just canon fodder. How could the plot elaborate on their stories in detail? But Lin Zhuan was a cheat code user. With enough loyalty points, he could exchange for anything in the world, including the secrets of these people, evidence of their crimes, and more. Using this advantage, he could effortlessly manipulate the shareholders in the company. With the company about to take off, Even if he wasn't keen on financial gains, he didn't want to share profits with these pests in the company for no reason. They had to be eliminated so he could enjoy all the benefits on his own. Uncle, have you heard a saying? Any evil will eventually be brought to justice. As a responsible member of society, how could I stand by and watch evil deeds happen without doing anything? Watching the hesitant old fox, Lin Juan raised his phone. Seeing this, Fang Yangyao's face drastically changed, and he quickly tried to intervene, gritting his teeth. All sign. The old fox looked resentful, eyes burning holes into Lin Juan, as if to curse him. All sign now, but you must promise to spare my family and destroy all the evidence, or I will never forgive you, even in death. Upon hearing this, Lin Juan immediately put down his phone, showed a respectful demeanor, and got up to apologize, of course. Uncle, you and your family are my respected relatives. How could I harm them in any way? I'm sorry for the attitude earlier. I apologize to you here. Faced with Lin Juan's attempted reconciliation, Fang Yangyao showed no gratitude, just gave a cold snort. He had lost billions by signing that contract, so how could he be in a good mood? Devious villain. After signing the document, Fang Yangyao threw the pen to the ground, said a final cold remark, and left, unwilling to linger any longer. Watching the departing figure of the old fox, Lin Juan suddenly grinned. Uncle, you have a keen eye for people. As the door closed behind the old fox, Lin Juan raised the contract on the table and turned to Huo Kean. Congratulations! You've reclaimed another 10% of the shares under your name. This is something you earned on your own, and the shares should be transferred to you. I'm not interested in money. These shares could be in your hands or mine. It doesn't matter between us. We don't need to be so strict with each other. Hearing this, Huo Kean didn't say anything further, but she decided that after everything settled down, she would give Lin Juan his deserved share. This was only fair. At that moment, the door opened again, and Hu Zheng walked in with a look of astonishment. He hadn't expected Lin Juan to have such power, acquiring all of Fang Yangyao's shares for just 200 million. It was an unbelievable occurrence. Boss, due to what happened with Director Fang, the other directors outside are getting restless. What should we do next? What else can we do? Bring in Yake Feng, the shareholder with the most shares after Mr. Fang. Seeing Hu Zheng nod and leave, Lin Juan suddenly smacked his forehead. He called him back. Wait, report to the police for me, and I've sent you the target. He then shared all the criminal evidence related to the old fox's family with Hu Zheng. Ah, what is this? After examining the evidence Lin Juan sent, Hu Zheng widened his eyes, realizing the reason why Director Fang had agreed to transfer his shares. It seemed the evidence in his phone was so compelling that he had no choice but to compromise. The new boss, so cunning. He's clearly made a deal with Director Fang, but as soon as the contract was signed, he made a backstabbing move. Director Fang must have been raging when he found out, right? And directly targeting the entire family. How terrifying. You can't afford to offend the new boss. Everyone will suffer. It's scary. I need to run away. With shaky steps, Hu Zheng hurriedly left the room. Watching Hu Zheng's panicked departure, Lin Juan was speechless. Was I really that scary? And did Fang Yangyao admit that I'm a cunning person? I agree, he sees people accurately. I'm not the righteous protagonist, after all. I'm an antagonist, and not playing by the rules is the norm. And I'm looking out for Uncle Fang's best interests, ensuring he's not lonely by sending his whole family to prison. Fam. Chapter 233. The Final Fate of Fang Yangyao. The story of Yake Feng. Fang Yangyao's face turned pale with anger as he angrily pushed the door open and was immediately surrounded by the other shareholders, all asking about the situation. Upon learning that the other party had compromised and signed the contract, there was a collective gasp, with everyone looking incredulous. Fang Director, did you sign it? Are you kidding me? Have you gone crazy? What's with this sudden change? Did they catch hold of something to threaten you? Old Fang, have you no integrity? We all trusted you so much. And you just backstabbed us. Boss Fang, you are our hope. How could you submit to the threats of these juniors? Fang Yangyao, you treacherous swindler. I have misjudged you. Don't ever claim to know me in the future. ... No one could understand why Fang Yangyao, who always valued money above all else, would sell his invaluable shares at such a cheap price. Although they didn't know what means Lin Zhuan and his wife had used, the fact that even the shareholders with the largest stake had compromised meant that the rest stood no chance. Who knew what cunning plans those deceitful couple had prepared? I didn't want to sell either, but there are some unspoken issues. But you are different. You must resist till the end. Everyone. ... Unable to explain the family privacy issue to the shareholders, Fang Yangyao could only wave his hand in an unpleasant manner and make a few perfunctory remarks. But he also didn't want Lin Zhuan to have it easy, trying everything to cause trouble for him and inspire his colleagues not to compromise. Especially Yak Hefeng, whose shareholding was second only to him. This guy was usually more upright and wouldn't easily fall prey to those two young rascals. Thinking of this, Fang Yangyao made every effort to persuade him. Old yeah, you have the second most shares after me. No matter what means those two juniors use, you must not compromise. Now you are our only hope as a group. You must hold on to your shares. The value of those shares will definitely double in the future. You will regret it if you sell them. ... After advising his colleagues, Fang Yangyao hurriedly left, not even looking back. He needed to go home immediately to assess his assets and plan to immigrate to Myanmar overnight. With the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, he couldn't stay in the country any longer, feeling unsettled. No one could guarantee whether those young rascals would abide by their word. If they resorted to foul play and falsely accused him in the name of justice, he might end up spending the rest of his life in jail. Luckily, in recent years, due to the connections provided by his in-laws, he had established friendly relations with the higher-ups in Myanmar by shipping high-quality pigs over there. Moving there now wouldn't be much different from living in his home country. Ding dong! With hopes for a better future in his mind, Fang Yangyao had just stepped out of the elevator when several policemen tackled him to the ground. You are under arrest for human trafficking, fraud, corruption, and other charges based on a report. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can be used against you. ... Upon hearing this, Fang Yangyao, who had been contemplating resistance, felt a chill in his heart. While he was still in a daze, the handcuffs were already on him. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. On the other hand, back at the company, the shareholders, unaware of the recent events, gathered anxiously around a short, stout man, placing their hopes on him. To be continued. Chapter 230 for completely controls the Su family group. Concentration of equity. These days you might end up wearing a green hat happily, right? What do you mean by that? Could it be that bastard is making a move on my wife? Thinking back to Lin Zhuan's words just now, Yak Hefeng realized the meaning behind them, a mix of shock and anger. Uncle yeah, you'll know if you take a look. Lin Zhuan casually tossed a file bag, indicating Yak Hefeng to open it. Inside were details of how the Ya family driver pays special attention to the boss's wife, gradually winning her over, the complicated process. And in the past 2 days. Perhaps feeling the timing was right, the driver took advantage of the opportunity, setting up a cliché but timeless knight in shining armor act. In a moment when the boss's wife was deeply moved, he took the chance to confess his feelings, leaving the woman speechless. Affection can never hold on through the ages, only tactics can move the heart. Sister-in-law can't resist this scheme, her heart has already wavered. If Uncle Ya doesn't act swiftly, he'll probably end up wearing that green hat. Of course. As the god of pure love, how can I allow such a dirty thing like NTR to happen? I've already gathered enough evidence for Uncle Ya. You show these things to sister-in-law, with her intelligence. She naturally understands your good intentions, and know who is the one she truly should cherish by her side. With the tone of a close friend, Lin Zhuan came to Yak Hefeng's side, patting his shoulder. And at that moment, the calm-looking Yak Hefeng had already finished reading the contents of the file bag. His face flushed red, his pupils showing fury as if wanting to devour everything. He slammed his fist on the wooden table. Damn it! That damn asshole! I used to consider him a good friend. He's really something, always thinking about making me wear the green hat. When I go back this time, watch me find someone to throw that bastard into the sea for the fishes. The more Ya Kefeng thought about it, the more he felt a sense of regret, unable to hold back his fierce rebuke towards his former good friend. At the same time, he was also grateful that he hadn't put on that hat yet. As long as he laid it out with his wife these days, he should be able to safely navigate through this ordeal of the green light, right? In an instant, he refocused his attention on the young man in front of him. Young Lin, I am very grateful for the information you provided. If it weren't for you, I might have encountered the most humiliating thing a man could face soon. I owe you a big favor. But with just this favor, it might not be enough to exchange for the shares in my hands. ... Considering the current development prospects of the Su family group, Ya Kefeng's shares are conservatively valued at tens of billions. Although Lin Zhuan helped him avert the green light disaster, trying to take away tens of billions like that was something he couldn't accept. Hearing this, Lin Zhuan smiled unconcernedly, diverting the topic to Ya Kefeng's missing son. Uncle Ya, your relationship with sister-in-law has always been good. But because of the incident of your lost son years ago, there has always been a thorn in the hearts of you and your wife. That's why for so many years, you both have not chosen to have another child. Sister-in-law feels guilty towards you, thinking it's because of her that the Ya family has no descendants. That's why she's been vulnerable to other men's advances. Perhaps sister-in-law also wanted to use this opportunity ... to make you hate her, leave her, so you would seek a new partner to carry on the Ya family line. ... Listening to Lin Zhuan's analysis, Ya Kefeng trembled momentarily, then hunched over and slumped back into his seat. He had always known where the strain in the marriage lay, and he knew his wife regretted not watching over his son properly back then, leading to his abduction. But what could he do now? Only if he could find his son again would there be a solution. Uncle Ya, I know where your son is. What do you mean? Are you serious? Where is my son now? Lost in self-blame, Ya Kefeng was taken aback by Lin Zhuan's sudden revelation. Suddenly, several photos were flung out, showing a young man in his 20s who bore a striking resemblance to him. He is my son. Yes, this must be my son, Ya King Shui. The son I lost, my son. Dad really misses you. Sob. Lin. Where was this photo taken? Tell me quickly. I have to go get my son. Ignoring Lin Zhuan's joking demeanor, Ya Kefeng threw the signed contract on the table, demanding in a sharp tone, "Can you tell me where my son is now?" After checking the contract and finding no issues, Lin Zhuan nodded in satisfaction, snapping his fingers. Bring him in. Soon, a thin young man was brought out from the back room, his appearance strikingly similar to the photo on the table. Son, you are my son. There is no mistake. I'm your dad. Son, I'm sorry, you've suffered these years. Sob. Don't worry, from now on, I will definitely make it up to you. The family has prepared 3 sets of bridal homes for you, a Lamborghini car. Don't blame your mom. Back then she didn't do it intentionally. ... At the sight of the young man, Ya Kefeng couldn't hold back anymore. An innate sense of connection, almost 100% certain that the person in front of him was his biological son, overwhelmed him. Overjoyed, he couldn't help but hug his son, bursting into tears. And at that moment, Ya King Shui felt the most complex emotions. He had been a typical deliveryman, struggling at the bottom of society, a loser guy. In his spare time, he enjoyed staying at home playing Genshin Impact, Clash of Clans, Honor of Kings, Elemental Dreamstar, and other games. He thought he would live out his life like that. But he never expected. A few days ago, someone suddenly found him and claimed he was the son of a multimillionaire, asking him not to pretend to be an ordinary person anymore. At first, Ya King Shui thought it was a prank from a friend, until the evidence was shown, gradually making him believe he had actually struck it rich. Is this my wealthy dad? Looking at the chubby man hugging him, whose face was very similar to his, Ya King Shui completely believed the fact that he was the son of a multimillionaire. Then he couldn't suppress his smile. Dad, where have you been all these years? With you around, I'm fearless, baby. I'm your big tree. I'll accompany you to see the sunrise for a lifetime. The Ya family father and son sobbed in each other's arms. Later, under Ya Kefeng's profuse thanks, Lin Zhuan decided to give him one more message for free. He handed the photo of the driver, Cow, to Ya, with a deep meaning in his eyes, saying, Uncle Ya, Your son wasn't targeted for no reason at all. Oh what? Yak Feng widened his eyes. This person ... Dad. This person is the one who took me from the vegetable market. I was really scared at that time, so the memory is still fresh, and this man even abused me for a while. Yaking Shui happened to see the driver's photo, immediately identifying the trafficker's true face. Discovering the whole truth, Yak Feng seemed surprisingly calm at the moment, but the coldness in his eyes showed he would not rest until justice was served. Thanks, young Lin. I owe you a huge favor. If you need me in the future, let me know. Ready to face any challenges. With that, Yak Feng left the room in a hurry with his son, leaving behind a group of pale-faced small shareholders. Yeah, how did it go? Old yeah, you sure must have taught those young whelps a lesson and sternly rejected them, right? Well done, you are truly our hope. Yeah, we will follow your lead in the future. ... Just as he stepped out, Yak Feng was surrounded by a group of shareholders. Seeing the struggling colleagues, he sighed, saying, I've already signed the share transfer agreement. I suggest you also sign quickly. Don't struggle in vain. You can't win against young Lin. With 75% of the company's shares controlled by Lin and his team, you small folks don't stand a chance in front of them. That's all from me, believe it or not. Yak Feng didn't waste more words, pulling his son along to leave, leaving behind a group of shell-shocked small shareholders. Good night. Gifts requested. P.S. The banquet is set, probably 5 tables, with each around 2,600. So expensive. The alcohol and tobacco cost around 1,000, the food is about 1,600, and it looks like one big lobster is around 600. ... I didn't want them in the first place, but my family says it's a matter of face ... Having a meal costs 13,000, truly heart-wrenching. I've truly understood what it means to spend money like water these days. Today, we also took wedding photos, because we didn't go outdoors, but only in the studio. Changing into 3 outfits, it cost about 3,000 again. E equals hash. It's painful to see the money go. No wonder young people nowadays say they won't get married. After working hard for a few years, you might just lose all your money in one wedding. However, my fiancée looked like a completely different person after changing into contact lenses and makeup. I almost didn't recognize her. Thank you for the attention. Your lovely wife warning. Deleted and reposted due to being in the top 10 list of gifts. Chapter 235. The Lin Jianjin family came seeking refuge, but Lin Zhuan refused to see the Su group. Watching Yak Feng hurriedly leave, the remaining small shareholders all felt a sense of impending crisis, as if the tide had turned. It's over. It's over. First it was Director Feng, and now Director Ye. Our 2 biggest directors have compromised, so how can we continue playing? What dishonest means did those 2 juniors use? It's terrifying. Director Feng couldn't even handle the former chairman, but was defeated by 2 juniors. Let's not dwell on that. What should we do? Should we sign? Anyway, I've decided to sign. Can't fight against it? What a joke. The acquisition price set by these bandits is just ridiculous. Robbers, aren't they? Just stealing money. But what will happen if we don't sign? The young lady already controls over 70% of the shares. We are now just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. A group of small shareholders were in a panic, and some shareholders couldn't bear the pressure, choosing to betray on the spot, signing the share transfer contract in silence. This set off a chain reaction, with many more people responding, furrowing their brows to sign the contract and leaving with sighs. Soon, in the meeting room, one after another, more than a dozen people left, leaving behind some small shareholders stubbornly resisting, holding on to hope and unwilling to give up. These traitors, they actually gave up like this. They will regret it in the future, and then we'll see how envious, jealous, and hateful they are towards us. Everyone, we need to unite. Stand up against those 2 juniors to the end. The remaining shareholders encouraged one another, stirring a sense of unity against the forces of evil. At this moment, Hu Zheng walked over, scanning the united group of people with a strange gaze. Directors, I advise you to give up the resistance directly. You can't fight against the boss. Originally intending to offer good advice, Hu Zheng's words were misunderstood by the shareholders, leading to countless insults. Nonsense! You lapdog! You have no right to talk to us. Mr. Hu, I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Resist to the end. Never compromise. People shall never be slaves. Want us to sign? Wishful thinking. We'd rather starve to death, jump off from here, than sign a single word on the contract. Facing the shareholders' attacks, Hu Jung shrugged indifferently, starting to call out names one by one. Director Wei, the young lady requests your presence. Ah, this familiar pattern again. Whenever someone is called into the room, they come out having chosen to betray. The psychological shadow that the shareholders had was evident. Rest assured, everyone. Trust me. I won't sell my shares unless I'm dead. With Director Wei's oath, the shareholders offered their sincerest blessings. Then, they watched him walk into the room confidently. 2.5 minutes later, Director Wei emerged looking dejected, like a defeated rooster. He didn't even dare to interact with his colleagues, quickly fleeing the scene. Soon, more shareholders, who didn't believe in giving up, walked confidently into the room, only to leave crestfallen. Lin Zhuan, with his systematic approach, had meticulously seized hold of everyone's weaknesses. Thus, the equity transfer event came to a close, with 90% of the group's shares falling into the hands of Lin Zhuan and another person. The remaining 10% were mostly scattered shares on the stock market. Let's split it evenly. Following Su King's strong request, Lin Zhuan and the other person each took 45% of the group's shares. Honestly, reaching this point was something that Su King had never imagined. She had considered turning the company into her own dictatorship for convenience, but due to complex relationships and entanglements, her plans always went awry. Now, with Lin Zhuan's brilliant tactics, the Su group was finally back on track. This sparked Su King's curiosity even more. She had watched the entire process silently, marveling at Lin Zhuan's superior intelligence-gathering abilities. Luckily, she kept her curiosity in check, knowing what to ask and what not to ask, maintaining her silence despite her burning curiosity. Thousands of words only resulted into simple words, "Thank you." To this, Lin Zhuan just smiled and shook his head. What's there to thank for? Between us, do we still need such formalities? Through your eyes, I've long felt your unwavering love for me. I love you, you love me. That's being a couple. Helping each other isn't something to be thankful for. Su King. This guy really overestimates himself, claiming to see unwavering love in my eyes. How shameless. Seeing Su King rolling her eyes, Lin Zhuan smiled mischievously. Then he pulled out a rose from his pocket, knelt in front of the wheelchair-bound girl. Looking indulgent as he said, "Silly girl, eyes never lie." Huh? Lin Zhuan, has he changed his views? Anyway, getting company work done. Many things await me to manage. Could you give him a quick look around? Shift's over, and I'll find you later. Ever since Su Shengshan fell ill, there were a lot of pending matters at the company that needed attention. Su King naturally took the helm of handling these matters without any objection. As for Lin Zhuan, he was resolute in his desire to be a carefree boss who enjoys a life of leisure, unwilling to work from the bottom of his heart. However, upon seeing his wife sitting in the wheelchair, he couldn't help but ask with a hint of concern, "King, how's your health?" "I'm fine. I've been going crazy stuck at home. Work makes me happy." Having laid in bed for so long, finally returning to the familiar company environment and tasks, Su King realized that this moment was when she truly felt alive. While to outsiders, it seemed like busy work that couldn't be avoided. To Su King, it was her hard-fought return from a personal hell, a triumph that allowed her to reconnect with her daily life. "I love work." With the determined look in the young girl's eyes, Lin Zhuan's mouth twitched. Only now did he remember Su King as the workaholic female CEO. Well, all that worrying was in vain. Lin Zhuan shrugged and left the room alone. In his busy comings and goings, he hadn't had much time to explore the group, so he decided to take a stroll around. Meanwhile, 3 unexpected guests arrived at the entrance of the Su group. After looking around, they tried to rush into the company while the security was distracted. However, their furtive behavior had already caught the attention of the security personnel, who promptly blocked their way. "Stop! Who are you? Unauthorized individuals cannot enter. Bastard! Do you know who you're talking to? How dare you call me an unauthorized person?" Seeing that they couldn't break through the encirclement, the bald leader arrogantly pushed through the security barrier and tried to enter the company. But before he could take a few steps, the head of security stopped him. "Wait a moment, Mr. Lin. I need to consult first Please wait here for a moment. Asterisk slap, asterisk. Damn you. Since your father comes looking for you, does he need to ask for your permission? Faced with Lin Jianjun's aggressive attitude, the head of security, red-faced, stood his ground and didn't let him pass. After a brief confrontation, Lin Jianjun had to compromise. He kicked the head security officer, scolding him in the presence of everyone. How dare a mere guard stop me? Hurry up and report inside. I'll have my son fire you later. When the security team finally left, Lin Jianjun scowled, pulling his wife and son aside to wait. Dad, do you think my big brother will come to see us? Lin Hao asked cautiously, concern evident on his face. He no longer bore the handsome, refined look of the past, with dark and dry skin, and even a little stubble growing on his lips. He looked dejected, showing signs of a tough life recently. Beside him, Bai Yulin appeared equally worried, undergoing a significant transformation in appearance as well. Once an elegantly pampered lady adorned in gold and silver jewelry, she had now sold all her precious accessories after losing her source of income. Currently dressed in cheap attire she would never have looked at before, her face was plain. Completely stripped of her former exquisiteness, she gave off the aura of an ordinary housewife. Who do I ask? Who am I asking? In response to the worries of Lin Hao and his mother, Lin Jianjun actually had no clue. To mask his own inner anxieties, he grunted heavily, glaring at Lin Hao and his mother with anger. HMPH. Do you still have the nerve to speak? If it weren't for you, this pair of mother and son, how could I have ended up in such a state? Lin Jianjun couldn't help but want to beat Lin Hao and his mother to death, considering how they had misled him in the past, ultimately leading to his current desperate situation. However, he still needed to use this mother and son pair to make a living, and thus reluctantly let them go, hoping to squeeze out their remaining value. Yet if this pair didn't meet his expectations, they would face verbal abuse or worse. Zhao Hu has gone mad. He suddenly came to threaten me to repay the debt. The interest on the loans, worth several billion, is already astronomical. Where do I have the money to pay him back? Now all I can do is seek help from my son. I'm his father after all. Can't he really stand idly by? It's all your fault. If you hadn't whispered in his ear back then, why would I have had such a falling out with my own son? How dare you try to cuckold me? Asterisk. Slap. Asterisk. Lin Jianjun, grunting and sighing, couldn't hold back and smacked Bai Yulin again, the frustration of his difficult life evident on his face. Years of hardship had aged him significantly, leaving numerous wrinkles on his face. The only thing sustaining his faith was Lin Zhuan's acceptance of him. Only by utilizing his son's current power could he return to a life of luxury and comfort. Thinking about this very moment, Lin Zhuan is his only hope, his chance for a turnaround in life. It's a mutual obligation that children must care for their parents. But at this moment, the news of his father's arrival finally reached him. Huh? Lin Jianjun, who's that? Oh, remembered. No sight, quickly get him out. After some thought, Lin Zhuan finally recalled the name of his long-unseen stepfather, his eyebrow raising as he refused to meet him. Chapter 236. Lin Jianjun and Lin Hao mother and son fell out, causing the family to fall apart due to logging. If they come to the company again, just kick them out, no need to inform me. Lin Zhuan didn't want any more involvement with his brain-dead dad. It was best for father and son to go their separate ways. He had already guessed why Lin Jianjun and the others had come. It must be because at a recent banquet, he had mentioned to Zhao Hu about repaying debts and the moral obligation. So the other party felt confident to come and demand their debts from the Lin family. His deadbeat dad had hit rock bottom and now came to suck his blood. Ha! Dream on! Knowing that Lin Zhuan had decided to cut ties with his deadbeat dad, the head of security was excited and echoed loudly, understood. Young Master Lin. He quickly returned to the company's entrance with a swollen cheek. Why hasn't my son come out to greet me? Lin Jianjun, who was always attentive to the entrance, frowned and questioned the head of security, who had returned alone. Mr. Lin, you can leave. Young Master Lin has already instructed that if he sees you guys again, for any reason, you should be kicked out. So, wherever you came from, go back there now, and get lost. The mocking expression on the head of security's face made Lin Jianjun turn pale. He never expected that even his own son would not forgive him and wouldn't even give him a chance to meet. What to do? What to do? If he couldn't gain his son's forgiveness, forget about living a lavish life again. He might not even pass Zhao test. He could be sold to work in African coal mines at any moment. No, I cannot live this pathetic life. I must restore my high-class lifestyle. The fear of never being able to turn things around again caused Lin Jianjun to panic. He pushed the head of security aside and tried to force his way inside, shouting to see his son. Slap! The head of security, already holding a grudge against Lin Jianjun, raised his hand and gave him a resounding slap, repaying a previous humiliation. How dare you hit me? Who do you think I am? Clutching his burning cheek, Lin Jianjun couldn't believe that he, the former billionaire, had stooped to being slapped by a security guard. Truly, like a tiger falling to a pack of wolves. Full of sorrow and anger, feeling deeply wronged, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but loudly accuse the head of security for looking down on him. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not humiliate me just because I am middle-aged. I am telling you, once my son recognizes me as his dad again. I will tell him the truth about what you did to his father. Let's see how you explain it to my son then. Slap! 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 Lin Jianjun's reprimands were met with even more vigorous slaps from the head of security. As the saying goes, real men don't easily shed tears, but when they reach a point of despair, they cannot help but cry. At that moment, unable to bear it any longer, Lin Jianjun's tears began to flow. He was lost, hopeless, and shattered. He didn't know what to do. Despite having many schemes, now that he couldn't even enter the Su group, he realized he couldn't even see his son. How could he use sweet talk to deceive Lin Zhuan into accepting him as his father? I've got it. I can kneel down here. If that doesn't work, I can kneel here for 3 days and nights. I am sure Lin Zhuan will feel sorry for me, right? Even if he truly has a heart of stone, worse than an animal. But a father kneeling to his son, if this explosive incident is exposed, it will surely cause a huge outcry in society. This will be followed by all kinds of moral blackmail. Even if Lin Zhuan is unwilling, he will have to recognize me as his father, or else the keyboard warriors will use their sense of justice through their keyboards to pressure him. Lin Jianjun had a sudden flash of inspiration in his mind. He glanced at the large crowd coming and going at the company's entrance, gritted his teeth, and knelt down right there. For someone who was once a billionaire, it was truly a huge shame. But to regain his former glory, Lin Jianjun decided to kneel down regardless. Dignity was no longer important, as long as he could have enough wealth to indulge in. Lin Hao and his mother, after exchanging a glance, also knelt beside Lin Jianjun. Frankly, the reason why they still humbled themselves and followed Lin Jianjun was because they hoped that once Lin Zhuan recognized his father again, they could enjoy the benefits as well. After all, no one wanted to have a lifetime of hardships. Why are you doing this? I won't hit you anymore. Why go to such lengths to show respect to me? And dragging your wife and child along? The head of security was left speechless and frowning. He never expected that these 3 people were so spineless that being slapped by Lin Jianjun was the reason they knelt before him. Hearing this, Lin Jianjun's anger surged. He grinded his teeth and angrily cursed, "Get lost! Who do you think you are kneeling to? Do you think you're worthy of making me kneel down? Hurry up and notify my son to come out. Tell him that his father knows he was wrong. If he doesn't forgive me, I'll kneel to death at the company's entrance." In this way, the 3 members of the Lin family knelt at the entrance with a constant stream of onlookers, drawing countless curious and astonished glances. Oh, these lunatics! The security guards were speechless and frowned, and they dare not drive them away forcibly. After all, the crowd was too big, and if they forcefully kicked them out, if someone took a video and spread it on the internet. Lin Zhuan would instantly become the target of public criticism, and the keyboard warriors wouldn't care about the consequences. They would only see a father kneeling to beg for forgiveness from his son, being coldly and ruthlessly kicked away by an unfilial son, causing a public outcry and enjoying the feast of attention. If things spiraled out of control to such a degree, it would definitely have a significant impact on the company and the boss's reputation. But ignoring the situation would also seriously damage the image of the group. The head of security, feeling helpless, had to go back to consult with his boss. And the Lin Jianjun trio, from initially feeling uncomfortable and embarrassed by the finger-pointing, gradually became numb and indifferent. Finally, they broke down completely. "Son, Dad knows he was wrong. Please forgive Dad. I can't live without you, brother. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have fought with you for Dad's favor. From now on, I'll be your little follower. Whether you turn east or west, I won't go against you. Forget about the past unpleasantness between us, okay? My good son. You may not be my biological son in reality, but in my heart, you've always been my treasure, my darling." Listening to the Lin family's flattering words as if they were close relatives, completely forgetting the irreparable conflict between them, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but find it amusing. He disinterestedly cleaned his ears and coldly said, "TSK. You guys are shameless as always. But I'm pressed for time. I don't have time to play with you. Spit it out, quickly. If you have nothing to say, get lost." With that, Lin Jianjun's eyes flashed with a touch of cunning. Although his face was filled with regret and remorse, he sighed deeply. "Zizhuan, I know you still hate Dad. But believe me, Dad loves you. I came to see you this time because I missed you. There are no other motives. Ah, the grudge between father and son is only stirred up by this mother and son pair." Slap! In the bewildered gaze of Lin Hao and his mother, Lin Jianjun suddenly turned his sharp gaze towards them, his face full of regret turned fierce, and he swiftly charged towards them, each receiving a fierce slap. Zizhuan. Dad was also deceived by them, which broke your heart repeatedly. I brought these two scoundrels here today to apologize to you. I also assure you that I will completely cut ties with these two. From now on, you can have my fatherly love all to yourself. No one can vie with you anymore. Are you happy? You don't know that I'm also a victim. This scoundrel had an affair with my wife, Lin Hao. That bastard is not my real son. To usurp my property, they used all kinds of deceit and schemes to sow discord between us father and son. Actually, we are the only real blood-related family. Family, loving and supporting each other. As for these two scoundrels, why are you still standing there stunned? All of you kneel down and sincerely repent for your mistakes to Zizhuan. The reason why I had such conflicts with my good big son was all because of interference from the mother and son. Today, you will pay the price for this interference. Quickly kneel and beg for Zizhuan's forgiveness. Slap, slap, slap. Chapter 237. Lin Zhuan watches the show. The Lin family of three fighting each other, dogs biting dogs, all tangled up. Slap, slap, slap. In the surprised eyes of Lin Zhuan, Lin Jianjun, like a mad dog, punches and kicks towards Lin Hao and his mother. Interesting. Dogs biting dogs, all tangled up. With the mindset of watching a show, Lin Zhuan casually picks up a cup of coffee, takes a sip leisurely. Dad, what are you doing? Honey, have you gone crazy? Lin Hao and his mother cover their swollen cheeks, continuously panicking and retreating, avoiding the punches and kicks from Lin Jianjun. They never expected that after agreeing to always be a family that loves and supports each other, now Lin Jianjun suddenly turns hostile, without warning, going after them. Could it be? This jerk plans to sacrifice them to gain Lin Zhuan's forgiveness, in order to enjoy wealth and luxury alone. Both Bai Yulin and her son are not fools. On the contrary, they are very good at scheming. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to coordinate so well initially to deceive Lin Jianjun. Now, observing Lin Jianjun's actions, a slight thought reveals the malicious intention behind them. How could Lin Hao and his mother willingly let the other party push them around like this? They have endured heartache and blood to stay by Lin Jianjun's side during this period, enduring his constant verbal abuse. They even had to work as temporary laborers, sell blood, collect garbage, and various other means to earn hard-earned money, just so Lin Jianjun can drink and enjoy himself. Isn't the goal to one day, after Lin Jianjun regains his son's forgiveness, he can continue to leech off him? Dad, I'm Hao. Do you not want little Hao anymore? I will still take care of you in your old age. Honey, the gratitude between husband and wife lasts 100 days. Are you truly so heartless, not wanting us, mother and son? Are you really going to be a despicable, ungrateful man like Chen Qimei? Lin Hao and his mother struggle valiantly, still using the tried and true methods in an attempt to awaken the affection in Lin Jianjun's heart. But they forget that the reason those methods worked before was because Lin Jianjun was wealthy, and he treated Lin Hao as his biological son. Now that he has fallen from grace, striving to climb back to the top, Lin Jianjun blames Lin Hao and his mother for the situation he is in. How could he possibly accept them again? Today, bringing Bai Yulin and her son, mainly to completely cut off ties with them in front of Lin Zhuan, hoping to soften Lin Zhuan's heart, seeking forgiveness. In the end, in his eyes, this mother and son are just tools, now being drained of their remaining value. You bastard! Lin Hao, do you know whose bastard you are? Do you even have the right to call me dad? I tell you, the only person in this world who can call me father is my son, Xiaoshuan. Damn it, I've disliked you for a long time. A grown man acting like a woman. I always thought you sissy had problems. I, being so wise and heroic, how could I have given birth to such a little white face like you? Indeed, you are not my seed. After insulting Lin Hao, Lin Jianjun turns his wrath towards Bai Yulin, delivering a big slap. And you, this slut, dare to fight back, and still have the face to call me an ungrateful man? Do you think I'm really that magnanimous? Have I truly forgiven you for putting the green hat on me? HMPH. Even now, you are still unwilling to reveal who your lover is. Surely you still have a connection with him behind the scenes. You despicable whore. Slap. You dared to sow discord between me and my son before. Watch me beat you to death. Kneel down, all of you. Immediately kneel down and apologize to Xiaoshuan, kowtow and admit your mistakes. In order to gain the forgiveness of his biological son, Lin Jianjun goes all out, choosing to turn against Lin Hao and his mother. He punches and kicks them, forcing the mother and son to kneel in front of Lin Zhuan, repent for their mistakes. Actually, kneeling wasn't a big deal. Originally, Lin Hao and his mother weren't concerned about dignity. They could satisfy even outrageous demands to achieve their goals. But the way Lin Jianjun acted showed he was determined to break all ties with them. Even if they kneeled as commanded, the only one who would benefit in the end was Lin Jianjun himself, leaving Lin Hao and his mother injured. Since kneeling or not wouldn't make a difference, why even bother kneel? As the saying goes, even a clay figure has a temper. Lin Hao, as a man, has his pride. Being repeatedly physically and verbally abused by Lin Jianjun, his anger had reached its boiling point. Previously, holding on to certain illusions, he could endure and tolerate. But now that the illusion was shattered, why should he continue to endure? He grabs his mother, who was about to kneel, and kicks Lin Jianjun to the ground. Mommy, don't kneel, it's pointless. Lin Jianjun, you've gone too far. After calling you dad for so many years, how dare you? Even if I found out you're not my biological father, I will still be grateful for your care, calling you father. Do you not understand gratitude? I am truly disappointed in you. Speaking as if all the fault lies with me and mommy. If you truly loved your wife and child, why did you choose to have an affair with my mother during her pregnancy? In the end, we are the same kind of people. No, you are even more selfish, arrogant, and self-absorbed. If it weren't for your wealth, I would have broken ties with you long ago. You old stubborn man, want to try your luck by getting physical. Realizing that there was no hope for reconciliation with the Lin family, Lin Hao no longer holds back, revealing all the resentment he had hidden for years. He had long been fed up with Lin Jianjun, and now that the other party was ready to sever ties, they were ready to fight it out. At this moment, Lin Jianjun mechanically rises from the ground. He looks at the defiant young man in front of him with eyes full of disbelief. Previously, Lin Hao had always been a docile and obedient little lamb in his eyes. But now, Lin Jianjun truly sees the true face of the person before him. He is nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's true that there's no blood relation. Raising someone else's child is truly a great injustice. even if you provide them with food and drink, a life of luxury. The wolf in sheep's clothing will still hold grudges for various trivial matters, waiting for an opportunity for revenge. If the group hadn't gone bankrupt back then, in my confusion, I handed the company over to this bastard for inheritance. Then my life in my later years would be ... Lin Jianjun shudders all over. The more he thinks about it, the more frightened he becomes. The white-eyed wolf, for the sake of his wealth, had endured many years of the little lamb. But once he completely took control, with his hatred towards Lin Jianjun. How could Lin Jianjun have a way out? Reading this, Lin Jianjun instantly feels a chill running through him. The last bit of affection he had for Lin Hao and his mother evaporates. Some of the harsh words also leave him so infuriated. Shut up, you animal! You are indeed a white-eyed wolf. Thanks to Xiaoshuan seeing through your schemes. The persecution Xiaoshuan has endured because of you must come at a price. This big slap is for my Xiaoshuan. ... After Lin Jianjun's words, his eyes sneakily glance at Lin Zhuan. Seeing the other staring over, Lin Jianjun immediately morphs into a master of acting, putting on a face of outrage at his son being wronged, and raises his hand for another slap. Slap! After giving a resounding slap, Lin Jianjun raises his other hand, preparing for another slap. But now that both sides have burned their bridges, how could Lin Hao stand there and take the hits? In the end, he fights back and gives Lin Jianjun a slap in return. Slap! After the altercation, the room falls silent. Not to mention Lin Jianjun and his few, not even Lin Hao himself, stunned, staring at his own hand. This was the first time he had ever laid a hand on his dad, signifying the end of their father-son bond under this blow. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Lin Hao's eyes turn ominously. With things having come to this, he no longer wishes to play this father-son game. How dare you? How can you hit your own dad like that? Unbelievable! Lin Hao, you. You dare to fight back against me. Lin Jianjun snaps out of it, covering his burning cheek, exclaiming in frustration. He never expected Lin Hao would truly retaliate. All the years he had nurtured him, even though he hadn't done much, he had still taken care of him. And now, after just a few firm slaps, Lin Jianjun couldn't believe Lin Hao fought back. Little Hao, how can you hit your father like that? Quickly apologize to your father. Honey, don't be angry. Little Hao didn't mean to. It was just a defensive reaction. Don't hold a grudge against him. After all, Hao is still a child. How can you bear a grudge against a child so much? And your father and son bond over all these years. How could you just throw it all away? I know I have wronged you. Hit or scold me if you must. The child is innocent after all. Moreover, as long as the child looks somewhat like you, that's enough. Those who can't have children in the end will have to embrace someone else's child to raise, right? It doesn't matter if you're biological, as long as you treat the child well. They will be good to you in the future, taking care of you in old age. Don't forget, we have promised to be a loving family for life. Come, let's shake hands and make peace. Little Hao, come apologize to your father. By Yulin, with gentle persuasion, using all her knowledge of persuasion techniques, aggressively brainwashes Lin Jianjun. She can't see reality clearly, still dreaming that she can use her beauty to control Lin Jianjun, this cuckold male. Unfortunately, what greeted her was a resounding slap. Slap! Bai Yulin stood there in shock, not knowing what to do, her red handprint on her face clear. She stared at the fierce man in front of her, face full of disbelief, unable to accept the fact that she had been slapped by him. Since meeting Lin Jianjun, he had treated her as a cherished pet, never willing to let her bear any grievances. But now, he was physically abusing her. Hey! Indeed, this is a man. Bai Yulin, disillusioned, finally realizes that Lin Jianjun, this scum, is truly preparing to cut ties with them for good this time. You slut! Do you really think I'm a fool? I must have been blind to have fallen for you, a plaything with a malicious heart. You have caused Zizhuan so much suffering all these years. The main culprit is you, this wicked stepmother. Today, I will beat you to death, to vent all the anger for my Zizhuan. Saying this, Lin Jianjun takes a deep breath, in his heart completely severing the affection with Bai Yulin. He then delivers a sharp kick to the woman's stomach. Bai Yulin cries out in pain, clutching her stomach as she falls to the ground, writhing in agony. "Mommy!" Lin Hao's cry echoes, as he glares at his former good father. This time, he no longer calls him dad, instead, for the first time in his life, shouting his name. Shouting, "Lin Jianjun, I'm going to fight you to the end. You brat! You dare to challenge me, a mere Lin Hao. You deserve to die, just like your damned mother. Today, I'm going to vent my anger for my Zizhuan." Lin Jianjun repeats thrice to vent his aggression towards Lin Zhuan, making it obvious that he's intentionally putting on a show for the other person. In front of Lin Zhuan, demonstrating his determination to break ties with Lin Hao and his mother. He gives a loud shout and engages in a physical fight with Lin Hao. Once affectionate father and son, now facing each other like archenemies, exchanging blows. Soon, both of them have bruises on their faces. Especially Lin Hao, lacking physical exercise, combined with his originally weak body, can't possibly match up against Lin Jianjun, this middle-aged uncle. A misstep, clang-clang, a couple of punches to the face, his nose starts bleeding profusely, blood flowing non-stop. TT. Seeing his own son injured, Bai Yulin stares wide-eyed, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. As a mother, her son is her life. Seeing Lin Jianjun trying to harm him, Bai Yulin loses control completely, joining the battlefield like a madwoman, waving her sharp nails, incessantly scratching at the man's body. Numerous bloody scratches appearing on Lin Jianjun. Chapter 238. Lin Jianjun wants to borrow 1 billion? Screw you. Crazy woman, get the hell out. Suddenly attacked, Lin Jianjun was in pain as he kept retreating, pulling Bai Yulin's hair, trying to drag her away. But he underestimated a mother's determination to protect her child. Bai Yulin bit down on his shoulder, and under Lin Jianjun's cry of pain, the three of them fell to the ground in a heap. This way, the members of the Lin family rolled on the ground, tearing and pulling at each other, turning the situation into a 2-against-1, with both sides evenly matched in strength. Lin Zhuan remained calm and composed on the scene, and drinking coffee on one side, enjoying the spectacle. Things had progressed to this point, a situation he hadn't anticipated. Especially the fact that Lin Hao was not Lin Jianjun's biological son. While he had suspected this before, due to lack of evidence, he hadn't thought much about it. Now that it was confirmed, he found it amusing and at the same time sighed at what a pitiable character Lin Jianjun was. "Boss, are you okay? Boss, what's going on?" Lin Hao's actions had finally caught the attention of the employees outside. A group of them, looking worried, rushed in, only to see the chaotic scene of the Lin family and the calm Lin Zhuan sipping tea. As they looked puzzled, lying on the ground and controlled by Lin Hao's deadly scissor kick, Lin Jianjun, who couldn't move, hastily called for help. "What are you waiting for? Come help! Get rid of these 2 bastards who tried to harm my son. I sacrificed myself to save my son, and now I can barely hold on. Can't you lend a hand? Catch these 2 lunatics and throw them out of my son's company. What underscore? Sacrifice myself to save my son. Oh pious nonsense." But the boss, sitting there watching, didn't seem to need saving at all, did he? "And aren't these 2 people your wife and child? Why do you look like you view them as enemies?" Everyone looked confused, instinctively turning their gaze to Lin Zhuan, awaiting instructions. Seeing him nod slightly, more than 10 people immediately took action and quickly subdued the struggling Lin Hao and his mother. "Lin Jianjun, you bastard! Bit the hand that feeds you! You just wait, I won't let you off easily! Husband, no! Lin Jianjun, you deserve to be cuckolded by me, intentionally by me. Drive you crazy! Ha ha ha, Lin Zhuan, do you think you've completely won? I'll tell you, fortunes change, there's a time for everything. What goes around comes around, I will have you underfoot one day. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100 times over in the future. I will come back for sure. In intense resentment and unwillingness, Lin Hao and his mother were dragged away, and the room finally returned to silence. Lin Jianjun staggered to his feet, touched his blooded bald head scratched by nails, grimacing in pain and teary-eyed. Pretending not to care, he wiped away a tear with strength. Turning to Lin Juan, who had been calm from start to finish, he revealed a smile of fatherly love. Asterisk. Zi Juan ah. Don't worry, with Dad here, no one can harm you in the future. If anyone dares to bully you again, I will definitely stand up to protect you like today. Even if I end up all battered, I will bravely step forward to protect you. After all, there's no one like Dad. In this world, it's only the two of us who should rely on each other the most. When your mom was still alive, she always entrusted me to take good care of you. She most wanted to see a harmonious relationship between us father and son. Son, don't you want your mom to rest in peace, feeling sad under the 9 springs, ... Lin Jianjun's eyes were red, looking sincerely repentant, constantly appealing to Lin Juan with emotional cards. Now that he had driven away Lin Hao and his mother, without them working for him to earn money and support his extravagance, he would have no money even for food and lodging, only able to beg for scraps on the streets. So as success is the only option, failure is not an option. But to Lin Jianjun's disappointment, despite his sincere repentance for his mistakes, Lin Juan still showed an indifferent attitude. Zi Juan ah. Are you still mad at Dad? What do you want in order to forgive Dad? Dad truly understands his mistakes now. For you, I have completely severed ties with Lin Hao and his mother. What more do you want? Do you want to push Dad to death? Does Dad have to die? Have to jump off a building for you to forgive me? If that's the case, Dad will go die right now to show you. ... Pounding his chest and stamping his feet, Lin Jianjun looked at Lin Juan with eyes filled with grief, while casting desperate glances at the window, portraying an image of helplessness that he could jump off at any time. Faced with moral blackmail, Lin Juan remained silent and coldly smirked. Don't waste my time. I know why you're here, just to ask for money, right? The pressure from Zhao Hu is huge on your side. Tell me, how much do you need? Hearing this, Lin Jianjun was shocked. He hadn't expected this punk to know so much, but he had indeed come for money today. Not just to repay Zhao Hu's debt, but also for a sum of money to squander for the rest of his life. 1 billion! Lin Jianjun was about to say the amount he wanted, following the other's words. But catching a glimpse of Lin Juan's expressionless face, the words 1 billion got stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. By now, Lin Jianjun had also figured out a bit of this unfilial son's character. He knew that if he proposed 1 billion, besides inviting humiliation and achieving nothing, the other wouldn't give him a single penny. The most likely scenario was immediately calling security to kick him out. This unfilial son didn't respond to soft tactics, moral blackmail, or other methods. The only way forward was. A flash of insight emerged in Lin Jianjun's mind. Thinking quickly, he changed his tune and said hesitantly, Son, what are you saying? How could Dad come for money from you? Although Dad indeed has some foreign debts, I will figure out a way to repay this debt myself without causing you any trouble. Today, I just missed you and came to see you. And also to confess my past mistakes to you. O_00. Lin Juan squinted his eyes, the response catching him off guard. He had thought Lin Jianjun would ask him for money as soon as he opened his mouth. Really? Lin Jianjun nodded repeatedly. Then, rubbing his hands, he cautiously asked, But Dad is getting old now, and you know that once you're over 35 years old in the workplace, you are no longer welcome. Dad hasn't found a job yet, so I wanted to ask. Can you let Dad join the group to help you? Don't worry. Dad was once the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, experienced in business management, and will definitely be able to help you. I know that after Mr. Su fell down, the Su group was left without a leader. Your daughter-in-law needs rest, and you rarely personally manage company affairs before, so there must be some business aspects you're not familiar with, and the pressure must be particularly high. With Dad assisting by your side, you'll certainly be much more relaxed. Dad didn't show you enough fatherly love before, so let this be Dad's redemption to you. What do you think? ... Chapter 239. Lin Jianjun tragically goes up to the rooftop. The wind on the rooftop is very strong, very noisy. Help me enter the company? Ha ha, are you joking? Hearing Lin Jianjun's shameless words, Lin Juan couldn't help but sneer. He finally understood why the other party stopped asking for money. It seems that just wanting money no longer satisfies Lin Jianjun's appetite. He even wants to have a hand in the Su group. Xiao Shuan, I am serious. You should trust your father's years of experience in managing the company. I am fully capable of helping you. Dad knows how difficult it is to run a company. How can I bear to see you working so hard? I also want to share some of the burden for you. Let Dad come to the company. I guarantee that I will do my best to manage the company well. Lin Jianjun looked sincere, patting his chest repeatedly to reassure Lin Zhuan. Lin Zhuan dismissed the other party's words as nonsense. Apart from Su Qing's workaholic character, even if her body had not fully recovered, relying solely on the business acumen of the female CEO was more than enough to handle the trivial matters of the company. He patiently waited to enjoy the benefits. Even if one were to take a step back, even if the couple really couldn't handle it, he would never allow Evolve to enter his den. After finally cutting off ties with this weirdo, only a fool would consider accepting this idiot back in. With his brain. Managing the group for me? What a joke. Lin Zhuan immediately refused without hesitation, feeling insulted even by considering it for a second. Hearing his rejection, Lin Jianjun instantly became anxious. He was anxious. No, Xiao Shuan, listen to me. The market value of the Su group is now skyrocketing, and who knows how many forces are targeting it. With just you and your wife managing the company, how can you possibly keep up? As for hiring people to run the company, it's easy for other forces to insert their spies. Especially for some key positions, letting outsiders take over is simply unreliable. The group must always be in the hands of our own people for safety. Look at me, I'm your father. How could I harm my own son? Let me manage the company. It's better and safer than letting unfamiliar outsiders take over, right? I have already thought about it. Appoint me as the executive CEO of the company first. At the same time, assign me some shares of the group, so I have the right to voice my opinions in the board of directors. Because I have detailed plans for the future development of the Su group. Only if you give me enough power can I lead the company to glory. Of course, actions speak louder than words. Let me first report my business blueprint to you. Lin Jianjun was full of excitement, standing in front of the desk gesticulating confidently, with a triumphant look on his face. In the process of reporting, he would occasionally say, "Applause for understanding." Engrossed in his own fantasies, Lin Jianjun completely failed to notice Lin Zhuan's increasingly darkening expression. Is this guy crazy? Immediately aiming to become the executive CEO, and wanting me to transfer shares to him, allowing him to join the board and give directions. How about just stepping down and handing the entire group over to him? Are his brains scrambled, or what? Seeing Lin Jianjun blabbering on incessantly, trying to sweet-talk himself with familial terms, Lin Zhuan impatiently interrupted. Shut up. I've endured you for a long time, you fool. With your limited business acumen, you still want to manage the company. Are you even capable? Under your management, the Lin Group went directly bankrupt. And now you want to harm the Su Group. Get lost. Faced with Lin Zhuan's unreserved scolding, Lin Jianjun's face turned pale and green, extremely embarrassed. He never expected his own son to disrespect him like this, scolding him outright. He was a bit infuriated, but he had no capital for stubbornness now. In order to regain immense wealth, he had to silently endure it. Xiao Shuan, you are right in your criticism. Dad used to be too arrogant, and that's why I ended up where I am now. But I have truly realized my mistakes. I only hope you can give Dad a chance to prove himself. How about this? Dad is willing to start from the grassroots, climb up from the lowest level of employees, prove my abilities to you, and then you can reconsider rehiring me. Dad is really at his wit's end now. If you don't give Dad a chance, maybe Dad can't take it and might go to the rooftop to catch some wind. The wind on the rooftop is definitely strong, cold, and noisy. Xiao Shuan, you don't want news headlines reporting that you drove Dad to his death, right? Maybe Dad's life doesn't matter. But do you want to abandon your reputation and the company? Chapter 240. Lin Jianjun was transferred to the logistics department and chose to endure silently. Are you threatening me? No. How could it be possible? I just hope, Xiao Shuan, you can give Dad a chance. Lin Jianjun shook his head repeatedly, denying with a stiff scalp. Giving you a chance, right? Fine. Since you are willing to start from the grassroots and prove your abilities, then I will give you a chance to perform. I will negotiate with Zhao Hu to extend the repayment period for you a bit. Lin Zhuan narrowed his eyes, nodded in agreement, and was even willing to greet Zhao Hu on behalf of him. He thought it over. If he let this scumbag father out, maybe he would come out and cause trouble when he had nothing left. It's better to keep him in the company so that he can be controlled immediately in case of trouble, not afraid of any shenanigans. Due to the blood relationship between the two parties, I cannot be too extreme. The best solution for now, why not consider the Ensuyan Met, throwing this scumbag father into prison, out of sight, out of mind. This way, it will be all settled. With the greedy nature of this fool, if given the opportunity, he will definitely take advantage of his position to embezzle the company's interests. And as long as the amount is large enough, accuse him of embezzling company property. Sentenced to 10 or 8 years, more than enough. In just a moment, Lin Zhuan thought of countless ways to scheme against his scumbag father. Just as he was determined to fulfill filial piety, he heard Lin Zhuan's agreement, and even willing to negotiate with Zhao Hu on his behalf. Lin Jianjun was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Indeed, this kid is insincere. However much he pretends to dislike himself on the surface, deep down, he can't let go of his father. As the saying goes, the world has only good fathers, and children with fathers are like treasures. No matter how tough a person is, deep down they still long for paternal love. At this moment, Lin Jianjun revealed a smug smile, feeling confident that he had completely controlled Lin Zhuan once again. He was already envisioning how he would gradually regain control of power step by step after rising to a high position within the group, deceiving and scheming, until the Su group changed hands under his name, mirroring the past glory of the Lin group. No, given the current development trend of the Su group, breaking the $1 billion mark in the future is only a matter of time. By then, I will not only be the president of a $1 billion group, but a president of a $1 billion group. In these days, those who despised and mocked me for being down and out will have to bow down to me, beg for forgiveness on the ground. Learning that Lin Zhuan was still under his control, the smile on Lin Jianjun's face couldn't be suppressed. He eagerly inquired with his subordinates, temporarily placing him in what position, and even self-recommended to become the chief executive officer. What are you thinking? Didn't we agree that you'd start from the grassroots? Go find Li Wenhui from the logistics department yourself now, and see what position the company can arrange for you. Alright, go on now. I'm annoyed just seeing you. Lin Zhuan showed impatience and quickly dismissed Lin Jianjun in a few words. Humph, I will endure. Lin Jianjun felt unhappy being ordered around, but with hopes for a bright future, he cheerfully rubbed his bald head and left. On the other side, Lin Zhuan contemplated for a moment and dialed the phone number of the logistics department. He couldn't stand the sight of this scumbag father, plotting to deal with him later when the time was right. For now, let him endure some bitterness in the company's logistics department. A middle-aged woman in a black suit dress was carefully giving instructions to her subordinates. Her name was Li Wenhui. She was originally just a janitor in the company. She thought her life might always be like this. However, a few days ago, there was a sudden change in personnel in the company. She, as one of the lucky ones, was promoted from a janitor to the head of the logistics department under Lin Zhuan's appointment. This was a huge opportunity for her. Therefore, she was grateful to Lin Zhuan and determined to manage the entire logistics department well to repay the boss's recognition. Her work performance once again proved Lin Zhuan's insightful eyes. Ring ring. Hello. Mr. Lin, Lin. Hello, hello. Okay. Mr. Lin, don't worry. I know what to do. Suddenly receiving Lin Zhuan's call, Li Wenhui stood up nervously, unconsciously nodding and bowing to the empty space. After hanging up the phone, she meditated for a moment, walked out of the office, and informed her colleagues who were working in the office about Lin Jianjun's arrival in the department. What? Lin's father is coming? How can such a prominent figure come to our department? Shouldn't such a prominent figure occupy a high-level position instead? How did he end up in our logistics department? Could it be to monitor us? Wait, even if it's for monitoring, it should be in departments like finance and other important places, right? That's not the point. We should think about how to flatter the new big shot. I don't know if Lin's father is easy to get along with. Hopefully, by exchanging a few words with him and Lin Jr., I might be able to transfer to a more important department. It seems like this is a rare opportunity. We must seize it. At the very least, we can't offend the incoming big shot. Upon learning that Lin Jianjun was about to reign in the logistics department, dozens of employees whispered in discussion. As the group gradually moved in the right direction, the fact that the boss placed his relatives within the organization didn't surprise them. The only thing that puzzled them was, why did Lin Jr. assign his father to this insignificant department? However, many employees, like Li Wenhui, felt grateful for Lin Zhuan's insight. So, out of gratitude or to curry favor, they all decided to bow down to the imminent arrival of Lin Jianjun. At this moment, seeing that the subordinates were misunderstanding the situation, Li Wenhui chuckled and began to convey Lin Zhuan's true intentions. Hey, aren't you thinking too much? The boss didn't assign the other party to our logistics department for him to enjoy our flattery. On the contrary, the boss instructed that, if any of you dare to get too close to Lin Jianjun, making him too comfortable, then you will be immediately fired. Go to the finance department to get paid and leave. Do you understand? Huh? What the heck? What's going on here? Did we mishear it? The big shot who's coming isn't Lin's father, right? Don't tell me we're supposed to exclude him? Unbelievable! The leader's words left the subordinates dumbfounded. Before they could gather their thoughts, Li Wenhui no longer beat around the bush, summarizing the conflict between Lin Zhuan and his scumbag father. So that's it. No wonder Lin Jr.'s orders were so strange. TSK. Is Lin Jianjun blind? He has such a good son who treats him well in the palm of his hand, yet instead he has reached the point of severing the father-son relationship with him. I'm afraid the old man regrets it deeply now. The boss placed him here to let us handle him properly. Let out the bad air. No need to say anything else. If Lin Jr. hadn't nurtured me, I'd still be a security guard at the entrance. How could I be promoted to head logistics supervisor? That old man is doomed. Watch how I avenge Lin Jr. After learning the background of the situation, the employees were all indignant, changing their previous attitudes of worship and deciding to teach Lin Jianjun a lesson. They weren't stupid, realizing who the true master of the Su group was. Naturally, knowing what to do to satisfy their boss. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Jianjun, feeling cheerful, arrived at the logistics department. However, when he saw that no one came out to greet him at the door, his face changed instantly, cursing loudly. You scoundrels! Didn't anyone receive my message that I was coming? As the chairman's father, you guys, a group of laborers, dare not come out to greet me proactively. Lin Jianjun's face turned dark, and he felt a surge of anger. In his eyes, whether he held a high position in the group or started from the grassroots level, it didn't matter, because the Su group belonged to his son. If he viewed the company as a dynasty, then Lin Zhuan was the emperor here, and he was the honored emeritus. The employees in the company were like eunuchs or maidservants serving them. Now that he, the respected emeritus, had personally arrived, but this group still lacked the manners to even come out to greet him. Who's in charge here? Get out here right away! Didn't my son give you a heads up that I was coming? How can no one come out to welcome me? What kind of behavior is this? Is there still discipline in this company? Perhaps being disturbed by Lin Jianjun's loud yelling, the door was pushed open, and employees gradually walked out. Leading them was Li Wenhui, frowning. Upon seeing Lin yelling profanities with a bald head and grimacing face, her frown only deepened, utterly unimpressed by the incredibly poor first impression. She couldn't understand why the boss, such a graceful man, had a father who acted like such a street thug. Could it be that one of them had a genetic mutation? However, Li Wenhui didn't forget her mission and, ignoring Lin Jianjun's displeased expression, spoke in a firm tone. Mr. Lin, please don't make a scene in the company, disturbing the work of other colleagues. Plus, there's no company regulation that says employees have to greet new arrivals. For now, it's alright since you're new and unfamiliar with the company rules. But if it happens again, we'll have to follow the rules. Oh my gosh! Is this woman crazy? Or did I hear wrong? Didn't she see that I'm already furious? Shouldn't she hurry up and apologize? How dare she speak to me in this tone? Lin Jianjun was stupefied. For a moment he thought he was dreaming and couldn't believe what he was hearing. You have some nerve. Do you know who you're talking to? Watch your tone when speaking to me. This company belongs to my son. Let me make it clear. I am your boss's father. If you dare to be disrespectful to me again, then go pack your things and get out immediately. No, I don't need a servant who kills his master. I hereby declare you fired. Go to the finance department now and get out with your money. In order to make these servants understand who their master is, Lin Jianjun decided to use the woman in front of him to set an example and threaten the others. He stood tall, glaring at Li Wenhui from his nostrils, pointing at her face, and giving the order to dismiss her. This arrogant and domineering attitude and the high-handed manner of immediately caused the employees' faces to turn unpleasant, and their impression of Lin Jianjun kept dropping. They finally understood why Lin Zhuan disliked his father so much. Damn it! If their father acted the same, wouldn't they be yanking out their hair pipes every day? The most speechless person present was Li Wenhui herself. Looking at Lin Jianjun pointing at her, she spoke with a strong tone. Enough. Mr. Lin, please don't joke around like this in the company. The position I have is appointed by Mr. Lin himself, and only he has the authority to dismiss me. As for you, Mr. Lin, and I have come to an understanding. He said if you cannot accept the grassroots work that I arranged, then please leave the company now. Li Wenhui had already lost interest in continuing the conversation. She waved her hand, and a few security guards walked out, ready to forcibly remove Lin Jianjun from the company if he dared to argue further. Seeing this show of force, Lin Jianjun was taken aback, completely deflated in an instant. He knew that if Lin Zhuan had indeed given prior instructions, apart from complying, there was nothing he could do. The woman in front of him seemed willing to ignore his prestigious emeritus identity and order her people to kick him out of the company, in order to successfully steal the Su group. I will endure. Eventually, Lin Jianjun took a deep breath and decided to temporarily swallow his anger. Chapter 241 Lin Jianjun's position is confirmed, a hygiene and sanitation expert, since Since this is my son's order HMPH. Then you make the arrangements. Do you plan to make me a supervisor or a minister Helpless, Lin Jianjun could only grit his teeth and squeeze out a few words from his throat. But his attitude of reluctance once again aroused Li Wenhui's dissatisfaction. Are you teaching me how to work? Still want to be the logistics minister? That position is taken by you, so do I have to pack up and go home? Then what position is suitable for me? Lin Jianjun frowned and asked. In his mind, as the son of the chairman, coming to the logistics department as a minister was already a compromise, a step down. Could it be that there was a more grassroots position than this? As the saying goes, don't judge a book by its cover. Even if there is, do these lackeys really dare to disregard his status completely? From today onwards, your position is a hygiene and sanitation expert. Zihu, you take him to the work location. Li Wenhui didn't care about how the person in front of him was thinking, impatiently gave the order, and then turned and walked away. Hygiene and sanitation expert. What kind of position is this? It sounds pretty high-end. Is it really an expert? Watching the woman walk away, Lin Jianjun looked curious. It was the first time he had heard of such a high-sounding job title. He thought his talents had finally been recognized. Was he being prepared for a big responsibility? With a mix of excitement and nervousness, Lin Jianjun followed a middle-aged man in an office attire to a men's restroom. This floor has 4 toilets, and you are responsible for cleaning them every day. Also, the corridors, windows, and other public areas, you have to clean daily as well. Work hours are 996, start at 8 in the morning, finish at 9, and you're only allowed 1 day off per month. If overtime is needed, overtime pay is 10 yuan per hour. Base salary is 2,000, and after a 3-month probation period, it may increase based on performance. Oh, and you must wear a work uniform during work hours. Here, take this set. The middle-aged man chattered while pulling out a uniform and stuffing it into Lin Jianjun's hands, whose expression turned more and more off. What? But wasn't I supposed to become an expert, as the woman said? How does this sound like a toilet cleaner? Yes. Hygiene and sanitation expert, commonly known as restroom cleaner. Upon learning the truth, Lin Jianjun erupted, his eyes glaring, shaking with anger. How dare you? Outrageous! As the son of the chairman, a former billionaire, you're arranging for me to clean toilets. This is blatant humiliation. Faced with Lin Jianjun's furious and ferocious expression, the middle-aged man remained calm and shrugged indifferently. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. This is how grassroots work is. It's up to you. If you don't want to do it, then you're not a company employee. I'll call security to kick you out as a bystander. With that, Lin Jianjun almost spat blood in anger. He could see it. These lackeys were so bold because that ungrateful son must be up to something behind the scenes, aiming to make him retreat, wanting to drive him out of the company. HMPH, ungrateful child. You won't succeed. Endure. In the end, gritting his teeth, Lin Jianjun chose to put on the work uniform and became an esteemed restroom cleaner in the company. Lin Jianjun, right? Toilet number 1 is clogged. Go fix it quickly. What? You don't know how? Useless. Just roll up your sleeves and do it. Can't you see the large water stains in the corridor? You, the restroom cleaner. Hurry to deal with it. Are you blind? What if someone slips? Get the mop out now. Faster with your movements. Stop drinking water. There's no time for your breaks. 3 more toilets are waiting for you to clean. Damn it. Can't you see that this toilet has feces not flushed properly? And it's on the edge deliberately, grossing me out. Come on, clean that stained feces with disgusting yellow marks. The whole afternoon. The staff, like-minded, kept ordering Lin Jianjun around, giving him trouble all the time, not letting him sit and rest for a moment. If he was slow in his actions, he faced a barrage of degrading comments. Whenever Lin Jianjun couldn't take the workplace violence and attempted to resist, they would condescendingly say, like it or leave. Get lost if you don't want to do it. Lin Jianjun was left speechless, on the verge of tears. This wasn't the company life he imagined. Originally, Lin Jianjun had dreamt of joining the group, leveraging his son's relationship. He'd soon be promoted, become the general manager, then the CEO, marry a wealthy beauty, and reach the pinnacle of life. Just thinking about it was so exciting. But things went contrary to his wishes. Now, he had become a menial restroom cleaner. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't mock the middle-aged poor. All of you wait for me. Once I rise to power, I'll definitely fire the entire logistics department. Lin Jianjun seethed with anger, now resentful towards everyone. Of course, his deepest resentment was towards that unfilial son. He was his own father after all. Even if he wasn't made the CEO, couldn't he have at least been given a department manager position or something? But he could bear to let his own father clean toilets. How can a son treat his father like this? It's simply inhuman. Damn it, while everyone says children are for old age security, I raised a haughty Wolf. If only he'd known, he would have strangled him at birth. Chapter 242. Su King's preference level has risen again, and a new bonding skill appeared during the evening of New Year's Day. Lin Juan finally finished touring the entire group building, and along the way, he also took a stroll in the logistics department. When he saw Lin Jianjun digging shit with his bare hands, he nodded in satisfaction and encouraged the employees on the spot. With this, Li Wenhui and the others worked even harder, determined not to let down the boss's high hopes and make Lin Jianjun truly experience the horror of tasting the yellow feces. After leaving the logistics department, Lin Juan saw that it was getting late and leisurely returned to the chairman's office. According to the evening news report, last night, a supercriminal carrying the burden of 3 lives escaped. This criminal was crazed and had committed numerous crimes. Inside the house, a cold and stunningly beautiful girl sat sullenly in a wheelchair, watching the evening news on TV. She was so focused that she didn't even notice Lin Juan entering. Oh, what are you watching so seriously? Not kidneyless. Only when Lin Juan curiously spoke, did the girl realize that someone had arrived and subconsciously shook her head, giving a vague answer. It's getting late. Is all the work taken care of? If so, let's go home. If you need overtime, let Hu Zheng and the others handle it. Your body needs rest. Don't push yourself too hard. Lin Juan spoke tenderly and indulgently, brushing his wife's nose tip. Facing this intimate gesture, Su Qing felt a bit shy and instinctively turned her head. However, she did not refute Lin Juan's words. The company was currently running smoothly, and there was no need for her to worry too much. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Hu Zhang and a few employees came in to report on their work. Seeing the scene inside, they were struck with over 99% damage, and hearing Lin Zhuan's capitalist-style exploitation speech, they collectively petrified with a sense of grievances. Boss, we also want to leave on time. Ah, the evils of capitalists. Cough. What I mean is, I value your abilities, don't worry. You are all my carefully chosen elite soldiers, and the future of the group relies on you. Rest assured. Follow me, there will be milk, there will be bread, everything will be there. Facing the resentful eyes of his subordinates, Lin Zhuan once again chose to engage in some pua. But this time, he was in a good mood and offered some sweeteners. Well, work hard. I'll discuss with Kinj, and we will double your salaries next year. With this promise of a salary increase, Hu Zhang and the others immediately felt excited and expressed their willingness to work overtime until dawn. Well then, keep up the good work. We all have a bright future. In response to the young employee's high spirits, Lin Zhuan expressed his full approval. On the side, Su Kinj sat in a wheelchair, also giving a thumbs up and smiling to encourage everyone. Last time's personnel changes caused some unrest in the company. However, compared to the fresh blood brought in, this cost was bearable. With these loyal and capable assistants, I can relax a bit more, and don't need to personally manage everything like before. But if I want the horse to run fast, I have to feed it more grass. It seems I need to establish a reward system to incentivize them to work harder for the company. After all, the new products of the company are about to be launched. The future will be busier than now, and as I am still not completely recovered, I need to cultivate some trusted aides. Perhaps due to her character, Su Qing's style of doing things tends to be self-serving. Unless they are truly close people, she tends to think in terms of maximizing benefits. Just like now, she is thinking about how to fully utilize the labor of Hu Zhang and the others. By the way, tomorrow is the day when the company's new products will be launched. Is everything arranged? As he was about to leave while pushing the wheelchair, Lin Zhuan suddenly remembered the product launch event scheduled for the next day and asked casually. He had already planned to simply copy the path of the rise of the beauty pill abruptly and directly use the quality and effectiveness far superior to other products in the market to outshine all. Get ready. Just give a signal tomorrow, boss, and our website will immediately put the products on the shelves. Boss, I guarantee that the commotion caused by these 3 products after the launch will definitely not be weaker than the beauty pill. Our group's market value will also rise accordingly, and becoming a billion-dollar conglomerate is just a matter of time. Hu Zhang and the others were all filled with excited anticipation. Having witnessed the miracles of the products, they naturally had great confidence in the launch of these 3 new products. On the other hand, Lin Zhuan was not too emotionally affected because everything was expected. He had discussed with Su Kinj privately, and when they announce the launch of the new products tomorrow, they will also reveal the joint partnership of Lin and Su's families. At last, the day has come. Billion-dollar conglomerate, a top-tier family. In the past, this was an unattainable goal for me, but now it is getting closer and closer. If grandfather were still clear-headed, he would definitely be very happy. And my parents, if they really have spirits in heaven, seeing the group develop to today's extent, they must also be very pleased. And all this credit goes to Lin Zhuan. Can I really repay this debt in my lifetime? Glancing at the young man next to her with a faint smile, Su Qing's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude and a hint of struggle. As her body gradually recovered, she wasn't sure if she should continue with the unfinished plan from the beginning. If she really goes ahead with the original plan, would she gradually become someone who is no longer the same as before, as her master said? On the other side, Lin Zhuan gave some final instructions to his subordinates, then pushed the wheelchair and left the room. Suddenly, a long-lost system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Supporting female character, Su Qing's preference level increases. Reward for bonding has increased to 2 points per second. Ding! Host bonding points have accumulated to 400,000, gaining a special skill, Bonding Mind. Ding! Friendly reminder, exclusive skill bonding magnetic field now expands to 4 meters. Chapter 243, the intimate sound is activated. Who will be the eavesdropper? Happy New Year! Ha! Qingji's affection for me has increased. Lin Juan was momentarily stunned, then a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Oh my tilde. But what is this intimate sound skill? Could it be that I can eavesdrop on others' thoughts? Filled with curiosity, Lin Juan opened the system panel to check the effect of the intimate sound skill. ... Intimate sound. Eavesdroppers will hear the host's inner thoughts as though they were there in person. The thoughts that eavesdroppers can hear are carefully selected by the system and presented to the listeners at the most appropriate times. Friendly tip 1. Eavesdropper targets are selected by the system, and eavesdropping is limited within the range of the intimate magnetic field. Friendly tip 2. This is a passive skill. The host cannot control it and can choose to activate or deactivate it. Friendly tip 3. The skill is upgradable. Upgrading method is as follows. When eavesdrop thoughts accumulate to 10,000, the host can turn the tables and eavesdrop on others' thoughts. When eavesdrop thoughts accumulate to 100,000, the host can select the thought's target and control the content of the eavesdrop thoughts. ... After reading the system introduction, Lin Juan pondered. He never expected that the intimate sound skill is not about him eavesdropping on others' thoughts. In fact, it is the opposite. Others can eavesdrop on his thoughts. Wouldn't this mean that all his secrets would be exposed? After all, this is a passive skill, and he cannot freely choose the eavesdropping target. Should he choose to deactivate it? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Juan ultimately chose to activate the intimate sound skill, still having sufficient trust in the system. Since the system rewarded him with this intimate skill, it must be beneficial to him. Besides, when the thoughts accumulate to 100,000, he can choose the target and control the content of the eavesdrop thoughts, which is quite appealing. But if he doesn't activate the skill now, it would take forever to accumulate 100,000 thoughts, right? ... Qingzhe, shall we go home and have a child with all 12 zodiac animals? Wife, actually, I like men. Daughter-in-law, do you know that your elder brother, my cousin, didn't die? ... To experiment with the effect of the activated intimate sound skill, Lin Juan silently spoke a few sentences in his mind while carefully observing Su Qingzhi's expression. At such a close distance, if the other suddenly heard his thoughts, it would be impossible for them to remain indifferent. No response. That means that Su Qingzhi cannot hear his thoughts and is not the selected eavesdropping target by the system. Seeing the girl's face still cold, Lin Juan instantly understood. Then he completely let go of his internal conflict and believed that everything was for the best arrangement. What's wrong? Feeling Lin Juan staring at her, Su Qingzhi expressed her confusion. Nothing. Just thinking you're looking better and better. Couldn't resist wanting to look at you more. Also thinking about our zodiac plan. When can we implement it? ... Lin Juan joked, smoothly shifting the topic without showing any emotions. Hearing this, Su Qingzhi gave a displeased look and turned her head, not bothering with this sweet-talking man. Regardless of what he said, she would never agree to his zodiac plan. She's not a mother pig. ***. If she really had to get all 12 zodiac animals, even though her physical condition far exceeds that of an ordinary woman, she wouldn't be able to handle it. ... Lin Juan, you damn guy. I remember there's a machine invented now that lets men experience the pain of childbirth. To dispel some unrealistic thoughts for Lin Juan, it seems like I need to find an opportunity to take him to experience it. Humph. Giving birth to one is already painful, and now 12... He's really daring to think about it. ... Su Qingzhi muttered to herself. By this time, Lin Juan had pushed the wheelchair out of the company's gate. Parked at the entrance was a black Maybach. Sir, please get in the car, miss. The driver's seat door opened, and a spirited female driver and bodyguard came out. Her name is Feng Yan, 35 years old, a retired female special forces soldier. She used to be hired by Su Qingzhi at a high price to handle her personal security. Qingzhi, hold on to me. I'll carry you into the car. Lin Juan, well versed in this routine, lifted the girl from the wheelchair and gently placed her in the back seat. Vroom vroom. Soon after, the car quickly accelerated and sped down the highway. Inside the black Maybach. Qingzhi, why are you sitting so far away? Come closer. If there's danger, like an accident or something, I could protect you first. Glancing at the girl beside him, Lin Juan smiled and reached out his hand, wanting to pull her into his arms. Behave, you rogue! Su Qingje didn't even think. She immediately slapped away the Volve-paw that reached over and gave Lin Juan a stern look. Being outside the home now and in front of her staff, Su Qingje couldn't accept such intimate actions. A girl must maintain her composure. All right. Don't hug then. But holding hands should be fine, right? Upon saying this, ignoring the girl's struggles, Lin Juan forcibly held her delicate hand, refusing to let go. Is this guy shameless or what? Flirting in broad daylight. If you don't let go, believe me, I'll spray you to death with a mouthful of salt soda water. Su Qingji's face turned slightly red, and she glared fiercely at Lin Juan several times. Asterisk. Ding tilde. Helpless against the man's thick skin, she turned her face to the window and looked out with a serious expression, as if there was a stunning beauty outside who had captivated him. Su Qingje dodged a few times and struggled, but in the end, she had no choice but to go along with it. And so, the two sat hand in hand in the back seat, tacitly understanding each other, maintaining silence. This sudden display of affection left the female driver, Feng Yan, in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes as she witnessed this unexpected change in Su Qingji. Hello, everyone. This is where my post ends. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Tomorrow, we will be hosting a few tables of guests at home, even though we haven't obtained a marriage certificate yet, but here in our town, it's considered a formal wedding. As for the marriage certificate, we'll get it after the banquet. The guests won't be many, just around 5 tables with a few dozen immediate relatives, keeping it simple, unlike those extravagant weddings with dozens or hundreds of tables. Ahem, please forgive me for shamelessly asking you to watch a few ads. You don't have to pay with real money, just clicking on 3 ads will be enough to support me. Thank you. It's a bit emotional for me to realize that I still feel like a child, yet here I am taking this step into marriage. I've just turned 28 years old. But I can't shake off the feeling of aging and becoming obsolete in this era, dominated by the 2000s and later. Those of us born in the 90s and 95s are remnants of the old era, and there's no boat in the new era to carry us. I arranged for a quick makeover at home last night by paying 1620 RMB to a 50-year-old aunt. It was only finished around 5 a.m. But since I was playing games until 3 a.m., I'm way too lenient with money spending. Initially, the aunt requested 1640 RMB, but my mom insisted on a favorable price, settling at 1620 RMB instead. Suddenly, I realized that this line of work is quite profitable. I believe the cost mainly goes into labor, while the materials are not that expensive. The effect was as follows. I have to go pick her up from her house early tonight, so I'm a bit confused, but I'm just following my parents' instructions. Since I can't drive, I had to ask my brother to come back from Dongguan and lend me his second-hand Accord. Commentary. My brother bought this car a few years ago. Was it 160,000 or 170,000? He made a down payment of 80,000, with the remaining loan to be paid off in 3 years. I think it's around 3,000 per month. We also hired an acquaintance of my dad as the driver for tonight. I can't remember if the girl's family covers 680 RMB and mine 880 or 1080 RMB. We'll figure it out when the time comes. I always think about saving money. Gives. The money spent on cigarettes and alcohol today, as well as for tomorrow's banquet, seems to be around 10,000 RMB. It's another day of spending more than earning. It seems she might stay over at my place after arriving tonight. For those familiar with me, you'd know my wife and I met through blind dates around last Chinese New Year, and it's almost been about a year since then. We've communicated mostly online because she was working in Shenzhen for her brother, and I'm in a small county town. We've probably met less than 10 times. But we're getting married, and I don't know how things will turn out in the future. I think we need to be tolerant of each other. Now that the time has come, I feel quite mysterious. As a big, old virgin, Sleeping in the same bed with a woman should be exciting, right? Or should there be some normal emotions? But I'm oddly calm right now. Let's see how it goes step by step. I need to start jogging this month. I heard it can enhance performance. I'm worried about premature ejaculation. My excessive use of hands before has consequences ***. Speaking of which, this is my first date, and back then, I was inexperienced. During our conversation, I foolishly asked if she was a virgin. It's really ridiculous now. If it were with another girl, she would have likely blocked me by now and called me a pervert, right? But at that time, I subtly inquired about it, not to mention that society is more open-minded now. But in my rural area, coupled with my own inexperience as a beginner, I think most men have some kind of virgin complex, right? So, I asked in a silly manner. And then she said yes. Is this considered striking gold for me? To beginners, sharing an understanding ... We might end up staying up all night tonight. Since I have to fetch her early in the morning, I might have to hold an umbrella for her. I'm not sure if I'll be able to post regularly these next few days, but I'll try to maintain a minimum of 4,000 words to be a consistent poster. I work full-time and need to support my family. After getting married, the pressure is immense. I really want to be a parasite. My stomach isn't good. Anyways, thank you for following up until this point. As I almost have no friends, I'm just a homebody. I could spend an entire month holed up at home without going out. I have no one to share with, so I'm sharing with you. Commentary, mainly due to lack of time for writing today. Still able to type a bit. Some readers have been following along from the start, witnessing the bumpy journey of my life. Lastly, please forgive me for shamelessly asking you to watch a few ads. You don't have to pay with real money, just clicking on 3 ads will be enough to support me. Thank you. Chapter 240 For Car Accident Crisis. Lin Zhuan's boyfriend, Lin Zhuan, drove with superb skills through the rearview mirror. Feng Yan suddenly met a pair of cold and frosty beautiful eyes. Her heart trembled, and she immediately sat up straight, pretending to focus on driving intently. Just then, boom! A dilapidated black van suddenly ran a red light and headed straight towards the Maybach. Be careful, uncle, miss. Hold on tight. Having received professional bodyguard training, facing the sudden situation, Feng Yan first shouted a warning. Then, thunderously, and without covering his ears, he sharply turned the steering wheel, stepped on the gas pedal, performed a handsome drift, successfully avoiding the van's impact. After narrowly avoiding collision with the Maybach, the black van not only did not slow down and stop to check, but even accelerated and left the scene. Watching the taillights recede, Lin Zhuan narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. On the other side, the shaken Feng Yan's face was filled with a mix of shock and anger. If they had really been hit head-on by the van just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. How could the other driver dare to hit and run? How could she endure this? Uncle, miss, are you okay? I noted down the van's license plate. We'll report to the police immediately when we get back and have someone investigate. HMPH. Whether it was intentional or not, once we catch the perpetrator, they must be punished severely. Feng Yan said nervously, looking back, worried that there might be any mishaps for Lin Zhuan and herself due to the recent accident. Fortunately, the scene she witnessed not only relieved her, but also brought a smile to her face, quietly blossoming. In the back seat, Lin Zhuan remained unaffected, with one hand embracing Su Qing's waist and the other hand blocking between her head and the car frame, pulling her close to his chest. This display of affection from her boyfriend caused a smile of relief to linger on Feng Yan's face uncontrollably. Kinj, are you okay? Lin Zhuan lowered his head and looked at the young girl in his arms, comforting her softly. Hearing this, Su Qing shook her head slowly, her exquisitely beautiful face showing a hint of paleness. She was indeed a bit startled just now. With her body still not completely recovered, facing the sudden incident made her instinctively fearful. Upon seeing this, Lin Zhuan gently patted the girl's back once again, whispering words of comfort in her ear. It's okay. I'm here. The steady sound of his breath hitting her ear made her feel ticklish, and the presence of his manly scent made her cheeks blush. Feng Yan, as a driver and bodyguard with professional ethics, even though curious about gossip, Feng Yan knew when to look and when to avoid suspicion. Feng Yan suppressed her strong curiosity and glanced at the rearview mirror while biting her lip. Then, she reluctantly raised the rear seat barrier to prevent prying eyes. Stepping on the gas, the Maybach slowly started again with a rumble. The commotion also woke the dazed Huo Kean. She pushed Lin Zhuan away, her face flushed, covering her nose, too embarrassed to continue. 2.5 minutes later, the Maybach returned to Su's estate. Lin Zhuan got out of the car, carefully carried Huo Kean back to her wheelchair, and instructed a servant to take her to her room. "Where are you going?" Surprised that Lin Zhuan did not plan to accompany her to the room, Huo Kean looked puzzled and asked with the inquiry function on her wheelchair. "Oh, Kean, you go in first. I need to go to the hospital to discuss the details of the new product launch with Ma Ying tomorrow." Lin Zhuan strolled through the bustling streets and then stopped in front of a hospital in the Magic City. He glanced nonchalantly and continued on his way. Buying a string of candied fruits from a roadside stall near the hospital, he turned into a nearby alley, skillfully maneuvering a few corners before finally stopping in front of a secluded flower shop. "Big brother, why are you here again? Didn't you already buy flowers today? Why are you buying again?" Just as Lin Zhuan stopped in front of the flower shop, a little girl about 4 or 5 years old, standing at 110 centimeters tall, rushed out giggling from inside the shop. She had a cute and innocent face, which made her extremely adorable. She was playful and enthusiastic, circling Lin Zhuan while chattering happily. "Big brother, how's this candied fruit? Want me to taste it for you?" Seeing the candied fruit in Lin Zhuan's hand, the little girl's eyes widened instantly, fixated on the bright, translucent candied fruit, her mouth watering. "Do you like it? I bought it just for you," Lin Zhuan said, handing the candied fruit to the girl. "Wow, candied fruit. Big brother, you're so nice. I want to marry a man like Big brother, so I can have candied fruits every day. But that seems like a long wait, right? Ah, I can't wait. Big brother, can you be my daddy? That way, I'll get to have candied fruit every day." The little girl licked the candied fruit, and the sweet taste immediately conquered her taste buds. She begged Lin Zhuan to be her dad so she could have candied fruit every day. Lin Zhuan teased and thought to himself about the situation. He jested about becoming the little girl's father and potentially having to deal with the consequences. Zero Hist, Chapter 245. The sticky mirror opens, Lin Zhuan enters the abandoned factory. The sticky mirror opened, and Lin Zhuan stepped into the desolate and boring abandoned factory. The mysterious person removed his disguise, revealing himself to be Jobo, who was recently knocked unconscious by Su Fan. Following Huo Kean's orders, he wanted Lin Zhuan to pay for his arrogant actions. He had been waiting at the entrance of the estate for the past few days, looking for the opportunity to strike. However, Lin Zhuan always stuck close to the paralyzed woman and never left her alone. Jobo struggled to find a chance to make a move, feeling frustrated. Huo Kean had instructed him to hide his identity, act in secrecy, and not involve Huo Kean, leaving him feeling constrained and cautious. Fortunately, as Huo Kean did not contact him to proceed with his plan, he found out the situation and finally agreed to take action. "I acted on a whim, planning to stage a car accident to end it all. I didn't expect to be evaded," Jobo said. "I thought there was no opportunity to strike today, but just when I was feeling regretful, the situation took a turn. This kid actually went out alone. I followed him all the way, and I noticed he was heading to a secluded area. I thought it was my lucky break, but it seems like the one falling into a trap may actually be me." Jobo's face turned grim as he looked vigilantly around. Since Lin Zhuan could call out his name, it showed he was prepared, and there might be a trap laid out here. However, no matter how he investigated, the area seemed deserted. "Damn, what's going on here?" Jobo breathed heavily, feeling exasperated. The events of the day were filled with eerie occurrences, leaving even the experienced Jobo feeling unsettled. Unbeknownst to him, when he passed by in his van near the Maybach, his identity was already exposed through the system's prompt. Lin Zhuan was no fool and could instantly deduce that the person sent by Huo Kean was Jobo. Aware that his previous strike had failed, Jobo was likely not going to back down and would seize any opportunity in the shadows. To counter this, Lin Zhuan planned to lure him out. Thus, Lin Zhuan deliberately roamed alone, passing by the hospital and the flower shop, walking a long distance. When the big fish didn't take the bait, he headed towards an abandoned factory where the trap was set. Kid, whatever scheme you're planning, it's futile in the face of absolute strength, Jobo declared. Offending the Huo family, whether it's you or that Su fan, doomed to perish. I'll give you a chance, kneel down, and beg for mercy. If you're sincere enough, I, the old man, will temporarily spare you. I might even put in a good word for you with Huo Shao, who might let it go like sparing an ant, he continued. Jobo, although uneasy, leaned on his association with the Huo family and his own formidable strength. However, the developments of the day seemed out of his control, leaving him bewildered. 300 points gained, not bad, Lin Zhuan mused to himself, content with the points earned using the sticky mirror skill. He thought about the various possibilities of the skill he possessed and the potential of combining strengths from different individuals. Meanwhile, Jobo, having left the factory, was already running away, his mind filled with fear and shock from Lin Zhuan's unexpected display of power. However, just as Jobo thought he had escaped, his expression froze as a long hand pierced through his chest, holding his still beating heart. Lin Zhuan, now having absorbed Huo Fan's combat prowess through his sticky mirror skill, felt the surge of formidable strength within him. He tested this power with a swift punch, causing a shock wave. Jobo, witnessing this immense strength, was struck with fear and confusion, realizing that the once ordinary person before him had transformed into something beyond his comprehension. In the end, Lin Zhuan managed to defeat Jobo with his newfound strength, leaving Jobo bewildered and terrified. Lin Zhuan contemplated the possibilities of utilizing his new skills and strengths, while Jobo, facing a grim fate, regretted underestimating the power of his opponent. Chapter 245. The Stick Mirror activates. Lin Zhuan begins his invincible journey. In the deathly stillness of an abandoned factory, a mysterious figure removed his disguise, none other than Jobo, who had been slapped unconscious by Su Fan not long ago. Following the orders of Huo Kean, Jobo had been tasked to make Lin Zhuan pay for his arrogance. For the past few days, Jobo had been lurking near the manor gates, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. However, Lin Zhuan's routine was predictable. He always traveled between two fixed points and was always accompanied by the paralyzed woman, never alone. Unable to find a chance to act, Jobo was frustrated. Huo Kean had specifically instructed him to act covertly, avoid exposing his identity, and ensure that Su Kinj would not be implicated. These constraints left Jobo cautious and hesitant. But then, not long ago, Huo Kean called. After learning about the situation and deliberating, he gave Jobo permission to act more freely. I decided on the spot to stage a car accident and end it all in one go. But he managed to dodge. Jobo muttered, his face dark. Just when I thought I wouldn't get another chance today, the situation turned around. That brat went out alone. Jobo had followed Lin Zhuan. He wandered further and further into a desolate area. At first, Jobo thought it was Providence on his side, but now, standing in the factory, it seemed as though he had walked into a trap. Damn it! This brat called out my name so casually. He must have been prepared. But why can't I sense anyone nearby? It can't be that he deliberately led me here without a plan, right? Jobo's breath quickened and unease settled in his chest. Despite his vast experience, today's series of events unsettled him deeply. What he didn't know was that the moment his van passed by Lin Zhuan's Maybach earlier, his identity was exposed by the stick field system's notification. Lin Zhuan wasn't a fool. He immediately deduced that Jobo was sent by Huo Kean, and that Jobo wouldn't give up after failing once. Lin Zhuan decided to use himself as bait to lure the predator into the open. Thus, he strolled through a hospital, past a flower shop, and walked a long distance, pretending to be aimless. When the big fish didn't bite, Lin Zhuan deliberately headed toward a more remote and vulnerable location, the abandoned factory. Finally, the fish took the bait. Brat, whatever tricks you're playing, they're futile in the face of absolute power, Jobo said, his voice cold. You dared to offend the Huo family. Whether it's you or Su Fan, your fate is sealed, caught between life and death. I'll give you a chance. Kneel and beg for mercy. If your attitude is sincere enough, I'll spare you this time and even speak favorably of you to young Master Huo. Maybe, just maybe, he'll be merciful enough to spare you like one would an ant. Despite the growing unease in his heart, Jobo stood firm, confident in his backing by the Huo family and his martial strength. But the turn of events left him guessing at Lin Zhuan's intentions. Seeing no harm in offering a way out, Zhou Bo waited. However, what Zhou Bo didn't expect was Lin Zhuan's response. Instead of showing gratitude, Lin Zhuan frowned, picked his ear, and said, "You talk too much. Old dog, from the moment you scared my wife, you were already dead." What? Zhou Bo was stunned. Lin Zhuan's reaction baffled him. Then anger surged through Zhou Bo like a tidal wave. "Brat, you've got guts. Prepare to die." Zhou Bo roared as he charged at Lin Zhuan like a tiger descending a mountain. He was determined to teach the arrogant young man a lesson about the terrifying strength of a martial artist. Sticky slap strike. Lin Zhuan yelled dramatically. Before Zhou Bo could land his blow, his vision blurred, and then slap. Zhou Bo's face was met with Lin Zhuan's palm. Pain. A searing pain spread across Zhou Bo's cheek. For a moment, he stood frozen, clutching his face in disbelief. "I got slapped," Zhou Bo muttered in shock. The humiliation was unbearable. Zhou Bo, who had always been revered for his strength, had been slapped by someone who appeared to be an ordinary person. His anger and shame boiled over. "Brat, you're dead." Zhou Bo unleashed his full strength to retaliate. But Lin Zhuan laughed mockingly. "Old man, I'll give you another slap. Dare to dodge it. Sticky slap strike. Slap." No matter how hard Zhou Bo tried to evade, his face seemed magnetically drawn to Lin Zhuan's palm. This is impossible." Zhou Bo's fear deepened with each slap. Lin Zhuan's absurd accuracy and the surreal nature of the attacks left Zhou Bo questioning reality. System notifications flooded Lin Zhuan's mind. Ding! Sticky slap completed with Zhou Bo. Reward, 10 points. Ding! Sticky slap completed. Reward, 15 points. Ding! The host and Zhou Bo performed a slap-to-slap interaction. Reward, 18 points. After a series of continuous slaps, Zhou Bo's cheeks were swollen red, and he retreated in fear and disbelief. He was now utterly convinced that Lin Zhuan was a monster. Even though Lin Zhuan's aura was that of an ordinary person and his slaps were painfully slow, Zhou Bo found it impossible to avoid them. It was as if he were under some kind of spell, involuntarily leaning forward to meet the incoming slaps. This defied all logic and science, evoking a deep, primal fear in Zhou Bo far greater than when he faced Su Fan in the past. At least when Su Fan had knocked him down, Zhou Bo could sense Su Fan's immense power. But Lin Zhuan? He radiated nothing but a bizarre, inexplicable aura. Run! This single thought dominated Zhou Bo's mind. The events of the day were simply too surreal. Even now, his thoughts were in complete disarray. Following his instincts, he dashed toward the door, desperate to escape. He had to get away and report Lin Zhuan's strangeness before devising a plan. "I earned a total of 300 points, not bad. Still, Inner Force practitioners sure have thick skin. I slapped him so many times, and he only ended up slightly red and swollen. If it were an ordinary person, they'd probably be bleeding profusely and unconscious by now." This experiment confirms it. The skill close slap reflex palm might sound cringe, but its 100% hit rate is impressive. As long as I shout loudly enough, even a grandmother will have to eat my palm. Lin Zhuan smiled, satisfied with the system's slap skill reward. Then, glancing at Zhou Bo, who was about to bolt out the door, Lin Zhuan decided to test his newly acquired skill. Close mirror copy. Activated. In an instant, Lin Zhuan's aura transformed entirely. A powerful force surged from his body. It was Su Fan's cultivation, strength, speed, and martial techniques. All of Su Fan's combat insights mirrored onto Lin Zhuan as if reflected by a mirror. Hiss, so this is the power of a grandmother. It's truly terrifying. Feeling the overwhelming strength within, Lin Zhuan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. For the first time, he understood the source of Su Fan's confidence, this unparalleled power. Push! Lin Zhuan threw a punch, and the sheer force tore through the air, creating a massive sonic boom. I've accumulated about half an hour's worth of time observing my brother-in-law. This means I can maintain * close mirror copy * for half an hour, using my brother-in-law's full power. I wonder, could this mirror skill work on others too? If I could copy the power of multiple people at once, would the effect stack? TSK. This is definitely worth testing. If I can simultaneously use my brother-in-law's strength alongside others, even he might not stand a chance against me. Lin Zhuan stroked his chin, deep in thought, excited by the possibilities his skills offered. Meanwhile, Jobo had already fled the abandoned factory, running into the distance with terror written all over his face. Clearly, Lin Zhuan had scared him out of his wits. The moment he sensed a sudden surge of terrifying energy behind him, he had turned back to look. And what he saw nearly caused his eyes to pop out of their sockets. The young man, who was just an ordinary person moments ago, had now punched the air so powerfully it created a sonic boom. This made no sense. No way. That kid is too dangerous. There must be a huge secret hidden within him. To generate a sonic boom with a punch, you'd need to be at least a grandmother of the Hua Jin realm and not just a beginner grandmother, either. But that kid was just a normal person. How could he suddenly possess grandmother-level cultivation? I must escape and report this to the Martial Alliance immediately. Once word spreads, powerful figures will undoubtedly flock to investigate the secrets of this boy. He must be eliminated. He's an even bigger threat to the Huo family than Su Fan ever was. Seeing that he was about to escape, Jobo's face finally showed a hint of relief. Rip. But in the next second, the smile on Jobo's face froze completely. His complexion turned deathly pale as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Slowly, he turned his stiff neck downward. A slender hand had pierced clean through his chest. The hand, holding a still beating heart, emerged from his body. Chapter 246, Huo Kean's Incompetent Rage. Puchie, with a light force of the palm, the heart was directly crushed, then slowly retracted. In just a moment, a bloody hole appeared on Jobo's chest. He collapsed weakly to the ground, consciousness rapidly fading. How dare you? I am of the Huo family, bastard. I can't die. I must go back. Report, gather. The old man crawled forward with difficulty, leaving a terrifying trail of blood on the ground. His only remaining obsession was to quickly return to the Huo family and report what happened to Lin Zhuan. This man is too frightening. If left unchecked, the Huo family will eventually perish at his hands, and young Master Huo will be in danger. The old man continued to crawl, his vision gradually becoming blurry. But he continued to move forward at a slow pace until everything went black, and there was no more movement. Jobo has died. This mirror skill is really amazing. Did I replicate Su Fan's mentality from when we fought together? Even though it was my first time taking a life, I didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, I felt a little excited. No wonder Su Fan always acts superior. It turns out he really doesn't care about human life. Watching the body on the ground, Lin Zhuan's gaze was indifferent, with no sign of discomfort. At this moment, his aura was somewhat resembling Su Fan's attitude towards life. Next, Lin Zhuan closed the mirror skill and checked the time. Only 2.5 minutes had passed. But the next time he activates it, he needs to wait 24 hours, as the cooldown time is 1 day. When the skill was turned off, Lin Zhuan could feel the powerful force within him quickly dissipating. But there was an extremely subtle part that still remained. If I use the skill enough times, leaving a little residue each time, could there be a day when, even without activating the skill, I could directly reach the level of grandmother? Lin Zhuan knew very well that without relying on the system, he had already missed the best stage for martial arts training at his age, and he was not a martial arts genius by nature. If he didn't cheat, he would only be a martial artist just starting to enter the realm of inner strength for the rest of his life. After pondering for a moment, Lin Zhuan looked back at the bloody body on the ground, furrowing his brows slightly. Headache. How am I going to destroy the evidence now? I was planning to use commercial means to deal with the Huo family, but now this situation might have some impact on the plan. I remember that in Huo Kean's heart, Jobo was quite important, like a mentor and friend. Once he finds out that this old man died at my hands, he won't let it go easily. It would be great if the system could help me with the aftermath. Holding on to a sense of luck, Lin Zhuan consulted the system. He had never expected to receive a response, but to his surprise, ding! The system can recycle the Jobo body, worth 100 sticky points. Would the host like to exchange? Hut hut! Even waste can be reused. Of course, exchange it immediately. Ding! Recycling successful. The host received 100 points. As the system's voice fell, a ripple of air suddenly appeared. The body of Jobo, along with the bloodstains on the ground, seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. The once clear outline of the body gradually became blurry. As time passed, the figure lying on the ground became more and more transparent until it completely disappeared. 5 minutes later, humming a tune, Lin Juan returned to the Su family estate and entered his familiar room. By the French window, the setting sun filtered through the light curtain, casting mottled shadows inside the room. The breeze fluttered the curtains, bringing a fresh coolness. The girl in the wheelchair sat quietly there, her hair dancing in the wind, like a moving painting. When she heard a noise and turned her wheelchair around, for that instant, it seemed like time stood still. Her beautiful and bright eyes exuded an indescribable charm. Her smile was as warm and radiant as the sun in spring, intoxicating. Outside the French window, the scenery bathed in the evening glow was exceptionally beautiful, echoing the girl's elegant demeanor. Like a character in a painting, she coexisted harmoniously with the world, yet carried a hint of transcendence. This beautiful scene imprinted itself in Lin Juan's heart, becoming an eternal memory. I'm back. Welcome home. At night, the Huo family was brightly lit. Occasional sounds of smashing and scolding could be heard. Useless, a bunch of mediocre doctors. They can't even cure this minor illness. Get out. Get out right now. In the center of the hall, Huo Kean sat in a wheelchair, his face pale and fierce, raging, completely losing his usual composed demeanor. He grabbed the vase on the table and smashed it on the head of the family doctor they had hired at a high price. The doctor screamed in pain, blood streaming down his head, hastily fleeing the room amidst Huo Kean's rage. How could this happen? How did I become a cripple? How could it be? Huo Kean desperately beat his numb legs, fear and panic written all over his sharp face. He couldn't imagine a lifetime stuck in a wheelchair. Even if he was anxious and horrified, his legs remained completely unresponsive. After venting for who knows how long, the ground was littered with broken glass, a mess all around. Huo Kean finally calmed down slightly, sitting blankly in the center of the hall. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Forcing down his restless heart, he coldly asked the anxious steward beside him, "Has Jobo not returned yet?" Reporting to young master, "Sir Joe has not returned since he left this morning." "Quickly call Joe and ask where he is now." "Well, young master, I tried to contact Mr. Joe not long ago, but I haven't been able to reach him at all." Hearing the steward's report, Huo Kean felt a shiver. An inexplicable sense of unease quickly rose within him. Jobo had asked for permission to take action, promising to complete the mission at all costs once he received the green light. Huo Kean had never doubted him. He had full trust in Jobo after years of proven capability. He was like his right-hand man, the most loyal subordinate. Any order from himself, Jobo would wholeheartedly fulfill, unlike his parents who only cared about profit and demanded perfection. In Huo Kean's eyes, Jobo, who had always stood by his side protecting him, was more like a family member, a mentor, and a friend. But now, Jobo was missing. Find him. Send people to find him right away. The continuous bad news left Huo Kean drained. He shouted uncontrollably, devoid of his usual cold and composed manner. Chapter 247. The Inhumanity of the Opposite Sex by Chen Kexin. The lily in the hometown are blooming. Till the next day, early morning. First People's Hospital of the Magic City. Lin Juan pushed the wheelchair with the young girl into the old man's ward. As soon as they entered, they saw their elder uncle giving a massage to their grandpa. The young and the old bodies were tightly pressed together, making intimate movements, a scene that was quite shocking to the eyes. But out of courtesy, Lin Juan suppressed the urge to look away and greeted Su Fan. Good morning, brother Su Fan. Su Kinj, sitting on the wheelchair, also nodded at Su Fan, morning. Although her impression of Su Fan wasn't great before, seeing him now putting in effort for her grandpa, Su Kinj acknowledged this kindness. If her grandpa really wakes up, Su Fan deserves credit, and she would definitely show gratitude. Morning. Seeing her younger sister looking spirited and recovering well, Su Fan couldn't help but feel happy, and even showed a rare smile in response. Please wait, I have a few massage moves left. Lin Juan nodded and pushed Su Kinj to the bedside to wait quietly. During this time, The hospital director came for a routine checkup and highly praised Lin Zhuan's massage technique, calling it a miracle and noting the fast recovery of the body, suggesting possible full recovery soon. Hearing these words of encouragement, Su Qinj finally smiled a bit, feeling much more relaxed. Soon, the two of them accompanied Su Fan in casual chatter, watching him giving a massage to the old man. Half an hour later, Lin Zhuan glanced at his watch. Nearly 9 o'clock. Strange. Why hasn't that Chen Kexin girl come yet? We agreed she'd release my new song for me. This brat actually dared to stand me up. What's she up to these days? Messages often read, but no reply. Lin Zhuan furrowed his brows and took out his phone to call. He had intended to release his new song under the name L and use it to promote the group's new product. He had arranged to meet with little Lolita last night for today, but she still hadn't shown up. Hashu Moses, who is this? If it's nothing, please don't disturb this Mrs. Romantic time. Don't give me that nonsense. Where did you run off to, you little brat? Did you forget our agreement? Oh, Lin Zhuan twitched his mouth at the silence on the other end of the call. Fine. This little Lolita is so unreliable. Can she really forget? I'm sorry, Oni-chan, she said Susu wasn't feeling well, so I accompanied her to relax. We left last night, and are currently on a trip in Jinling. Susu, by Susu. Damn, when did you two get so close? No wonder this brat has been elusive lately, busy chasing after girls. Fine, the plot has completely collapsed. Are these two trying to have a romantic relationship? Gives HMPH. Putting love before friendship. What a heartless little brat. Okay then. Oni-chan, I heard you wanted to live stream this time. I'll give you the account and password. Log in yourself and upload. It's the same Lin Zhuan's eyes lit up, deeming this method feasible after Chen Kexin read out the account and password. Ignoring the chattering of little Lolita, he directly hung up the phone, opened the platform, and began searching for the login account. At the same time, he signaled to Zheng and Ma Yingsh to prepare for the official launch of the new product. Jinling. At a well-known tourist inn, two girls were facing each other, both young and beautiful, youthful and radiant. Although they sat in a corner of the inn, their lovely faces still became a beautiful sight, attracting many customers to come take photos. At this moment, the petite Lolita girl, with a gloomy expression, put down her phone. Looking at the girl in a white dress opposite her, fair-skinned and beautiful like a first love, she couldn't help but complain, "Oh, I haven't finished speaking yet. How could Oni-chan hang up on me?" Hearing the news regarding Lin Zhuan, Bai Susu was briefly stunned, then casually pretended to inquire about it. This trip was primarily because she still couldn't let go of her obsession with Lin Zhuan. After the amusement park visit, she deeply realized the profound feelings between Lin and Su, something she couldn't shake. The Lin Zhuan who used to cherish her so much is gone. Bai Susu felt more and more aggrieved, choosing to travel and relax. Upon learning that Lin Zhuan was going to live stream a new song, Bai Susu, a fan herself, quickly opened her phone and waited in front of LS Live Room. Linchi Group Headquarters. In the office of the acting chairman, Ma Yingsh in a suit was anxiously pacing back and forth, constantly checking the clock on the wall, the appointed time with Lin Zhuan. Sitting on the nearby sofa, Chen Amei, who had recently been discharged from the hospital, also had a hint of nervousness on her face. The couple knew well that the success of this product launch and whether Linchi Group could revive would all determine the future direction of their lives as a couple. It can be said, they cared more about this product launch than Lin Zhuan himself. Ding dong! Finally, Lin Zhuan sent a message. Chapter 248. Lin Zhuan passionately singing again, shaking the entire internet. He's here! He's here! The boss finally sent a message. After receiving the message from Lin Zhuan, Ma Yingsh, dressed in a suit, clenched his fists in excitement towards the empty space. Immediately, he passed the message down, instructing the employees to list the products on major official websites. Due to preparations made in advance, as soon as Ma Yingsh sent out the message, employees promptly followed the instructions and quickly listed the products for sale on the platforms. However, due to the severe impact of the previous incident involving the side effects of the Lin Group's beauty cream, the public's reaction was extremely negative. Even though the company had officially changed ownership, the public was unaware of this. All they saw was the Lin Group, this harmful brand, daring to list products for sale, leading to widespread anger and frustration. The comments on the official website were almost wholly negative and distrustful. What's going on? How can this company still dare to harm people? Trying to make a comeback? Doesn't the country care? Why hasn't this harmful company closed down yet? What are they selling? Introducing something so magical. Eye brightening liquid. Can enhance vision? I don't believe it. This crappy company? Exactly. Then there's this so-called dream calm capsules claiming to cure insomnia. Even for bad breath? Nonsense. I can't believe it. Am I seeing this right? They even have beauty pills. Aren't those products from the Sue Group? These damn Lin people dare to sell even pirated pills. Where are the keyboard heroes? Assemble. Let's curse and bring down this lousy company. If not for them, how could my idol L have not released new songs for a while? Facing the overwhelming criticism and insults, Ma Yingzhe remained calm, evidently expecting such a response. Seeing Chen Mei looking worried, he smiled and patted her shoulder reassuringly, saying confidently, "Don't worry. Our boss is no ordinary person. He has everything arranged. As long as we follow his instructions, miracles will happen on their own." Calm and composed, Ma Yingzhe embraced his wife and sat comfortably on the sofa. He had privately discussed with Lin Zhuan about the various possible problems that could arise during the sale of the new products. Now everything was perfectly under control, without any room for error. In their discussions, Ma Yingzhe's admiration for his boss grew. He didn't expect Lin Zhuan, despite being young, to have such a talent in business, with unique insights into every decision he made. He was nothing like the typical rich second generation solely focused on spending money. From that point on, Ma Yingzhe was completely convinced and filled with deep admiration for Lin Zhuan. He was determined to follow closely behind his boss, expanding and strengthening the Lin Group until it reached greatness. Meanwhile, at the Sue Group, in a crowded meeting room, when Hu Zheng and other senior executives received the news, they immediately listed the new products on the group's official website. In stark contrast to the criticism faced by the Lin Group was the Sue Group's official website, filled with positive comments such as anticipation, support, 666, excited, and more. Seeing this, Hu Zheng and the others smiled slightly. Given the success of the beauty pills previously, they were mentally prepared for the potential success of the new products, thanks to the confidence that Lin Zhuan's products naturally carried. With the boss behind the products, they were bound to be of superior quality. I never expected our boss to be the legendary L. I'm the most loyal fan of L. Me too. Me too. If there's a chance, I must get the boss's autograph, hang it at home as a precious heirloom to be passed down through generations. L is a recognized king of music. His songs are hits worldwide. Every time he releases new music, it causes a storm of buzz. Indeed. With the boss L helping in advertising, it's definitely more effective than inviting the typical mainstream celebrities like Tsai Zukun for promotion. The boss's identity is top secret. Don't reveal it. If not for the carefully selected and loyal people present, the boss's identity wouldn't have been shared with you all. Got it. Okay, let's end this topic. Quiet. The boss is about to perform a new song live. Let's enjoy the boss's glorious singing. This is a live broadcast. OD Lin Zhuan is awesome. L is forever a god. At Station D under LS account, the final dynamic music video was posted. Countless fans visited daily, eagerly awaiting LS release of new songs. The passion for updates in the comments section was growing day by day. Woo woo, my lifelong idol. Why haven't you released a new song yet? You're the savior of the entertainment industry. L, please come back soon. Your die-hard fans miss you. Last time L said he was making a comeback. Why has he disappeared again recently? Is the damage to his face too severe? Is he still busy repairing his appearance? My poor L he must have gotten depression due to that incident. Now he's run out of inspiration. It's so tragic. Damned Lin Group, all the fault of those black-hearted entrepreneurs. If not for them, how could L go without new releases for so long? Heard that the Lin Group listed new products today? Nonsense! Brothers, let's all go to their official website and curse them to the bone. Come back! My eternal god L. Without you, how can us loyal fans live? Woo 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 dot 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 HMPH. Last time I met Lin Jianjin on the street, without a word, I punched him several times. He was confused, and I dragged him into an alley. Tortured him for a whole 5 minutes, avenging L. Brother upstairs. Did you rupture Lin's ass? Good job. And you, my friend, you're the real hero. On behalf of all the fan friends, heartfelt gratitude to you. Good people live in peace. Ayo, rupturing is too extreme. I'm not gay, and I don't want to go to jail. I just beat him up hard. Tilda, that's it. Just that. And you are no longer my friend. Because you're not a true hero, you're actually a coward. On behalf of all fan friends, we despise you. Gives damn. A bunch of keyboard warriors, go ahead and criticize them. Dot 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 dot. In the comments section with 99+, netizens continued to express their views and opinions. At this moment, a new comment appeared, causing a stir among everyone. L is here. He's about to perform a new song live. Brothers, quickly go and listen. Idol's live performance. Oh, what? That man. He's back. Upon the unknown netizen's reminder, the crowd, filled with eager anticipation, quickly refreshed their feeds. Fi. Sure enough, below LS profile picture, the words live broadcast appeared. A la W or W. My idol has really returned. I'm going crazy. Live broadcast. It's LS live performance. Is the legendary L really going to show up in person? So looking forward to it. *W. I wonder what song he's going to sing this time. Regardless, it's reserved as a sacred piece. Countless fans were ecstatic PWQ, howling like wolves and racing to press the play button. As the interface opened up, instead of a video feed, there was a full-screen blank photo with a large black L in the center. Just as everyone was puzzled about LS' absence from the live room. Hello, I'm the singer L. Due to personal reasons, I cannot appear in person at the moment. Please forgive me. A gentle and magnetic voice suddenly resonated throughout the entire live room, instantly stirring the hearts of thousands of fans. W, this voice? I knew it. It's definitely him, no doubt. That man, L the great god. Understood. L the god of music has no need to apologize. Your live voice broadcast is already a great honor for us. Poor thing L must still be recovering due to the previous disfigurement incident. Such a nice voice. I'm sure L the great god is as gentle and captivating as his voice. At this moment, People's First Municipal Hospital in the city. Lin Juan interacted with fans, smiling while playing the tuned guitar. Beside him were Su Qinj in a wheelchair, Su Fan sitting nearby, and Musha Wan, who came to visit. Watching Lin Juan skillfully greet the online fans, everyone in the room reacted differently. The most shocked was Musha Wan, who had just had an abortion surgery recently. She had been at the lowest point of her life, relying solely on LS songs to get through, and had long become a dedicated fan of L. Never did she imagine her idol was right beside her. At that moment, Musha Wan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Lin Juan. Su Fan on the hospital bed noticed this, raised an eyebrow, feeling unexplainably displeased. Especially when he heard Lin Juan declare his affection to his sister in front of him, and the two of them smiled at each other, he felt a poignant sense of being an outsider. This song is for my wife, who is my only love in my heart. I hope the love between us can be like the melody played on this guitar in my hands, continuously creating beautiful tunes, becoming each other's eternal exclusive memory in life. Lin Juan held the golden guitar, gazing lovingly at Su Qinj. The girl blushed, subconsciously turning her head away, not daring to make eye contact with Lin Juan. In her mind, she couldn't help but think, this guy, why did he suddenly pull this stunt without giving me any heads up? These romantic lines, do they have to sound so cheesy? I'm not one of those young girls who falls for this stuff gives. And besides, does Lin Juan think I don't know? I saw him Googling last night, reciting every single word verbatim. HMPH. The mouths of men are truly deceiving. Gives _ gives ... In Jinling. Bai Susu watched the broadcast attentively. Upon hearing Lin Zhuan's heartfelt confession, she couldn't help but feel melancholic. There was a time when this affection was exclusively hers, but now it was a memory she couldn't bear to revisit. Unlike Bai Suzu's melancholy, the audience in the live stream room couldn't contain their excitement, bursting with gossip over the information Elle revealed. Wife. Has Elle the music god really gotten married? Wow, such an affectionate man. Elle really loves his wife. Publicly sprinkling dog food. Is he trying to torment the single viewers in the room? Envious. Jealous. Hatred. What kind of woman is she? To be able to marry Elle, such a talented and affectionate man. Is she from the previous life, the one who saved the galaxy? A song for the wife. Sing, sing quickly. I'll learn it and propose. With the blessings of the music god, my wife won't escape this year. In the hospital room. The golden morning light spilled on Lin Zhuan, leaning against the white hospital bed, holding a guitar and creating a beautiful scene. His fingertips gently slid on the strings, and a mesmerizing melody filled the air. Soon, a deep and heartfelt melody echoed in the room, and a moving song unfolded in the live stream. Forgetting the days after the breakup, liking someone, watching the heavy rain, no contact, loneliness like a domino effect ... wanting happiness, but lacking the strength ... The world in thunderstorm feels like a disaster movie, leaving me in the present, pitiful to the core. Sorry, there's no time machine ... What's over is over ... No room for negotiation ... Chapter 249. I hope you ... are my exclusive memory ... Under the morning light, Lin Zhuan's face appeared exceptionally gentle. In those deep and profound eyes, it seemed as if there was a galaxy hidden, at times calm like a mirror, and at times surging like turbulent waves. His fingers lightly stroked the strings of the instrument, and crystal clear notes danced in the air like spring water. Each note was filled with deep emotions, as if it was a cry from the depths of his heart, yet also like his hope for the future. His singing voice was magnetic, like aged wine, becoming more flavorful as it was savored. The melody was like a gentle breeze, softly brushing over the hearts of the listeners, immersing them in a beautiful dreamlike state. I hope you ... are my exclusive memory ... kept in my heart ... no matter how others speak harshly ... what I have now ... is you ... is half of my love ... As Lin Zhuan's gentle and familiar voice echoed, the barrage in the live broadcast room immediately exploded with all kinds of praises and flattery. He's back, my idol. Elle is back. Still the same style. This familiar taste is just great. Elle is the god in the Chinese music world. Divine performance, so cool. This song is so damn emotional. Elle? Begging for gifts. Since the song had just been live for a short while, the number of online viewers was not that high. But as time passed, the number of viewers surged dramatically, showing over 500,000 online viewers in just a few minutes. Fans and supporters all held their breath, attentively listening to every lyric. This included Su Qinj and others in the hospital room, as well as Bai Susu, who was traveling in Jinling. Everyone felt the genuine emotions in the lyrics and was deeply moved. I like you ... to be my exclusive memory ... no one else ... can take you away from my life ... in the locked area of my emotions ... about you ... I won't mention a thing ... no problem ... As the song drew to a close, the barrage was filled with comments like I'm going crazy. Isn't this Leave Me Alone tune from You Are the Prettiest? Can't get enough. I really can't get enough. Love it, etc. Almost flooding the entire live broadcast screen. All listeners were deeply touched by the deep emotions contained in the song Exclusive Memory. Elle is amazing. This song is touching my heart deeply. Makes me want to cry, yes? The lyrics of this song are simple yet profound, allowing listeners to feel the singer's inner emotions. Very touching. I sense full of deep emotions. This song must be a creation inspired by Elle and his wife's heartfelt love story. Whether from the music melody or the lyrics, Exclusive Memory is a deeply touching and warm song that irresistibly moves the listeners. Elle is a music god. How else can he touch people's hearts with every song? Forever supporting Elle. Such a genius, almost lost due to the Lin family's reasons. The Lin Jianjun family are real animals. Wah, please, L, keep creating. This world, devoid of musical beauty, needs your salvation. L, how can we live without you? At this moment, the whole network was cheering for L to create another hit song, inquiring about his well-being, and earnestly begging L to continue making good music to save the Chinese music industry. It seemed like L had heard everyone's call. After the performance, L didn't immediately end the live broadcast. Instead, he continued to interact with fans with his gentle voice. Asterisk asterisk hello, fans and friends. I am the singer L. Thank you all for your care during this time. Everyone can rest assured, I will continue to create good music to repay the love of my fans. Some friends may be more concerned about my recent facial condition. Here, I want to announce some good news. That is, my face has completely recovered, as everyone knows, I have used the latest Zhu family's beauty pill. At first, I thought they and the Lin family were all scammers, unscrupulous businessmen, half-believing. But with a nothing-to-lose attitude, I had someone buy and use it. The results turned out surprisingly good. The face that almost made me collapse, now not only fully recovered, but my skin has become smoother and fairer than before. Every day now, looking at myself in the mirror, I can only think of 3 words: cool and spicy. If there are fans in the live broadcast room who have been persecuted by Lin's products like me, if you believe me, please trust the Su family's beauty pill. You won't lose out, won't be regretful. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room kept soaring, currently showing over 1 million online viewers. Most of them were LS fans who were pleasantly surprised to learn that their idol's face had fully recovered. This was Lin Zhuan's intention, using his hidden identity to boost Su's family's favorability and attract more viewers. As expected, under the Love the House and its Crow effect, the public's favorability towards Su's family increased again, with many expressing lifelong support for the Su family and purchasing their products. Everyone, I have a few important things to announce. Seeing the positive public opinion, Lin Zhuan seized the opportunity to disclose his acquisition of Lin's group, becoming the spokesperson for Su's group, and jointly developing several new products. This once again caused a huge internet sensation. Oh, what? L actually acquired Lin's group and chose to be the spokesperson for Su's group. Having celebrities endorse is a common marketing strategy, can enhance the company's brand awareness and sales. With L's immense popularity, countless companies would be vying for his product endorsement. I swear. Now L is the boss of Lin's group. Support. As a die-hard fan, I must support the alliance of Lin and Su. This should be considered a powerful alliance, right? Chapter 250. The product sales are booming. The Lin group revives. Soul Bright Eye Drops can improve vision, fix nearsightedness, farsightedness, and other vision problems. Is this magical? Great stuff. I suffer from insomnia every day. This dreamy calming capsule can treat insomnia, anxiety, and other sleep problems, helping me fall asleep quickly. I must buy it, no matter how expensive it is. L is like my second parents. They actually developed 100 flavors body pills. Can improve taste, eliminate bad breath, and freshen breath. Wonderful, my bad breath finally has a solution. The live broadcast. Countless viewers were discussing non-stop, completely shocked by the various revelations from L. Some die-hard fans blindly supported, choosing to believe whatever their idol said and firmly support them. Of course, there were also some rational onlookers or malicious haters who doubted the miraculous effects of the new products. They even suspected that L was running out of ideas and planning to use this method to reap huge profits before retiring. Lin Zhuan remained calm in the face of varying opinions in the comments section. Everything was within his expectations. As long as the products were reliable, fans would spread the word spontaneously, and the rise of the group would be unstoppable. After bidding farewell to the fans, Lin Zhuan ended the live broadcast. However, before disconnecting, he shared several links to guide everyone in purchasing the products. Seeing this, except for a few haters, most true fans immediately clicked on the links, standing firmly on L's side and supporting him unconditionally. I absolutely trust the character of my idol. A musical genius who created so many masterpieces cannot possibly be deceiving fans. Doesn't matter, if you don't want to buy, that's fine. I'd rather be fooled by my idol and still buy, because he is L, and I am willingly deceived by him. No need to say anything else. Buy it. Support the song god L. Even if he says the earth is flat, I'd believe him. Oh my. Just click the link, and there are only a few thousand units left for sale from the Su family's beauty pill. First come, first served. Act fast or lose out. Go, go, go. In less than 1 minute, Lin Group also only has 3,000 units left. You guys have no sense of fairness. Are you all just selfishly snatching it for yourselves? Too fast. Now there are only 1,000 units left. Stop competing with me for it. At the headquarters of the Su Group, in the office of the vice chairman, Ma Ying sat in front of the computer, watching the skyrocketing sales figures, smiling so much that his mouth couldn't close. He knew his boss had made a move, and so the miracle ... happened. And next came the momentum that was gradually building up from this spark of success, resurrecting the once bankrupt Lin Group, defying the odds and living out a second life. It's booming, it's booming. Our husband is booming. Our lives are finally going to prosper. Standing behind her husband, Chen Mei watched the rising sales data curve. Her face, originally pale, instantly turned red with excitement, and her eyes even showed a hint of moisture. She was well aware that as long as they seized this opportunity, the future for both of them would be bright. Finally, they could live with their heads held high, no longer having to live in fear and hiding. Cough, Xiaomei. You need to be stable. This small scene is not worth mentioning at all. You can't control your emotions like this. How are you going to do great things for Mr. Lin in the future? Even though Ma Yingsh was also ecstatic inside. In front of his wife, he still tried his best to show the composure of a man. Like a steady and unshakable mountain, greatly earning admiration from Chen Mei. Truly, he was the man I chose to love. The scale, the presence, the immovable fortitude, naturally suited to accomplishing great deeds. He was right. In the future, both of us will be the ones to do great things for the boss, and such scenes will surely happen countless times. If I can't control my emotions at this point, how can I repay Mr. Lin in the future and expand his territory? Just thinking about it. Chen Mei immediately became serious. She gazed at the sales data curve that had already reached its peak, suppressing her joy, and made a suggestion. Lao Ma. It's only been 5 minutes, and the 10,000 newly launched products are all sold out. I believe in this sales record, even in the whole Magic City. No. In all of Huaxia, there are not many companies that can compare with us. I believe that even if another 10,000 units are released, they will still be sold out in a very short time. In our company's warehouse, there are currently a large number of pre-made products stocked. Do you think we should take advantage of the current situation and put them all up for sale? After all, the previous losses of the group were too severe, and many departments were on the brink of dissolution. If we have new funding injected now, the company can more quickly return to operation. Faced with his wife's suggestion, Ma Yingsh frowned and pondered for a moment, thinking there was some merit to it. However, he didn't dare make decisions on his own, as some of the operating policies of the group still needed approval from the real boss. So Ma Yingsh took out his phone and started dialing a number. Hold on, I'll ask the boss for his opinion, and report to him about the progress of sales so far. Hearing this, Chen Mei nodded in agreement, feeling the same way. The two of them now truly admired their boss from the bottom of their hearts. They firmly believed that working for Lin Zhuan would surely lead their careers to unforeseen heights. On the other side, in a hospital ward, Lin Zhuan received a call from the high-level executives of the Su Group. Listening to the excited and happy voice on the other end of the phone, he casually encouraged a few words and hung up. Then, he rubbed his hands and prepared to help the blushing Su Qinj off the hospital bed for a massage. Suddenly, the phone rang again, interrupting Lin Zhuan's extended claws. Who is it? How dare someone disturb me? Don't they know that a special moment is worth 1,000 gold coins? Lin Zhuan's mouth twitched, feeling annoyed, as he answered the phone. Oh, hash boss, it's taking off, it's taking off. Our sales are booming, came the excited voice from the other end of the phone. To this, Lin Zhuan simply responded with a nonchalant "Oh. Boss, why are you so calm? The entire internet is begging for our group's products now. The Lin Group has been resurrected from the dead. The market value will definitely return to its peak. As the behind-the-scenes boss, you will definitely. Ma Yingzhi incessantly rambled, envisioning a bright future for his boss. However, Lin Zhuan's indifferent reaction puzzled him. He had expected his boss to at least show some excitement upon hearing the good news. But whoever knew, the boss had this indifferent attitude. There's no need to get excited about this. Young Ma, not to say this to you. The booming sales of our products were expected, right? You're an adult. You need to be a bit more stable in your actions. What's this small scene? If you can't control your emotions now, how will you handle it in the future for me to do great things? Ma Yingzhi. This sounds so familiar. Chapter 251. Su Qin agrees to get married with Linchi Group, headquarters. Vice Chairman's office. Ahem, that's right. Boss, you're right, it was my fault. I need to engage in deep self-reflection. This little scene is indeed nothing much ... If I can't control my emotions even in situations like this, how can I follow you, boss, and achieve great things in the future? I will reflect on myself carefully. ... To not appear lacking in presence in front of Lin Zhuan, Ma Yingzhi quickly suppressed his excitement and tried to regain a calm tone. However, his recent performance had already been noticed by Chen Mei beside him. At this moment, she was staring at her own husband with a strange look of contempt. Gives oh yeah, tilde you were all noble and righteous teaching me earlier, saying I'm not stable enough ... But it turns out, you're not much better yourself. Feeling the disdainful gaze from his wife, Ma Yingzhi awkwardly rubbed his nose and quickly got up to the window side like he was escaping. Boss, you asked me to invest in the market for that product. It's already sold out earlier than expected, much faster than we estimated. I wanted to consult with you ... Our company's financial situation is actually not very sufficient. Should we continue to increase the volume of the product in the market while the situation is good? To attract more startup capital ... Ma Yingzhi inquired verbally. But in his heart, he already had the best solution in mind. He just wanted to understand Lin Zhuan's thoughts and offer his suggestions accordingly. As a subordinate, he couldn't interfere with the group's decision-making on his own. This self-awareness was still present in him. Don't go too far. Let's stop here today. Let the customers who have purchased the products build a good reputation for us first. The early supply of the products by the company must control the sales quantity daily, employing a scarcity marketing strategy to create an illusion of demand exceeding supply. Only then ... will our pill appear precious. After all, things that are too easy to obtain are not highly valued by people. Regarding the company's financial issue, I will have the Su family group transfer a sum of money over here to solve the urgent matter. Rest assured, as long as the formula of the product doesn't leak, we are the only ones in the world with it. Once we establish ourselves as unique, a steady stream of wealth will only be a matter of time. ... After listening to Lin Zhuan's well-organized analysis, Ma Yingzhi couldn't contain his excitement. Because the boss's business insights were simply in line with his own. In the business world, only thinking from a perspective of maximizing profit is what makes an outstanding entrepreneur. What he feared most ... was encountering previous bosses who pretended to know everything, looked down on his suggestions, and even resented him for giving advice. Luckily, Lin Zhuan was a true supporter. With outstanding business acumen, unparalleled business talent, keen business sense, he was an astute business strategist. To be able to follow such a talented business leader was a great privilege in his lifetime. At that moment, Ma Yingzhi once again made up his mind to be a loyal subordinate to Lin Zhuan for life and contribute to expanding his territory. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Zhuan, having given his instructions, was about to hang up the phone. Oh, right, boss. I almost forgot. I have news about your cousin, Chuling, that you asked me to investigate last time. My informant in the hospital told me. Last night, a girl named Chuling, who has stomach cancer, checked into the hospital. Her room number is ... In the hospital ward. Lin Zhuan hung up the phone, squinted his eyes, appearing lost in thought. My unfortunate cousin has appeared. It seemed like he had to go over and take a look later ... Just as he put away his phone, Musha Wan approached excitedly. Mr. Linjuan tilde the song you just sang, Exclusive Memory, has now topped the music charts. And those products you mentioned have also become the hottest topic online, dominating the trending headlines. Musha Wan placed her leading Huawei phone in front of Linjuan. There, all the major social platforms showed a huge uproar caused by the reappearance of L. It was really causing a sensation across the entire internet. However, Linjuan had expected all of this in advance, so he didn't show much emotional fluctuation. After all, when he laid out the plan for entertainment, it was because he saw the huge traffic in the entertainment industry. In the era of the internet, traffic meant everything. As long as LS identity remained, he would automatically have a large number of dedicated fans, easily guiding public opinion in the direction he needed. If used properly, it could bring countless hidden benefits in the future. There's nothing strange about this actually. The products developed by the company are groundbreaking, causing a sensation is very normal. Linjuan casually responded, then gently pushed away Musha Wan's phone and happily lifted Huo Kean onto the bed. Instead of caring about online buzz, he thought being close to his wife was more appealing. Of course, with his brother-in-law nearby, and considering Huo Kean's delicate nature, Linjuan didn't overstep and made sure his actions were proper. Just then, he heard a girl's message of gratitude in his ear. "Thank you." Linjuan was taken aback. He then looked down at the young girl in his arms, who was looking at him gratefully. Seeing this, he chuckled and couldn't help but tease. "Didn't I say last time? Why say thank you between us? Moreover, what's the use of just saying thank you? If you really want to thank me, let's go get our marriage certificate in the next 2 days. Then we would be truly husband and wife. I'll accept your offer to marry. Hearing this, Huo Kean averted her gaze uncomfortably, pondered for a moment, and then nodded seriously. "Okay, Kinj, are you serious?" Linjuan was astonished, staring at the young girl in his arms with wide eyes. He had only intended to make a joke, but Huo Kean actually agreed to his words. Chapter 252. The magical effects of dream-soothing capsules. Kinj, have you fallen in love with me? TSK. Finally, you have finally succumbed to my charm, tied down under my jeans. Thinking back to how they had agreed to get their marriage certificate when the girl consented willingly, Huo Kean's nod of agreement now indicated that she had been completely conquered by his charm. Linjuan, naturally assuming this, had a smug expression. "My victory is complete." Seeing the man's teasing look, Huo Kean raised an eyebrow and quickly corrected herself. How could it be a joke? Haven't you heard of a gentleman's promise, difficult to recapture once lost? I am virtuous. Linjuan pretended to cry without tears, amusing the girl, who couldn't help but smile. This sweet interaction between the two seemed to be emitting pink bubbles endlessly in the eyes of the others in the room. "Oh no, this pet food is going to kill me. Woo. So envious. Where is my Prince Charming now? As Musha Wan smiled with an auntie-like expression, her eyes were full of longing. Meanwhile, on a nearby hospital bed, Sufan was giving his grandfather a massage, watching Linjuan and the two interact with complex emotions. Having observed everything from the sidelines, he naturally knew that Linjuan had once again brought a new opportunity for the Su family. He felt grateful for this handy brother-in-law. If it weren't for his presence, the situation for the Su family would have been extremely difficult before he returned to the city. His little sister, grandfather, they would have had a hard time, and who knows what other misfortunes they might have encountered. But because Linjuan married his little sister, turning the tide of misfortunes for the Su family, things were getting better day by day. Sufan saw all of this. By now, he no longer harbored the resistance he had initially felt. Looking at the smile on his sister's face, he knew very well, perhaps this was the best outcome. Thinking of the little one who used to follow him around and call him Big Brother, who was now about to take the step of getting married and obtaining the marriage certificate. As Sufan pondered this, he sighed inexplicably. Thankfully, after observing Linjuan for these days, he found that this convenient brother-in-law was not bad at all, barely worthy of his sister Sufan. Just as the minds of the few people in the hospital room were caught up in various thoughts, outside, the commotion caused by LS reappearance continued. In particular, Lin Zhuan's acquisition of the Lin Group and the development of new products had a significant impact on society, especially among the die-hard fans who experienced the miraculous effects of the new product. On a rooftop of a building, a middle-aged man with a haggard face and heavy dark circles under his eyes was talking about suicide, insisting on jumping off the company building. "Stop trying to persuade me. I really can't go on anymore. Let me die. I have elderly parents and young children to support. It's so hard. Working overtime 996 every day, only getting a few thousand after deductions per month, and now with nothing left after paying off the mortgage. Waking up earlier than a rooster every day, squeezing into the subway to go to work, enduring being scolded by bosses as their punching bag, losing all dignity. I really can't go on. I'm so tired. I can't sleep because I'm anxious every day, suffering from severe depression. My wife is a control freak, not doing any housework and not taking care of the child. She won't even let me chase after Elle, which is the only light in my life." Faced with colleagues and police officers who wanted to rescue him, the emotional middle-aged man continued to vent about his miserable life. Some people in the audience were at a loss, afraid to approach for fear of accidentally provoking him to jump off, so they could only quietly persuade him from a distance. At that moment, the door to the rooftop was pushed open, and a breathless middle-aged woman rushed up. When she saw her husband standing on the edge of the rooftop, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Honey, what are you doing? Don't scare me. Come back down. I know I was wrong. I'll listen to you from now on. Hurry down." Seeing his extravagant wife coming up, the middle-aged man blushed, shouting for her to leave. He then made a move to jump down to the lower floors, causing everyone present to exclaim in shock, "Honey, please don't. I won't stop you from chasing Elle anymore, and I'll even support you wholeheartedly. Respectful doo-doo." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's body froze, and he stopped himself from jumping down. His life was extremely bleak, but LS music gave him the courage to live. If it was to listen to LS music, he felt that continuing to live in this world might not be so difficult to accept after all. Respectful doo-doo. Right, listen. This is the song Elle just released. If you jump today, you won't be able to hear such wonderful music anymore. Are you willing? Seeing a glimmer of hope in the situation, the middle-aged woman nodded repeatedly, then took out her Huawei phone and pressed play. Instantly, the melodious notes flowed out on the rooftop. "I hope you are my exclusive memory, placed in my heart, no matter how unpleasant others say, tilde, what I have now, is you, is half of my love." As the deep love song played, everyone on the rooftop was immersed in the beautiful melody. Especially the middle-aged man, who had lost all hope for life, now had tears streaming down his face. At that moment, he felt hope once again through his idol song, "Seeing Light." 2.5 minutes later, the middle-aged man was rescued while he sobbed uncontrollably. When he finally calmed down, he took the time to learn about LS reappearance on the internet. Dream-soothing capsules can treat insomnia, anxiety, and other sleep problems, helping people fall asleep quickly. As a corporate slave, the man had developed depression under immense life pressure and hadn't had a proper night's sleep in who knows how long. Now knowing that his idol had developed a drug to treat insomnia and anxiety, he almost immediately asked his wife to purchase the dream-soothing capsules, split them open, and took them. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, the man curled up, a smile on his lips, sinking into a baby-like slumber. Chapter 253. Once there was a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. Once there was a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. Jinling, outside the Xianjin Inn. A middle-aged woman was dragging her unmarried son, constantly urging and instructing him, "Beogu, I've arranged a blind date for you, waiting for you at table 9 in the inn. This girl is introduced by your Auntie Liu. Now that you're all grown up, you can't miss this opportunity. The mother earnestly advised, but her son, Ma Beogu, always looked self-conscious, shaking his head repeatedly. "No, Mom, I'm not going. You know I have bad breath. I've been on blind dates countless times. Once those women sense my bad breath, there's usually no chance for further contact. I've given up. It's better to grow old alone in this life. Ma Baogu sighed. He longed for a wife and children, but because of his bad breath issue, he couldn't attract any woman. Despite spending a lot of time and money trying to improve this problem through various methods, treatment results were still unsatisfactory. Facing his discouraged son, the mother felt a pang of heartache and could only console him softly. Son, haven't you always liked a singer named L? I heard his company produced a pill specifically for treating bad breath, called By Way Fragrance Pill, claiming to cure bad breath 100% after consumption. Mom got one for you. Give it a try and see if it works. Embodying the attitude of trying everything as a last resort, the mother took out a golden pill and handed it to Ma Baogu. Ah, what? My idol, L, started a company. I spent all day playing the game of Death God vs. Naruto and didn't notice anything online. Ma Baogu was slightly surprised. With a skeptical attitude, he took the pill from his mother's hand and chewed on it. But he didn't harbor much hope. After all, bad breath had plagued him for too many years. He didn't believe that just a small golden pill could cure the problem that had bothered him for years. However, fate always seemed to bring unexpected turns. As soon as Ma Baogu ingested the pill, he instantly felt a warm sensation spreading in his mouth. Gradually, the unpleasant smell in his mouth began to dissipate, replaced by a faint fragrance. Mom, smell this. What is this fragrance? Sensing some changes, Ma Baogu was shocked and repeatedly exhaled, suddenly realizing that his years-long bad breath seemed to have truly disappeared. No bad smell, son. The bad smell is gone. This is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Your bad breath is finally cured. With this, you'll definitely find a wife. Our ancestors truly bless us. When I get back home, I'll put up a memorial tablet for L. He's the benefactor of our Ma family and deserves to inherit our family's lineage. The mother joyfully leaned in, deeply inhaling the refreshing scent emanating from Ma Baoguo's breath. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she embraced her son, overwhelmed with happiness. No one knew how much ridicule and cold looks they had endured over the years in trying to treat his bad breath, with meager results. But now, because of this small pill, their Ma family's legacy would be passed down through generations, truly a blessing from the heavens. All right, son. Go in for the blind date now. The girl is waiting for you at table 9. Don't keep her waiting long. This time, show your personal charm. Make the girl fall for you at first sight. Mom is eagerly waiting for grandchildren. Approximately. Go on, Tilda. I'm going home now to replace the ancestral tablet with LS virtual avatar. The mother, in her excitement, suddenly remembered the blind date and hurriedly pushed her son inside. Mom, don't worry. Your son will bring his wife back tonight. Ma Baogu patted his chest proudly, feeling confident in his appearance now that his bad breath was cured. He confidently swaggered into the inn, all the way to table 9, and pushed open the door. Ma Baogu hadn't had high expectations of his mother's choice. Yet to his utter amazement, in the rooms, two beautiful young women. The one on the left was petite with a Lolita figure, wearing a high school uniform in a cosplay style, looking extremely cute. The girl on the right wore a pure white dress, her skin like suet, exuding a pure and flawless aura. This sight instantly brought Ma Baogu back to the happiest days of his first love. What the heck? Mom really outdid herself with this blind date. Ma Baoguo's eyes widened, his breathing quickened, his heart racing with excitement. As a nearly 40-year-old bachelor, he couldn't believe the quality of his blind date. Two top-tier ladies, one after another. If he could win over these two beauties, he thought he would be fine living 10 years less. Seeing the two girls looking bewildered, turning to him, Ma Baogu felt he should take the initiative to show off, leaving a lasting impression on them. So, he stood in the room, bowed elegantly, and said, "Ladies, I am Ma Baogu, the high-quality male you're going on a blind date with this time. I am a martial artist, the founder of Hunyuan Tai Chi Association, and currently the head of the Hunyuan Shinji Tai Chi School. Without further ado, please enjoy my original and lethal move, the Lightning 5-Link Whip. In Ma Baoguo's outdated mindset, women admired strength, They liked men stronger than themselves. If he could show enough strength and make the girls feel safe around him, he believed he could win their hearts. With this in mind, Ma Baogu took a deep breath, focused his mind, isolating himself from the world around him, leaving only him, his Tai Chi, and the pending lightning 5-link whip. Suddenly, he sprang into action. His movements were as fast as lightning cutting through the night sky. The first strike, he charged forward explosively, swiftly changing his direction in an instant, sliding over the ground like an eel, appearing comical and amusing in his movements. The second strike, he leapt into the air, somersaulted, then plummeted down, fist slamming the ground heavily. Snap! The pain made Ma Baogu grimace, but to impress the girls, he feigned composure. Then came the third strike. He leapt backward, arms outstretched, resembling a soaring eagle. However, due to lack of balance, he stumbled and nearly fell. He barely managed to steady himself and pushed out the fourth strike. He bent down suddenly and propped himself up with his hands, legs flailing in the air, resembling a clown dancing. Unaware, Ma Baogu quickly struck a heroic pose and delivered the final blow. This time, he seemed to exert all his strength, let out a loud shout, but only managed to deliver a light and floaty punch ... Asterisk theft asterisk uncle. You're so funny. Tilda. Just as Ma Baogu was reveling in his grandeur, one of the Lolita girls suddenly burst into laughter. What? My lightning 5-link whip was so valiant, and this girl says it's funny. Ma Baogu was about to retort when the Lolita girl spoke again. Uncle, did you walk into the wrong room? We're just here in Jinling for sightseeing, not for a blind date. What _o? You. No way, it can't be possible. Ma Baogu was in disbelief, taking 3 steps back to check the room number, table 9. I didn't walk into the wrong room, did I? Just as Ma Baogu was dumbfounded. The two girls walked out of the room hand in hand. The Lolita girl glanced at the door number, turned the 9 180 degrees to 6, then pointed towards a room at the end of the corridor. Okay, turns out it was room 6. Uncle, room 9 is that way. What? Watching the graceful figures of the two girls fade away, Ma Baoguo's heart felt like it was breaking. He dropped to his knees in the hallway, gazing up at the sky, and let out a long, tormented wail. No. This moment, a familiar BGM seemed to play in Ma Baoguo's mind. Snowflakes fluttering, the north wind whispers, the sky vast, and boundless, double quotes. Outside the Xianjin Inn. Su, we're going back so soon. You said you were feeling down and wanted to come out for a vacation and relax, right? We've only been in Jinling for a short time. How come we're leaving already? Why not go around a bit more and see the sights? Chen Kexin was filled with question marks, not understanding. She had already planned out the next tourist spot to visit, but wasn't sensing the spirit from Bai Susu. Through the recent live streaming session, she finally saw her true feelings. Indeed, she couldn't let go of her feelings for Lin Zhuan. Humans, at times, can be rather foolish creatures. When that boy used to dote on her endlessly, she didn't feel much, just enjoyed the pampering without many emotions. But now that he's completely gone, she feels a heaviness, nostalgia, a sense of loss. After listening to Lin Zhuan's live stream, Bai Susu had a sudden realization. She didn't want to look back on her life with regret in old age. So she wanted to make a final attempt, return to the Magic City, and resolve her feelings for that boy. Regardless of the outcome, even if things don't turn out well, she wanted to tell that boy, once there was a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, I regretted it, the most painful thing in this world. If heaven could give me another chance, I would say 3 words to that boy. I love you. If this love must have a time limit, I hope it's 10,000 years. In Chen Kexin's bewildered gaze, the two girls boarded the return flight. I'm sorry, apologies, I've been a bit busy today. I had an appointment to pick up our marriage certificate between 10 and 11 a.m. We left home a bit after 9, assuming we might have to wait in line. But to my surprise, there weren't many people getting married. Maybe it was too early. Besides us, there was only one other couple getting married. We registered as soon as we arrived. It was super quick. Making a reservation was easy. Just remember to bring your ID, household registration, and proof of being unmarried. Being married sure feels unexpected. I was single when I wrote this book. Now after a few months, I've gone from blind dates to marriage. Feeling a bit emotional. Approximately. As for me and my wife, we haven't taken the final step yet. I'm thinking of working out well in this period, then maybe around Chinese New Year. About a month later to do that kind of thing. I'm a bit nervous now. Checked on Baidu. If a man lasts less than 3 minutes, it's premature ejaculation. Most people are usually between 3 to 5 minutes, but sounds too unreal. I watch movies that are 2 hours long. Seems totally fake. Present progress. Grope. Watch. Embrace. Only the final line is yet to be crossed. Probably around Chinese New Year. Picking an auspicious day for that. Today, I took my wife out for dinner at a restaurant called North Country Hotel. So expensive. Just one dish cost tens of dollars. The meal cost me $227. So pricey. Decided to take my wife for $10 rice noodle rolls. Next time. AHHW. Money's hard to earn. Serving is distasteful, but spending is super fast. Good night. 3. Asking for some free motivation for love. My dear readers, please, I beg you, bestow your blessings upon a humble writer. Chapter 254. Lin Jianjun's Awakening. Rebellious son, forcing the old man to flip the table. Chapter 254. Lin Jianjun's Awakening. Rebellious son, forcing the old man to flip the table. Sue's group. Due to the visible popularity of the new product, the entire company was filled with a joyful and positive atmosphere. And at this moment, the only one in the group who remained ignorant and grumbling was an honored janitor from the logistics department. Lin Jianjun, right? The first restroom is clogged. Hurry up and go clear it. What? You can't do it. You useless thing. Just roll up your sleeves and do it. And also, can't you see the big stain in the hallway? The one cleaning the restroom. Hurry up. Are you blind? What if someone slips and falls? Get the mop out quickly. Be quicker with your hands and feet. Got it. Have a sip of water. Who has time to rest for you? There are 3 more restrooms waiting for you to clean. Damn it. Can't you see someone didn't flush the toilet after taking a dump in this hole? Darn it. It's even on the edge. It disgusts me. Hurry up and come rinse off the yellow stool stain. Damn it. There are 4 restrooms on this floor. How come you only cleaned one today? Hurry up and go clean the rest. Also, clean the hallways and those public areas near the windows. Geez, dragging your feet like this. How can we finish before we clock out? I don't care if you can't finish today, then work overtime. No matter how late you have to stay, you must complete all these tasks for me. Since Lin Jianjun took on the honor of being a health and sanitation expert, the employees of the group seemed to be telepathic. They kept putting Lin Jianjun to work, not allowing him a moment of rest. Whenever Lin Jianjun couldn't bear the workplace violence and attempted to resist, the others would disdainfully say ... Work or get out, don't waste time. Instantly rendering Lin Jianjun speechless, helpless, and on the verge of tears. Damn it! A bunch of animals. Utterly despicable. This is not the company life I imagined. I, the chairman's father, the former billionaire, and president. You're having me clear restrooms. This is a blatant humiliation. At this moment, Lin Jianjun, in despair, squatted in front of a clogged toilet, digging out stool with his bare hands. A pungent smell wafted over, making Lin Jianjun constantly retch. The toilet in front of him had already overflowed, with yellow liquid mixed with feces and tissues, forming a disgusting scene. The flush button was completely ineffective. No matter how many times he pressed it, the dirty water wouldn't flush away. The mixture of feces and tissues had congealed into a mass, looking like a grotesque monster extending its claws outward. Lin Jianjun clenched his teeth, a twisted expression on his face, forcibly suppressing the urge to vomit, stretching his hand into the toilet, pulling out chunks of yellow feces. Ah! As he dug, he screamed frantically, cursing all those who led him to this current situation. Originally, Lin Jianjun had hoped that upon entering the Su's group, leveraging his son's connections, before long, he would get a promotion, become a general manager, become the CEO, marry a beautiful woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. Just thinking about it made him excited. But things didn't go as planned. He ended up as a janitor cleaning restrooms. 3 decades in the East, 3 decades in the West. Don't underestimate your middle-age poverty. All of you wait and see. Once I rise to power, I will make each one of you pay a price. ... Lin Jianjun, brimming with malice, held everyone in disdain. Of course, what he resented the most was his ungrateful son. After all, he was his own father. Even if he wouldn't allow him to be the CEO, couldn't they at least give him a department manager position or something similar? But he had the nerve to make his father clean the toilets. To be a janitor handling feces. How dare he? Is there anyone else who treats their father this way? He's just the scum of the earth. Damn it, everyone says that you raise a child to secure support in old age, but I ended up raising a white-eyed wolf. If only I had known, I should have strangled him at birth. ... As Lin Jianjun cursed and raged, the door to the restroom was pushed open, and a few employees, chatting and laughing, walked in to use the facilities. Upon seeing Lin Jianjun squatting beside the toilet, their brows furrowed in confusion. ... Old man, what on earth have you been eating? It's taking you a whole morning to clear a toilet. Right, this old man must be slacking off. Damn. Useless, can't even clear a few chunks of feces, waste of space. Do you know you're delaying my bathroom break? ... Faced with the employees' teasing taunts, Lin Jianjun's forehead bulged with veins as he glared at a few disrespectful youngsters, attempting to suppress them with his seniority. Watch your mouth. I'm about the same age as your fathers. Don't you have any manners? Truly disrespectful. ... Observing Lin Jianjun's attempt at appearing fierce, the employees were first surprised, then exchanged glances. Subsequently, they laughed and mocked him. One young man even teased Lin Jianjun by cupping his ear, then patting the back of his head, provokingly saying, "Old man, if you're not satisfied, then just quit. Okay. This is the nature of entry-level work. You like it or not. If you don't want to clean the restrooms, then by all means resign and leave. Honestly, there are plenty of people willing to do this job, and the company is not lacking without you." PFFT. In response, Lin Jianjun was almost livid with anger. He had realized ... behind these lackeys, there must be his rebellious son causing trouble, aiming to force him out of the company. Ha! Rebellious son! You won't get your way. Quiet endurance. In the end, in a state of seething anger, Lin Jianjun chose to ignore the provocation of the few employees and continue digging out feces with his bare hands. Seeing this, the employees lost interest and no longer had the desire to mock him, standing in front of the urinal, opening the valves to flush water. ... I never expected it. The new products developed by the company are so effective. Especially that clear vision eye drops. I was skeptical at first, but after personal testing, I have to say, it's truly miraculous. Indeed, I initially thought it was just exaggerated advertising. After all, vision problems like myopia and farsightedness are global challenges. I am severely myopic, so in a trial state, I used clear vision eye drops and found that my prescription had decreased. There are a few other products that are also amazing. I wonder who the genius behind them is. At this rate of advancement, I think our group will soon become a billion-dollar conglomerate. ... The Lin Group is doing well. Originally on the brink of bankruptcy, with the involvement of L, it's not only revived, but highly likely to soar to new heights. This is undeniable. Our group was teetering on the verge of collapse, facing internal and external threats. But ever since Lin Sr. married our young lady, the company transformed like a pig standing in the wind, thriving. Lin Jr. is truly amazing. Not only are they friends with L in private, but the relationship runs deep. The smooth cooperation between the two groups is rumored to be due to this reason. I really want to see LS true face. I wonder if Lin Sr. would be willing to help me get an autograph. Why are you daydreaming? Lin Jr. is a prominent figure. Why would he care about you? It's like comparing an ant to an elephant. While engaged in natural activities, they conversed about the various miracles created by Lin Zhuan, praising him highly. And as these discussions reached Lin Jianjun's ears, he was shocked and amazed. What's this now? Could it be the internet-famous singer who dealt a fatal blow to my Lin group? My company is now in the hands of that scoundrel. If it weren't for him, I might have cashed out a substantial sum by now, immigrated to a beautiful country, and enjoyed life. How could I possibly be squatting here digging out feces? And this scoundrel, why does he have such good luck? He even developed several new products, reviving my company. Lin Jianjun widened his eyes, pulling out his phone to search. With every news article that appeared before his eyes, he felt more uncomfortable and stifled. If possible. Lin Jianjun would prefer that the Lin group collapse and disappear completely rather than witness it prosper under someone else's control. Otherwise, wouldn't it make him appear more useless? The group teetered on the edge of bankruptcy under his leadership. Now it was flourishing under the enemy LS ownership. It made him seem particularly incompetent. Damn it! Watching the Lin group, once his own, shining and thriving under someone else's command, Lin Jianjun's envy was palpable, unable to contain it as he released a national curse. This commotion immediately caught the attention of nearby employees. And now, they suddenly remembered Lin Jianjun's previous status, starting to revel in his misfortune. Old man, are you feeling very dissatisfied with life? TSK. Your current plight is pure self-infliction. That's right, your situation today is entirely of your own making. Do you have Lin Jr., such a talented son, and yet failed to cherish him? Instead, you dote on a mistress and a love child. No wonder Lin Jr. doesn't acknowledge you. Speaking of which, it makes me laugh. This old man adores his secret child so much, but the child he pampers turned out to be from his mistress and wearing a green cap. So tragic. Truly tragic. The most tragic character of the year. Lin Jr. truly has remarkable foresight. He signed a severance of parent-child relationship contract in advance with this old man, or else wouldn't he have been dragged down by him? Why are you staring? Hurry up and clear the restroom. Your eyes are so wide. Are you planning to hit me? Give it a shot. Wow, Tilda looks like this green-haired turtle is about to lose face. How is it? Is the truth too unbearable to hear? As they continued to taunt and mock him, Lin Jianjun's eyes were filled with rage, ready to erupt at any moment. His breathing became rapid, his chest rising and falling dramatically, his fists clenched tightly, veins popping on his arms, seemingly on the verge of bursting out. Especially when the piercing term green-haired turtle entered his ears. Lin Jianjun exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It said, a dragon will spout fire when its scales are touched. The matter of Lin Hao being a bastard was always a sore spot for him, the eternal pain in his heart, which led his actions over the years to seem ludicrous. Now, being publicly ridiculed and mocked, Lin Jianjun could no longer bear it. He had reached his limit, no longer able to endure. I've had enough of your crap. Seeing Lin Jianjun roll up his sleeves, prepared to make a move, the several employees sneered, completely unafraid. After all, they were physically strong, and in a group, they could easily teach Lin Jianjun a lesson if things got physical. But what they did not anticipate was Lin Jianjun, disregarding all sense of fair play, reached into the toilet, pulled out a piece of dark yellow feces, and slammed it onto the face of one employee, covered in acne. Ah! A despairing scream rang out. Lin Jianjun paid no mind to their cries as he transformed into a feces-flinging war god, grabbing handfuls of feces and angrily hurling them at the remaining dumbfounded employees. Help! Save me! Lunatic! You psychopath! Feces, so much feces Under Lin Jianjun's frenzied attack, the remaining Su Group employees were all hit, crying out in piercing fright. Soon covered in feces, they fled the restroom in terror. In the restroom, there was a brief moment of silence. Unfazed, Lin Jianjun remained silent as he picked up a bucket of feces and headed out of the restroom. He was going to find his unfilial son, Lin Zhuan, to ensure that he acknowledges him as his father again and live a life of luxury. Originally, Lin Jianjun was planning to implement the with sincerity, gold can be obtained plan ... To endure in the Su group for a while, put on the appearance of turning over a new leaf to impress his rebellious son into accepting him once again. But these days, aside from spending all day digging out feces in the restroom, he couldn't go anywhere. As for his ungrateful son, he hadn't even visited his own father once. And today's stimuli ... Lin Jianjun came to a realization. He knew his unfilial son had decided to completely abandon him. No matter how well he performed, he probably wouldn't be accepted again. Hence, at this point, instead of holding on to unrealistic hopes, why bother? Lin Jianjun had decided to negotiate with his son, continuing until he agreed to his terms. Chapter 255 Lin Zhuan made up his mind to simply sell his abusive father to Myanmar and be done with him. Chapter 255 Lin Zhuan made up his mind to simply sell his abusive father to Myanmar. Su's group. In the spacious and bright corridor, awakened Lin Jianjun, after completely giving up on some unrealistic fantasies, carried a bucket of golden feces and aggressively marched towards the chairman's office. He wanted to find that unfilial son and demand him to provide for his old age. Clatter, 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 tilde, tilde, because the feces bucket carried by Lin Jianjun emitted a foul smell throughout the corridor. Many employees wrinkled their brows, covering their noses as they came out to see what was happening. When they saw Lin Jianjun, dressed in a cleaner's uniform with a cold expression, their reactions were mixed. Chairman's father is coming. Everyone clear the way. Unfilial son, come out now. I am your father. I demand you provide for my old age. All unnecessary people leave. This is a matter between my son and me, has nothing to do with you all. Lin Jianjun, in a state of despair, rebuked the security guards who tried to persuade him from advancing. With a mindset of no success, no regrets, he quickly approached the chairman's office, continuously calling out Lin Zhuan's name. At this moment, Hu Zheng, who received the information, hurriedly arrived with a large group of security guards. He looked at the furious Lin Jianjun and frowned, approaching him. Mr. Lin, please calm down. Calm down. Calm down your sister. Quickly call my unfilial son out. I have important things to tell him. You guard dog doesn't deserve to talk to me. Sorry, Mr. Lin. The boss has gone out and is currently not in the company. If you have any matters, I can relay the message on his behalf. Hu Zheng remained expressionless, responding fluently. In fact, Lin Zhuan had long anticipated today's situation. He knew his abusive father's character well and foresaw the day he would go mad, so he had instructed Hu Zheng beforehand on how to handle it. Therefore, Hu Zheng was completely unruffled now. Everything under control. Out. I don't care. Then you call him back immediately. You tell him, the reason for my company's bankruptcy was actually a conspiracy, all orchestrated by that bastard named L. Now that the other party has taken over my company and wants to cooperate with Su's group, they must be planning to repeat their tricks, scheming against Su's group in secret. You tell my son, I am willing to ally with him to regain the company. And in the future, I can unconditionally hand over my Lin group to him for inheritance, as long as he is willing to provide for my old age. Ever since learning that his Lin group had fallen into LS hands, Lin Jianjun, with his intelligent mind, had figured out the reasons behind his company's bankruptcy. As it turns out, he lost the company because of that L manipulating things behind the scenes. Unforgivable. Truly unforgivable. Lin Zhuan, as his own son, surely had the obligation to help him reclaim the company. And now he actually had no interest in managing the company anymore. As long as Lin Zhuan agreed to provide for his old age, the father and son together could hand over the regained company to Lin Zhuan for inheritance. It was not a bad idea at all. Lin Jianjun was delighted with the thought. He felt that by offering such tempting conditions, wouldn't that unfilial son eagerly serve him in order to inherit his Lin group? Just as Lin Jianjun was lost in his fantasies, he noticed Hu Zheng and others not far away, still standing there, staring at him with strange eyes. This made him furious, and in a commanding tone, he shouted, "I told you to hurry up and call that unfilial son over. Are your ears deaf? Don't waste my time by not finding him." Listening to Lin Jianjun's eccentric remarks, Huo Kean and the other high-level employees couldn't help but feel overwhelmed, unable to understand the twists and turns in his mind. How did the bankruptcy of Lin Group have anything to do with L? Wasn't it because of problems with the products they sold that led to their downfall? And why was he now making such outrageous demands, even after regaining control of Lin Group, insisting on providing for his old age in exchange for company inheritance? It was so absurd. Unless Lin Zhuan's brain was not functioning properly, there was no way he would agree to such outrageous demands, right? Mr. Lin, the cooperation between the two groups is a normal business practice. There are no ulterior motives or schemes. Please don't cause any more trouble. This spectacle needs to end. If you continue to be unreasonable, then I'll have to instruct the security guards to take forceful action. Dressed in a suit, Huo Kean was the most helpless person there, reluctantly advising them with a forced smile. After all, he understood the situation best. Lin Zhuan and L were the same person, both bosses of the two companies, so how could there be any conspiracy theory between them? Seeing Lin Jianjun's reasoning, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed for him. Just because you refuse to provide for my old age, I would dare to burn down your company. If you don't let me off, I won't let you live in peace either. We'll both end up in misery together. And I'll even bring journalists here to expose how you, a beast, disregarded your biological father's welfare, causing me to be left destitute on the streets. Even though our father-son relationship has been severed, I believe the righteous netizens will stand up for me out of sympathy, seeking justice on my behalf. Unfilial son, you also wouldn't want the company's reputation to suffer, right? Faced with Lin Jianjun's triumphant laughter, the staff present had their faces change color at the same time. Who would have thought that in this world, there could be such a vicious father? Disregarding his own son's future just to force him into submission, it was truly going to extreme lengths. And this was an explicit plot. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. If wielded properly, it can bring immense benefits, but if used against oneself, it becomes a lethal weapon. Keyboard warriors do not care about the truth. They revel in the flow of traffic during such spectacles. With the group in a period of rapid development, it had already caught the eyes of many envious contenders. If they found an opportunity, they would pounce on it like cats smelling fish, launching attacks and making covert moves detrimental to the company's growth. Just as Huo Kean and the other high-level employees looked grim, unsure of how to proceed, "Have you finished your nonsense?" Following Lin Zhuan's instructions, Huo Kean put him on speakerphone, and his emotionless voice resounded from the phone. "Who do you think you are? What are you trying to do? You dare threaten me? You want to expose this to the media? Go ahead and do it. If the company can't handle such minor rumors, it means it's meant to go bankrupt and close down. That's it. As for setting fire to the company, if you have the guts, go ahead. I'll call the police and have you thrown in jail immediately. You can spend the rest of your life there. At this point, you still have this unrepentant and entitled attitude. And you're still asking me to provide for your old age? Go eat *T. Go *T quickly. You're just wasting air by living. In the hospital corridor, Lin Zhuan, impatiently, with a look of disgust, hung up the phone. He no longer had the patience to deal with his abusive father's antics. This time, he decided to kick him out once and for all, to prevent him from interfering further. With that thought in mind, Lin Zhuan consecutively made two more phone calls. One went to Ma Yingsh, informing him that if Lin Jianjun caused trouble, he should be kicked out immediately. The other was to Zhao Hu, suggesting that since his abusive father couldn't pay back any money, why not sell him to Africa for mining or just sell him to Myanmar and be done with it? Chapter 256, Lin Jianjun, the God of Feces Battle. The Disappearance of Lin Hao and His Mother. Must see, with benefits. Chapter 256, Lin Jianjun, the God of Feces Battle. The Disappearance of Lin Hao and His Mother. Must see, with benefits Su Clan. Beep 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 in the corridor, the sound of a phone hanging up echoed, waking up the dazed Lin Jianjun. This beast! To treat your own father like this, you might as well give birth to a dog. Lin Jianjun, coming to his senses, roared to the sky. He never thought that Lin Zhuan would be so heartless, truly determined to cut ties with him and sever all ties of gratitude and righteousness. Damn it! How dare he? Does he really not desire paternal love at all? Only father is good in this world. A child with a father is like a treasure. How could he not understand this principle? Countless homeless orphans long for the love of their parents, but cannot obtain it. Yet this unfilial son, instead, rejects it as if it were nothing. I'm not Lin Ye. I'm not Lin Ye. Lin Jianjun yelled like a madman, shouting and scaring some female employees who then retreated in fear back to their offices. Seeing this, Hu Zheng knew it was time to end this spectacle. He stepped forward and advised, Mr. Lin, you have been fired by the boss. Please leave the company immediately. If you continue to cause a disturbance like this and affect the normal operation of the company, I will have to have you restrained and handed over to the police. Hearing that he was about to be expelled from the company, Lin Jianjun exploded in anger, glaring at everyone in the room. You dare to be so rude! You damn things! How dare you! I am the chairman's father. Until that unfilial son agrees to support my old age, I won't leave anywhere. Even if I have to die, I will die in this place. When the time comes, and the world knows that the unfilial son forced his father to death, I wonder which side public opinion will be on. Every one of you will be cursed. Lin Jianjun remained unrepentant, adamant in his determination to resist. He didn't believe that these people in front of him would really dare to act so inappropriately in broad daylight, disregarding public opinion and resorting to violence against him. It must be just a bluff. As long as he stubbornly resisted to the end, he would eventually see the dawn of victory. What surprised him, however, was that Hu Zheng, who was authorized by the boss, completely ignored his threats and calmly stated, Mr. Lin, you are underestimating the current reputation of the company. We have enough die-hard fans supporting us now. It's not as simple as you think to tarnish us like this. Speaking of which, we should be grateful to you. If it wasn't for your failed batch of beauty cream, even if our beauty pills have great effects, they wouldn't get enough support. All right, since you are not willing to leave voluntarily, then we have no choice but to offend you. Take action. Beep beep beep. Upon receiving the order, over a dozen security guards quickly approached, eager to control Lin Jianjun. As the news of the rise of the Su clan spread, among which he had contributed greatly, Lin Jianjun broke down again. His face twisted in anger, he yelled at the approaching guards to back off. Seeing that his shouting was ineffective, the frantic Lin Jianjun picked up a ladle and scooped up a big pile of foul-smelling feces directly from the bucket, like watering flowers, and poured it towards the crowd. One security guard was unable to dodge and was doused with the chilling feces, instantly covered in filth, emitting a cry of despair. Aha! So much shit! Get away! Everyone get away quickly! In the corridor, countless people screamed and scattered to escape. At this moment, Lin Jianjun had gone completely mad. In order to avoid being caught, he had transformed into the god of feces battle. He was unstoppable. Buddha couldn't stop him. Wherever he went, no one dared to confront him directly, all screaming and avoiding his onslaught. Come on. Are you little bunnies still dare to drive me away? Hurry! Call that unfilial son to come over. Tell him that if he doesn't agree to my terms, I will pour shit and piss all over the company, disgustingly ruin all of you. Lin Jianjun held a bucket in one hand, a ladle in the other, continuously sprinkling feces everywhere. At that moment, he truly felt invincible for the first time, savoring the taste of absolute power. Ah! There were screams of terror everywhere. Chaos and disorder filled the entire company. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Hu Zheng and other senior executives almost furrowed their brows into characters. They never expected Lin Jianjun to be so disgustingly crazy. Some suggested informing the boss of the situation, but Hu Zheng immediately vetoed it. A joke. If they couldn't handle such a tiny matter, they would be useless if they had to consult the boss for help. Everyone listen up, whoever can control this lunatic. I'm personally offering a reward of 10,000 yuan. Hu Zheng held a bullhorn and shouted at the chaotic crowd. Nani? Such a generous reward. 10,000 yuan could be more than half a year's salary for some poor souls. As the saying goes, behind a large reward, there must be a brave man. 2.5 minutes later, at the entrance of the Su clan group. Hurry up and leave. You should thank lawyer Hu for his kindness. Otherwise, your behavior could land you in jail for a few months. Lin Jianjun, in a sorry state, was dragged out struggling by several security guards and thrown harshly at the entrance. Bullshit. Do I need his mercy? You bastards, just you wait for me. I won't give up, definitely not. And that unfilial son, thinking he can abandon me. No way, regardless of whether he acknowledges it or not, I am still his father. Tell that ungrateful son, he can forget about shaking me off in this lifetime. I won't have it easy, and neither will he. Lin Jianjun got up from the ground, full of resentment, cursing and grumbling, and tried to rush back into the company. ZZTTT. This time the security guards, having received instructions, no longer took his identity into consideration. They all pulled out their electric batons and turned them on. The flashing lights and crackling sounds made Lin Jianjun swallow his spit several times, embarrassing him. He stepped back a few steps. You, don't be so smug. I will definitely come back. Seeing that his efforts were in vain, Lin Jianjun could only reluctantly give up, cursing to himself as he left. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Jianjun walked the streets aimlessly with a dark expression. Having been kicked out of the Su clan group and penniless, he didn't know where to go next. The world is so big, so exciting, but I have no place in it. Walking through the bustling streets, Lin Jianjun looked lost and lonely. Deep in his heart, he felt he was the most unfortunate person in the world. He first returned to his long unvisited rental house. It was where a loving family once lived together. Since the falling out with Lin Hao and his mother, Lin Jianjun had been living in the company dormitory and hadn't returned here since. Now, with nowhere else to go, he had to return to the rental house, at least to have a place to stay. And he had made a decision. As he opened the door to enter, Lin Jianjun was dumbfounded and couldn't help but curse angrily. F***ck. These two beasts. Moving out is one thing, but they actually sold everything. All these things belong to me. Inside the rental house, there was no one, not even a single item left, only the empty space. The fridge, TV, bed sheets, washing machine, sofa, utensils, dining table, wardrobe. All the furniture had vanished into thin air. Lin Jianjun was furious. He quickly called the landlord to inquire about Lin Hao and his mother's whereabouts. He was now penniless, without even money for food. So he needed to find that mother and son to get his money back. Current word count, 2,259. Chapter 257, Zhao Hu's attack, Lin Jianjun's despair. The rented house was empty. Lin Jianjun, covered in filth, with a dark expression, dialed the landlord's phone number. Before he could even reprimand, he forced out the whereabouts of Lin Hao and his mother. On the other end of the phone, an elderly, rough voice immediately sounded. Hello, huh? This phone number, good. You finally dare to show up, you brat. You all have been playing hide and seek recently. Phone off when I call. Don't want to repay the overdue rent, huh? Do you want to stay in the king's quarters? Have you not heard about my reputation? And those furniture items, you actually took them without my consent and sold them? There were many things inside that I bought with my own money before renting to you. Mischievous items, you immediately compensate me. So you're in the rented house now, right? Wait there honestly, I will bring people over immediately. If you don't repay the money in full today, watch how I deal with you. Hearing that the landlord was about to arrive at the rented house, Lin Jianjun was dumbfounded, no longer daring to stay in place. A penniless man like him. What would happen if he got caught? Panic-stricken, Lin Jianjun completely put aside inquiring about Lin Hao and his mother's whereabouts, immediately hung up the phone, and stumbled out of the apartment building. 2.5 minutes later, on the bustling street, Lin Jianjun wore a dejected expression, wandering aimlessly. With his scruffy beard, tattered clothes, and the stench of filth on him, within a 2-meter radius centered around him, it seemed like a vacuum zone. Passers-by covered their noses, instinctively frowned, and distanced themselves, afraid to approach. What's with your expressions? And what's with those disdainful looks? Don't you dare look at me like that. I used to be the CEO of a billion-dollar conglomerate. You bottom-tier people are trash, ants in my eyes. My son Lin Zhuan is the chairman of the Su Group. Do you know who his father is? Lower your heads immediately. Do you even deserve to look me in the eye? Bunch of losers at the bottom of society. Earning a few $1,000 a month. What a loser. Realizing the disgusted expressions of the passers-by, Lin Jianjun's mentality instantly crumbled. His wounded pride drove him to act like a madman on the street. No one dared to come near now. They all avoided him like encountering a lunatic, letting Lin Jianjun rant there. Seeing everyone afraid of him, Lin Jianjun felt not shame but pride. He stood with hands on hips, laughing arrogantly. You're scared now, right? I'm someone you bottom-tier people can't mess with. Ha ha ha. Clanging noises. At that moment, a revving car noise suddenly sounded, finally stopping by Lin Jianjun's side, startling him. What the hell, can't you drive? You, Lin Jianjun cursed aloud, fiercely kicking the delivery van several times. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he was about to kick again, the car door was forcefully opened, revealing a fierce face, smirking coldly at him. Old Lin, searching for you was quite a challenge. Come, get in the car. Let's chat. Who, Mr. Hu? Heh. What a coincidence. Cough. I have something to do. Forget it. Maybe next time. Looking at Zhao Hu's brutish appearance, Lin Jianjun almost wet himself on the spot. He knew how ruthless Zhao Hu was. How could he voluntarily walk into the lion's den? Shut up! Get in the car! Disregarding any further conversation, Zhao Hu, with an angry glare, shouted loudly, scaring Lin Jianjun, who shivered all over, into silence, reluctantly sitting in the van. With a roaring sound, the van's door closed, driving away under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Old Lin, I messaged you. Why do you always read and not replying _? In the backseat of the van, Zhao Hu, with a black tiger tattoo on his posterior head and with an arm around Lin Jianjun's shoulder, asked with a sly smile. Mr. Hu, listen to my explanation. I mean, let me explain, I've been really busy lately, so a sweat dripped down Lin Jianjun's forehead, his eyes darting around anxiously, trying to find excuses. But Zhao Hu was not easily deceived. Moreover, he came on his son Lin Zhuan's behalf, with a mission. How could he let Lin Jianjun off easily? Seeing Lin Jianjun struggling, Zhao Hu's gaze turned fierce in an instant. He grabbed Lin Jianjun's throat, shoving his head into his crotch. Lowering his head, he menacingly threatened him by his ear. Don't waste my time. I'll ask you, when will you pay back the money you owe? You haven't even paid a penny in interest yet, have you? Faced with Zhao Hu's debt collection declaration, Lin Jianjun was too scared to even breathe. With debts in the billions, the interests alone were astronomical figures. Being penniless, how could he possibly afford to repay now? So even though his neck ached from the pressure, Lin Jianjun was too petrified to resist, quietly burying his head in Zhao Hu's crotch, hoping to pretend not to hear anything. Are you deaf? Or mute? Are you playing possum? Mr. Hu, give me some time. I will definitely gather the money to repay you. You also know my son is a major shareholder in the Su Group. He has money. PFT, as if I don't know. Your son indeed has money, but what does that have to do with you? Zhao Hu sneered continuously. He really wanted to say that, if not for your son's hint, I wouldn't dare touch you. It is because of your son's signal that I pursued you once again. But Lin Jianjun was unaware of these reasons and, terrified, he only thought of one way to save himself, leveraging Lin Zhuan's position. As the saying goes, respect the Buddha but beware of the monk's face. With Lin Zhuan's status as a guarantor, Under normal circumstances, few people would dare cause him bodily harm. Mr. Hu, listen to me. I do have a small disagreement with that rebellious son of mine. But you can't break the bone and keep the tendon connected. No matter what, he won't let me die. He's my biological father. With this fact alone, he won't let me die without helping. Chapter 258. Lin Jianjun, who was at the end of the road, shed tears uncontrollably. Brother Hu, rest assured. Once I reconcile with that unfilial son, I will make sure he returns all the money, principal and interest, to you immediately. Really, trust me. Are you afraid I will run away? Lin Jianjun trembled with fear, desperately trying to persuade Zhao Tiger, attempting to deceive his way through. Even though he knew the current Lin Zhuan probably wouldn't care about his life or death, the key was that Zhao Tiger didn't know. As expected, with his efforts to persuade, Zhao Tiger pretended to ponder and pulled Lin Jianjun's head out of his pants, giving a cold snort. In that case, I'll give you one more chance. Hurry up and gather the money for me. Otherwise, I'll have to make you repay the debt in other ways, such as selling you to Africa for mining, or to Myanmar for organs, your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, intestines, pancreas, corneas. These organs, if removed and sold, are actually worth quite a bit of money. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianjun broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead, almost scared out of his wits, repeatedly promising to repay the money soon. At that moment, Zhao Tiger changed his tone, casually inquired about the whereabouts of Lin Hao and his mother. I don't know, Sir Tiger. I've had a falling out with that despicable mother and son, and I haven't been able to contact them for several days. I'm also trying to find them. Seeing Lin Jianjun evasive, Zhao Tiger became enraged and couldn't help but slap the back of his head. Lin Hao and his mother were also his targets, and now that they were gone, it would be pointless just to take Lin Jianjun away alone. Family should be together neatly. These were Lin Zhuan's words, and Zhao Tiger dare not defy them. He had to ensure that all three of them faced difficulties together. The Bai family also owes me a large debt, including a part related to your wife and child. Find a way to locate them for me. As a reward, I can waive a portion of the interest. If you end up getting sold to Myanmar, you can choose to save them first. After all, I heard that woman has cheated on you, and the child isn't yours. I don't think you're willing to sacrifice yourself for them, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Jianjun nodded repeatedly, reassuring and pledging non-stop. Rest assured, Sir Tiger. If it weren't for that vile mother and son, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. I wish I could strangle them. How could I possibly protect them? These words came from the bottom of Lin Jianjun's heart. If there was someone he truly hated the most in his life, it was that mother and son duo. If it weren't for their interference and mischief, leading to the estrangement with his own son and the severed relationship, he wouldn't have reached this point where they didn't even speak anymore. Perhaps, if it weren't for Lin Zhuan's beauty pill assistance, his Linshi group could have ascended to a higher level, becoming a $100 billion corporation. At that time, he would be a distinguished figure, shaking the metropolis. Comparatively, minor figures like Zhao Tiger and Su Shengshan would probably not qualify to even touch his shoes. Just as Lin Jianjun was lost in his fantasies, the van had slowly stopped in an alley, and Zhao Tiger, with a fierce expression, scolded Lin Jianjun and kicked him out of the car. What are you daydreaming about? Get out and stop that ugly smile. I'll give you 2 more days, gather the money quickly for me, and contact the Bai family mother and son. Otherwise, next time we meet, I won't be as lenient as I am this time. With a bang, the van door shut heavily, blending quickly into the traffic, leaving behind a staggering man on the ground. Finally freed from immediate danger, Lin Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief. However, his brows furrowed, filled with anxiety. He knew Zhao Tiger wouldn't easily let him off, and if he couldn't repay the debt in 2 days, he would be in real danger. Touching his waist, Lin Jianjun's head buzzed with cold sweat, filled with terror. Given his current situation, repaying billions of high-interest loans in a few days was like an impossible task. After much contemplation, he realized only his biological son could help him. Even in a life or death situation, my own son ... That unworthy offspring cannot possibly ignore me, right? Hoping for a miracle, Lin Jianjun dialed a number, considering ways to evoke sympathy and make Lin Zhuan intervene to clear his debts. Ring ring ring. Hello, The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Dialing several more times, he received the same official response. Lin Jianjun realized his estranged son had blocked him. How could that beast treat him like this? How could he? Lin Jianjun couldn't hold back his tears, feeling lost, kneeling on the ground in distress, as if he had reached the end of the road. Yesterday, I tried distributing red envelopes using a password for the first time. Just checked, well, the red envelope has expired after 24 hours, with a total of only 2,587 friends redeeming it. It was all in celebration anyway, so when it comes to the few days around Chinese New Year, I'll be sending out some supersized red envelopes to everyone. For those who receive the red envelopes, remember to send a free for love message. Over 120 friends reciprocated with a thank you red envelope after receiving, totaling 18.9 credits. Thank you all, but there's no need for it next time. I appreciate your kindness, but really no need. I received so many times, over 100, that my red envelope app directly short-circuited, unable to open, and showing errors like system error 00. Your intention to send a for love message is more meaningful than anything else. I appreciate it in the future. If there are any red envelope benefits, I'll put them directly in the chapter comments or author notes at the end of the chapter for you to click and view. Because placing them in the main text not only hinders the flow of the story, but also affects the reading experience, particularly for those here to read. Seeing so much irrelevant chatter affects the reading experience and interrupts the storytelling atmosphere. So, unless in special circumstances, I'll share all such news at the end of the chapter in the chapter comments or author notes section for you to find. The main text won't have these random chatter, ensuring it doesn't disrupt everyone's reading experience. Today, I'm sending out 100 credits worth of red envelopes as a benefit, reducing the quantity to 3,000. The password is the same as yesterday, so those interested can continue to grab it. His Highness Prince is the first handsome guy in the universe. How's everyone's luck today compared to yesterday? Asterisk asterisk. Chapter 259. Ma Ying seeks justice and brutally beats Lin Jianjun on a quiet afternoon. Lin Jianjun, feeling helpless and aimless, wandered to the entrance of the Lin group. Coincidentally, he ran into Ma Yingsh, who was about to leave for an appointment. Hung, isn't that? Lin Jianjun's eyes brightened as he instantly recognized Ma Yingsh, the vice chairman of the Lin group and the #1 lackey of L. Thinking of his own company that was usurped by these people through despicable means, Lin Jianjun couldn't contain his anger. In 3 quick strides, he rushed up to Ma Yingsh, pointing at him and shouting, "You scoundrels actually conspired to take over my company. Are you even human? I order you to return my company unconditionally, or I will never let you off so easily." Facing the menacing man charging towards him, Ma Yingsh was startled until the bodyguards intercepted him, and only then did he recognize the man's identity. What? Is it him? Boss's old man. Before Ma Yingsh could react, Lin Jianjun clasped his hands together, wearing a pleading expression. "Please, I beg you, just return the company to me. It is my lifelong effort, I truly cannot lose it. How about this? If you return the company to me, I will owe you a big favor, and I can unconditionally transfer some shares to you, providing you with substantial dividends every year. Remember my kindness for a lifetime. What do you think? Or you can give me some shares too. I don't need all of it, I can accept 20 or even 10% of the shares. If that's not possible, can you lend me 10 billion? I owe a large sum to loan sharks. If I don't repay the debt soon, they won't let me off. Please help me. Saving one's life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Good people live in peace for a lifetime. Since the group is so prosperous, it won't hurt to miss a few billion." Listening to Lin Jianjun's increasingly absurd demands, Ma Yingsh was speechless and couldn't help but smile wryly. This guy must be out of his mind, coming up with such outrageous requests. Letting him have the company back. Offering shares, even just 10%? Does he think that's little? Asking for a loan of 10 billion, wanting lifelong gratitude. Does this old man think I need him to remember me? Ma Yingsh thought to himself and finally understood why Boss severed ties with his own father in advance. Seems like this guy's mind is not quite right. With Boss having forewarned him, Ma Yingsh didn't want to get entangled with this scumbag father any longer. "Mr. Lin, please don't make a scene at the company entrance. It affects our image. Please leave immediately." "Sorry, I have work to attend to. Goodbye. Seeing Ma Yingzhi about to leave, Lin Jianjun panicked. Blocked by security, he could only yell in frustration as Ma Yingzhi walked away. Stop. You can't leave. How will I manage if you go? Let's discuss it in a different way. You know my son. That rebellious son is the chairman of the Su group. I'm his father. With this identity, we can cooperate well and figure out how to get more benefits from that kid. You can also discuss with your behind-the-scenes boss. I believe they will be interested. Even if we split the benefits, 55 to 45 is fine. 4 for you, 6 for me. Upon hearing these shameless words, Ma Yingzhi, who had planned to leave, furrowed his brows and even showed a hint of anger. Honestly, if boss hadn't lent him a helping hand in the hospital that day, how could Ma Yingzhi have reached his current position? Even disregarding the life-saving grace and recognition, boss's charisma was the reason he willingly followed. Now hearing someone openly insult his idol, how could Ma Yingzhi not be angry? Even if the person was boss's biological father. No, precisely because the man was boss's biological father, Ma Yingzhi felt even more furious. Ha! What kind of father is this? In broad daylight, openly calling for alliances with outsiders to harm his own son. Beast! Ma Yingzhi's eyes reddened as he couldn't help but sympathize with boss's childhood. With such a scumbag father, one could imagine the turmoil in boss's family life over the years. Thinking of this, Ma Yingzhi snorted, displaying disdain towards the scumbag father, and sternly reprimanded. Are you even human? That's your own son. If you don't care for him, that's one thing, but you're only thinking of harming him. And you think highly of yourself, a worthless man being manipulated by a mistress round and round, yet you still plan to scheme in secret. Ha! The situation today is purely your own doing. If you had treated your son even slightly well, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. I really can't understand how someone as smart and brave as Lin Xiao ends up with a trash father like you. Sigh, like father, like son tilde. After his outburst, Ma Yingzhi, his face flushed with anger, left with a heart full of resentment. He feared that if he stayed any longer, he might not resist slapping that annoying face. Although the man was despicable, he was still boss's father, and Ma Yingzhi instinctively hesitated to lay a hand on him. On the other hand, Lin Jianjun, after hearing these painful words, was first stunned for a moment. Then, suddenly, he scratched his head and cheeks, shouting like a madman. Get lost! All of you get the hell out of here! You all look down on me, right? When I was successful, you weren't even qualified to lick my toes. Ah! Regret! Lin Jianjun certainly regretted it. If he had a chance to do it over, he would never make such foolish mistakes again. But what's the use of regret? There's no medicine for regret in this world. So, knowing this, Lin Jianjun could only deceive himself continuously, suppressing the remorse in his heart. Ma Yingzhi's words were like sharp steel needles piercing deep into his heart, exposing the truth he least wanted to face. Ah! I let you insult me as a worthless father. Watch me beat you to death. All of you go to hell. Lin Jianjun lost all hope. His mental defenses completely collapsed. He picked up a red brick from the ground, roaring as he rushed towards Ma Yingzhi, but before he could get close, he was restrained by the vigilant security team. Ultimately, under Ma Yingzhi's orders, the security personnel only gave Lin Jianjun a thorough beating before letting him go. Chapter 260, the beginning of Lin Jianjun's tragedy, what to do if wife wants a divorce. Seeking help. At Jiangxin Bar. Bring 10 more bottles of Chateau Lafite 82 and 3 portions of Jiangxin fried chicken. Lin Jianjun, with a bruised face, ignored the strange glances from other guests, chugged expensive wine while nibbling on chicken. He reeked of alcohol, his eyes unfocused, drunkenly muttering nonsense at the bar. Since leaving the Lin group, Lin Jianjun had nowhere to go, so he randomly sought refuge in a bar to drink and get drunk. Sir, we don't have that many bottles of Chateau Lafite 82 in the bar. And you are already drunk. Why don't you have a friend come and take you home? With a look from the manager, a bar waitress smiled and approached Lin Jianjun, kindly trying to persuade him. Of course, the most critical point was, Lin Jianjun was dressed in ragged janitorial clothes with a foul stench. Setting aside how he was affecting other customers, just his appearance made people doubt if he could even pay the bill. What's with that disgusted look in your eyes? What's with that disdainful expression? You, a young server, Dare to look down on me? Do you know who I am? In the past, women of your kind didn't even have the qualifications to stand by my side. Smack! Perhaps provoked by the waitress gaze, the intoxicated Lin Jianjun suddenly flew into a rage and slapped her. Soon, a red handprint appeared on the waitress's face. What are you doing? How dare you hit someone in my bar? Trying to cause trouble. Seeing Lin Jianjun's arrogance, the bar manager shouted loudly and a few bouncers surrounded him. But Lin Jianjun was not afraid at all. Under the influence of alcohol, he even laughed defiantly. Ha ha, dare you touch me? My son is the chairman of the Su Group. If you have the guts, try touching me. Come on, touch me. Cowards, what? Scared now? Lin Jianjun grabbed a bottle and smashed it on the head of one of the bouncers, laughing hysterically. Ah! The bouncer's forehead started bleeding, causing him intense pain. However, the bar manager and others hesitated and didn't dare to approach. Everything was because of what Lin Jianjun shouted. This person. He's the chairman's father of the Su Group. Could it be true? Lin Jianjun's shabby appearance made onlookers deeply skeptical. But you never know. What if it was true? The Su Group is currently powerful, not something these small fries can afford to offend. Ha ha, scared, huh? Scared, then get lost. Otherwise, I'll smash this place, you lowly things that look down on people. Lin Jianjun was incredibly arrogant, completely disregarding everything under the influence of alcohol, grabbing a chair and smashing it onto the bar counter. Glasses and various items shattered on the ground in no time. Before long, the bar was in chaos, guests screaming and running in all directions. Some who tried to intervene were kicked over by Lin Jianjun. Get out! Isn't it just breaking your stuff? I'll compensate you at full price. I'm the chairman's father. What about it? You afraid my son can't afford to pay? My son has plenty of money even this shabby bar could be easily bought by my son. Ha ha! At this moment, under the influence of alcohol, Lin Jianjun completely released the suppression in his heart, playing the fool recklessly. In his subconscious, Lin Zhuan would never give up on him. If he made a big enough scene, his good eldest son would understand his frustration and take the initiative to reconcile with him. With this thought in mind, Lin Jianjun became even more brazen. And seeing his crazy state, no one dared to approach him anymore, especially after some inquired and confirmed Lin Jianjun's identity. The bar manager took his people away from the bar counter, allowing Lin Jianjun to continue wreaking havoc. Since, as the manager said, the money lost could easily be claimed from his son anyway. Might as well remodel the bar, right? 2.5 minutes later, perhaps feeling it was getting boring, Lin Jianjun chugged from a bottle, staggered, and walked slowly towards the bar's exit. On the roadside, the traffic had come to a stop at the red light. Bang! Suddenly, a glass bottle flew and smashed the window of a car. Startled, everyone looked towards where the bottle came from and saw a middle-aged man dressed as a janitor swaying and making a throwing motion. Are you crazy? Smashing my car window! Drunkard, are you out of your mind? The car owner cried out in anger at the sight of his damaged car. On the other hand, an intoxicated Lin Jianjun, holding his belly, burst into laughter. He then clumsily climbed onto the roof of a car and leapt back and forth in the traffic, drawing angry shouts from many car owners. But Lin Jianjun remained indifferent. Why argue? Do you know who I am? I'm the son of the chairman. My son has plenty of money. Go find him for compensation. What? Do you actually think the chairman of Su Group can't afford it? Ha ha! Under the intoxication's influence, such provocative behavior excited him, making his face flush red. He stood on a BMW's roof, taking off his pants and laughing while urinating. Unbelievable! He's gone crazy. Madman! This guy is too nuts. Quick, take pictures and videos for social media. This outrageous behavior will go viral. The passers-by reacted differently. Some in amazement took out their phones to record the scene. Lin Jianjun, shamelessly basking in the attention, struck various poses on the roof. He then jumped off and forcefully pulled the driver out, taking the wheel and pressing on the gas pedal. Roaring engines echoed through the streets as the car careened through traffic. Damn, he's insane. Look out, be careful. The onlookers were stunned as the car wreaked havoc on the road, causing screams and chaos. Over a dozen different types of cars were smashed and damaged by his reckless driving. But Lin Jianjun paid no heed. At that moment, he was completely out of control, madly laughing and stomping on the gas pedal. Just then, two college girls carrying luggage strolled across the street. Ha ha! Amid Lin Jianjun's maniacal laughter, the car whizzed by, sending the two girls airborne. Does anyone know why my wife suddenly turned cold? She has been acting extremely distant these past few days, resisting my touch. I'm so frustrated. I ask her 10 questions, and she might answer one or nod her head. It's that kind of silent treatment, avoiding communication, just silence. I'm so exhausted, truly drained. I have no idea what the issue is. Does she find me annoying? What does that mean? I'm so tired. So annoying. Ooh, even my writing is affected, feeling so drained. I really don't know what to do. It hasn't been even a week since we got married. Can't just divorce. That'll be the laughingstock among people here. I miss my single days. I'm so genuinely tired. Now it's like this. What about the future? Anyone experienced a similar situation after marriage? How did you resolve it? Feeling so anxious and annoyed. Chapter 261 Lin Jianjun caused public outrage, tragically overwhelmed by an angry crowd. Ahoth! Car accident! Quick, call an ambulance! He's a lunatic! Call the police! Stop that car! Don't let it get away! ... As numerous exclamations erupted, the wild Lin Jianjun sobered up somewhat, looking at the pedestrian he had hit and finally realizing he had caused a huge disaster. Run fast! At this moment, the only thought in Lin Jianjun's mind was this. He violently turned the steering wheel, slammed on the gas, and the car sped out amidst roaring engine noise. However, due to the previous impact, the brakes malfunctioned, and the car, out of control, crashed directly into the roadside barrier, smoke billowing from the front, ultimately extinguishing the flames and coming to a stop. It's too crazy. Is that car retaliating against society? No, that drunkard was completely drunk. He stole someone else's car and went on a rampage, leading to this tragedy. Damn it! Drunk driving plus robbery plus car accident. That guy is definitely in big trouble this time. Who knows how many years he'll have to spend behind bars? Isn't this his just punishment? Those two female students are the real victims, truly innocent. Both families will suffer the heartache of losing loved ones. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly call for an ambulance. Maybe there's still a chance to save them. If we delay any longer, there won't be any hope left. ... This disastrous car accident caught the attention of all bystanders. A large crowd gathered on the roadside, discussing and debating, calling the authorities, summoning ambulances, helping the injured, recording videos. And some people, suppressing their anger, forcefully pulled Lin Jianjun out of the driver's seat. What the hell do you think you're doing? Being drunk at home isn't enough. You have to go crazy on the road. You can go crazy if you want, but why steal a car and hit people? 2 lives were at stake. And my new car, I just scrimped and saved to pay the down payment. You've wrecked it. Pay up. Pay up immediately. You're not just responsible for those 2 female students lying in a pool of blood. You've injured numerous people. Get ready to face legal consequences. ... Smack. 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 Some people couldn't control their emotions, landing several punches on Lin Jianjun, leaving him seeing stars. Why? Why are you hitting me? After coming to his senses, Lin Jianjun covered his swollen cheeks, feeling scared inside, but continuously making excuses for his actions. I didn't mean to hit them. It's their fault for being blind, not even trying to dodge the car coming towards them. Let go of me, or I'll call the police. I'll pay, no big deal. Each life is worth at most 200,000. I'll give 50,000 to each of their families. Or 100,000 is fine. It's nothing. My son has plenty of money. More than enough. Way more than enough. Ha ha ha. Lin Jianjun, reeking of alcohol, boldly made arrogant remarks while struggling to break free from the crowd's restraint. His arrogant words instantly infuriated the crowd, leaving many onlookers red-faced with anger. Listen. Listen, everyone. Is this the kind of words a human should utter? Calling him a beast would be an insult to the beast. He's the scum among scum. Damn, too arrogant. Just because he's rich. Does being wealthy mean you can do whatever you want? You must pay the consequences for your mistakes, no matter who your son is, even if your father is Li Gang, let alone your son. As the enraged crowd surrounded Lin Jianjun, suddenly two pairs of elderly couples emerged from the crowd. The white-haired couples pushed through the throng, throwing themselves onto the two fallen girls, crying out in despair. Yanner, what's wrong? Wake up quickly. Don't scare mom and dad. Zihan, sniffle, you just started university. You had a bright future ahead. How could this? Please wake up quickly. Child, my child. If you're gone, how could mom and dad go on living? The two elderly couples knelt beside the two girls, lying in a pool of blood, wailing in despair, nearly collapsing. Their painful demeanor touched every person present, leaving them saddened and tearful. Such lovely young girls, just in the prime of their youth, supposed to be the age of blossoming spring, but now withering away due to this human tragedy. Countless spectators felt regretful and mournful, unable to express the depth of their sorrow. On the other hand, not far away, the drunken troublemaker was unruly, showing no remorse or regret, and instead continuously shouting arrogantly, "My son is rich. How much money do you want? It's not my fault. They were the ones without eyesight." Various shameless remarks that shattered moral boundaries directly provoked the public's fury. Many people took out their phones, opened their cameras, aimed at Lin Jianjun, and demanded justice, determined to expose him online for his actions. Hit people and still be so arrogant? Is there no justice left in this world? Is there no law left? Everyone, record this, post it on your social media, TikTok, Weibo, and everywhere else. I don't believe there's no law that can punish him in Huaxia. Lawless, absolutely lawless. How young were those two girls? We must seek justice for them. Bastard. It doesn't matter who your son is, in Huaxia, if you commit a crime, you must pay the price. Wealth and power mean nothing here. The people will prevail. ... Click. Click. The sound of snapping photos resonated continuously. The flashing lights pointed at Lin Jianjun, causing him, in his drunken stupor, to want to vomit. He attempted to push through the angry crowd to breathe some fresh air outside, but found himself completely surrounded. With a drunken belch, Lin Jianjun, seeing no way out, finally lost his temper due to the alcohol's effect, shouting fiercely with a sinister expression on his face. "Snap that! Why aren't you snapping at your father? Get lost, all of you get lost. It's just two people dead. What's the big deal? People die every minute in this world. Why aren't you also agitated about that? What do those dead people have to do with you? You don't even know them. Stop meddling in others' business. Mind your own business. It's really infuriating. My son is the chairman of the Su Group. He's loaded. For the wrecked car, for the dead. How much money do you want? Go ask him directly. You bunch of lower-class individuals. Let me tell you, with money, I can do whatever I want. You can't do anything against me. The videos you post online, my son can easily manage to handle it with money. What can you do to me? You dare to post. I'll make sure you regret that. ... Seeing that his threats were futile, Lin Jianjun, furious, grabbed a phone and smashed it towards the crowd. Gradually regaining his senses, instead of calming down, he began punching indiscriminately at the crowd, his mind racing with the realization that today's events had escalated. With Lin Zhuan's past behavior towards him, not only was it likely that he wouldn't receive help, but he might even be dealt a harsher blow, potentially sealing his doom. If that happened, he might become an abandoned son, doomed to spend the rest of his life in prison. How could he bear such an outcome? In his mind, it was better to stir up trouble and force Lin Zhuan to intervene to resolve the situation. After all, in this age of widespread social media, a negative news story could have a huge impact, dragging down the entire group, causing stock prices to plummet and reputation to suffer. Thus, even if it was for the company's benefit, that rebellious son would do everything to protect himself. With this in mind, Lin Jianjun was pleased with his cunning. Relieved of all his worries, he now felt emboldened, randomly attacking anyone he could reach. Such audacious and domineering behavior eventually infuriated the onlookers, and many people, their fists clenched tightly, were ready to explode with fury. Chapter 262 opens with a heartwarming sound, the cousin who carries a pig to pay off debts. Heh, the chairman of the Sioux Group's father. Could it be the thriving Sioux Group recently? That sure is powerful and influential. No wonder he acts so arrogantly. Turns out he has such a big backer. I'll be scared to death. Heh. Do you really think being wealthy means you can do whatever you want? Let's see when we post the video of your misdeeds online. I don't believe your son can protect you. Let me tell you, do not be too arrogant. There are laws in Huaxia. There is justice. Let me give you a word of advice. Those who do evil will eventually meet their downfall. You scum. Damn it. I can't stand this bastard. If I don't beat him up, I won't be able to relieve my anger. It's unclear who couldn't bear Lin Jianjin's provocation first, but a punch fiercely landed on his face. The punch of justice, like a stone causing 1,000 waves, stirred up the crowd on the spot. Countless people roared and rushed towards Lin Jianjin, unleashing their fists of anger. What do you want to do? Don't come over. I am the chairman's father. Dare you touch me? My son won't. Ah! In a moment of miserable screams, Lin Jianjin, terrified, was quickly engulfed by the dense crowd. 2.5 minutes later, a police car arrived slowly, and the crowd dispersed, leaving behind Lin Jianjin, with blood streaming down his head, unconscious. Soon, he was swiftly dragged into the police car. As the police car sped away, the drunk driving incident temporarily came to an end, but a series of subsequent events triggered by this incident had just begun. People's First Hospital of Magic City. At this moment, Lin Zhuan, who was completely unaware of the situation, had already arrived in front of a ward, silently listening to the quarrel inside. Oh what? Stomach cancer. Treatment cost of 200,000. Sir, please calm down a bit. You should be grateful that your daughter's illness was detected early. It's still in the early stages of stomach cancer. If the cancer cells spread and develop into late-stage complications, no matter how much money you spend, it will be too late. Nonsense! Your hospital just loves to exaggerate, scamming patients' money. Clearly, it's just a stomachache. Why do you insist it's stomach cancer? Sir, how can you say that? This is your own flesh and blood daughter. Don't you care about her at all? Care about what? Don't try to fool me. I won't take this unjustifiable burden. I'm going to arrange for her discharge now. And you, money grubber, stop pretending to be sick all the time. You still have to carry the debt for what the family owes. After a fierce quarrel, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. A man wearing a black tank top, with a crew cut and a pock-marked face, quickly walked out. The anger on his face quickly vanished after leaving, replaced by a strange and eerie smile. At that moment, the man with the crew cut noticed a handsome young man at the door, looking him up and down with a teasing look. His brows furrowed, he quickly suppressed his smile and put on a fierce expression. What are you looking at? Pretty boy. Humph. Good dogs don't block the way. With that, he shoved Lin Zhuan aside and quickly left. Isn't this person Chushang? Cousin Chuling's current foster father, the mastermind behind the intentional switch of the real and fake heiresses back then. Watching Chushang walking away, Lin Zhuan seemed pensive, a playful smile playing on his lips. He pushed open the door and immediately saw his cousin sitting blankly on the hospital bed. The girl's face was somewhat pale, head down, eyes lifeless, looking lost and pitiful. Suddenly, the girl trembled for some reason. In her lifeless gaze, a hint of surprise and incredulity flashed. Because suddenly, she heard a sarcastic remark in her ear. My poor cousin Chuling. Isn't her life too miserable? I never thought she went through so much suffering before being recognized by the Tang family. But with her petite figure, how did she manage to carry a pig? I'm quite curious *W. First of all, thank you for your concern. I've read all your comments. Some of you have wild imaginations. Reality isn't that exaggerated. I had a heartfelt conversation with her last night. I said if I did something that upset her, please tell me anytime. Communication is key, not cold violence. I can't handle that. Besides, we just got married. It's not possible to just split up, or we become a local joke. We talked a lot, and in the end, she said it was because when I chat online, I come off as too honest, and so on. Then these days, as we interacted, she felt differently than expected. Some of my habits were unacceptable to her, and she needed time to adjust slowly. I asked her what behavior specifically bothers her, and I'm willing to try and change. She said it's no use, old habits die hard. She doesn't believe I can change years of habits, so she needs time to adapt. Anyway, I don't really understand how women think, but in the end, we made up. I even sent her 1341 red envelopes. Today, I feel much better. Things are back to normal. It's all about communication. I believe communication is crucial in a relationship. Cold violence is not the way. It only escalates conflicts. For now, that's how things are. Let's take it from here and get along gradually. To different families living together will always bring some conflicts. I actually really want to encourage her to lose weight. She's barely 1.5 meters tall, but weighs 61 kilograms. I made a deal with her. For every pound she loses, I'll reward her with 200 yuan. Truly hoping she takes the money and loses weight. It would make me even happier than her. Weight loss. It's tough. In conclusion, thank you all for your suggestions. I'll send out a red envelope as a thank you to everyone. Here's the Alipay red envelope password. Let's get rich together in 2024. To those who receive the red envelope, please remember to send a thank you for love in return. I'm truly grateful. Thanks, W. Chapter 263. Today, Mother wants us to have children, delaying the writing. Tomorrow, I will quickly make up for the word count of Chapter 263. Who's speaking? On the sickbed, the girl raised her head in confusion, looking around. Did she just hear a bunch of nagging voices? The voice seemed faint, as if from afar yet close by. But when she listened carefully, the sound suddenly disappeared, and she couldn't hear anything. It seems that my condition has worsened. Hallucinations are starting to appear. Perhaps this is my fate. Chu Ling smiled bitterly, already giving up the struggle in her heart, with no intention of seeking treatment. After years of her parents either scolding or abusing her for their own enjoyment when they were in a bad mood, her heart had died day by day. Now that she had stomach cancer, it might be a kind of relief if she could just die like this. Who is this person? How can he be such a father? His own daughter is in her prime, and there is a possibility of recovery now. If he can't come up with the money for treatment, it would be fine, but why is he so anxious to take her away? Confusing behavior. This is cancer. If this continues, and the cancer cells metastasize into the late stage, what will happen then? It will truly be beyond hope. Child, is that person really your biological father? This is no joke. You can't leave the hospital. Yes. What about your mother? Call her. Your father is not in his right mind. Your mother should be more reasonable, right? And what's this about your father talking about debts and repaying them with his daughter? You are seriously ill, and he still asks you to work. You've just turned 18. At this age, normal girls should still be pampered by their parents like princesses. But your father's attitude just now, it's like treating an enemy. A group of doctors and nurses anxiously inquired, showing their concern and sympathy towards Chu Ling and expressing their indignation towards her father's selfish actions. Doctors are compassionate. Within their capabilities, they sincerely wanted to help this poor girl in front of them. With her current condition, if she were to be discharged like this, wouldn't they just be watching her life come to an end? Thank you all for your concern. But my parents, facing the unfamiliar goodwill around her, Chu Ling felt grateful, but also increasingly aggrieved, unconsciously tearing up. She couldn't understand why even these brothers and sisters she met for the first time could be so friendly towards her. But her own parents, why did they despise her so much? As Chu Ling recounted her life, everyone learned about her hardships from childhood to adulthood, unloved by her parents, forced to wake up earlier than the rooster and sleep later than the dog, eating worse than a pig, and working harder than a cow. Since her parents always said a woman without talent is virtuous, they didn't allow her to go to school, even for a day. Since she was young, Chu Ling has been overwhelmed with household chores and work every day. Living in a remote mountain village made transportation extremely inconvenient. If every household had to send pigs to the city to sell, the transportation costs would be very high. 5 years ago, for the sake of earning money, Chu Ling's parents took on the transportation task for the entire village at low wages. Since then, every time the village rooster crowed before dawn, Chu Ling had to follow her parents' arranged transportation tasks, carrying a pig to the city to sell, sometimes back and forth several times a day. To save time, She often skipped meals, and every day she prayed there would still be leftovers at home. Long-term hunger and fatigue caused Chu Ling to become increasingly thin. A few days ago, she started coughing repeatedly and even coughed up blood. Realizing that something was wrong, Chu Shang reluctantly brought his daughter to the hospital in the city amidst the neighbors' accusations. "Oh my God! Isn't this too pitiful? Such a young child, you. Hey, your parents are truly despicable. Isn't this already child abuse? Such inhuman treatment. I can't bear to let my daughter suffer a little, but you. How can you have such cruel parents? How heavy is a pig? I as an adult can't even carry it. How can you as a young girl carry it? How much suffering does it take? Oh, just listening hurts. I can endure everything else, but not allowing you to eat. What kind of treatment is this? It's like treating a person as a machine. How can this be resolved? With such malicious parents, what will you do in the future, child? Your illness can't be delayed at this rate. Listening to Chu Ling's life experiences over the years, everyone present was deeply moved. They looked at her thin face and couldn't imagine how she had persevered all these years. Sensing the pity and sympathy from the doctors and nurses, Chu Ling managed a faint smile on her pale face. "It's okay. Thank you for your concern. My parents will not spend so much money on me for treatment. I've already accepted that, so just let it be a matter of fate. Maybe when I wake up tomorrow, a miracle will happen, and my illness will suddenly be gone. Brothers and sisters, you don't need to worry about me." Chu Ling smiled brightly, her eyes curved. Faced with this carefree smile, the room fell even quieter, and everyone understood that this girl was comforting herself, or even had given up hope. After all, waking up and the illness miraculously disappearing. This kind of miracle only happens in movies, and reality is always stark. Now, to let her be discharged would be to watch her die helplessly. How could everyone's hearts not be moved by this situation? But they were also helpless. "You need help. I can help you." A gentle voice broke the melancholy atmosphere in the hospital room. Everyone, including Chu Ling, was stunned, and then they all turned to see a handsome young man walking towards them with a smile. "Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Juan." "Hi, I'm Chu Ling." "Who is this person? He's so handsome and so impressive, as if he stepped out of a comic book." Chu Ling stared at the man in front of her in a daze, responding somewhat stutteringly. At the same time, her mind was filled with fantasies. The appearance of the person in front of her perfectly matched her Prince Charming from her dreams. On the other side, as Lin Juan stood by the bedside, a series of notification sounds rang in his mind. Ding! Supporting character Chu Ling enters the favorability field. Earns 1 point every 100 seconds. Ding! Supporting character Chu Ling's favorability rate has increased. Earns 1 point every 180 seconds. Ding! Supporting character Chu Ling's favorability rate has increased. Earns 1 point every 150 seconds. Ding! Supporting character Chu Ling's favorability rate has increased. Earns 1 point every 120 seconds. What's going on? I just approached and haven't done anything yet. Why is the favorability rate suddenly skyrocketing? Lin Juan was extremely surprised in his mind, subconsciously touching his own handsome face, then suddenly realizing, "Oh, it's because I'm too handsome." After understanding the situation, Lin Juan refocused his gaze on his cousin lying on the hospital bed. "Chu Ling, right? I just passed by the door of the ward and heard about your story. If you need help, I can lend you a hand." "Why would you help me? We don't even know each other." "For me, I can pull you out of it." Chu Ling blinked, a little nervous as she asked. Although she longed for the scenario of the overbearing CEO falls in love with me, she also knew how unlikely it was for such a plot to happen in real life. Chapter 264, Ruthless Chu Shang, Desperation of Chu Ling. In the hospital room, when the complaints started to echo, one after another, Chu Ling was surprised to find that the tone of the voice and the handsome young man next to her were exactly the same. But when she looked up, she realized that Lin Juan hadn't even opened his mouth at all. Could it be, she thought? I'm hearing this man's thoughts. Have I awakened some sort of superpower, as in the legends? Because of her love for novels, aside from the typical romantic dog blood genres, Chu Ling had explored various styles, such as urban supernatural, oriental fantasy, and different types of fantastic worlds. So faced with this bizarre situation, she quickly accepted it. Of course, she couldn't be sure if she had really awoken some kind of special power, or if the worsening of her condition was causing hallucinations. After all, the contents of Lin Zhuan's thoughts were too fantastical. According to the information revealed in his words, she was actually his cousin. How could that be? She didn't have any cousin at all. Even if she did, they were those lecherous, lazy countryside men. How could it be this dashing young talent? Wait a minute, if what this person said is true, then what about my parents now? Was I abducted by traffickers when I was young? And who is Huo Kean? Is he my destined partner? Why does this man know so much? We've never met before. Does he also have special abilities? Foretelling the future? Chuling suddenly held her head, feeling a splitting headache. A series of sudden information bombardments left her mind in chaos, filled with doubts. She instinctively opened her mouth, wanting to ask Lin Zhuan. I just heard XXXX. Chuling felt completely dumbfounded. She just wanted to say what she heard. But as soon as she mentioned critical information, it was as if she turned into a mute. Some unknown force automatically silenced her voice. After several attempts, Chuling could only reluctantly give up, but her eyes kept lighting up. Because this mysterious situation could only have one explanation. It wasn't a hallucination. She had truly awakened some kind of magical power. As Chuling's expression went from doubtful to excited to contemplative. All the people in the hospital room were observing her strange behavior, each expressing various peculiar reactions. Ziling, are you okay? Why did you suddenly open your mouth to speak silently? Is something wrong with your body? Should we re-examine you? It shouldn't be. This is stomach cancer, not brain cancer. Normally, it shouldn't affect your brain, right? Is your throat uncomfortable? Could it be a complication of stomach cancer? I think we need a comprehensive checkup. It's only your father, Sigh. Facing the sincere concern of the doctors and nurses, the now composed Chuling, feeling both touched and slightly embarrassed, hurriedly waved her hands, indicating that she was fine. At this moment, Lin Zhuan also showed a caring expression and handed Chuling a business card. Hello. This is my business card. Take it. If you need help, you can call me anytime. As for the reason I help you, you must have heard that saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Lately, my wife's grandfather has been unconscious, making my wife worrying every day. So I thought of doing more good deeds, accumulating merits for the old man. I hope the old man will recover soon, so that my wife can put her mind at ease as soon as possible. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the room was full of admiration, deeply moved by Lin Zhuan's care. Truly worthy of being called the most affectionate person in the city. Everything he did was for the sake of his wife. This deeply affectionate man is truly rare in the world. The whole city was unable to contain his affection. He should be promoted to the #1 affectionate person in China. Receiving the business card on the hospital bed, Chuling's eyes were filled with envy and admiration. Such a deeply affectionate and devoted handsome man perfectly matched her fantasy of Prince Charming. Which lucky girl would be loved by such an excellent man? What's going on? My pitiful cousin seems a bit off. Why did I suddenly act like a fool, opening my mouth and saying "aw" like that? It's hopeless. The clarity in her eyes reveals full stupidity. No wonder she will be manipulated and end up dying a tragic death later on. Oh, it's so tragic. She looks like a fool in every way. Oh, my pitiful cousin. But I showed my affectionate side. She shouldn't be delusional about me anymore, right? It would be quite difficult if she still deluded herself, right? When the complaints resounded again, Chuling could almost be certain that it was Lin Zhuan's thoughts. However, the meaning behind his words made her forehead crease in frustration. What kind of nonsense is this? How dare he say that my clear eyes reveal stupidity? And he dares to call me a fool. Humph. Listen, from the moment I heard you in my mind disdaining me, I completely lost any illusions about you. Also, could you please tell me everything? What's with the tragic death by coughing up blood story? I really want to know. WW. Although there were countless voices in her head, Chuling was actually quite excited and thrilled. After all, this was the legendary superpower, right? And she also noticed that the doctors and nurses around her all looked normal. This meant that only she could hear Lin Zhuan's thoughts. This ability belonged exclusively to her. I wonder if I can hear other people's thoughts as well. Unfortunately, for now, this ability is passive. If in the future I can control it freely and eavesdrop on people's thoughts at will, wouldn't that make me invincible? Just as Chu Ling was lost in her adolescent fantasies. Suddenly, the door of the ward was pushed open, and a man with a crew cut rushed in hurriedly, shouting, "The discharge procedures are done." "You damn girl, why aren't you coming with me yet? Why are you still sitting on the bed? Get off and come with me. Are you deaf? Your mother is waiting for you to go back and do housework." Seeing Chu Shang rushing in so urgently, demanding to take his seriously ill daughter away, showing no concern for her actual condition, many medical staff were filled with indignation and kept criticizing him. Chapter 265 My cousin, tilde not only foolish, but also wretched. Chapter 265 My cousin, tilde not only foolish, but also wretched. Tilde cough, cough, cough. Amidst a painful coughing spell, Chu Ling gradually caught her breath, clutching her stomach, feeling unbearable pain. But more painful than her body was ... her heart, which had long been riddled with wounds ... Just now, Chu Zhang's ferocious act of dragging her from the bed to the floor had truly frightened her. From him, Chu Ling didn't feel an ounce of ... fatherly love. All she felt was disgust and resentment, as if they were not father and daughter, but enemies with deep-seated animosity ... Is this really how a normal father should behave? Over the years, Chu Ling had increasingly realized that her parents didn't like her, even harboring some inexplicable aversion towards her. In order to gain their approval and affection, Chu Ling always obediently followed their words, thinking that as long as she behaved well ... one day, she would be able to enjoy the warmth from her family like the other girls in the village. Unfortunately ... no matter how hard Chu Ling tried to please them, all she earned was distance and rebukes. Previously, she could deceive herself, consoling that persistence would eventually win her parents' love. But Chu Zhang's disregard for her well-being just now, like a sharp blade piercing into her heart, shattered her illusions completely ... It was more than just dislike towards her, it was as if he wished for her death. Combining it with her earlier overhearing of their conversations, Chu Ling gradually shifted from initial distrust and doubt to now believing ... perhaps ... There was indeed a hidden secret about her origin ... Thinking of this, tears welled up in Chu Ling's eyes, making her appear fragile and aggrieved. Even though Chu Shang and his wife had made life difficult for her in the past, Chu Ling had never considered leaving her parents. In her mind, as long as her parents were alive, she had a place in this world, a home to return to ... But now, learning that her parentage was in doubt, that Chu Shang and his wife may not be her biological parents, left her feeling dizzy and unsure how to proceed ... Dad, do you really dislike me that much? I can't understand it. Other children have the love of their parents, but I always face your scoldings. Other girls in the village go to school, but you force me to drop out and work to earn money with excuses like girls studying is useless and will be wasted in the end. I've been obedient these years, always listening to you. But you're never satisfied with me, always giving me leftovers to eat. Sometimes I really wonder, am I really your biological daughter? Why do you look at me with such eyes, treat me like this? It's like facing an enemy who wants me dead. I have stomach cancer. If left untreated, the condition could worsen quickly, and I could die. Previously, when you said the family couldn't afford the medical expenses, I understood. So I had no complaints, I didn't want to burden the family. But now, this Mr. Lin is kind enough to help me, and is willing to cover the huge medical expenses for me. Yet you still refuse to let me receive treatment, and even want to forcefully take me away from the hospital ... Why? Why is this happening? Do you really want to see me die? ... Chu Ling's voice cracked as she tearfully accused the grievances she had endured over the years in front of Chu Shang for the first time. Her tears fell heavily, her emotions running high. Facing his daughter's harsh accusations, Chu Shang was stunned, standing still in place. Clearly, he never expected the usually passive Chu Ling to suddenly find the courage to speak out against him in front of so many people. However, this wasn't the main concern. The main concern was her sudden doubt about their blood relationship. This was unprecedented. Damn it, did this wench figure something out? It seemed like he needed to quickly find a way to deal with her, to eliminate her as soon as possible, before she caused any more trouble. Chu Shang remained silent, but a ruthless glint crossed his eyes. Ziling, calm down. Don't get agitated. It's best for your current health to remain calm and peaceful, or it could worsen your condition. Parent, as a father myself, I can't understand your behavior, but please refrain from doing anything that could agitate the patient. If you still consider yourself a father. All right. Whatever conflicts you have with your daughter, her current health condition, you should prioritize her treatment first. Sort out the father-daughter issues after she gets better. Ziling's current situation, if you discharge her now, would be like playing with human lives. Lin promised to fully cover the medical expenses, so you don't need to worry. Go and reprocess the admission procedures quickly. A group of medical staff surrounded Chu Ling, comforting her patiently and explaining the seriousness of stomach cancer, hoping to make Chu Shang realize the urgency. Unfortunately, Chu Zhang's initial wish for his daughter to die only grew stronger after hearing how dreadful the illness was. He didn't want to proceed with treatment now, praying silently that she would die quickly from her illness. So, he remained firm and disregarded the advice of those around him, coldly stating, "Shut up. She's my daughter. I make the decisions. Chu Ling, I command you, get up and leave right now. Otherwise, you'll never be able to come back home. I'll pretend I never had such a disobedient daughter." With such heartless words, the entire hospital room fell into a deathly silence as everyone gazed at Chu Shang with shock. They couldn't understand why. Even when his own daughter was suffering from cancer, a normal father should be willing to go to any lengths, even selling everything, in order to cure his daughter, right? Yet this peculiar man not only refused treatment for his daughter, but even used severing their father-daughter relationship as a threat, forcing his daughter to give up her treatment. To put it bluntly, his actions were like personally orchestrating his daughter's murder. Dad. How could you. Facing Chu Zhang's unequivocal stance, Chu Ling's heart ached, and she silently shed tears, feeling breathless from the pain. At this moment, she almost completely believed in Lin Zhuan's words. That Chu Shang was not her biological father. His actions were beyond what a normal father would do. Even though they might not share a blood relationship, they had lived as father and daughter for so many years. How could he be so heartless? Even raising a dog for over a decade would form some bond, right? And she was a person. What grieved Chu Ling the most was. From Chu Zhang's eyes, she could only see deep aversion, as if he truly. Wanted her dead. Just then, Lin Zhuan, who had been silently observing from the side, finally spoke up slowly. "If you want to stay here for treatment, I can help you. Rest assured. If you agree, I guarantee that until you recover, your guardian won't be able to bother you again. In my opinion, this scumbag of a father isn't worth it. What do you think?" Lin Zhuan had stayed silent before to reveal Chu Zhang's heartless nature. This was necessary for Chu Ling to see his true colors, and under the disillusionment, she would accept his help and gradually become his ally in the process. And now, the time was ripe. Surely, Chu Shang would have to agree once Lin Zhuan made his offer. On the other hand, hearing Lin Zhuan intervene, Chu Zhang's entire demeanor changed. He wanted to berate him for interfering in matters that didn't concern him, meddling in others' business. But considering Lin Zhuan's identity, he restrained the words on the tip of his tongue. Damn it! Now, things would get complicated. With this brat's position and status, once this brat's agreed, I wouldn't have any chance to resist. After all, these powerful and influential people have countless means to deal with me. Shit! If only I hadn't brought this wench to the hospital for treatment. Maybe she would have died from her illness in a few days at home, without anyone realizing it. What a pity. This wench gets all the luck. Child, did you hear that? Aren't you going to thank Lin for his great kindness? You're lucky. With Lin's assurance, the hospital will surely provide you with the best treatment environment, and you will recover in no time. Why are you standing there? Don't tell me you're still worrying about your father? I think Lin is right. With a father like this, you don't need ... Cough, cough, cough ... Zisu. Be careful with your words. But child, listen to my advice. Focus on your treatment first and deal with other matters after you recover. ... The medical staff surrounded Chu Ling were jubilant, comforting her and discussing in excitement. Everyone, including Lin Zhuan, almost had a 95% absolute certainty that Chu Ling would agree to stay in the hospital for treatment. No one isn't afraid of death, especially a young girl like her, right? I'll go home with you. Huh. Unexpectedly, Chu Ling didn't make the choice they expected. First, she expressed her gratitude to the surprised Lin Zhuan, and then she stated her determination to go home. Think this through, child. Oh, the heartache of parents and children. Parent, facing a daughter with such filial piety, can you bear to see her die? Even if the biological father is unjust, as a child, one instinctively follows the parents. ... Everyone was amazed by Chu Ling's decision. In their eyes, Chu Ling chose to leave the hospital to avoid conflict with her father, even if it may lead to a dead end. Wailing ... Many female nurses couldn't control their emotions, tearfully sobbing with red eyes. Even Chushang himself felt a moment of remorse, a fleeting sense of shame. But it vanished as quickly as it came. Humph! You chose this yourself, don't blame me. I'm doing this for my daughter. Once you disappear completely, only then will my daughter live carefree in the rich household and enjoy a wealthy life. As the saying goes, pity the hearts of parents. For my daughter, for my overwhelming fatherly love, please just die ... Chushang felt unbridled pride, thinking this would secure his victory. He even began envisioning his daughter thriving in the wealthy family after she stood firmly in the high society, bringing her parents over to enjoy the luxury life in the city. But little did he know, ever since Chu Ling doubted her biological parentage, her emotions towards him had faded considerably, and even a hint of hatred arose. And her acceptance to return home wasn't out of parental or maternal love, but purely because she couldn't bear to part with the few thousand savings she had secretly accumulated over the years. This return home was to reclaim what was rightfully hers and to personally investigate the mystery of her origin. As for Lin Zhuan, this man who claimed to be her cousin ... His arrival today was clearly purposeful. Thankfully, through his words, Chu Ling could roughly assess that he wasn't a bad person, and there was a possibility that he needed something from her ... And with her penniless situation, the only thing he could possibly want ... Could it be about her unknown biological parents whom she had never met before? It seemed highly possible. And if that was the case, after dealing with all her current matters ... She could definitely reach out to this cousin again, who wouldn't likely reject her request for treatment. Thinking to herself, Chu Ling silently tucked away the business card Lin Zhuan had given her, knowing it would be her greatest reliance in the future. Just then, she heard someone's thoughts by her ear, once more ... My foolish cousin. I thought she would agree to stay for treatment, but she refused. Could this be the inevitability of fate? After her return to the Chu family, this time ... First, being defiled by her drunken foster father, then sold to the 60-year-old village elder as a wife. Miserable, simply miserable. How fitting for miserable to describe all of this. My cousin, eyes full of foolishness and cursed with such misfortune. Let's mourn for her for a second. Chu Ling. Chapter 266. Exposing the evil deeds of the scumbag father. The entire internet is furious. My father would tarnish my reputation? How is that possible? Even if he hadn't been good to me, at the very least, he watched me grow up. Would he really do something so despicable? And our village chief, who is already old, had once beaten his wife to death. He abuses his power in the village, committing crimes and frequently harassing the women and young wives in the village. Would my parents really have the heart to push her into such a pit, to sell her off to someone else? If today I hadn't eavesdropped on Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts, even if my parents were strict with her, Chu Ling firmly believes they would never do anything to harm her for their own benefit. But now, thinking back to how as I grew older, Chushang occasionally looked at her with strange eyes. At that time she didn't think anything of it, now thinking about those looks. It seems a bit disgusting, as well as the couple. Always groveling and pleasing the village chief. Chu Ling's face turned pale, a bleak smile forming. She suddenly felt conflicted, wondering if she shouldn't return to Chu village. If things were to unfold as heard in those inner thoughts, wouldn't going back voluntarily be walking into a trap? TSK. Though my cousin is foolish, she has a tragic fate, tilde. But she saved the galaxy in her past life, and in this life she met me. With cousin here, changing fate is just a matter of time. Since she chose to go back with Chu Shang, it shows that she still holds hope in her so-called parents. It's not hard to understand. After all, after spending so many years together, she always saw that couple as her birth parents. Now it's difficult to separate. It's human nature. Returning to the village might be a good idea. I can have someone secretly protect her. Once my foolish cousin sees the disgusting face of Chu Zhang's father, she will naturally choose to stand with me. Just as Chu Ling felt conflicted and anxious, Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts echoed in her ears again, brightening her eyes. Having someone protect her secretly? Great, my safety is guaranteed. Tilde, my so-called cousin seems pretty decent. The only annoying thing. Why does he keep calling me foolish? Stupid girl, you need to think clearly. You only have one life, it's not a joke. Lin gave you a chance to live, you need to cherish it. Hey, at times like this, you shouldn't care about what others think. Getting better is the most important thing. Seeing the beautiful young girl, due to her father's malicious threats, voluntarily forfeiting treatment, the medical staff couldn't bear it and tried to dissuade her. But Chu Ling, with Lin Zhuan's backing, refused everyone's kind intentions firmly. Thank you for your concern. But I will be fine, please don't worry about me. On the other side, Lin Zhuan, with a smile on his face, bid his final goodbye. Chu Ling, you remind me of a relative of mine. It makes me feel quite affectionate towards you. So if one day you change your mind and want to seek treatment, feel free to contact me anytime. My offer still stands. Thank you. Chu Ling looked deeply at the young man in front of her, expressing her genuine gratitude. Regardless of the intentions behind his actions, at least for now, Lin Zhuan seemed to hold good intentions towards her. If it weren't for this cousin suddenly appearing, she might never have discovered her true background, possibly leading to a tragic outcome. Recalling Lin Zhuan's thoughts from before, Chu Ling felt a chill running down her spine, a surge of revulsion, and a loathing sensation, realizing Chu Zhang's true nature. These years, she had been living with demons by her side, mistaking them for family. Temporarily sad, Chu Ling stepped onto an old tractor and disappeared from the hospital entrance. In the hospital corridor, Lin Zhuan made a call to his company, determined to change his unfortunate cousin's future. Yes, Laoma, I'll send you the photos. In these next few days, send a few people to monitor Chu village. Yeah, that's it. Click asterisk. End of transmission. Lin Zhuan resumed by pushing open Su Shengshen's ward door. Inside, only the unconscious old man lay on the bed. Also, in front of the waiting bed, Su Qinj sat in a wheelchair, engrossed in her phone, seemingly unaware of Lin Zhuan's presence. Qinj, what are you so engrossed in? Where is brother Su Fan? Did he finish the massage and leave? Su Fan, he left first. Lin Zhuan approached with a smile, startling the girl in the wheelchair, who subconsciously replied. Qinj, your voice is getting clearer and clearer. You must be close to a full recovery now. Congratulations, tilde. Hearing Su Qing's increasingly clear enunciation, Lin Zhuan smiled and congratulated her sincerely. Hearing this, Su Qinj couldn't help but smile back, radiating her beauty. She could feel her body gradually recovering and felt enthusiastic about each day of her new life. However, upon noticing the latest news displayed on her phone screen, Su Qing's eyebrows furrowed, hesitating for a moment before passing the phone to Lin Zhuan. What are you? Your father seems to be in trouble. What nonsense has the old man done this time? Always causing trouble. Chapter 267. Anger. The whole internet demands strict punishment for Lin Jianjun. HMPH. What an old beast. Seeing the scene of two pedestrians being knocked down, Lin Zhuan furrowed his brows and cursed Lin Jianjun in his heart once again. Then he continued to scroll through the screen. As expected, just like he had guessed, in this era of vast wealth disparity where common people have accumulated a lot of pent-up anger and feel unbalanced, Lin Jianjun's words and actions of relying on power and authority to oppress ordinary people are most likely to ignite the anger in the hearts of ordinary people. The moment the video was exposed, it immediately caused a sensation on the entire internet, with the heat rising and dominating the top of the trending lists on various major self-media platforms. Lin Zhuan logged onto several major platforms in succession and found that whether it was official or personal accounts, they were all sharing reports on this matter. Some people were truly indignant, while some were simply enjoying this influx of traffic. Anger. The chairman of the top-tier powerhouse in the Magic City, his father, drunk driving, killed 2 innocent female university students. Beast. The former billionaire boss, arrested and unrepentant, arrogantly shouted, "My son is Lin Zhuan, dare you touch me?" Ridiculous. Lin Jianjun, self-proclaimed with authority and power, claiming he can do whatever he wants. Where is the way out for ordinary people? Are the dignity of the poor destined to be trampled on? Sadness. The father of the chairman of the Su Group is so arrogant. Can his son really protect him? Is there any hope for this society at all? Passion? With united determination, 100,000 netizens jointly petitioned. Lin Jianjun must pay the blood debt, starting with boycotting the Su Group. Lin Zhuan remained expressionless, quickly scanning the trending list, with those eye-catching news headlines, almost all full of incitement, stirring up the emotions of netizens in terms of rich versus poor. The gimmicks were really full. Is this what journalism is all about? Lin Zhuan suddenly smirked, casually flipping through the comments section with 99+, all filled with the angry accusations of righteous netizens. And it had already begun to affect innocent parties, turning their targets towards the Su Group and Lin Zhuan himself. Punish him severely. He must be punished. What if the chairman's father, the emperor, breaks the law and is to be treated the same as the common people? Moreover, he's just a nouveau rich with a bit of dirty money. I firmly believe that there is still justice in the world. The chairman of the Su Group, trying to cover up his father's crimes. I won't allow it. And the millions of Chinese people won't allow it. Middle fingers up, everyone. Keep the heat up. Otherwise, those shameless wealthy people might just spend money to cover it up. We absolutely cannot tolerate such things happening. Yes, yes, yes. You have no idea how arrogant and crazy that Lin Jian is. He doesn't treat human life as life at all. He even said that his son has money, and it only takes 100,000 for a life. He's simply an animal. Damn it! The more I hear, the angrier I get. Thorough investigation. Request relevant government departments to investigate. That chairman of the Su Group is definitely not a good person. Don't know how many evil deeds he's done in private. Everyone calm down. I've seen the chairman of the Su Group in the news. He looks like a good young man. He probably isn't the kind of person you think he is, right? And their beauty pills have healed many people. You there. You are a water army, but by the Su Group, right? How much per comment? Let's make money together. Bootlicker. That's right. We must make the culprit pay the price. Today you stay silent. Tomorrow you may become the victim. Boycott the Su Group. Boycott the beauty pills. The netizens were thoroughly provoked, with overwhelmingly negative reviews flooding into Lin Zhuan's site through his phone screen. Various internet trolls, keyboard warriors, and self-media bloggers gradually turned their focus on Lin Zhuan. Just as Lin Zhuan was casually browsing through his negative reviews with a carefree attitude, a mechanical AI voice suddenly came, cold in tone but filled with genuine concern. Lin Zhuan, are you okay? Actually, you don't need to care about the opinions of netizens. They don't know the specifics, they lack the ability to think for themselves, and just follow the crowd in their anger and criticism. Lin Zhuan turned to see that the girl in the wheelchair was looking at him with concern, obviously worried that he would be affected by the keyboard warriors. TSK. Kinj, you're overthinking it. Do you think I care about the viewpoints of these netizens? What a joke. Why would I care how these guys see me? Like, it's none of my business. Stop being sad. This is my first encounter with online bullying, and now I find it quite amusing. Gives tilde. This. Seeing Lin Zhuan shrug. With an indifferent expression on his face, Su Kinj was first taken aback, then smiled wryly and shook her head. Well, it seems like I was overthinking it. Almost forgot that this kid's thick-skinned. He wouldn't care about a few harmless comments that affect his mood. Thinking of this, Huo Kean also relaxed a lot. But I really didn't expect Lin Jianjun to be so crazy. I read the latest reports. Those 2 university students involved in the accident. One suffered fatal injuries and couldn't be saved. The other underwent treatment and is currently out of danger, but has been left with significant sequelae and may have to spend the rest of their lives in a wheelchair. Sigh. Kinj. How much has this incident affected the company? How much has the group's stock price been affected? Lin Zhuan sighed, mourning silently for the 2 unfortunate pedestrians. Then he quickly composed himself and inquired about the current situation of the company. He was well aware of how important a company's reputation was, as it could greatly affect all aspects of the group. Especially in this incident, that fool Lin Jianjun kept saying my son is the chairman of the Su group. When the angry crowd heard this, they no longer cared about the reasons and repercussions. They just lashed out first in respect. The negative reviews cast on the group's image as a result of this incident were undeniably huge. Just got news from the company. The current situation is still okay because of your father's incident, which just broke out. Although the stock price has been somewhat affected, it's still within manageable limits. Chapter 268 Lin Zhuan. It's not a crime for a man to cry. If you feel like crying, then cry. Chapter 268 Lin Zhuan. It's not a crime for a man to cry. If you feel like crying, then cry. Just received news from the company. The situation is currently okay, because your father's situation has just started to unfold. Although it has had some impact on the stock price, it is still within a manageable range. As for within the company, there was some chaos initially, with people feeling anxious. But now it has quickly stabilized. Hearing this, Lin Zhuan smiled slightly. The situation was more or less as he had expected. Recently, the reputation of the Su family group has been quite good, so it wasn't on the brink of collapse. As for within the company, most of the disloyal individuals were all replaced during the previous personnel purge. Now those who have been reselected are all employees with a certain level of loyalty. So as long as salaries aren't delayed, the company operates normally. We can also achieve unity in a short amount of time. As for the Lin family group, there were some passionate anti-fans at first. Upon finding out that Lin Jianjun was once the chairman of this group, they rushed to the official website to vent their anger. But with the cover provided by L, the passionate fans not only didn't blame at all, they even rushed to the comments section to send warm-hearted comfort, fearing that their idol L's fragile young heart might be impacted by this incident, affecting their own creative desires. Seeing the anti-fans dare to trouble their idol, damn it, fight back against each one of them. With the protection of the vast number of passionate fans, the Lin family group thrived, presenting a harmonious scene of hello, I'm good, we're all good. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Zhuan was deeply moved, immediately announcing that he would create another song, thanking the fans for their steadfast support, which in turn sparked a series of supportive cheers. This surge of enthusiasm this time is a bit unusual. The traffic is abnormally high. According to the usual situation, even if this incident enraged many people, it wouldn't spread across the entire internet in such a short time. The only possibility is someone is secretly playing tricks, taking advantage of the situation to push things forward. But this is quite normal too. The group is developing too quickly. Who knows how many forces are envious of us in secret? Now they have an opportunity to take advantage. How could they easily let go of such a chance? Lin Zhuan put down his phone, smirked, then turned to look at Huo Kean. Both understood the situation very well. Regarding your father's situation, how do you plan to handle it? This incident was triggered by your father. If not handled well, it will be troublesome. However, no matter what choice you make, I will support you. At this point, Huo Kean furrowed her brows and spoke again, also indicating her stance. Implicitly, if Zhuan decided to bear the pressure, seeking personal connections privately, spending a huge sum to protect his father, she would understand and assist, even though she didn't want to help someone like Lin Jianjun. Even if intervening in this matter could seriously damage the company's reputation, leading to the squandering of the current favorable situation. Even if there was a risk of being attacked online, criticized unfairly ... even if. But as long as Lin Zhuan expressed the desire to help his father, she would not hesitate to stand by his side. What else can I do? That stupid man has caused a fatality, committed such a heinous crime. As an adult, of course, one must pay the appropriate price for it. As for what price needs to be paid, let the fair and stringent law decide. Lin Zhuan's resolute response made Su Qing secretly breathe a sigh of relief. She thought he would do everything in his power to help his father escape punishment, right? After all, the severity of this incident had a very negative societal impact. Even if he wasn't sentenced to death, Lin Jianjun would probably be incarcerated for more than a decade. Although the relationship between Lin Zhuan and his father was strained, he was still his father. Blood is thicker than water. Seeing a close relative endure such a fate, how could a normal person remain indifferent? If it were her father, she might feel even more pain and distress. In Su Qing's eyes, Lin Zhuan must be pretending to be strong now, but in reality, he must already be torn apart in agony. The reason why he reluctantly decided not to save Lin Jianjun, on the one hand, was out of a sense of justice. On the other hand, it was to prevent dragging down the company, afraid that, after Su's family group suffered unjust consequences, she would be sad and distraught because of it. Oh, after understanding the heartwarming truth hidden behind the scenes, she got it. She got it. Su Qing fully understood. To be honest, I just wish that fool would be put away sooner, to end it all. Otherwise, with that guy's arrogant personality, he will definitely bring me more trouble in the future. What's more, as a just Chinese citizen, how could I possibly shield a criminal? However, this matter does have some relation to me. At least the poor victims are very innocent. So the public facilities destroyed by Lin Jianjun and the compensation for the victims' families must be given appropriately. As for the multitude of negative reviews online, TSK. The story of Sema, who knows if it's good or bad fortune? I already have some thoughts. Perhaps we can turn the tables using this incident to increase the group's visibility, as well as accumulate more positive reputation, right? Just as Lin Zhuan was talking big, exuding full confidence, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Supporting character Su Qing's favorability has increased. Reward upgraded to 3 points a 1 second. Lin Zhuan. Holy shit! What's going on? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Lin Zhuan had a full head of question marks, completely perplexed. He hadn't done anything. Why did her favorability suddenly increase? Lin Zhuan turned to look at the wheelchair-bound girl beside him, seeing her eyes reddened, looking at him with a heart-wrenching gaze. It's not a crime for a man to cry. Lin Zhuan, I know you are pretending to be strong. You don't have to, in front of me. You don't need to disguise. If you want to cry, then cry. Chapter 269. Lin Jianjun was full of remorse, tears streaming down hotly. Chapter 269. Lin Jianjun was full of remorse, tears streaming down hotly. Cry underscore. Cry for what? Why should I cry? Have you never heard that a man should shed blood, not tears? Lin Zhuan rubbed the back of his head, looking confused. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind, and he suddenly realized. Could it be that Su Qing misunderstood? Thinking that he would be upset because of Lin Jianjun? Thinking of this, Lin Zhuan felt amused, but did not argue. He decided to go along with the plan, and threw himself into the arms of the girl. I am so sad. I need a hug, oh. For comfort, Lin Zhuan buried his head in the girl's chest, enjoying the scent of her body, pretending to cry. This intimate behavior made Su Qing blush. She instinctively wanted to push the man in front of her away, but seeing his profound sadness, she hesitated and couldn't bring herself to do it. Instead, she gently patted Lin Zhuan's head, showing a motherly comfort. TSK. It seems that I, this useless father, still have some usefulness after all. Lin Zhuan buried his face in the softness, feeling content, and for the first time, he gave some acknowledgement to the existence of a certain fool. The two of them spent 2.5 hours in such a cozy manner. As the sky darkened, Lin Zhuan pretended to wipe away his tears with a smile, pushed his wheelchair, and left the hospital. Outside the police station in the Magic City, there was a crowd of people, and everywhere you looked, people who had seen the online videos were filled with righteous indignation and had rushed to the police station demanding justice for the culprit. Some were holding loudspeakers, loudly calling for the punishment of the perpetrator. Some raised banners with red paint that read an eye for an eye. Some were live streaming on their phones, pretending to be outraged while shamelessly asking for viewers and gifts. And then at this moment, there were various reactions from the people. Inside the police station, in the interrogation room, Lin Jianjun had completely sobered up. He listened to the chants outside calling for the punishment of the culprit, feeling his legs tremble with fear. He realized that this time, things had gotten serious, and he might not be able to easily get out of it. Just as he was deep in regret, aware that drinking had caused trouble for him. Click! The door was pushed open, and two police officers with grim faces walked in. One of the younger officers, unable to suppress his anger, slammed the table hard and glared at Lin Jianjun. We have reviewed the surveillance footage, and you are suspected of drunk driving, robbery, financial damage to others, and many other charges. Now that the evidence is conclusive, do you confess? Faced with the justified reprimand from the police, Lin Jianjun frowned and instead asked, "Has my son come to see me? Where is the lawyer he arranged for me? Arrange for us to meet. This matter is serious, and as an experienced person, I can give him some advice. After all, giving gifts to the leaders is quite particular. You can't just send them randomly. Otherwise, if the gift is wrong, you're just wasting money without any benefit. I summarize the 5 taboos in giving gifts to leaders. Seeing that Lin Jianjun had committed such heinous crimes without an ounce of remorse, still boasting and talking about bribing leaders to escape punishment, the police were getting fed up. The young officer was especially furious, rolled up his sleeves, and slammed the table repeatedly. Bang! 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 You despicable creature! Do you think this place is a joke? Do you really think having money gives you free reign? There are laws in Huazia. If you commit a crime, you must pay the price, just like everyone else. Even if your son is influential, he is equal before the law. Humph! Furthermore, your son, the chairman's son, never came to see you at all. Instead, our chief received a call asking us to punish you, this heartless culprit. Oh? What? Lin Jianjun's eyes widened suddenly, and he sprang up from his seat. You're saying my son not only didn't help me, but asked for me to be punished? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am his father. How could he be so heartless and not try to save me? And isn't he concerned about the impact on the company's stock price? We are in this together, for better or worse. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me, trying to make me confess by deceit. My son will definitely come to save me. I'm 95% sure. After the initial panic, Lin Jianjun quickly calmed down and roared sternly. He had deliberately stirred up such a big situation to tie himself completely with Lin Zhuan. Regardless, the crowd, unaware of the truth, would only think, like father, like son, and while condemning Lin Jianjun, they would also criticize Lin Zhuan and the Su family group. If Lin Zhuan wanted to distance himself and protect the image of the Su family group, he had to find a way to get Lin Jianjun out, find a scapegoat for him, and fight to prove his innocence. This would undoubtedly require a lot of manpower and resources. But Lin Jianjun believed in his unfilial son, confident that he would do everything in his power to save his father. Yes, no matter what. My plan is logical and perfect. That rebellious brat must be outside trying everything to save me, right? All I have to do now is hold steady, not lose my composure, and not delay his rescue efforts. Immersed in these thoughts, Lin Jianjun lifted his head proudly, looking down at the 2 police officers. He sat back in his chair with a high and mighty air. HMPH. You won't deceive me. My son Lin Zhuan will definitely rescue me. A group of low-wage workers. You don't understand the unspoken rules among the upper-class elite. As long as the benefit is sufficient, nothing is impossible to settle. The law. Just a tool invented to control ordinary people. For those with real power and influence, it's like nothing. If you don't believe it, just watch. A few lower-class thugs, dying or not doesn't matter. People die every day in this world, one more or one less. I am the future chairman of a billion-dollar conglomerate. A billion. Do you understand the concept? Who dares to touch me? Who can touch me? HAHAHA dot 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 dot. Lin Jianjun laughed triumphantly, using an increasingly fierce attitude to hide his strong unease deep inside. Now, he could only believe that his rebellious son would come to his rescue as he thought dot 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 and would soon regain his freedom. Otherwise dot 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 dot. Lin Jianjun couldn't imagine the grim fate awaiting him in the future. Suddenly, he sighed and shook his head bitterly. Hey, I never expected. Now, the only one I can rely on is that once despised son of mine dot 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 dot. Remembering the past, Lin Jianjun could no longer suppress his deep feelings of regret, and tears of remorse streamed down his face. Chapter 270 Lin Zhuan's cousin, Tang San's third young master Tang Chuan. Chapter 270 Lin Zhuan's cousin, Tang San's third young master Tang Chuan. 9 o'clock at night. The moon is bright, stars are scarce, magpies fly south. All right, it's done. I announce the perfect conclusion of Love O2O. Everyone has worked hard during this time. Clap, clap. A person's voice echoed on the bustling film shooting scene. With director Wong Jing giving the signal, the crew collectively cheered, congratulated each other with applause. 2.5 minutes later, a fair-skinned man with somewhat delicate features approached director Wong Jing while he was packing up. This person is the protagonist of the TV drama Love O2O, a relatively well-known fresh meat in the entertainment circle, Tang Chuan. At the same time, he is Lin Zhuan's cousin. Director, didn't you say you would contact the big boss? To Taylor make the theme song for this TV drama. Have you been able to reach out? Oh, Tang young master. This matter is a bit difficult. Director Wong Jing turned around, seeing that the visitor was the third young master of the Tang family, his tone unconsciously respectful. The young man in front of him had an extraordinary family background, not only the leading actor in this drama, but also investing in the production. Even though he was a well-known director, in the presence of such a top-tier rich second generation, he still had to maintain appropriate respect. God DRIZZLE is always elusive. I've tried to contact the Lin family, but all the messages I sent out were met with silence. Give me a couple of days, I'll personally visit him. I hope Elle can face us. If Elle is willing to tailor make the theme song for our TV drama, the effect will surpass any online promotion by thousands or even 10,000s of times. This is definitely a lucrative deal. Even if it costs a lot of money, it's worth it. Bringing up the music genius Elle, director Wong Jing couldn't help but praise. In this desperate world where only magical music like You Are So Beautiful, Big Tree Attracts the Wind, Cancer, and other viral songs prevailed. Elle's sudden appearance injected a shot of vitality into the Chinese music industry like a strong stimulant, bringing forth new vigor. Moreover, every song by Elle is a hit, achieving popularity covering the entire Huaxia region with numerous fans. The only regret is that ... No one knows Elle's true identity, as if he lives within people's speculations, draped in mystery. Director Wong Jing, I want to go too. Remember to take me with you when the time comes. I want to get an autograph from my idol. Hearing that director Wong Jing was going to visit Elle, Tang Chuan's eyes lit up immediately, strongly requesting to accompany him. He is Elle's most loyal fan, the ultimate brainless fan. The song Exclusive Memories released recently has been on repeat these past days, to the point that he has broken several headphones. OWO. Alright. If I can reach out, I will notify you by phone. After a moment of contemplation, director Wong Jing finally agreed. Considering Tang Chuan's status, it wasn't easy to refuse, and having the third young master of the Tang family tagging along might possibly earn some extra grace from the Lin family. With a joyful heart, Tang Chuan left the set. Just as he stepped out of the gate, getting ready to head home, a familiar voice came from behind. Tang Chuan, congratulations! You finished filming a movie. How about having a few drinks to celebrate? Surprised, Tang Chuan turned around and was delighted to find his closest friend not far away, seated in a wheelchair beside a yellow Lamborghini. Huo Kean. Kean, how come you have time to come over? Just leisurely strolling around. Happened to hear that you were filming nearby, so I came to check on you. What do you say? Want to go for a long overdue drink? Of course. With you inviting me, how could I not go? Alright, let's get in the car. Red Rose Bar. Tang Chuan and Huo Kean were ushered into the luxurious VIP suite by the deferential manager. Under the expectant gaze of the manager, the two wealthy young men casually selected some expensive foreign wines, draft beers, and a fruit platter. After dismissing the respectful manager, they began to toast and chat. "Here, Kean. I toast to you. Years. By the way, Kean, my idol L released another new song recently. It's so good. Have you heard it?" Of course, heard it. Once L's song is out, it immediately spreads across the internet. Although I hate to admit it, his talent in music is unmatched by anyone. Haha, truly worthy of being my idol L. Maybe in this world, only he can make you feel inferior, Kean. Tang Chuan boasted proudly of his idol. Then, he picked up the microphone and passionately sang L's song. However, due to his tone deafness, the singing sounded as unpleasant as a duck's quack, causing Huo Kean's eyebrows to furrow in frustration. But in order to extract specific information about a project from Tang Chuan's father, and to utilize Tang Chuan, CEO Huo ultimately chose to endure. As the Lunar New Year approaches, the frequency of our worshipping deities has increased here. Today is a major day for honoring our ancestors. We went to the ancestral hall at 8 o'clock. Many people were there, all from the same surname in the village. The ancestral hall is where we pay homage to our ancestors. People in the city may not be familiar with this tradition. It seems this is not common in urban areas. Hoping our ancestors bless their grandchildren to make a fortune. Amen. Our offerings for worshipping deities were so abundant that the huge incense burner couldn't burn everything. A great show began, singing a 3-day drama called 8 Immortals Cross the Sea, each showing their magical powers. It seems like earning thousands in a day. Around 10,000 over 3 days, I think. The eldest grandfathers started the ceremony. Everyone gathered around to light incense, make wishes. May all readers here be healthy and prosperous. I've made my only wish for everyone. Seeking a free power source for love is quite reasonable, right? Even taking photos is tiring. Tilda begging for gifts will throw a tantrum if not given. Chapter 271. Huo Kean's satisfaction. Everything is under my control. 12 midnight. Red Rose Bar. Come on, Brother Chen. Let's have a drink together. Cheers. Don't worry. I will try to contact L for you. I'm quite interested in knowing his true identity. Asterisk asterisk. Thanks in advance, Brother Chen. Two young masters from wealthy families were singing and drinking happily. During this time, Huo Kean made a promise to help Tang Chuan contact his idol, L, which immediately earned the favor of Tang family's third young master. After 3 rounds of drinking, Tang Chuan suddenly received a call from home. Feeling frustrated, he put down his glass, excused himself. Brother Chen, my dad is urging me to go home. Ooh, really? I'm already an adult. He still likes to control me. Annoying. Hearing that it was a call from Tang Guowen, the director of the Land and Resources Planning Department, who held the latest national land planning information, which included the project information he needed. However, Tang Guowen strictly followed the rules and never accepted bribes. It would be difficult to obtain the information he wanted through normal means. So Huo Kean deliberately approached Tang Chuan and became good brothers with him, attempting to use him as a breakthrough to obtain some real estate insights. Of course, this matter couldn't be rushed, otherwise, it would ruin the image he had cultivated as a big brother for so long. So, Huo Kean pretended to sigh, his knife-like face filled with sorrow. In fact, Uncle Tang is also doing it for your own good. Sometimes I envy you, especially when I compare it with my parents. Brother Chen, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought up those things. Seeing that he had touched upon Huo Kean's sadness, Tang Chuan, who was aware of Huo's family situation, felt sympathetic and apologetic. It's okay, you don't have to worry about it. All right, you should go home early. Don't let Uncle Tang worry. I also need to prepare to go home. Huo Kean waved his hand, pretending to be magnanimous, leaving Tang Chuan with a lonely back view in a wheelchair. Seeing this, Tang Chuan felt even more uncomfortable and couldn't help but ask what he had been curious about since they met, the wheelchair. But considering Huo Kean's mood, he suppressed the urge to ask. However, as they were about to say goodbye, he couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Brother Chen, is your leg okay? I heard you were injured before, but I never expected it to be serious enough to require a wheelchair. Talking about his paralyzed legs, Huo Kean's expression instantly darkened. He had consulted many doctors privately, but none of them could heal his legs. They were all charlatans, and not one of them could fix his legs. It's nothing, don't worry. Huo Kean's face clouded over instantly as they discussed his paralyzed legs. He had seen many incompetent doctors, all frauds who couldn't heal his legs. It's nothing, don't worry. At that moment, Tang Chuan's words stirred up a victorious smile in the corners of Huo Kean's mouth. Very good, it seems I was overly concerned. The chances of repairing the relationship between Lin Zhuan and the Tang family are very low. It's rare for the relationship between both sides not to deteriorate further. Maybe I can use this guy Tang Chuan, incite further conflict between the Tang and Su families. Huo Kean's mouth curved into a smile as he plotted in his mind. Since he noticed the rumored changes in Lin Zhuan and the rapid growth of the Su group, he had been worried that they might reconcile with the Tang family. After all, the two families had blood ties, so a union between them would exponentially increase the threat to him, especially since he already had conflicts with Lin Zhuan. If he spread rumors in front of Tang Chuan, it would surely raise Lin Zhuan's disgust. Thinking of this, the victorious curve at the corners of Huo Kean's mouth expanded once again. I have already arranged a large number of Internet Water Army troops under my command, tracking and monitoring Lin Zhuan. As a son, he certainly wouldn't sit idly by if something happened to his father. If he tries to save Lin Jianjun using any means, whether through relationships or other methods, I will immediately expose it. Both Lin Zhuan and the Su group will be publicly condemned. Also, with the kind of defiance against social norms, it will stir up a frenzy online. To quell public anger, the authorities will not be indifferent. Once they incur the displeasure of the authorities, the Su group will surely face various troubles. This is a move on the bright side. Let's see how the Su group responds. Of course, if Lin Zhuan intends to abandon his father in this situation, I can also use this point to hire the Internet Water Army to point out Lin Zhuan's personal character flaws, which will also harm the reputation of the Su group. After all, in China, many people still value filial piety. At least on the surface, you should do it right. Otherwise, someone who lets their own parents die will be despised even if they are successful in their career. Huo Kean's mind was running wild as he felt he had laid out a meticulous plan. Whatever Lin Zhuan chose, to help or not help, there were strategies waiting for him. At this moment, everything was under his control. Tang family just returned to his room. Tang Chuan's mind was occupied by Huo Kean's words, feeling curious. What happened to the relatives? Even if they had no contact now, Tang Chuan couldn't remain indifferent. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, he began to search for information about the Lin family. Upon finding out the truth behind everything, Tang Chuan was instantly filled with rage. Animal! How can he be so shameless and unforgivable? He is too arrogant. Watching the video where Lin Jianjun was finally caught, still acting arrogantly, Tang Chuan was filled with uncontrollable anger. Due to his family upbringing, even though he was from the Tang family, his parents never allowed him to bully others. Thus, he normally treated people with kindness and decency, not exhibiting the typical behavior of wealthy young masters. Especially when faced with scum like Lin Jianjun, who was also his supposed uncle, made him feel extremely sick and uncomfortable. More so, after learning that the two university students were his fans. At the time of the incident, they were celebrating the completion of his drama Love O2O, holding pictures of him. I am the son of the chairman of the Su group. Do you lowly monthly paid ants dare to do anything to me? My son is Lin Zhuan. We have money in our family. What's a few lives to us? Name your price. What? Are you afraid that my chairman's son can't afford the consequences? Seeing Lin Jianjun being captured after making wild threats, Tang Chuan's anger flared up. This anger wasn't just directed at Lin Jianjun, but at his despicable cousin too. Isn't it just because of Lin Zhuan's current status and position that this uncle dares to be so arrogant? Snake and mouse nest. What kind of father will have what kind of son? No, I must do something. I absolutely cannot let evil thrive in front of me. Especially for these two unfortunate students who are my loyal fans. As a celebrity who loves his fans, how can I turn a blind eye to this? Tang Chuan knew very well that if his cousin was really up to something behind the scenes, it would definitely influence the justice system's integrity. He had witnessed many dirty incidents in high society, especially when the victims were powerless ordinary people. Thus, to stand up for his fans, Tang Chuan did not hesitate to take out his phone, open his Weibo account, and post about the unjust treatment his fans received, condemning the Lin family for their lawlessness and demanding that the judicial authorities punish them severely. With his large fan base as the third young master of the Tang family, once the post was published, it was immediately shared and became a hot topic. This action once again pushed the Su group and the Lin Zhuan family back into the spotlight. Tang Chuan's fans, upon seeing their idol stand up for them, were moved to tears, ecstatic, and resolute in their support. Even in the late night, countless netizens were heatedly discussing and unable to fall asleep from their anger. Huo family. As soon as the news reached him, Huo Kean's face formed a subtle smile of victory. Everything was developing exactly as he had anticipated. That little Tang Chuan did not disappoint his expectations. If things continued this way, the enmity between the Tang and Su families will only deepen, with no chance of reconciliation in sight. While Huo Kean was enjoying his success, he didn't forget to have his men continue to deploy a large number of internet water army troops to incite extreme anger among the people online. This time, he intended to tarnish the reputation of the Su group and severely damage their morale. He wanted Lin Zhuan to see that this was the consequence of angering him. Huo Kean. Apologies for any inconvenience, I will complete the rest tomorrow. As a sign of goodwill, I will distribute 500 Alipay red packet codes worth 50 each. Good luck with your luck. Feel free to send a gift, and the response message sent will be the Alipay code. If someone says they don't know how to redeem it, just search it up on Baidu. It's actually quite simple. How did your luck fare? Chapter 272. On this day, Su Kean stood up from the wheelchair. The next morning, as netizens criticized and expressed righteous indignation, one can't fall asleep all night. As the person involved, Lin Zhuan had a good night's sleep, feeling refreshed. After finishing washing up, he massaged Su Kean and planned to push her wheelchair to the hospital to visit Grandpa. Ding ding ding. Just then, his phone suddenly rang, displaying Hu Zheng. Hashu hello. Young Master Lin, a major incident has occurred. The company entrance is surrounded by a group of journalists, media, and a large number of angry crowds. Oh, because of Lin Jianzhen's matter. Just as the call was picked up, urgent voice of Hu Zheng immediately came through the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Lin Zhuan remained calm as usual, apparently having anticipated it early on. Since Lin Jianzhen's incident, he had guessed that this scumbag of a father would surely bring trouble upon himself. Now it just confirmed his speculation. You hold on for now, I'll come over now. After listening to Hu Zheng's urgent report, Lin Zhuan wasn't flustered. He instructed and then hung up the phone, turning to look at the girl sitting in the wheelchair, seemingly lost in thought. Because he had specifically put the call on speaker, all details of the company's situation had fallen into Su Kean's ears. Kinj, you wait here for me. I'll handle something and be back soon. Lin Zhuan didn't want the girl to accompany him. The scene had many people, and it wouldn't be good if she accidentally bumped into them. Fortunately, Su Kean understood his thoughts. She also believed that with Lin Zhuan's abilities, he could handle this matter perfectly. Besides, she had some things to do alone. Okay, be careful on the way. After bidding farewell to each other, Lin Zhuan walked out of the room, leaving the girl in the wheelchair by the floor-to-ceiling window. The soft and warm morning light shone through delicate curtains onto Su Kean in the wheelchair. She appeared like an exquisite porcelain doll, with skin as flawless as snow, faintly rosy and tender. Delicate features seemed as if crafted by the heavens. Her eyes were crystal clear like bright stars. Her lips rosier than rose petals. She wore a light pink dress, the skirt gently swaying with the morning breeze, resembling a beautiful blooming rose. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall on her shoulders, each strand shining with golden light, breathtakingly beautiful. However, her body couldn't support this beauty. Her legs hung lifelessly under the wheelchair, as if bound by fate, like lifeless dolls. These days, the sensation in my legs is getting clearer. Maybe it's time to try it. After ensuring Lin Zhuan had completely left, Su Kean's gaze turned determined. Placing her palms, sweaty with nervousness, on the wheelchair armrests, she gripped tightly. Then she started to straighten her back, trying to stand up with her own strength. Sweat beads formed on her forehead as the girl silently exerted all her strength. Her finger joints whitened from the excessive force. Her feet on the wheelchair legs suddenly trembled slightly, swaying like blades of grass in the wind. Inhale the next moment, with a deep breath, Huo Kean, trembling with excitement, exerted all her power and stood up from the wheelchair. At that moment, her legs felt electrified, tingling and shaking uncontrollably. With slightly bent knees, like a toddler taking first steps, she was at risk of falling at any moment. Yet, even so, Huo Kean's face still bore an ecstatic expression. Her heartbeat accelerated with excitement, as if wanting to burst out of her body, racing against time. 2.5 minutes later, Huo Kean's feet gradually adjusted to the sensation of standing. Carefully adjusting her posture, trying to find balance, she tried to keep her back straight, ignoring her slightly swaying body, controlling her trembling right leg, taking the first step forward. Thud! The next second, due to losing control of her movement, Huo Kean fell flat on her face. Despite the pain from falling, she didn't show annoyance or pain, but instead burst into laughter involuntarily. At that moment, the girl's face lit up with a radiant smile. The smile was filled with unprecedented confidence and strength, as if the sunlight had broken through dark clouds, illuminating the earth once again. Her eyes were clear and shining, like a luminous lake. Her lips slightly upturned, revealing a row of pearl-like white teeth. Her demeanor exuded determination and courage, challenging the constraints of fate. It was only at that moment of standing up that Huo Kean truly felt her existence. She was no longer a person abandoned by fate. Although she was still unsteady on her feet. But the step she took today represented her new beginning. Smiling and smiling, Huo Kean's eyes became moist. Reflecting on when she first became a vegetative person, her despair and helplessness at that time. She would never have imagined that one day she could stand up again on her own 2 feet. At that time. She certainly wouldn't have thought that the man who gave her this hope would be the man who hadn't even looked at her in the eye before becoming a vegetable person. Lin Juan. If it weren't for this man's presence, she would have surely sunk into despair and collapse a long time ago. How could have there been a chance to wake up again, continue writing her life's miracle? If only I were an ordinary girl. In that case, maybe I could leave everything behind and spend the rest of my life with him. But I can't. I have things I must do. And to protect the important people around me, I must become stronger. Huo Kean propped her body up, sat back in the wheelchair, her eyes gradually becoming resolute. Since feeling her body gradually recovering. She knew that one day she would stand up from the wheelchair again. And at that time, she would have to bear some heavy burdens again. Of course, Huo Kean had long made up her mind. The only thing she worried about was causing trouble to the people around her because of her own affairs, so she needed to become strong enough. At this thought, Huo Kean took out her phone and made a call. Chapter 273, Lin Jianjun on the brink of collapse, betrayed by all. Chapter 273, Lin Jianjun on the brink of collapse, betrayed by all. On the other side, since the incident of Lin Jianjun recklessly killing a female university student occurred. The entire Su group and Lin Juan have been engulfed in a storm of public opinion. Various internet celebrities, stars, and public figures took the opportunity to come forward, posting online to condemn Lin Juan for covering up his father. This is what allowed this demon to be so arrogant and lawless. After the outburst of the top star Tang Chuan late last night, this sense of indignation was pushed to its peak. At this moment, in front of the headquarters of the Su group, a large crowd filled with indignation gathered, along with media reporters carrying cameras to broadcast live on the scene. A sea of people. They all surrounded the company's entrance, holding up large banners in blood red and megaphones. A life for a life. Repay your debts. It's only right and just. Lawyer Hu, Immediately bring out the chairman of your Su group and ask him if having money can truly allow for anything. Why not come out? Does he think that by hiding like a timorous turtle, everything will blow over? Yes, that's right. Today he must give us an explanation. Or is he busy bribing higher-ups, trying to clear his demon father of blame? ... Faced with the clamoring and questioning from the crowd, the entire public relations team of the Su group came out, following behind the impeccably dressed Huo Kean, facing the angry crowd and persuading them earnestly. Everyone, please calm down a bit. You all have misunderstood. Our chairman has always abhorred evil. How could he possibly cover up for a criminal? Although Lin Jianjun and our chairman are father and son, their relationship has long been broken. Being stuck here is useless. Go back for now. Everyone can follow the latest developments from the police, which will be fair and just. Huo Kean and the others were sweating profusely. No matter how they answered some questions, it wasn't appropriate. They could only try their best to persuade everyone to leave using official language. But these people in front of them were clearly hostile. Some were even deliberately sent as troublemakers, hoping to escalate the situation. So how could they easily let go of the Su group like this? Despite Huo Kean and the others exhausting themselves trying to reason with the crowd. Their responses continued to be met with only the constantly blinking cameras and increasingly sharp questions. Lawyer Hu. Now that things have escalated to this point, the leader of the group still refuses to show up. Could it be a guilty conscience? Exactly. You can run for a moment, but you can't hide forever. Avoiding problems all the time is not the behavior of a real man. Some things inevitably need to be resolved. The stock price of the Su group has started to trend towards a limit down in recent days. Aren't you afraid that the originally bright development prospects will completely collapse because of this incident? Can you please have young Master Lin come out to clarify? We want to know what his thoughts are after learning about his father committing such heinous and outrageous crimes. Click, click. The sharp questioning from the reporters caused Huo Kean and the others to be at their wits' end. They had intended to call security and expel these people for trespassing on private property. But after glancing at the live cameras on site, Huo Kean ultimately abandoned that idea. He knew there were countless eyes watching the Su group in the shadows. If they were to violently expel these people now, to those who were unaware of the truth and whose anger had already been incited, the group's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. And everything happening in the Su group today was being broadcast live to countless households. This even included the Metropolitan Police Station. Inside the detention room, an old-fashioned TV on the wall was showing the live broadcast. Lin Jianjun furrowed his brow, filled with unease. Watching the countless people in the video shouting for him to face justice, he became increasingly uneasy. He never expected things to escalate to this point. As the former head of a multi-billion company, Lin Jianjun was well aware of the consequences of stirring public anger. If things didn't blow over, and it became widely known, even with all his influence, authorities would almost certainly opt for a public and straightforward approach to uphold their public image. This time. The odds were not in his favor. Even if that unfilial son emptied the family fortune to save him, perhaps he would still find it difficult to escape the law. The thought of possibly spending the rest of his life in a prison devoid of dignity. Lin Jianjun couldn't help but shiver, a certain fear growing stronger in his heart. My life is over. Hey. What's wrong? Weren't you just being arrogant, arguing that your son would definitely save you? Now you're scared? Humph. You'll spend your life atoning for your sins. Justice will prevail. All evil deeds will be punished by law. Seemingly sensing something unusual in Lin Jianjun, a young police officer in the detention rooms nodded coldly, unable to resist mocking. He had long been fed up with this unrepentant and arrogant scum. Though constrained by professional ethics, he couldn't privately give the guy a good beating. Now that the old scum finally seemed to be afraid, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Bullshit. My son Lin Juan won't give up on me. He will definitely find a way to save me. Because I am his only family member. I am his only father in this world, his biological father. No matter the cost. He will definitely rescue me because I am his dad, his biological dad. That's right, he will definitely do it. I have 95% absolute certainty. My son will never give up on me. Seemingly provoked, Lin Jianjun, overwhelmed by fear and anxiety, suddenly began screaming as if going insane. Instead of speaking to the two apathetic police officers, it seemed like he was continuously shouting to himself, forcing himself to believe, so as not to collapse due to fear. After all, now he was betrayed by all. The only person he could rely on was his son Lin Zhuan. Chapter 274. Is Lin Zhuan unfilial, provoking the fury of the entire internet? Thanks to the gift from Zhenro from Dazhanqing in the bustling city, inside a private room of a tea house. HMPH. That cousin of mine, he still refuses to show up even now. Could it be that he's truly too afraid to face people? A handsome young man in casual attire, wearing a cap, watched the live broadcast on the television with a cold smile. This person is Tang Chuan, the third young master of the Tang family. After posting on Weibo last night, he was quite satisfied with the sensation he created, so he invited his friends to the tea house early in the morning to have tea and watch the live broadcast of the Su group. Sitting beside him was Huo Kean, who remained silent. Watching the people from the Su group looking flustered and frustrated on the live broadcast, a hint of control appeared in the corners of his mouth. That Lin Zhuan ... Does he think escaping is useful? The more he hides and refuses to show up, the more guilty he appears in the eyes of outsiders. In the end, it will only backfire. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Humph! Let's see how you'll end up this time. In the video screen, at the entrance of the Su group, a black Maybach arrived discreetly. The car door opened, revealing the slim figure of Lin Zhuan. Please, everyone, calm down. How could our chairman possibly hide? Look, there he is coming. Originally troubled Hu Zheng saw Lin Zhuan arrive. He immediately spotted him and enthusiastically led the staff to greet him. Following his direction, the crowd also saw Lin Zhuan getting off the car. Not only were the news reporters carrying cameras excited, but even the popular online streamers were shining with excitement. Now, the online traffic related to the Lin Zhuan father-son topic was skyrocketing, and capturing this trending topic might lead to instant wealth by leveraging the large fan base. Oh my, has the son of a murderer truly appeared? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go interview. This is definitely a major news. Folks, have you seen that person? He is the son of Lin Jianjun, who, after causing a fatal accident, still arrogantly kept shouting that his father is the chairman. Brothers, I'll go interview him later and see what his thoughts are after his father committed such a crime. Old Iron, let's start with some gifts. Tilda show some love, or maybe send some love electricity too. Love you. ... As soon as Lin Zhuan got off the car, his face was immediately exposed to the reporters' cameras or some Huawei live streams, instantly attracting widespread attention. Numerous netizens, who were initially excited and scolding, changed their stance upon seeing Lin Zhuan in person. Oh, so handsome. Oh my gosh. Is this guy really that handsome? He almost killed me with his charm. Does he know how handsome he is? Will such a handsome man really be as despicable as mentioned online? I doubt it. Appearance reflects the heart, and a man this handsome surely can't be a bad person. Agree. OWO. I, a fan of his appearance, suspect he was framed. Support Lin Ji's debut. I declare, Lin Ji is the true love. I'm unfollowing Tang Chuan. Oh my gosh. Upstairs fangirls, can you have some principles? This is the son of a murderer, right? Like father like son, his father's behavior is despicable, so how good can the son be? Exactly. Just because he looks good doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants. He'll surely try to clear his father's name, a bad person indeed. To the broadcaster, if you punch this pretty face of his, I'll gift you 10 rockets. As Lin Zhuan's handsome face attracted attention, some fans in the live stream began to support him instead. Inside a certain tea house, Tang Chuan looked surprised. Ever since that incident, he hadn't seen this cousin of his who was worse than a beast for a long time. He never imagined that the person he was seeing now had changed so much. It wasn't about his facial features changing drastically, but rather the aura he exuded, the confidence in his eyes, making him almost unrecognizable compared to the cousin he remembered from the past. Damn it! How did this guy get such good skin? He's become even more handsome than me. As a public figure, Tang Chuan always valued his appearance. He used high-quality imported milk for facial cleansing and whitening every day. He was always confident about his handsome face, considering himself the most handsome man in the world. But today, facing a man who surpassed him in looks, he felt a bit defeated. In the Magic City police station, in the detention room, when he finally saw his eldest son, Lin Jianjun, who was previously acting crazy, suddenly quieted down and stared at the TV screen where his only hope appeared. Murmuring to himself, "It's all right, my son Lin Juan will definitely save me. No matter what mistakes I've made, I'm still his biological father. And I already know I was wrong. As long as he reaches out to me, he can enjoy my fatherly love alone in the future." With such an enticing future, how could Lin Juan not look forward to it? Lin Jianjun comforted himself continuously, and gradually, his eyes gleamed brighter, starting to believe without a doubt. At the entrance of the Su Group headquarters, click. As soon as Lin Juan got off the car, a large group of reporters and streamers quickly surrounded him, flashing non-stop. Fortunately, Hu Zheng was quick to act, leading his staff to form a human wall and keep the media personnel outside. "Mr. Lin, you finally showed up. We've been waiting for you, and it was quite agonizing. We thought you would only evade, too guilty to face the situation." Lin, regarding your father's incident of drunk driving and killing an innocent student, how do you see it? Lin, when your father was arrested, he was still shouting that my son is Lin Juan, full of arrogance. Did you give him that courage? Most internet users believe you will try every means to protect your devil father and clear him of blame. Is that true? Have you and your father ever been involved in any fatal incidents before? No wonder you're so familiar with all this. In the past, you probably abused your power and connections to resolve issues. Can you reveal which leader covered for you? Damn it! These guys just spew nonsense, fabricate stories. For the sake of getting attention, are they just making things up? Lin Juan raised his eyebrows, finally understanding why some people, after being maliciously attacked and cyberbullied, couldn't bear the pressure and resorted to suicide. Look at the overwhelming malice. Nobody cares about the truth, they just want to uncover more scandalous material. Even if it's fake, they don't mind as long as it's sensational. You fools! Facing the audacious clowns who were aggressively casting blame on him, Lin Juan, who never suffered injustice, couldn't hold back his explosive anger. Pointing at the sharp-tongued media personnel, he retorted sharply one by one. It's you. Do you have a brain? Who's evading? I'm just busy spending time with my lovely wife. Who would have time to bother with you bunch of clowns? And you just asked me how I see it, right? Are you blind? Can't you see for yourself? You thought so. My old man is nuts, are you too? Asking me who gave him the courage. Do you know Liang Jingru, huh? Why are you standing so far away, _? You said internet users question me. Listen clearly, I couldn't care less about the opinions of those keyboard warriors. And about clearing my dad's name, I hate those cheesy excuses the most. I'll curse your mom. Oops, you baldy are the most disgusting. Baseless assumptions about me causing fatal accidents. Did you have a morning dose of feces? Why are you spouting nonsense? So you want to know which leader protected me? I'll tell you, it's your dad. Like a machine gun, Lin Juan's venomous words were like a nuclear bomb dropping, setting off a chain reaction that led to an explosive aftermath, instantly causing an uproar on the entire internet. In the land of China, filial piety is highly valued by most people. Even if parents have made mistakes in the past, children can't treat them as harshly as outsiders, let alone, like Lin Juan did, curse them to death. So when Lin Juan's extreme and unfilial words were spread, the entire internet erupted in fury. Listen, quick, hear this. Is this even human speech? How could someone utter such malicious curses against the ones who gave them life? This is even more brutal than his father. For the sake of not getting into trouble himself, he abandoned his father for his charm. But isn't that still your biological father? Saying no and just rejecting him. P.S. Lin Jianjun is basically doomed starting tomorrow, opening a new chapter. Oh, I just saw it. The 24th of January 2024, 20 to 55s in row from Dazhongqing sent me to gift King gifts. This big gift makes me feel unworthy. Tomorrow, I must add an extra chapter, or holding this money will make me tremble with shame. Half a year from opening the book until now, I've never added any extra chapters, consistently hitting for 1,000 words a day. Tomorrow, even if it kills me, I must add an extra chapter for the big shots. Of course, many other big shots, thank you for your gifts. Thanks to fans of Liu Zhenyu chasing, Shinzian same as Baidu, Chenyu, who loves eating salt, no, 33 doppelganger obstacle. Elena, how Zhang is not salad Zhang, Xixian can't wake up, Xiaoxian. User 28,935,436, it doesn't matter HSHSJ. User 27,264,012, Xiao Kuming. Looking for Oni-chan Sassy, Jin Peng Fengxiao, Liu Jiangshu, who likes red dates, Zhongshu, who likes stir-fried duck intestines, Chenli, who loves eating bamboo shoots, it's Aran, Crazy Sai Yi Feather, Clever Yi Kun, Wooly Zun, Wanyas and Maluo, Zhang Hongyu, who loves eating bone marrow omelets, Shang Li, who loves eating soybeans, Just Aran, Lan Feng Sai Yi Eyebrow, Smarchy Hui, Weinan Zun, and many more big shots for your support. Chapter 275 Lin Jianjin's Regret, Self-Inflicted Cannot Live. This beast. Does he think that as long as he cuts off ties with his old scumbag father, then what the other person does has nothing to do with him? Low-class people are invincible. Not only low, but also shameless in the extreme. How could this be? Dream shattered. How could such a handsome man turn out to be disloyal and unfilial? For self-preservation, he chooses to abandon his own biological father as soon as trouble arises. I find it hard to judge such a person. If he insisted on saving his father, I could still have some respect for him. Even though he is still scum, at least there is the aspect of filial piety that can be appreciated. But now When Lin Zhuan spoke those words that shattered common sense, negative comments flooded the internet, and countless people on the scene glared at him with angry eyes. Lin Zhuan still wore a cold expression on his face, seemingly indifferent. But privately, he took a deep breath, emotion starting to brew inside him. In the detention room of the Demon City police station. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. My son Lin Zhuan, how could he watch me die without saving me? And even curse me, wishing me to die sooner. How could he be so malicious? Even though we have cut off the father-son relationship, breaking bones still reveals sinews. How could he treat me like this? This beast. Hearing those hurtful words from Lin Zhuan, Lin Jianjin, feeling stimulated, first raged helplessly in the room, smashing things around in anger. Bang, bang, bang. After an unknown amount of time, after venting fiercely, he suddenly slumped to the ground like a deflated ball. It was only today that he truly realized that his own biological son despised him to this extent, even blatantly cursing him to die in front of him, and even scolding him as undeserving of being a father. Seeing the broadcast of Lin Zhuan's disgusted expression and hearing his resentful tone, Lin Jianjin, for some reason, felt like his heart was being cut with a knife, suffering unbearably. Pain. Too painful. He suddenly woke up completely, no longer deceiving himself, realizing that he had permanently lost his own biological son. At this moment, his sense of regret rose again. If he had treated him well before, would the father and son have loved each other for a lifetime, and would he not have ended up like this? If he had done things differently back then, would the outcome have been different? So many ifs. Unfortunately, there is no if. Only the result. Thinking of this, Lin Jianjin smiled bitterly, suddenly patting his chest with a bang-bang sound, and his lonely laughter grew louder and louder, as if wailing, as if screaming in pain. Ha ha, self-inflicted cannot live. Deserved, ha ha. In a tea house, in a VIP room. Tang Chuan's fair face reddened with anger, rolling up his sleeves as he paced back and forth in the room, looking like he was ready to fight, muttering incessantly, I can't stand my cousin. I thought that after not seeing each other for so long, he would have improved at least a bit. But now, he still acts like he's above everyone else, arrogant and overbearing. While I also despise my uncle for what he has done, which truly deserves divine retribution. He should face legal judgment. But he is still my cousin's father. Even if others can do whatever, how could he curse his own father to die? If he is so ruthless towards his closest family member, one can only imagine how he behaves in front of others. Exactly. There was no misunderstanding in the incident where he stole little sister's underwear. My cousin is just an irredeemable beast. Seeing Lin Juan coldly abandon his own biological father to avoid implication, Tang Chuan's impression of his cousin once again diminished. After all, what he hated most in his life was such unfilial behavior. If it weren't for the screen between them, he would have wanted to rush up to Lin Juan and throw a punch right at him. And behind him, sitting on the couch, Huo Kean, after watching the entire live broadcast, had a more brilliant smile on the corner of his mouth. HMPH. It seems I overestimated this idiot Lin Juan. Does he really think that after announcing the severance of ties with Lin Jianjun ... this incident will have nothing to do with him, and the Su group will be able to get through this crisis smoothly? Unfathomable. The more eagerly he tries to show his desire to break free from Lin Jianjun, the worse his image will be in people's eyes. In the end, this idiot will not only be pointed fingers at, but will also carry the label of unfilial son. Even if he abandons Lin Jianjun in the end, and legally, it is determined that he has no connection with this incident. So what? Law does not go beyond human nature. Sometimes, people care about ... more than just that cold, bureaucratic document. In short, unsolvable. No matter how good the Su group's products are, this time their reputation will suffer an unprecedented drop ... Thinking like this, a triumphant and mocking look emerged on Huo Kean's sharp face. He never expected the situation to develop so smoothly, even to the point where he himself was somewhat incredulous. Lin Juan, like a lost soul, completely lost his former shrewdness and fell into his trap. As long as he commands his men to continue posting extreme remarks online and spread the influence of this matter to the maximum, it would be more than enough to deal a heavy blow to the Su group. No, he didn't even need to do anything else ... There is a saying, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. The Su group, this fat, delicious cake, has long attracted countless forces. In the business world, profit comes first. As long as there is an opportunity, those forces will not be willing to give up the chance to harm others. So even if he did nothing, there would naturally be countless forces ready to take action. This time, Huo Kean had 95% absolute confidence. The Su group was completely powerless to turn the situation around. And this would be the consequence of angering him, Huo Kean. Just when the chief executive felt triumphant, thinking that his strategy was beyond compare, he unintentionally caught a glimpse of Lin Juan's sudden move on the live broadcast screen, instinctively widening his eyes. Is this guy crazy? What is he trying to do? Chapter 276, Lin Juan, the tearful actor. Public opinion turns. At the entrance of the headquarters of the Su group, facing a crowd vehemently accusing him, Lin Juan finally gathered his emotions and roared skyward. "Shut up, all of you!" The sudden outburst startled everyone present. Before they could react, Lin Juan, with a cold expression, pulled open his shirt to reveal a large red scar on his chest from a scalding burn. "See this scar? Do you know how I got it?" On the young man's chest, the red scar contrasted sharply with the nearby fair skin, looking somewhat disgusting and nerve-wracking. This horrifying scene not only caught the eyes of everyone present, but also exposed to the online audience through cameras. What's going on? Why did this guy suddenly open his shirt? And what's the story behind that terrible scar on his chest? It's so scary. Who would have thought that such a handsome guy would have such a large scar on his chest? Could it be a birthmark? A birthmark? Does your family's birthmark look like this? This is clearly a scar from scalding with hot water, right? The scar is quite frightening. But what I'm curious about is, why did he show us the scar out of nowhere? Is he trying to evoke our sympathy? Lin Juan's terrifying scar on his chest immediately piqued the curiosity of everyone present, and the scene fell silent as they waited for Lin Juan's explanation. Unexpectedly, Lin Juan did not immediately respond to everyone's curiosity. Instead, with a sorrowful expression, he began talking about other things. My father had a love child, Lin Hao. He is only a year younger than me. I only found out about this after my mother's accidental death. That bastard didn't care about my deceased mother, didn't care about my feelings. Less than half a year after my mother's death, he openly brought the mistress and love child home. From that moment on, my biological father became a stepfather. I became a stranger at home, while they, a family of 3, lived harmoniously, and I felt like a street rat. Whenever Lin Hao and I had conflicts, regardless of right or wrong, my father would always force me to apologize first, saying I'm the older brother. He always looked at me impatiently, but towards the illegitimate child, his eyes were full of affection. In that oppressive atmosphere, I suffered for years, developing severe psychological issues and even anger management problems. But my dear father, he didn't care, and he would scold me or hit me every day. I had to eat their leftovers, wear Lin Hao's unwanted old clothes, and everything came second to Lin Hao. I could endure all of this. After all, he was my dear father. As long as father was willing to accept me, as long as he didn't kick me out, I was willing to do anything, willing to endure everything. At this point, Lin Zhuan's eyes were red, his voice choked with emotion, as if deeply wronged, a pitiful baby feels wronged, but is willing to sacrifice. Look. This fragile and helpless demeanor instantly hit many people's hearts, evoking widespread sympathy. Just then, the alarm on Lin Zhuan's phone, which he had set in advance, went off. Always taking from you and never saying thank you. Until I grew up, I realized how hard you've had it. Each time I leave, pretending to be light-hearted. Smiling, saying goodbye and tears in my eyes. The single Father released by Elle started playing. The touching lyrics instantly stirred countless netizens' emotional memories, reminding them of the great fatherly love they had received, warm and beautiful. But ironically, the father Lin Zhuan talked about was so unworthy, utterly undeserving of being praised with this song. On one side was the warm fatherly love in people's memories, and on the other was the cold and heartless father described by Lin Zhuan. The stark contrast was extremely ironic. So this person is so pitiful. If that's the case, it seems reasonable for him to hate his own father, right? Originally, most people were excited and emotional, but now, after calming down, they gradually understood Lin Zhuan's previous actions. Putting themselves in his shoes, more than just cursing, they might even have the heart to kill that despicable father. Wishing we could go back to the past and hold your warm hand. But you're not by my side. Wishing you good health in the wind's embrace. The heartfelt song continued playing. Lin Zhuan seemed to embody an award-winning actor. With the beautiful music, he touched the scar on his chest and tearfully said, "This scar was deliberately inflicted by that love child with scalding hot water. But my father, regardless of right or wrong, always scolded me at the slightest disagreement. He ignored my wounds, saying a little ointment would do. Do you think I hate him? Isn't it strange? In fact, I could endure all that. But what made me completely despair was that bastard wanted to take away the only shares my mother left me, forcing me to hand over the company to Lin Hao to inherit. From that moment, I completely lost hope in that scumbag of a father. Now he's causing trouble in my name. That's why I hate him. I wish he were dead. I don't need a father like that. How could I possibly protect him?" Lin Zhuan looked up, tears finally rolling down his face. He deliberately found a good angle for the live stream, exposing his most helpless and pitiful side to thousands of netizens and triggering many emotional breakdowns. At that moment, the song reached its climax. "Time, slow down a bit. Don't let you age anymore. I'm willing to give up everything for you to have a longer life. A lifetime of being strong. Dad, what can I do for you? Accept these insignificant care from me. Thank you for everything. Holding up our family with your hands. Always giving your best to us. Am I your pride? Still worried about me? The child you care about has grown up." This emotional and heartwarming song, meant to praise fatherly love, now felt overshadowed by Lin Zhuan's father's despicable behavior, making Lin Zhuan appear even more pitiable and deserving of sympathy. Chapter 277, Lin Zhuan's righteous act of severing ties with family. I hope Lin Jianjun is sentenced to death. Chapter 277, Lin Zhuan's righteous act of severing ties with family. I hope Lin Jianjun is sentenced to death. Sobs. Chairman Lin is so pitiful. I thought he was an unfaithful and unfilial person, but now it seems completely understandable. I was wrong, young Master Lin. I shouldn't have scolded you just now. I deserve to die. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. None of this is young Master Lin's fault. He is just an innocent victim. If it were my father, I would have killed him long ago. Does such a person even deserve to be a father? Those despicable Navy forces almost led me astray. How could Chairman Lin have a relationship with his father and still shield him? Nonsense! That kind of scum father, it's perfectly reasonable for young Master Lin to curse him to death. Even though I'm not involved, I am so frustrated. Indeed, a beastly father like that deserves to be cursed to death. Some parents don't deserve respect. I swear to uphold the Sioux Group. The Sioux Group is forever divine. From now on, my whole family will only purchase products from the Sioux Group. Mark my words. ... With Lin Zhuan's sincere emotional display, those who learned the truth immediately changed their tune and stood on Lin Zhuan's side. At this moment, no one remembers how they used to defame Lin Zhuan. The whole internet is now feeling sorry for this young Lin. Seeing this, a faint smile unknowingly appeared on the corner of Lin Zhuan's mouth, fleeting. Everything that happened today was actually within his expectations. Using the experiences of his past life, stirring up public sympathy, no matter what he did next would be considered reasonable and would not draw any criticism. You say he shielded his own father. Nonsense! If Lin Jianjun treated him like that, why would he shield him? You say he's unfilial with moral issues? How self-righteous you are! So great! Even his biological father treated him like that. Being filial is just foolish, right? A disgusting father like that does not deserve to be respected. Originally, this scar could have been completely erased without a trace using the system. Fortunately, it was left behind, and it's playing out the victim card perfectly. After this incident, the group's visibility and reputation will surely rise to a new level. The whole internet will sympathize with me, and I no longer need to be burdened by the hat of filial piety. As for the trouble caused by Lin Jianjun, from now on, I can completely shake it off without any threat. But there's still one last thing to wrap up, and then this matter will come to a close. In front of the camera, Lin Zhuan appeared sorrowful, with a scar on his chest, seemingly persecuted by his scoundrel father, drawing countless sympathies and condolences. Yet, deep inside, he was scheming on how to maximize the benefits from today's events. Shanghai Police Station. Interrogation Room. Lin Jianjun was in tears, sobbing on the floor, muttering to himself, "I'm sorry. Son, Dad is sorry." The desperate accusation from Lin Zhuan in the recent live stream still vivid in memory. In the past, he acted arbitrarily, unilaterally believing the nonsense of Lin Hao and his mother, without any doubts. Therefore, at that time, he didn't think he was wrong, feeling that he was doing it for Lin Zhuan's good, but the other party didn't understand his troubles, causing him deep distress. But today, seeing things from Lin Zhuan's perspective, he finally realized how outrageous his mistakes were, how much psychological trauma his actions caused to Lin Zhuan. Whether it was the other party's mania or the horrifying scar on the chest, the biggest culprit was actually him, the father. If it weren't for his arrogance and unilateralism, how could he have been manipulated by Lin Hao and his mother to this extent, leading to today's situation, cutting off all ties with his only son? Son, I was wrong. Dad truly knows his mistake. ... Suddenly, Lin Jianjun let out a long howl, then burst into tears and snot, grabbing the young policeman outside the iron bars. "Please, help me contact my son. I know I was wrong. I genuinely want to apologize to him. Please, little brother. ... At that moment, Lin Jianjun genuinely felt regret. He wanted to see Lin Zhuan again, sincerely seeking forgiveness. Even if Lin Zhuan chose not to save him, it would atone for his mistakes over the years. On the other side, seeing the opportunity, Lin Zhuan wiped away his tears, adjusting his posture with determined eyes. Ahem. All right, everyone. The drama should end now. The conflict with that scumbag father is irreconcilable, and it's impossible to find a connection to exonerate him. Of course, this incident caused by Lin Jianjun has a bit of connection with me. At the same time, Many innocent victims have emerged, and I will take up this responsibility, compensating for the damaged vehicles, and as for the deceased's families, I express my deep condolences. Whatever compensation is necessary, I will provide. Claps. Lin Zhuan's words instantly gained favor from the whole crowd, applause thundering, lasting for an extended period. Great! Well said. Chairman Lin, I support you, my lifelong idol. Young Master Lin is a real man. He is an innocent victim in this matter, yet he stood up without hesitation. Well done, a true man. Truly worthy of being the most passionate person in Shanghai. After today, he deserves another title, Shanghai's most sincere gentleman. Sobs, a good person. Nowadays, there are too few good people like young Master Lin who have a conscience. Tears of emotion. Everyone unanimously praised Lin Zhuan for his openness and raised their thumbs, highly appraising him. On the side, Hu Zheng and other group employees were flush with excitement, faces beaming with admiration and worship. And from now on, as long as they follow Lin Zhuan faithfully, they believe that their future will be as vast as the stars and sea. And just then, riding the wave of this admiration, Lin Zhuan made a deeply emotional request in front of the thousands of netizens. There are national laws, and there are family rules. Given the severe impact of this incident, I hereby implore the judge to sentence Lin Jianjun to death. Chapter 278. Lin Zhuan has become the representative of justice, and the entire internet supports the death penalty for Lin Jianjun. I hereby earnestly beg the judge to sentence Lin Jianjun to death. Nani? Death penalty. In the presence of the vast internet audience, Lin Zhuan's cold words instantly caused an uproar in the audience. No one expected that. The chairman of the Su Group would be so ruthless, actually wanting to directly kill his own father. Oh damn. Zun Duji Du, too ruthless. At least there is the grace of raising, isn't it a bit excessive? TSK. At first, I suspected that President Lin was just acting, and he would definitely find a way to save his father privately. It seems I was too shallow. So ruthless. But I like it. Anyone who has seen the videos about Lin Jianjun knows that guy is beyond redemption. That's right. Support young Master Lin. That beast Lin Jianjun should be sentenced to death. Even if not death penalty, at the very least a life sentence should be given. Support President Lin's request. Support young Master Lin. Lin Zhuan's act of sacrificing his own family member for justice received enthusiastic support from the vast internet audience. In various live broadcasts, the screen was filled with comments like "Young Master Lin is awesome," "Wids you're the best," "Strong support," "Cool and spicy," and other flashing barrages. Of course. No matter the era, there are always those moral hypocrites who will jump out. In the crowd, a heavily made-up female anchor held up her phone with a pained expression on her face. Chairman Lin, are you being too heartless? Even tigers do not eat their young. No matter what, that person is still your father. Even if he hasn't been very good to you, he at least raised you. Why do you need to hold on to his mistakes and not let go? As the saying goes, endure an unpleasant moment for calm waters in the future, retreat a step for a broader scope. And both being your biological sons, why does your father choose to favor the illegitimate child and choose to harm you instead? Do you have some problems yourself? Have you ever reflected on yourself? The female anchor's words, pretending to have a noble stance, stood on the moral high ground and pointed out Lin Zhuan's flaws. She thought that this wave of kindness and justice comments would surely gain her many fans and propel her into the top-ranking anchors. However, she ignored the strange looks around her, especially from Lin Zhuan, who glanced at the anchor as if she were a fool, saying nothing. I reflect your mother. Oh what? The female anchor was stunned, her face instantly looking ugly. Just as she was about to complain to the beautiful women in the live broadcast room and accuse Lin Zhuan of disrespecting women, she suddenly realized that she was a lower-class male. First of all, I need to correct you. Lin Hao is not the biological son of that scumbag father. Not a biological son? Then damn. Isn't that fellow too pitiful? For the sake of a non-blood-related hybrid, turning against his biological son. Upon hearing such explosive insider information, the crowd was full of gossip, silently mourning Lin Jianjun for 2.5 seconds. Anyone who commits a crime must pay the price. Before the law, everyone is equal. If Lin Jianjun only damaged public property, he should not face death. But after causing tragedies for two families. Not only did he show no remorse, but he also defied the law, spoke arrogantly, and had an extremely negative impact on society. The reason I request the death penalty for him. On one hand, an eye for an eye, it's reasonable. On the other hand, it's to give the victims' families closure. In full view of the public, Lin Zhuan looked sorrowful, his face heavy with sorrow. According to reliable information I've received, one of the deceased university students was abandoned by her biological parents since childhood and lived in an orphanage. Fortunately, 10 years ago, she was adopted by an elderly couple who couldn't have children due to health reasons, living a modest but happy childhood since then. Now that girl managed to work hard, study thriftily, and bring her whole family's hope to get into the prestigious Shanghai University. Perhaps in a few years, after graduating from university, their family will be able to turn their fortunes around. The girl can also help her adoptive parents live a good life through her own efforts. But what should have been a happy ending has now turned into ... The most painful thing in this world is for children to mourn their parents. Lin Jianjun didn't just take the life of that young girl in her prime, but also extinguished all hopes of that elderly couple. Tell me, should Lin Jianjun die? ... The powerful words echoed in everyone's ears. Initially, they were swayed by Lin Jianjun's arrogant attitude, class contradictions, and other emotions, but no one really cared about the victim's situation. Now, upon hearing Lin Zhuan reveal the details of the deceased, they realized the specifics of the situation. Suddenly, the crowd's eyes were ablaze with rage. Many among them, especially from impoverished families, empathized deeply, shedding bitter tears. They couldn't imagine the kind of pain that elderly couple would endure after losing their daughter. He must die. Lin Jianjun must die. Only by his death can the people's anger be appeased. That girl is so pitiful. The elderly couple is even more. Sob asterisk ... How will they live the rest of their lives? It reminds me of my childhood. Our family was also very poor back then. I swore to study hard to make my parents live a better life in the future. Now that my dream has come true, but that girl ... Not just the girl's family, the other victim, although not dead, is said to have become a vegetable, unable to wake up for the rest of their life. Curse Lin Jianjun! For such a scumbag father, how is he worthy of being Lin's father? He's not. Support President Lin's act of justice. A good person. I always thought rich people were all jerks. But now it seems there are some good ones. Support young Master Lin, support the Su group. ... At this moment, whether it was the boiling crowd on site or the millions of netizens in various live broadcasts, they were all moved by the story of the girl that Lin Zhuan narrated. They mourned for the girl from the bottom of their hearts, felt sorry for the kind elderly couple, and harbored extreme hatred towards Lin Jianjun, that lawless monster. At the same time, in everyone's eyes, Lin Zhuan had become the representative of justice to family members. Chapter 279. Lin Zhuan's strength wins over fans. Su Group's stock price soars. Kill. That beast must be killed to appease the anger of the people. ... Countless voices of the people rose, clamoring to punish Lin Jianjun to the fullest extent. Watching this scene, a glint flashed in Lin Zhuan's eyes. He knew from now on, Lin Jianjun, this troublemaker, will disappear completely from his life. Justice is nothing but human emotions. With such high public anger, combined with the heinous crimes committed by Lin Jianjun himself, in order to quickly quell the negative impact, the authorities will definitely choose to deal with him severely. Whether it's the death penalty or life imprisonment, he will no longer have any connection with that scum father. All right, everyone, calm down. Let's wait quietly for good news from the police station next. I believe the judge will make the most fair judgment. As for the poor old couple, and all the victims of this incident. Everyone need not worry. I will take full responsibility, whether it's compensation or other aspects. The group will make the most proper arrangements. Lin Zhuan's powerful and just words once again won over everyone's favor. Whether it was the crowd on the scene or the millions of netizens in the live broadcast room, at this moment, they were all excited, applauding from the heart. Clap, clap, clap. Lin is really cool. Fans, we've been won over. We've been won over. If Lin is willing to debut in place, then he deserves to be the #1 in the entertainment industry. What a responsible man. I feel that without Lin, the four greats of Mogadishu have no place. It's just not right. This is the sense of responsibility that our youth in Mogadishu should have. With a leader like Lin in the Su group, soaring profits are deserved. Lin Dong, such a great person, is sure to live a long life in the future. I heard that after Lin married our Mogadishu's #1 beauty, she miraculously woke up. Lin is truly a lucky charm for people. I used to think that the third young master of the Tang family was the most handsome man in the world. Today, after seeing Lin, my life has changed. Such a man is a true treasure boy. Faced with flattery, praise, and compliments from all directions, Lin Zhuan did not show much expression, just smiled and bowed to the crowd, and under the support of Hu Zheng and others, walked into the company. Hey, don't leave yet. Director Lin, say a few more words. Lin, we are reporters from Hunan Satellite TV. We want to interview you and invite you to join Happy Camp. We are from Zhejiang TV's program run, Brothers Group, and we'd like you to be a guest. Seeing Lin Zhuan about to leave, journalists from major newspapers and internet celebrities spoke up to detain him. But does Lin Zhuan have time to entertain them? With a casual wave of his hand, his slender figure disappeared at the company's entrance. Thus, the drama caused by Lin Jianjun came to a complete end today. However, the subsequent uproar caused by this incident is just beginning. Half an hour later, the entire internet and various self-media platforms were discussing Lin Zhuan's justified patricide. Even his heroic words during interviews and the tearful pose with a 45-degree upward gaze were turned into memes by some silly netizens, spreading like wildfire across the internet. Some netizens who hadn't watched the live broadcast initially or had no idea what had happened through the influence of breaking news also focused on the Su group and Lin Zhuan. Particularly, after watching the entire live recording, many were won over by Lin Zhuan's personal charm. Damn it! From today on, Lin is my eternal idol. Get lost. What Tang family third young master? What Sai Zukun? What four-letter brother? All go to the side. Exactly. Besides Lin, he is my unwavering faith in this life. Well said. Beasts like Lin Jianjun should just get the death penalty directly. He doesn't deserve to be Lin's father at all. Awesome. I used to think that all rich people were trash who only bullied the weak. Director Lin, however, took righteous action, not even protecting his own father. Well done. This is the epitome of a tycoon. This is true justice. At this moment, the entire internet gave unanimous praise for Lin Zhuan's actions. Some called him the representative of justice, the most genuine man in Mogadishu, the most pure gentleman in Mogadishu, the last hero in the world, etc. Various labels were heaped onto Lin Zhuan's head. Originally, Lin Zhuan was somewhat known in Mogadishu because of his title Most Sentimental Man in Mogadishu, but that was it. However, after this massive online incident, combined with his looks comparable to Pan An, his fame skyrocketed overnight. And some of Lin Zhuan's deeds, gradually brought to light by the industrious netizens with great investigative skills, began to emerge in public view. It was astonishing to many people who were previously unaware. In the first half of his life, he was aimless, unloved by his parents, had even suffered from mania, and was eventually forced by his scumfather to marry a vegetative woman. Unexpectedly, ever since he married into the Su family, he seemed like a different person, pulling off a series of remarkable feats, creating miracles along the way. Not only did he help the Su group avoid bankruptcy crisis, but also somehow obtained the beauty pill, which propelled the group to new heights. Even his wife, who was diagnosed as a vegetative, woke up under his charm. Lately, He even seemed to have made contact with the legendary L, and it seemed they were quite well-connected friends. For a moment, countless people were completely won over by Lin Zhuan. His popularity surged, and as a result, the Su group under his name also swelled, with the stock price skyrocketing. In the Mogadishu police station, in the mail cell, Lin Jianjun was completely dumbfounded, his eyes vacant, sitting dejectedly in place. His own son's recent words resounded in his ears. "I beg the judge here to sentence Lin Jianjun to death. How could this be? My son actually wants me dead. So he really hates me. Will I really be sentenced to death? No, I don't want to die. I still have so many things to do. I haven't even apologized to my son in person yet." The thought of his ultimate fate made Lin Jianjun tremble with fear. At this moment, he deeply regretted his past actions, but he truly couldn't accept being sentenced to death. Chapter 280, Lin Jianjun's Complete Collapse, The Mystery of Lin Hao's Origins. What should I do? What should I do? I don't want to die. The only one who can save me now is Lin Zhuan. What should I do to make him save me? I need to sincerely apologize to him. Tell him Dad acknowledges his mistakes. Only this way is there a glimmer of hope. Yes, as long as I show a genuine attitude of repentance, my eldest son will surely have compassion. Even if he doesn't want to save me, he will at least try to help me avoid the death penalty. No one can remain indifferent in the face of death. At this moment, Lin Jianjun is like a drowning survivor, desperately trying to grasp onto the last straw of survival. He jumped up from the ground, took 3 steps into, rushed to the iron railing, stretched his head out desperately, and roared and pleaded to the police officer. "Officer, please help me. I want to contact my son. Please. I really know I was wrong. I will definitely not act recklessly again in the future. I will live honestly with my tail between my legs. Give me another chance. Help me. Just make one phone call. Just help me contact my son. I regret not treating him properly before. I want to apologize to him in person. Can you convey that for me? Please. Good people have a peaceful life. ... Faced with Lin Jianjun's miserable appearance and tears, the young police officer showed no sympathy, but instead sneered. "What? Now you know you were wrong? Weren't you particularly arrogant before, saying that no one could touch you? I advise you to save your energy. Your criminal activities are too heinous. The whole internet is calling for your execution. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll probably end up like that. I suggest that you eat and drink well during this period, reflect on your actions in this life, and strive to be a good person in the next. If you still have a chance to be human, ... After listening to the young police officer's analysis, Lin Jianjun was struck as if by lightning, shaking his head in fear, scared to the point of soiling himself. His words instantly shattered Lin Jianjun's last remaining hopes. He gripped the railing in anguish, then started screaming and begging desperately at the young police officer. "No, you're talking nonsense. I won't die. My son won't watch me die. I already know I was wrong. As long as my son knows my regret and mistake, he will definitely save me. He is my son. Saving me is the right thing to do. Besides, I know I was wrong. I can apologize. Please, help me make a phone call. Officer, please. I beg you. This is my last chance. If you don't help me, it's like killing me. You'll be the one responsible for my death. I will never forgive you even if I become a ghost. ... Just the thought of his own death, Lin Jianjun, terrified beyond measure, completely collapsed. He looked crazed, bloodshot eyes filled with veins, staring fiercely at the young police officer, as if the officer not agreeing was akin to being a murderer. This terrifying and fierce appearance might have scared an ordinary person, but unfortunately, Lin Jianjun forgot where he was. He was facing a resolute materialistic warrior, a vanquisher of evil. Having seen criminals more ruthless than him, how could he be intimidated by his curses? A ghost, hey. Evil cannot defeat righteousness. I have a firm belief in my heart. I don't care if you're a human or a ghost, as long as you break the law. I will capture you and bring you to justice. Remember, in the face of justice, all evil will be held accountable. ... After speaking, the young police officer ignored Lin Jianjun and walked away. No, Don't go, come back. In the mail cell, Lin Jianjun clutched the iron railing, tears and snot streaming down, howling in despair. Various emotions intertwined in his mind: regret, helplessness, fear, collapse. He couldn't understand why he was the only one facing such a fate. This isn't fair. Clearly, he was the victim, not the culprit. It was Lin Hao and his mother. Yes, those despicable people. If not deceived by them, how could he end up like this? At this moment, Lin Jianjun was consumed by hatred so intense that he wanted to crush the despicable people, tear them limb from limb, drink their blood, and rip their tendons. But things turned out differently. He could only hide like a dying maggot in this damp and dark cell, clinging to his last breath, anxiously awaiting the judgment of fate. At the Modu Airport Departure Lounge, a young man with gold-rimmed glasses, fair skin, and an aura of a weak scholar. He was watching the recent live broadcast of Lin Zhuan and the video of Lin Jianjun hitting someone. 2.5 minutes later, he pushed his glasses, his expression darkening as he put down his phone. This person is the long-lost Lin Hao. Watching the video broadcast of Lin Zhuan in glory, his eyes were filled with jealousy, tinged with a deep sense of dissatisfaction. In the past, Lin Zhuan used to be like a dog in his eyes, easily manipulated, every bit of what he had being taken away by himself. In front of Lin Zhuan, he was always the dominant one. But ever since that bastard barged into the Su family celebration, everything changed. Now, the status and identity of the two have undergone a drastic change. How could Lin Hao not feel resentful? Son, the flight to the Imperial City is about to take off. Let's get ready to board. Just then, not far away, a woman with a beautiful face, looking a bit haggard due to these days of rough living, walked over. Mommy, can you finally tell me who my real dad is and what his background is? Can he truly make us live the life of luxury again? Lin Hao stood up, looking at Bai Yulin expectantly. They had been evading Zhao Hu's debt collection efforts for a while, running out of money, at their wits' end. Bai Yulin hesitated to go to the Imperial City, taking Lin Hao to find his biological father. However, she had been tight-lipped about his father's specific situation, as if there was something difficult to say. Let's board the plane first. That incident was very complicated and involved many things. But if your father is willing to acknowledge you, not only will you live a life of luxury again, you will become a true young master of the Imperial City. Your power will far exceed the so-called billionaire's son before. Lin Jianjun, that green-haired turtle, probably wouldn't even qualify to shine your father's shoes. This. Hearing about his real father's great power, Lin Hao's eyes shone brightly with excitement. Although he didn't quite understand why Bai Yulin chose Lin Jianjun, a worthless man, as her husband instead of the extraordinary figure she mentioned. But that was evidently not the point. He was confident that with his intelligence and appearance, he could gain his father's recognition. One day, I will come back. And at that time, all those who looked down on me before, I will make them pay one by one. Especially you. Lin Zhuan, you can't beat me. In front of me, you will always be just a despicable dog, just like back then. Lin Hao turned back one last time to look at Mo Du before swiftly pushing his luggage towards the boarding gate. Behind him, Bai Yulin looked worried, unsure of what fate awaited them in the Imperial City. After all, that top-notch figure didn't even know her. The reason why she was pregnant with Lin Hao was because she took the used condom from the hotel trash can where he stayed, used a syringe to artificially inseminate herself, leading to the successful pregnancy and birth of her child. Chapter 281. Let Huo Kean pee in the mirror. Does it suit my face? In the chairman's office of the Su Group. Speechless. These netizens are such idiots, they even made my emojis. Lin Zhuan sat on the boss's chair, scrolling through various news about himself on the internet, with a strange expression. In front of him, Hu Zhang and other group employees were all excited. They kept reporting on the skyrocketing stock prices and the booming sales of several new products. In summary, the company is currently developing very well, with a bright future ahead. However, Lin Zhuan seemed disinterested, casually responding with a few words. Oh, very good, well done. Keep it up, work harder. To this, Hu Zhang and the others could only smile wryly and shake their heads. They were also puzzled. Normally, when a boss hears good news like the company's soaring success, they should be ecstatic. But why does their boss seem completely uninterested? At that moment, Huo Kean remembered a recent message he had just received and reported, "Boss, your father in prison is a little restless, insisting on seeing you. He seems to have a major realization, full of remorse, and wants to apologize to you in person. Do you think I should arrange something?" Remorse? Apology? Hey, does he think that apologizing and shedding a few tears will win my sympathy? Lin Juan smirked coldly, choosing to refuse without hesitation. He was no longer interested in having any connection with his scumbag father. Do not see him. Also, regarding any news about Lin Jianjun in the future, unless necessary, do not report it to me. Yes, boss. Huo Kean nodded, secretly relieved. He was afraid that their boss might soften and go to the prison to accept the apology, regretting and wanting to save Lin Jianjun. If that news were to spread, the public would surely be outraged by being deceived. The good reputation the group had painstakingly built up would crumble in an instant, irreparable. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not happen, and the boss's rationality remained dominant. By the way, boss, the Lin Hao mother and son you asked me to keep an eye on, they bought tickets for a flight to the capital today. Looking at the time, they should be boarding soon. Do you want me to send someone to stop them? Lin Hao. Bai Yulin. When Lin Juan heard about this long-unseen mother and son, he couldn't help but pause, not taking it too seriously. After all, these two were just minor characters in the storyline, insignificant and not worth wasting time on. No need to bother. I am 95% sure. They are probably trying to escape to the capital to avoid Zhao Hu's debt collection. These two are no longer a threat. Let them be on their own. There is no need to report their affairs to me anymore. Despite saying that, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Juan decided to send a farewell gift to the Lin Hao mother and son. He mischievously sent a message to Zhao Hu, revealing the location and destination of Lin Hao mother and son. As for whether Zhao Hu could catch them at the airport or follow them to the capital to collect debts, that was Zhao Hu's own business. Lin Juan stated. He had nothing to do with it. Just the thought of completely getting rid of the strange trio of Lin Jianjun's family made Lin Juan in a good mood. He stretched lazily and then instructed Huo Kean and other group employees before preparing to go back to the Su's house, taking Su Kinj to the hospital to visit the old gentleman. Su Group, headquarters entrance. The driver respectfully opened the car door for Lin Juan. He walked out of the company and then drove the Maybach towards the Su family estate. In the back seat, Lin Juan was idly looking at the scenery along the way when suddenly, the ringtone of his Huawei phone rang. He glanced at the incoming call display on the screen. Ma Yingsh. HM, is something happening on Chu Ling's side? Since I instructed old Ma to send people to the Chu family village to secretly protect my foolish cousin from her stepfather's abuse. But I remember, the tragedy shouldn't happen that soon. Could it be the butterfly effect, causing my cousin to be in danger earlier? With a heart full of doubts, Lin Juan answered the call. Hello, it's me. Boss, there is something I need to report to you. Surprisingly, what Ma Yingsh had to say was related to the Huo family. Ever since L announced the acquisition of the Lin Group, it was equivalent to declaring himself as the group's president. Thus, many fans came, either stalking or calling the group phone, trying to figure out L's true identity. Of course, Ma Yingsh's information protection was excellent, and to this day, Lin Juan has not revealed his true identity as L, and not too long ago, Huo Kean, under the guise of a fan, had contacted Ma Yingsh actively, hoping that L could help write a song for one of his friends. He said the reward is up to us, hoping we can give him face, and our two companies will be friends in the future. Boss, how do you want to respond? Or should we just refuse directly? After listening to Ma Yingsh, a mysterious sneer appeared at the corner of Lin Juan's mouth. Hey, friends! If Huo Kean knew L's true identity, would he still say the same thing? Just tell him, let him pee in the mirror, and see if he deserves me to give him face. Are this? Okay, understood. Ma Yingsh had heard some stories about the celebration banquets of the Su Group, naturally aware of the conflict between the Huo family and his boss. So, refusal was expected. But the response was a bit vulgar, somewhat unexpected. Lin Juan intentionally chose to offend the other party. If it were Ma Yingsh himself, he would have chosen to flatter Huo Kean. After all, The Huo family's power was not to be underestimated. At least in terms of maintaining appearances, they would not have a tense relationship with them. However, words are words, and the boss's words are the decree. Even though Ma Yingsh felt it was not quite right, he would naturally stand firm and execute what Lin Zhuan said. Beep beep beep. The communication was quickly cut off, and as Lin Zhuan refocused his attention back to the scenery outside the window, his phone rang again. Chapter 282, filled with anger, transformation. I am the Super Saiyan. Ding ling ling. Ho_o. Who is it this time? Could it be that Lao Ma still has something to explain? Lin Zhuan furrowed his brow, glanced at the phone screen, and was surprised to find that the one calling him this time was Chen Kexin. Missy, Tilda Oni-chan, are you there? I am Magical Girl Din, over. Listening to the full of Chunabu energy in little Lolita's inquiry, Lin Zhuan silently replied, did not receive. Repeat, did not receive. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Beep beep beep. Jinling High-Speed Railway Station. Little Lolita, dressed in Lolita attire, listening to the busy tone on the phone, instantly felt dumbfounded. Immediately grinding her teeth in anger, she dialed back. Hey, Tilda on II-Chan Tilda, why did you hang up on me? Spit it out, if you have something to say. If it's nonsense, I'll block you. Chen Kexin pouted, looking depressed. But in order not to be blocked, she briefly explained the reason for the call. Can you do me a favor and write a song for a friend? Write a song? For whom? Weren't you going on a trip to Jinling? Why suddenly asking me to help write a song? Susu said she's not feeling well, approximately. There's no choice, this journey can only be temporarily ended. We are currently at the entrance of the high-speed rail station, planning to return to Magic City. Looking at the silent white Susu beside her, little Lolita described their current situation. As for that friend of mine, he's not really a friend. He has a business partnership with my family, and heard that I know so he came to me seeking help. You should know him. This young man who is currently popular in the entertainment industry, the third young master of the Tang family, Tang Chuan. He took up residence at our family's D station, and I've met him a few times. And the Tang family has some influence, so my parents asked me to help inquire. By the way, Tang Chuan is a super fan of yours. I think it would be beneficial for you to befriend him. That's why I contacted you to ask. If you disagree, then forget I said anything, and I'll go reject him. Tang Chuan. It's actually him. Speaking of which, this little brat still criticized me on Weibo last night. Lin Zhuan squinted his eyes, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and a mischievous smile unknowingly appeared on his lips. If it was someone else who came to request a song, Lin Zhuan wouldn't even need to think about it. She would reject them on the spot. However, unexpectedly, the visitor turned out to be his own foolish Dodo tilde. The situation was different. He was already thinking about repairing his relationship with the Tang family, and Tang Chuan's appearance might be an opportunity. Due to various reasons like mania, believing rumors, etc., the previous identity had a severe falling out with the natal family, especially the last stealing underwear incident. Both sides ended up in a complete rupture, without any contact for 3 years. As for this cousin, in his memory, he was still a decent person, quite just. Upon learning of the sudden death of the previous identity's mother, and Lin Jianjun bringing his illegitimate child in, he made a point to call his cousin to express condolences and offer help. But at that time, Lin Zhuan was influenced and blamed the Tang family for his mother's accidental death, doing many unreasonable things. In the end, chilled everyone's hearts. Fortunately, everything could still be salvaged now. With his involvement, the Tang family wouldn't suffer a tragic ending afterward. Okay, I agree. But my identity still needs to be kept secret. Seeing that Chen Kexin seemed unaware of his relationship with the Tang family, Lin Zhuan didn't explain, just reminded. LS hidden identity was useful. He didn't want to expose it too soon. Got it. Then I'll give him your alternative number. I'll ask Tang Chuan to contact you on his own. Okay. After speaking, without waiting for little Lolita's response, Lin Zhuan directly hung up the phone. Jinling High-Speed Railway Station. Hearing the busy tone of beep, beep, beeped on the phone, Chen Kexin's mouth twitched. Damn! Oto, that annoying Oni-chan kept hanging up on my call over and over again. I'm really angry. I'll go tell Kin's sister about this. In a fit of anger, Chen Kexin imitated the transformation posture of Son Goku in Dragon Ball, roaring to the sky in the bustling high-speed railway station. Ah! Anger is at its peak. Transformation. I am a Super Saiyan. This remarkable commotion immediately attracted numerous passers-by's curious and odd glances. But little Lolita didn't care about any of that. Immersed in her Chunabu world, unable to extricate herself, she clenched her fists at her waist, mimicking the movements of a Saiyan transforming incessantly. When she had thoroughly enjoyed herself, she looked around and was surprised to find that the previously silent white Susu, who had been with her all along, had mysteriously disappeared at that moment. Luckily, the observant Chen Kexin immediately noticed that not far away, white Susu was desperately trying to blend into the crowd. Susu, where are you going? You're going in the wrong direction. This way is the waiting area for the train. We haven't checked the tickets yet. Wait for me. Where are you going? Why are you running so fast? Seeing that white Susu not only ignored her, but also hastened her pace, Chen Kexin was puzzled, instinctively shouting and chasing after her, but the other person accelerated, causing little Lolita to also speed up. Thus, at the entrance of the high-speed rail station, the two girls, under the bewildered gaze of passers-by, staged a scene of chasing and fleeing, with neither able to escape. Help! So embarrassing! I must have lost my mind. Why did I choose to go on a trip with her? Can't shake her off? Who can save me? Don't chase me. You don't know me. I don't know you either. White Susu regretted deeply. Due to Chen Kexin's Chunabu behavior, she experienced more strange looks in one day than in all her decades, almost causing her social death. Finally, while little Lolita transformed into a Super Saiyan, white Susu escaped. Desperately trying to distance herself from Chen Kexin, she signaled with her eyes to the people around her. I don't know her. Unfortunately, Susu, wait for me. Why are you running so fast? What if you fall? Seeing that Chen Kexin was about to catch up with her, white Susu felt despair. Don't come near me. Chapter 283. The disastrous tea house owned by Huo Kean. In a certain VIP private room, two young masters from distinguished families faced each other in silence. So, my cousin had such a difficult time before. After watching the entire live broadcast, Tang Chuan's expression was somewhat complicated, feeling moved. He had heard about the hardships faced by Lin Zhuan's family before, but at that time, he thought it was just exaggerated rumors. Also, given the deep conflicts between the two families, Tang Chuan didn't pay too much attention. Now, watching Lin Zhuan tearfully pleading for help during the live stream, Tang Chuan couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Why did my cousin become so stubborn back then? It seems like because of the family atmosphere, he developed mental issues and suffered from mania. If only I had shown more care for him back then, maybe my cousin wouldn't have had such a tragic life. Unfortunately, it's all too late now. Tang Chuan sighed inwardly. But in order to protect his sister Tangro, he decided to distance himself from Lin Zhuan. Beside him, Huo Kean squinted his ink-black eyes, his face darkening slightly. Never did he expect that the seemingly doomed Su group was saved by Lin Zhuan's eloquent tongue, not only escaping from a public opinion crisis, but also gaining a surge in popularity. After skimming through the online trends, Huo Kean's face became even more grim. He was well aware that the Su group was striking rich this time, and the stock prices were likely to skyrocket even further. Lin Zhuan's image would also be accepted and praised by the public. Thinking about this, a storm brewed on Huo Kean's sharp face. As the saying goes, one fears brother's success and hates brother's hummer. Especially when it was his enemy, seeing the other party's wealth growing abundantly and surpassing his own, Huo Kean felt 1,000 times more frustrated than losing money himself. Huo Kean was eager to take action against Lin Zhuan, Su Fan, and others, but constrained by the elders in the family. He needed to gather insider information about the project to mobilize the family's power. The key lay in. Glancing at Tang Chuan beside him, Huo Kean noticed a hint of sympathy and reluctance on his face due to Lin Zhuan's performance. This fool! How can he be so easily deceived? As an actor, didn't he recognize that Lin Juan was acting? Why is he empathizing with him? With his acting skills. Even if he had the backing of the Tang family and that white-faced guy, he would have struggled to become a star, let alone a cannon fodder role. Huo Kean's mouth twitched, internally mocking Tang Chuan's questionable intellect. He used to consider Tang Chuan's low intelligence a benefit for tricking him. Now it seemed like a double-edged sword. To prevent any possibility of reconciliation between the Tang and Lin families, Huo Kean quickly dangled a new bait to divert Tang Chuan's attention. Zi Chuan, I've already contacted L personally to request him to write a theme song for your TV drama. Isn't that a bit too easy? Rest assured, I believe that L will do me this favor. With a sly smile on his face, Huo Kean was confident that with his current reputation, there was a 95% chance that L would agree. After all, more friends meant more opportunities. Such a straightforward principle, even a 3-year-old would understand. What reason would L have to refuse him? He could also use L to win favor with Tang Chuan, increasing the chances of success for his future plans. This plan was perfect. Wow, thanks. Thank you, Brother Chin. Brother Chin is awesome. Hearing the possibility of his idol L writing a song for him, as a loyal fan, Tang Chuan was excited and quickly began flattery. It's a small matter, no need to be so grateful. Nonchalantly waving his hand to dismiss Tang Chuan's admiration, Huo Kean acted cool. It's just a small effort for me. Ding ding. Just then, Huo Kean's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, a smile crept onto his face, and he raised the phone to show Tang Chuan. It's my secretary. It seems everything at LS side is settled, and your TV drama's theme song is ready. If there's a chance, let's see if we can arrange for you to meet L. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan's eyes lit up, eagerly nodding. To showcase the authority of the Huo family, before answering the call, Huo Kean intentionally activated the speaker function. He wanted to make sure Tang Chuan knew that L agreed to write the song, solely out of respect for Huo Kean. Hey, how did things go? Huo, young master Huo, we have managed to contact Ma Yingzhi from the Lin group. He has responded. But Huo Kean, full of confidence, cut off the secretary before she could finish, displaying an attitude of being in control. Well done. Let's set a date and have them hurry up with the theme song. Also, ask L when he's available. I have a friend who wants to meet him, and I hope he can accommodate. Secretary. As the Huo's instructions were relayed, an eerie silence engulfed the other end of the phone. Sensing something amiss, Huo Kean frowned and pressed for an answer. What's going on? Why aren't they speaking? Did they propose some demanding conditions? Oh? Well, young Master Huo, the Lin group actually didn't request anything. The secretary hesitated, but eventually, she swallowed hard and truthfully responded. I see. It seems my influence is quite significant. L choose to write the song for me voluntarily to please me. With a proud smile on his sharp face, Huo Kean was elated that a top-tier artist like L willingly gave up his benefits to impress him. Even though he was a dominant CEO, at this moment, he was still somewhat giddy with satisfaction. Catching sight of Tang Chuan's increasingly admiring gaze, the curve of Huo Kean's lips involuntarily widened. Ahem, you misunderstood, boss. The Lin group meant for them to look at themselves in the mirror. Are they worthy of us giving them face? Huo Kean, Chapter 284. My cousin is ungrateful, despicable, shameless, greedy, and lecherous. After hanging up on the secretary, Huo Kean's knife-like face was now filled with anger. His chest heaved up and down uncontrollably, his breath rapid. His hands clenched into fists, veins popping out, as he struggled to control his emotions. How daring! Shameless! Ignorant fool! The usually calm and collected patriarch was now completely defenseless, unable to control his emotions and continuously reprimanding. He never expected that. Character L would disrespect him to such an extent, it was beyond just a lack of respect. It was a naked provocation that could not be forgiven. As the saying goes, when the patriarch is angered, blood will spill 5 paces. When the patriarch smiles, life and death are unpredictable. Those who offend Huo Kean, even from afar, will be punished. At this moment, Character L, along with Lin Juan and Su Fan, were all on Huo Kean's hit list. Chen Zhe, calm down a bit, don't get too angry. Character L is definitely just joking with you. As he spoke, Tang Chuan's voice grew quieter. Even he felt like he was talking nonsense. Yet Character L was his idol, and he instinctively stood up to defend him, not wanting him to be harmed by Huo Kean. In his heart, he secretly admired his idol. As a brain-dead fan, he felt that his idol's refusal to submit to authority and willingness to offend the Huo family was particularly cool. Indeed, he lived up to his idol. Talented people are awesome. The only regret is, Character L didn't even give face to the Huo family, which meant his wish for help in writing songs was probably never going to be fulfilled. I'm not angry. Character L is quite interesting. I quite like it. I'm sorry. Sorry. Zichuan. I thought I could help you with the theme song, but it seems I have to disappoint you. ... Despite his disappointment, Huo Kean forced a somewhat ugly smile. Although he was disappointed, Tang Chuan pretended not to care and waved his hand, saying, "No worries, I'll ask some other friends in the circle for help." Oh, what's this? Just as Tang Chuan was halfway through his sentence, his phone dinged with a message. After reading the message, Tang Chuan's eyes widened in excitement, jumping up in place. This is Character L's contact information. Chen Zhe. Character L actually let me add his contact information. I can personally contact my idol now. Amazing. Ha ha ha. ... Tang Chuan was ecstatic, his mouth almost reaching his ears in a smile. When he had asked Chen Kexin for help before, it was just wishful thinking, with little chance of success. Even the Chunabu girl herself had said, Character L didn't like interacting with others, with close to zero chance of success. Who would have thought, inadvertently, things fell into place. Things happen for a reason. What you persistently think of will have a response. His idol finally heard his call and responded. At Tang Chuan's excited state, he inadvertently caught sight of Huo Kean's face, dark and seemingly about to drip with water. This made him freeze momentarily, realizing he had gotten carried away. However, it was impossible for him to give up the chance to connect with his idol. Ahem, Chen Zhe, I have something to attend to. I won't bother you anymore. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. With that, Tang Chuan couldn't wait to open the door and quickly disappeared from the room. Well done, well done. Character L, you're good. You're the third person to speak to me like this. You have successfully angered me. I'll remember you. The fire you've ignited within me will burn you into ashes. ... With a loud bang, Huo Kean's face turned purple with anger, overturning the tea table in a fit of rage. Character L not giving him face, insulting him in public. The patriarch consoled himself that everyone was the same, that guy was just odd, with such a personality. But just as he had just refused him, he then actively gave Tang Chuan his contact information. What was that about? Disrespecting the Huo family, or looking down on him? Huo Kean. The enraged Huo Kean immediately called his personal secretary, roaring with orders, "Within 3 minutes, I want all the information on Character L this bastard. If you can't do it, you know what to expect." Secretary. ... As soon as Tang Chuan left the tea house, following the contact information given, he eagerly added Character L on WeChat. Soon, Character L accepted his friend request. With a heart full of excitement and trembled hands, Tang Chuan opened his idol's chat box. The profile picture of Character L was rather strange, a woman sitting in front of the camera, asking for gifts. Not thinking too much about it, Tang Chuan assumed it was just a random internet image his idol chose. Continuing to restrain his excitement, with trembling hands, he clicked on Character L's profile picture to peek at their moments. To his surprise, Character L's moments were extremely simple, with just a few white text images. ... After seeing the few images in Character L's moments, Tang Chuan fell silent. Then awkwardly, he opened the chat window, preparing to start a private chat. "Are you there?" Taking a deep breath, Tang Chuan nervously typed, waiting for a response. Ding! Soon, Character L replied, with a short message that puzzled Tang Chuan. "Not here." This threw Tang Chuan off entirely. He swallowed hard, racked his brain, then continued typing. The great character L, you are really humorous. Let me introduce myself. I'm Tang Chuan, your fan. I would like to invite you to compose a theme song for my TV drama. Are you available? The price is negotiable. I admire you a lot. There's no room for bargaining. Taking a deep breath after sending the message, Tang Chuan was unable to sit still, consumed with anxiety. Would he agree? What if he refused? God help him! Ancestors of the Tang family, bless him. May his idol-worshipping endeavors succeed. Dinged finally, Character L replied to the message, but the content left Tang Chuan perplexed. Character L, what do you think of your cousin Lin Juan? I will provide an answer based on your response. Ha! Why suddenly mention my cousin? Tang Chuan was baffled. Despite his confusion, Tang Chuan honestly expressed his thoughts. My cousin, he's ungrateful, despicable, lacks ambition, short-sighted, arrogant, greedy, and lecherous. Character L, ... Apologies, got a bit busy today. As a gesture of apology, I'll send out 30 RMB Alipay red envelope as usual. It's not much, but feel free to grab it if interested. The password is to give a gift each, and the backend will automatically respond with one randomly. IL? Chapter 285. My foolish bean sprout. How would you survive without my cousin? Chapter 285. My foolish bean sprout. How would you survive without my cousin? 2.5 minutes later, there was no response from L in the chat box. Tang Chuan suddenly slapped his head, realizing something was wrong. Oh no! I heard that L seems to have an ambiguous relationship with my cousin, or they are business partners. Could they be friends? In that case, would the idol be influenced by the other person's temptation? If Lin Juan spoke ill of me in his ear, wouldn't it affect the idol's opinion of me? Tang Chuan furrowed his brows, wanting to urgently retract the message. Unfortunately, it was too late. L had already seen the message he sent, and the chat box even showed the other party is typing a message. Ding! After a while, the idol's message came slowly. I've met your cousin a few times. In my opinion, your cousin is a person with many virtues. Even if I were to speak praises for 3 days and 3 nights, perhaps it wouldn't be enough. But you are wrongly smearing a person of such noble character privately, reflecting on your morals. I'm personally very disappointed in you. Staring at the long string of praises, Tang Chuan was dumbfounded, not understanding what kind of relationship existed between Lin Juan's cousin and his idol that would make the idol hold him in such high regard. But one thing he learned was that L said he was very disappointed in him. His idol actually said he was very disappointed in him. Just a few words made Tang Chuan feel as if his world had crumbled, and he felt awful. Damn cousin OO! What kind of brainwashing did he do to my idol? Why would he defend him like this? Envy and hatred. My idol must have been deceived by Lin Juan's sweet words. He's truly too kind and naive. No. I must find a way to save my idol, so he doesn't continue to be deceived by my cousin. OWW. But what should I do? My idol already has a misunderstanding about me. What should I do? Ding. Just when Tang Chuan was feeling lost and helpless, L messaged him again. You just asked me to write a song for you. Sorry, I refused times. Rejected. My idol rejected me. Upon receiving this disappointing result, Tang Chuan felt drained of all his energy, slumping on the ground. Thankfully, there's always a way out. 2.5 minutes later, as Tang Chuan lay on the ground, silently crying. Ding! Another message from L came. Tang Chuan swooshed up from the ground, trembling as he opened the WeChat chat box. If you still want me to write a song for you, unless your cousin comes to me personally, then I might consider giving him face. Alright, I have something to do. Don't disturb. What's this? The initial joy of seeing the idol, willing to give him a chance, was overshadowed by the condition that Lin Juan must personally come to him. This made Tang Chuan hesitant. His Tang family and that despicable cousin had long cut off contact, not seeing each other for at least 3 years, and communication between them was blocked. In this situation, how could he make that guy plead on his behalf to Lin Juan? Apologize to Lin Juan? Beg him submissively? No way, absolutely not. How could I bow down to such a maniac? But if Lin Juan is unwilling to help, what about my idol? No, looking at it from a different perspective. I can learn from King Gujian and endure hardships. L must have been deceived by Lin Juan, which makes him trust the other person so much. I must make him know the true face of my cousin. Otherwise, who knows if my idol might be taken advantage of by my cousin, and what if something happens to L? He is the hope of the Chinese music industry. No, he is the hope of the entire global entertainment industry. For the world, for my idol. What's a little sacrifice for myself? As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Now I don't know L's background or identity. I don't even know if the person is male or female, young or old, no leads to follow. But my cousin must know. I have to use him to get close to L. That's the only way to save him from the clutches of that despicable cousin. ... At that moment, Tang Chuan wiped away the tears on his face, feeling solemn. Suddenly, he felt immensely great about himself. After all, what he had to do concerns the entire Chinese music industry, even the whole world. In other words, he, Tang Chuan, is the savior of this tone-deaf world. Sujiata Manor. After sending his final message, Lin Juan put away his phone and got out of the car. He had some thoughts about mending the relationship with his natal family, but he couldn't just go back to them and be obsequious like a lapdog. If reconciliation was to happen, they should come to him, seeking his favor instead. For instance, his cousin Tang Chuan. Lin Juan would never actively seek him out. HMPH. It's all about playing it cool, making him come to kneel before him voluntarily. Speaking of which, my cousin has a pretty tragic ending. I remember after the completion of the TV series he participated in, to celebrate the end of filming and thank the crew for their hard work, director Wang Jing would host a completion banquet. TSK. At this banquet, Tang Chuan would be drugged and set up, taken to a hotel, and subjected to man-on-man action. Even got infected with HIV because of it. ... Recalling Tang Chuan's miserable fate, Lin Juan shuddered involuntarily and clenched his muscles. Well, after all, he's his cousin, Tilda. If his performance can satisfy him, it's not impossible to intervene and protect his backside. Ah, my foolish bean sprout, how would you survive without my cousin? Lin Juan sighed, shook his head, brushed off unnecessary thoughts, and walked into the manor. Chapter 286, The Strange Su Kinj. On the other side, Tang Chuan, who had already returned home, furrowed his brows tightly, racking his brain in deep thought. He didn't know how to deceive his cousin in order to obtain clues about his idol from him. Just then, a sigh that seemed to be coming from afar, yet also near, faintly rang in his ears. Ah, my foolish little beans Tilda who is speaking? Tang Chuan suddenly widened his eyes, jumped up from the sofa, and looked around the empty villa with a face full of confusion. What's going on? Did I just hear someone speaking? But there's clearly no one at home. Strange. And that voice, how does it sound a bit like my beastly cousin? It's just like he's speaking to me right next to my ear. Haunted during broad daylight. This can't be possible, right? Could it be that I was thinking about my beastly cousin so intensely just now that I even started hallucinating? Tang Chuan was full of doubt. But since he couldn't find an answer, he had to dismiss it as an illusion and put it out of his mind. Ring ring, his phone suddenly rang, interrupting Tang Chuan's thoughts. Hashu, hello. Director Wang Jing. Why do you have time to call me? Are you inquiring about the theme song? Rest assured, I have a lead. Not because of that, Tang Xiao. Everyone has worked hard on this shoot, so I thought of rewarding all the crew members. The day after tomorrow, I invite everyone to have a wrap-up banquet at a nearby hotel. Since you are the male lead of this drama, you must be there, okay? Don't worry. I'll definitely be there. And I'll also say goodbye to everyone. ... After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Chuan noted down the name of the hotel and the banquet time and ended the call proactively. He was no stranger to wrap-up banquets mentioned by the director. In the entertainment industry, after the completion of filming movies, television dramas, and other film and television works, a celebration banquet is specially held to celebrate the successful completion of the shoot and thank the hard work of the crew members. Usually, the entire crew is invited to attend, including actors, directors, producers, cameramen, editors, and other relevant personnel. At the wrap-up banquet, everyone can share their filming experiences, celebrate successful collaboration, and strengthen the connection and friendship among the crew members. In general, the wrap-up banquet is an important tradition in the film and television industry, serving as a time for crew members to communicate and celebrate. Tang Chuan, a well-known young actor, had already attended many wrap-up banquets before and should have been familiar with the routine. However, for some reason, since a while ago, his right eyelid had been twitching inexplicably, making him slightly uneasy. As the old saying goes, a twitching left eye signifies good luck, while a twitching right eye signifies misfortune. Could this be a sign of something bad about to happen? Thinking like this, Tang Chuan shook his head with a bitter smile. He considered himself too sensitive. After all, it's already the 21st century. We must believe in science. Su family manor. Lin Zhuan, in a cheerful mood, returned to the familiar bridal chamber, whistling. As soon as he pushed open the door, a news broadcast sounded in his ears. According to the morning news report, a few days ago, a super criminal responsible for 3 deaths escaped from prison and remains at large. The news continued, causing Lin Zhuan to feel somewhat surprised. He remembered seeing news about this fugitive a few days ago and thought he would be captured soon. But not only did he manage to persist until now, but he also committed more crimes along the way, resulting in several more deaths, including an 8-year-old victim. This ruthless fugitive posed a serious threat to society, endangering the lives of the civilians. Currently, the police are conducting city-wide searches. To ensure the safety of the public, the police are urging citizens to remain vigilant and report any suspicious individuals to them immediately. We once again remind the public to prioritize their safety, not to trust strangers easily, and to avoid going out alone. If there is any suspicious activity, please report it promptly. Let us work together to maintain social peace and harmony. Inside the house, a beautiful and cold-looking girl sat solemnly in a wheelchair, watching the morning news on TV. Lin Zhuan quietly approached her from behind and observed the description of the culprit's deeds on the news, feeling somewhat puzzled. He recalled seeing news about this fugitive a few days ago, and he thought that he would be captured soon. To his surprise, not only did he persist until now, but he also committed more crimes, truly a violent criminal. You're back. Sensing Lin Zhuan's return, Su Qinj controlled the wheelchair to turn around, smile lightly, and greeted the man. Although the girl's speech was still somewhat intermittent, it was becoming clearer gradually. Even without using AI voice conversion, one could understand her words. Yes, I'm back. Lin Zhuan smiled and squatted beside the wheelchair, holding Su Qing's hand curiously. Qinj, are you interested in this matter? You also seemed quite focused on it at the company. Hearing this, Su Qing's eyes flashed with a hint of strangeness, pondered for a moment, and then asked back, do you think such a person deserves to die? Such a heinous criminal is guilty. They should face justice. If I were to encounter them, I would definitely subdue them on the spot to prevent further innocent victims. No, this beast doesn't even spare children. It's better to kill him on the spot. After all, letting such a person live is a waste of air. Killing him is a service to the people. It's simply a relief. To show his righteousness in front of the girl, Lin Zhuan spoke with conviction, full of righteousness. However, what he did not notice was, Su Qinj heard every word of his in its entirety, and a light shone in her eyes as she whispered to herself, justice, serving the people by eliminating harm. At this moment, Lin Zhuan belatedly realized that the Su Qinj today seemed a bit strange. Unable to resist, he reached out, pinched the girl's cheek, and curiously said, Qinj, are you okay? You seem to be troubled with something. You can tell me anything. Feeling the warmth coming from his cheek, Su Qinj blushed slightly, shook her head slowly, and said, it's nothing. I just feel the vulnerability of life, hoping that the culprit can be brought to justice soon. All right then, let's go to the hospital. I want to visit Grandpa. Okay, I'll take you. Lin Zhuan squinted his eyes, feeling intuitively that the girl in front of him was hiding something. But since she didn't want to say more, Lin Zhuan didn't pursue further, stopped asking questions, and got up to push the wheelchair outside. Chapter 287, Life and Death Challenge in the Martial World, the Battle of Su Fan's Fame. Chapter 287, Life and Death Challenge in the Martial World, the Battle of Su Fan's Fame. First People's Hospital of Magic City. When Lin Juan pushed the wheelchair into the ward, he happened to see Su Fan massaging the old man. He positioned the old man's buttocks towards himself, stacked his hands together, and kept pressing down. The scene of this old and young duo was truly unbearable to watch. Lin Juan's mouth twitched as he tried hard to control his almost bizarre expression. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he had taught Su Fan the danking massage technique in the past. "Brother Su Fan, hi. You've worked hard," Lin Juan greeted first, with a smile on his face. "Morning," Su Fan replied concisely, still wearing that unfriendly look. However, when his gaze fell on his sister, there was a hint of imperceptible tenderness. "Morning, Su Fan." Noticing the man's gaze, Su Kean nodded in acknowledgement and politely returned the greeting. Although her initial impression of Su Fan was not very good, since he started coming over to give her grandfather massages, Su Kean gradually began to change her opinion of him. However, she found it somewhat puzzling that sometimes Su Fan would look at her with a strange expression. It wasn't because of her appearance, generating an offensive or aggressive gaze that made her uncomfortable, but rather a feeling of compassion. Su Kean couldn't describe it. After all, they were not acquaintances, so the look in his eyes seemed somewhat inexplicable. What made her even more puzzled was that sometimes, from between Su Fan's eyebrows and eyes, she could vaguely see the shadow of a deceased person, creating a faint sense of familiarity. "Damn it, it seems like I haven't rested well these days. I'm starting to have hallucinations. How can I absurdly connect these two unrelated people together? In this world ... there are no two completely identical flowers. Some people are destined to be unique." Su Kean closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and cleared her mind of clutter. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze became resolute. Although she didn't know why Su Fan harbored goodwill towards them, he had considerable strength as a martial artist, making it valuable to befriend him. Perhaps one day, they would require the help of Su Fan's power, which would be beneficial for her and Lin Juan, so why not take advantage of it? On the sickbed, Su Fan, who was massaging, seemed to recall something, and suddenly looked up at Lin Juan and the others, saying, "I might need to leave for a day or two in a while. I have some personal matters to attend to. I'll solve it as soon as possible and come back to treat Mr. Su." Su Kean nodded lightly at the words, neither curious about Su Fan's privacy or urging him to return quickly. After all, Su Fan had no blood relation to them. Helping was a favor, not helping was their duty. Since he was willing to take care of her grandfather with such dedication, Su Kean felt grateful in her heart and naturally wouldn't overstep. On the other hand, Lin Juan's eyes narrowed slightly and he fell into contemplation after hearing Su Fan's words. Personal matters? Strange. With the big brother's personality. There shouldn't be anything more important than this before the old man wakes up, right? This timing. Wait a minute, could it be? Lin Juan's mind suddenly brightened, and he slapped his forehead in realization. He recalled the Jianghu Life and Death Challenge. To prevent internal disputes among martial artists causing immeasurable damage to the public, the officials specifically formulated the Life and Death Challenge for martial artists to resolve irreconcilable conflicts between them. It determined both victory and life or death. And this was Su Fan's Battle of Fame in Magic City. Through this battle, the name of Master Su officially entered the eyes of the major forces in the Magic City. This is typically a stage set up for the protagonist to show off, right? After this Jianghu Life and Death Challenge, the big brother successfully appeared before the big shots. Although I'll continue to be ridiculed by those little kids every time. But there will always be a big shot exclaiming Master Su, and helping the protagonist show off, scaring the little ones away. I remember his opponent this time was the martial master Zhang Yangping. Right. In order to avenge his disciple Fang Mo, who was cut in half by the big brother at the Han family, he sent a challenge. Unfortunately, how could a normal antagonist ever win against the protagonist? You can guess the outcome. He ended up as a stepping stone to the big brother's fame in the end. After understanding the ins and outs of the situation, a hint of a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Lin Juan's mouth, his eyes filled with interest. Honestly, he was quite eager to witness Su Fan's Battle of Fame in person. After all, when he read the novel back then, Immersing himself in Su Fan's perspective, it felt really cool and exhilarating. Moreover, the last time he activated the skill Mirror of Duplicates, he had a speculation. What if he could try using the mirror skill on someone else? If he could simultaneously duplicate and paste the strengths from several people, perhaps he could achieve a stack of powers in terms of strength and speed. In that case, Su Fan might not be able to defeat him anymore, right? Indeed, the strength obtained from Su Fan was 1. After duplicating and pasting simultaneously from several people, it would be 1 equals 1. However, if he replicated the strengths from multiple individuals at the same time, even though their strengths were far inferior to Su Fan, 10.010.010.010.010.01 is greater than or equal to 1. The more Lin Zhuan thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Unfortunately, most people in reality were ordinary, and there were very few martial artists. But the Jianghu Life and Death Challenge was different. It would certainly gather the majority of martial artists existing in the world, making it the best place for him to copy and paste on a large scale, right? Regarding this Life and Death Challenge, if I recall correctly, the Tang family. My little aunt will also die in this event. Well, let's take it step by step. If by chance I meet her, I wouldn't mind helping her out once. Speaking of the Tang family, I wonder how my unfortunate cousin is doing now. However, Old Ma arranged for bodyguards around the Chu family village, so nothing major should happen. Chapter 288. The Badger Swapped the Princess. The predicament of the true rich girl Chuling. Chu's village. Cough, cough, cough. In a dim and damp room, Chuling, dressed in tattered clothes, was in pain with a contorted face, coughing incessantly. In the center of the room, there was a small bed. Apart from the bed, the rest of the room was piled with firewood. It was clearly a woodshed, visibly dirty, messy, and poor. Yet this was the place Chuling had lived in since childhood. Next to the woodshed, slightly to the right, was the pigsty, where over a dozen piglets were squealing desperately, obviously hungry. However, the girl who usually took care of feeding them and took them to the city to sell, now lay on the bed coughing incessantly, too weak to get up. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Chuling felt a sudden turmoil in her stomach, unbearable pain. When she removed the handkerchief again, it was already stained with fresh blood. Heh. Looking at the horrifying blood stains on the handkerchief, Chuling felt no fear. Instead, she grinned bloodily and let out a bitter laugh. As the saying goes, the greatest sorrow is a dead heart. Chuling felt that she was in this kind of state right now. She thought that after finding out about her stomach cancer, her parents would at least become a bit more caring towards her. But contrary to her expectations, ever since being brought back home by Chu Shang yesterday, not only did he not show any concern for her, but he even took out all the frustration he had encountered at the hospital on her, beating and kicking her. Her supposed mother in name, Dao Yan, coldly stood by, laughing as if watching a show. If not for a neighbor hearing her screams and rushing over to stop it, she might have been beaten to death yesterday. So, is the feeling Lin Zhuan expressed in the hospital real? Even now, Chuling's mind kept echoing the thoughts she had overheard after awakening her superpower in the hospital. Were her biological parents someone else? Initially, Chuling had some doubts and couldn't completely deny the possibility of her hallucinations. But the actions of Chu Shang and his wife not only chilled her heart entirely, but also made her more inclined to believe in Lin Zhuan's thoughts. After all, no parents, upon learning that their daughter had stomach cancer, would not only not try to cure and save her, but even have an attitude of wanting the person to die quickly. Abnormal incidents must have monstrous origins. Chuling was no fool. She could keenly feel that her parents truly wanted to bring her to her doom, as if to clear obstacles for their biological daughter. I need evidence to confirm my thoughts. Just as Chuling wiped off the bloodstains from the corner of her mouth, her eyes gradually turned cold. Bang! The door of the woodshed was kicked open with a deafening noise. The intruder was a woman in her 40s, with sharp and harsh features typical of a rural woman. Dao Yan, nominally Chuling's mother. She burst in aggressively, muttering insults. You little wretch, are you dead in bed? If you don't take the pigs to the city to sell today, you couldn't even feed the pigs. If we let the pigs starve, how would we celebrate the new year by slaughtering them? You're just a waste of money. You're not even worth as much as a pig. How did I give birth to such a lowlife like you? Dao Yan rolled up her sleeves, glaring viciously at Chu Ling as if she was going to strangle her. Except, there was a hint of satisfaction and excitement in her eyes. Nobody understood Chu Ling's background better than her. She was the little princess of the Tang family in Magic City. The Tang family, a super rich family worth billions. Frankly speaking, she could only look up to such a grand figure throughout her life, beyond reach, not even qualified to meet such an existence. But now, a daughter of such a big family was being insulted and abused at will by her. It was such a gratifying feeling of superiority. Dao Yan smirked, feeling smug. Particularly the thought that her own daughter was now living a life of splendor and privilege in the city, being nurtured carefully by that high-ranking couple as if their own biological daughter. Dao Yan's pride swelled uncontrollably within her. Hey, what powerful and influential big shots! Weren't they all being manipulated by this rural woman? At this moment, Dao Yan was extremely glad that 18 years ago, she staged a Badger Swap's princess performance. I have stomach cancer. It hurts a lot. I am too weak to work. Also, I haven't eaten since last night. I need to eat first. I am coughing up blood. Mom, can you help me buy some painkillers? I am in so much pain. Chu Ling raised the handkerchief stained with blood, clutching onto the last sliver of hope, looking at her mother imploringly. Even if the two might not be related by blood, after spending 18 years together, speaking bluntly, even raising a dog, after 18 years, would be enough to make the dog the closest family member. However, what made Chu Ling despair was, instead of feeling sorry for seeing her in this dying state, Dao Yan even involuntarily revealed a hint of delight on her face. In an instant, Chu Ling's hope vanished, replaced by anger, hatred. Chapter 289, Chu Ling's Awakening and Rebellion at Chu Family Village in the dilapidated straw house. Amid Tao Yan's venomous curses, Chu Ling felt completely hopeless, replaced by anger, hatred. For the first time in her life, she lost control of her emotions, loudly shouting out the grievances that had been accumulating in her heart for years. Why do you treat me like this? Do you really see me as your daughter? Ever since I can remember, you have either scolded or hit me. You make me do all the dirty and tiring work in the house. Even when I work, you don't give me enough food, justifying it as ... not wanting me to be lazy and eat too much. Heh. The reason I got stomach cancer is because of prolonged hunger and malnutrition. But as a mother, once you found out the truth, you not only felt no guilt, but also threatened me to give up treatment, conspiring with father to imprison me. I used to have nightmares every night, doubting the purpose of my existence, even considering suicide. I envied the other children in the village who had parents' care, living like little princesses. But I am just your punching bag. Whenever you're in a bad mood, you vent on me, beating me as if I were an enemy. Several times, I wondered if I could survive, whether you would kill me on the spot. Chu Ling's eyes were red, her emotions growing more and more intense as she tried to express all the grievances in her heart in one go. However, her heart full of grievances would probably take days to finish talking about. At this moment, the most puzzled person was none other than Tao Yan herself. For the past 18 years, she had intentionally raised Chu Ling to be submissive, never allowing her to disobey her orders. Under her careful care, Chu Ling had indeed been like a lamb, obediently enduring all the beatings and scoldings. Just one word from her, and the other party would obediently get up and do as told. But today, this brat not only dared to ignore her, but also dared to rebuke her right then and there. You wretch, shut up! Smack! Tao Yan, who had come to her senses, immediately darkened her face and raised her hand to slap Chu Ling, causing her to feel dizzy. Rebelled, have you had enough, you little wretch? How dare you talk back to me? I'm your mother. Whatever I tell you to do, just do it without talking back. Why so much nonsense? It seems I haven't hit you enough these past days. Are you getting too restless, forgetting your place? Fine. Today I'll teach you a lesson once and for all. Double quotes ... While speaking, Tao Yan had a cold smile on her face, completely disregarding Chu Ling's illness, and was ready to slap her a few more times. This had been her favorite thing to do for the past decade and a half. Just think about it. This was the daughter of a powerful and wealthy family. Originally, she was nothing in front of such a person. But now she could hit her for fun, Was there anything more satisfying in the world? Tao Yan's eyes glowed with excitement, a sick smile appearing unconsciously on her face. Just as her claws were about to hit Chu Ling, who had long felt disillusioned and had developed a sense of rebellion, suddenly reached out, grasping Tao Yan's wrist, preventing her from moving forward. You little wretch! How dare you block me even when your parents hit you for your own good? Tao Yan was stunned, unable to believe what was happening. She never thought that the piece of trash that didn't even dare to speak loudly to her would now not only block her, but also hit her back. In the face of Tao Yan's furious reaction, Chu Ling remained cold-faced, not saying a word. Seeing Tao Yan raise her other hand to hit her again, and remembering the years of abuse and humiliation she had endured, Chu Ling suddenly felt a spark of anger rising within her. Instinctively, she fought back, swinging a heavy slap directly at Tao Yan's face. Smack! Due to her long-term malnutrition and weak body caused by stomach cancer, Chu Ling's blow was not very strong. Yet Tao Yan still widened her eyes, covering her cheek as she stepped back in shock, completely dumbfounded. You, how dare you hit me? Chu Ling had always been a punching bag at home, allowing her to be beaten and scolded at will. But today, with one careless move, she had been slapped by this little wretch. It was a great humiliation. A furious Tao Yan's face suddenly turned icy cold, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Animal, have you gone mad? I'm your mother. How dare you hit even your own mother? You little rebel who disrespects your elders. It's better to raise a dog than raise you. You're finished. Watch me beat the shit out of you today." Quickly, Tao Yan walked out of the straw house, her voice gradually fading. And as Chu Ling watched her leave, a strange light flashed in her eyes, her mysterious origin, perhaps about to be revealed. Chapter 290. Chu Ling's calculations lead to the truth in the living room. Chu Shang was busy browsing Douyin, happily watching live streams of beautiful women and occasionally sending a few virtual gifts like for love, certified master, great health care, update reminder. At this moment, Dalian entered the room grumbling, "So noisy. What's with all the howling and crying?" Interrupted from his enjoyment, Chu Shang responded irritably. Seeing her husband, Dalian glanced towards the quiet direction of the woodshed, lowered her voice, and asked eagerly, "Master, did you encounter any trouble in the city during this visit? I feel like that brat seems a bit different now. Not only did she dare to hit me, she also said to my face that I'm not her real mother." Reflecting on Chu Ling's certainty in her recent words, Dalian couldn't help feeling a sense of panic. The look in her eyes. It didn't seem like baseless speculation, but more like she already knew the truth. But that couldn't be possible, right? She couldn't know. "What are you saying?" Chu Shang initially didn't take it seriously, but after hearing Dalian's guess clearly, he jumped up in shock, a look of fear flashing in his eyes. This was no joke. Apart from the fact that they had switched the children without consent, which was already illegal, getting caught would mean jail time. And once the truth was out, the Tang family would not spare them. To those big shots, squashing them like ants would be as easy as pie, and there would be plenty of means to make them disappear accidentally. It's impossible. That brat couldn't possibly know. Absolutely impossible. We kept that incident so secret. In fact, to minimize exposure, for the past 18 years, we haven't even dared to contact our real daughter. Besides the two of us, there couldn't possibly be a third person who knows. I'm 95% sure, definitely impossible. As Chu Shang continued to brainwash himself, his inner panic gradually subsided. On the other hand, Dalian furrowed her brow in silence. She also thought the possibility of exposure was unlikely. After all these years, the couple had been cautious enough. It didn't make sense for the truth to come out, right? But whenever she thought of Chu Ling's sharp gaze, Dalian felt a twinge of hesitation and unease. "Master, what if that brat overheard our conversation?" "That's impossible. Every time we talked about that matter, we chose late at night, or when that little brat wasn't home. She couldn't have eavesdropped." Chu Shang carefully recalled for a moment, still shaking his head in denial. Indeed, they felt proud of their act of substitute the princess with a civet cat and gloated about it, occasionally checking for news about their real daughter and discussing it with a sense of accomplishment. But to prevent any accidents, they had been extremely cautious each time, making it impossible for outsiders to find out. The more Chu Shang thought about it, the more confident he became. Looking at the somewhat anxious Dalian as he reassured her, don't overreact. I think you're overthinking it. The brat must have just said it without thinking. Otherwise, she would have run away long ago. How could she still be staying in this house for over 10 years? Seeking abuse. Actually, thinking about it carefully, it's not surprising that she would have doubts. That brat has stomach cancer. Under the pressure of death, naturally she would be suspicious. And normal parents wouldn't behave like us, so it's normal for her to have doubts. After hearing Chu Zhang's analysis, Dao Yan also found it reasonable and gradually calmed down. Perhaps she was indeed overthinking it. HMPH. That little bastard nearly scared me to death. She dared to hit me before. Just wait, I'll definitely give her a good beating later. Dao Yan, completely relieved, covered her face with her hands, her expression fierce. Chu Shang nodded in agreement beside her. Between the two of them, they could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Over the past 18 years, whenever they bullied Chu Ling, engaging in those acts of superiority. They genuinely felt a sense of relief and satisfaction from within. After all, she was the heiress of $1 billion conglomerate. Yet now, she was being treated like a dog, subject to their abuse as they pleased. In this world, was there anything more satisfying than this? Well, that brat does deserve a beating. If you hadn't stopped me last night, I would have had a good time for sure. I stopped you because I was worried you might actually kill her. What about the old village chief? Have you forgotten? Mentioning the old village chief, Chu Shang frowned. The old man may be old in age, but not in mind. At 60 years old, he still wanted to marry a young bride. But which normal father in the village would willingly throw their daughter into a pit of fire? So, the old man's eyes fell on Chu Ling, proposing to buy Chu Ling with a 10,000 yuan betrothal gift. That brat won't live long. Rather than that, let's just get some money out of it. If she ends up being tormented to death by the village chief later, we'll have one less thing to worry about. After all, we don't really care if she dies, right? Oh well, let's not touch that little brat for now. If we end up beating her to death in her sickly state, that would be troublesome, and we'd lose 10,000 yuan. Facing Dao Yan's continuous chatter, Chu Shang silently nodded, a hint of sinister look passing through his pupils. He thought back to Chu Ling walking in front of him in the hospital, her swaying little bottom, round and perky. Unconsciously, that brat had also grown up. He had raised her for so many years. Instead of letting that old man have the upper hand, wouldn't it be better to have her give her first night to him as a way of repaying his nurturing care? Thinking about this, an eerie curve formed at the corners of Chu Zhang's mouth. After all, she was the daughter of a top family, still young at 18 years old. If it were under normal circumstances, a golden spoon-born girl like her was bound for a bright future, enjoying the adoration of countless young talents and living happily ever after. A grotesque old man like him wouldn't even have the qualification to meet her in normal circumstances, let alone abuse her. But now this heaven's proud girl was about to be defiled and used by him, a rural man, which was truly exciting just to think about. The curve at Chu Zhang's mouth grew wider, his excitement palpable. But this lecherous and perverse expression, seen by the suspicious Dao Yan beside him, made her face look strange. Master, what's wrong with you? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking how clever you are, my wife. Chu Shangfei coughed a few times, his eyes dodging as he quickly changed the subject. 18 years ago, it was your wit that allowed us to switch the two children, giving us the chance to climb the social ladder. There's no need to say it. Our daughter is extremely favored at the Tang family now. After that brat Chu Ling dies, we can start trying to contact Zero, our real daughter, and lead a life of luxury. Looking pleased and triumphant on her sharp and sarcastic face, it appeared as if Dao Yan could already see their real daughter's arrival, ready to take them to enjoy life in the city. 2.5 minutes later, the increasingly excited couple, holding hands, walked out the door, laughing loudly and planning to celebrate early with a good meal. Click! As the couple walked away, leaving the room completely empty. The door to the woodshed was gently pushed open, and Chu Ling cautiously stepped out. Seeing no one around, she quickly came to the living room and stealthily retrieved an old tape recorder hidden under the sofa. She then hurried back to the woodshed, sat on the only small bed in the room, took a deep breath, and pressed the play button. New Year is coming, and I'll be giving everyone big red packets. For now, here's a small gift for you all. 300 red packets, 30 yuan each. Interested brothers can still receive them in Alipay by entering the password just send a gift, and the system will automatically send it to you _. I've even arranged a special I New Year's Blessing Red packet for everyone _. Chapter 291. Lin Zhuan is actually a reborn individual. And I am the legendary daughter of fortune. In the evening, as the sun sets in the west, inside the firewood room, Chu Ling, with a nervous heart, pressed the play button on the old tape recorder. The next moment, a familiar voice entered her ears. "The master, I feel like that wretched girl seems a bit different. Not only did she dare to hit me just now, she also said to my face that I'm not her biological mother. Impossible! That wretched girl couldn't have known. Absolutely impossible. We kept that matter so secret back then. Even to reduce the chance of exposure, for these 18 years, we didn't even dare to contact our biological daughter. Other than the two of us, there couldn't possibly be a third person who knows. I am 95% sure. Absolutely impossible. The master. Do you think that wretched girl might have overheard our conversation? How is that possible? Every time we talked about that matter, we always chose late nights when it's quiet, or when that wretched girl wasn't at home. She couldn't have overheard. You're probably overthinking it. That wretched girl probably just said it without thinking. Otherwise, she would have left a long time ago. Why would she stay in this house for over a decade? To court trouble. That wretched girl has stomach cancer. Under the pressure of death, she's naturally suspicious. And with normal parents, it's understandable for them to have doubts like us. HMPH. This mixed breed nearly scared me to death. She dared to hit me earlier. Wait and see. I'll teach her a lesson later. Yes, that wretched girl deserved to be hit. If you hadn't stopped me last night, I would have definitely enjoyed myself to the fullest. Sigh, I'm just afraid you'd end up really killing someone. What about the old village chief? Have you forgotten? That wretched girl won't live long. Might as well make some money out of it. If she gets harassed to death by the village chief later, we'd be even more relieved. After all, we've always hoped for her death, right? Forget it. Let's not bother that wretched girl for now. Given her sickly appearance, if we really beat her to death, it would be troublesome, and we'd lose 10,000 yuan. Wife, 18 years ago, it was smart of you to switch the two children. That's how we have the possibility of climbing up the social ladder. That goes without saying. Our daughter now is greatly favored in the Tang household. After that wretched girl Chu Ling dies, we can start trying to contact Zero and start living a life of luxury. Ha ha! When the recording ended, Chu Ling, who now understood all the truth, was in tears. So she was indeed not the child of Chu Shang and his wife. This tragic life of swap destines was actually a human-made conspiracy in secret. No wonder those two showed no affection towards her, despising her from childhood to adulthood like this. Now they even intended to sell her off as a dowry to a 60-year-old man, even cursing her to hurry up and die. The reason behind all this was their fear that she would impact the prosperity of their biological daughter. But all of that was rightfully hers to begin with. Tang family. Chu Ling murmured to herself, piecing together bits of information from the recording. She now had a rough idea that her biological parents came from the Tang family and were either rich or noble. As for the fake heiress who replaced her, at this moment, she was enjoying wealth and favor in the Tang household, while she could only struggle in the village, unforgivable. Recalling the miserable experiences over the years, Chu Ling, now aware of the truth, gritted her teeth in anger, her eyes burning with rage. Revenge. She wanted revenge. Once she found the opportunity, she would definitely seek revenge. Burning with anger, face flushed, breathing quickened, her chest heaved violently. In her rage, she had unbearable stomach pains, coughing relentlessly. Cough, cough. 2.5 minutes later, when Chu Ling finally calmed down, she wiped the bloodstains from her lips. Taking deep breaths, she forced herself to calm. Chapter 292. Sukinj can speak normally now ******** bang bang bang. As the firewood door was about to be smashed, Chu Ling suddenly panicked. She immediately jumped off the bedpan and pressed herself tightly against the door. However, she was still a girl and a weak stomach cancer patient. She was no match for adult men in strength, and there was a constant danger of the door being broken into. At this critical moment, Chu Ling remembered Lin Zhuan's promise to send someone to protect her privately while she was in the hospital. I don't care anymore. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Even if I can't call for help, at least I can alert the neighbors. I don't believe Chu Shang, that jerk, would dare to do anything to me in front of other villagers. With these thoughts, Chu Ling took in a deep breath, clenched her fists, blushing with determination, and let out the highest decibel ear-piercing scream of her life. Aha! In the quiet Chu family village, this sound was extremely prominent, instantly waking up many drowsy villagers. Even Chu Shang was halfway sobered up. For a moment, he was stunned and didn't know what to do, but after coming to his senses, he immediately tried to stop Chu Ling. The village was small, and there were many gossip-loving women. Even a trivial matter would quickly spread throughout the village. After all, Chu Ling was nominally his daughter. If tonight's events were known to others, all sorts of rumors would spread, and one could never predict how it would turn out. Chu Shang knew very well the combat capabilities of those village women. His lecherous thoughts vanished, feeling a bit guilty, wanting to turn and leave. Still grumbling, You, what are you screaming for? Shut up, you scared me. If others in the village hear this, they'll think I did something wrong. If you don't open the door, then don't. You little brat, see how I'll deal with you tomorrow. Huh? Who are you guys? What are you doing? Let go of me, help. Inside the firewood room, Chu Ling, who was previously relieved to have escaped, heard a commotion outside, mixed with Chu Zhang's fearful and anxious cries, quickly disappearing. She paused for a moment, tiptoed to the window, and through the crack, was astonished to see several big men in black clothes in the house. As for Chu Shang and his wife, they were already knocked out on the ground. Sensing Chu Ling's gaze, the leader of the burly men turned and walked towards the firewood room, explaining their purpose outside the door. Miss Chu, you don't need to be afraid. We were sent by young Master Lin to protect you. Young Master Lin has instructed, if you are willing, you can go with us. What do you say? Hurry, let's go with you. Without hesitation, Chu Ling opened the door and urged the big man to set off immediately. Having seen the big man in front of her at the hospital before, Chu Ling recognized him as Lin Zhuan's bodyguard at a glance. Ah, this straightforwardly. The group of bodyguards exchanged glances, thinking they would need to persuade her for a long time. Unexpectedly, Chu Ling not only had no resistance, but also appeared eager. This was good, as they didn't need to waste more words. As a result, the group quickly embarked on the journey, returning hurriedly to the city. The next morning, Lin Zhuan woke up early, pushing Su Qinj in a wheelchair, taking a walk in the manor, enjoying the peaceful time. At this moment, both of them had uncontrollable smiles on their faces, feeling happy. Especially for Su Qinj, her smile didn't stop because when she woke up this morning, she found that her voice had fully recovered. She could speak without any interruptions or unclear pronunciation, ***. This made her extremely happy. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, a phone ringing interrupted the peaceful moment. Lin Zhuan answered the call, and on the other end was Ma Yingzhe's voice. Boss, regarding the protection you asked me to arrange for Chu Ling last time. 2 minutes and 30 seconds later, Lin Zhuan was informed about Chu Ling's experiences after returning to the village and her current situation of being relocated to the hospital again. My silly cousin. It seems she finally escaped the most unfortunate events in the plot. Hopefully, she won't end up in a tragic situation again in the future. Now that she has seen the true faces of Chu Shang and his wife, she probably won't hold any unrealistic fantasies. This is good, as she only has me, her cousin, to rely on now. It will be more convenient for me to control and use her. But first, I need to find a way to let her know that she is the true heiress of the Tang family. After hanging up the call, Lin Zhuan remained silent, lost in thought. This thoughtful appearance immediately caught Su Qing's attention. She raised her head and looked at the man's profile, curiously asking, whose call was that? What happened? Oh, it was about my cousin. Lin Zhuan chose not to hide anything and explained the situation of the mistaken identity of the true and false heiresses of the Tang family to Su Qinj. The girl listened in surprise, her eyes widening with wonder. Exchange of true and false heiresses in wealthy families was almost exclusively seen in TV dramas and movies, hardly ever happening in real life. However, as Su Qinj thought about Tangro, she couldn't help but subconsciously picture a delicate and weak girl in her mind. After all, the Tang family was a prestigious and wealthy clan. She had even attended a business banquet held by them and had a few encounters with Tangro. How to put it? The impression Tangro gave her was quite artificial, speaking in a coquettish and cute manner, with a penchant for an affected tone, pouting to appear adorable. In the eyes of men, this demeanor might indeed be charming and lovely, but in Su Qing's eyes as a woman, it felt insincere, and her voice gave her goosebumps. I want to mend relations with the Tang family. It will be very helpful for our future business development. But due to some accumulated conflicts in the past, to completely ease the relationship between the two families, we need a suitable opportunity. With my cousin's appearance, it's the perfect entry point. Lin Zhuan elaborated on his business blueprint without haste. He had complete trust in Su Qing and saw no need to hide anything. The girl on the wheelchair listened with a smile and silently supported Lin Zhuan's decision wholeheartedly. Even though she was quite curious about how he knew so much information, she didn't ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and she had hers. She would give full trust and wholehearted support to Lin Zhuan, because this man would never harm her. Su Qing was 100% certain and firmly believed in it. Chapter 293, Su Qing's Emotional Impact. Self-strategy is the most deadly. Su family manor. Lin Zhuan pushed the girl in the wheelchair, strolling on the gravel path, discussing the future development of the group. Our company is in a period of rapid growth with abundant financial resources. Reliant on the current speed of wealth accumulation, the promotion to a billion-dollar group is only a matter of time. This is a good thing, but there are also drawbacks. That is the huge commercial interests, which can easily attract the envy and scrutiny of other powers, and everyone would want a share. Due to the system's reasons, Lin Zhuan has a lot of means to make money. Not to mention, casually exchanging some products like the beauty pill or revolutionary technological design drawings could potentially make him the richest man in the country. Even possibly the richest in the world. However, the innocent are guilty, carrying a gemstone as if a burden. Honor only exists on the edge of a knife, truth only within the range of a cannon. Having a gun and not using it, and being able to use it, are ultimately two different things. Especially in a socialist country like Huaxia, power is more reassuring than wealth. Having power means having money, but having money doesn't mean you have power. Although Lin Zhuan is not particularly interested in being an official, he also knows that accumulating wealth alone is not enough. At least, it's not enough to allow the group to have greater development, or to seek revenge for Su Qing's family without using force. For this reason, Lin Zhuan decided to leverage, for example, his maternal family, is the first leverage selected. The old man Tang, my grandfather, when he was young, he was a remarkable figure in the military. When he was awarded the rank of founding, he was said to be one of the youngest generals, carrying two stars on his shoulders.